Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 2432 to Chapter 2518. Little Cow Cow, wait for us, little Tian Tian called out in a childish voice. Lin Feng took Xiao Tian Tian in his arms and chased after them. Then he jumped onto the back of the Cyan ox. The ox rolled its eyes. I'm not a mount. Just as it was about to protest, little Tian Tian smiled and said, Little Cow Cow, hurry up. Otherwise, there won't be any more fruits. Little Tian Tian's strength was terrifying. No matter how unwilling the ox was to be a mount, it didn't dare to say anything. It could only endure it for now. The ox's speed was very fast. A demonic wind swept across the land as it rushed forward. 2 hours later, it arrived at the place where the deathly still fruit had appeared. So it's here, the ox looked at a mountain range in the distance. The mountain range was formed by 4 huge peaks. An ancient tree floated in the air, surrounded by an endless aura of death. It was the deathly still tree. There were dozens of fruits on the tree. Each fruit was emitting shocking ripples. There are so many fruits. Each person can only consume 1 deathly still fruit. The second one won't have any effect. But even if you can't use it, you can sell it to others. Or trade it for precious treasures. The ox was about to charge at the deathly still tree. Hold on, said Lin Feng hastily, stopping the ox. What's wrong? Why are you stopping me? The ox asked. They had arrived at the right time. They were the first batch to arrive, so the ox couldn't wait to collect the deathly still fruit. The mountain range is not simple. There's a terrifying power lingering around it. Let's wait and see, Lin Feng said. Lin Feng had cultivated the great death art, so he was very familiar with the art of death. However, the power lingering around the mountain range was definitely not as simple as the power of death. It was much more terrifying than the power of death. Therefore, Lin Feng felt that it was best not to act rashly before he understood the strange power in the mountain range. Little Cow Cow, don't be anxious. Little Tian Tian said. The ox was depressed. Why did she keep calling me Little Cow Cow? It sounded like Nyo had died. But Big Green Cow did not dare argue with Little Tian Tian. It was fine to argue with Lin Feng because Big Green Cow was not afraid of Lin Feng. But Big Green Ox was afraid of Little Tian Tian. Whoosh! At this time, ferocious beasts flew over from afar. It was a blood mastiff that looked like a wolf or a tiger. It was 7 to 8 meters long and looked majestic. Its gaze seemed to be able to shatter the void. A 9-headed bug that had cultivated into a spirit had taken human form, but it had 9 snake heads. It was a huge golden bat with 4 wings on its back. Lin Feng didn't know what kind of race it was. It was the first time he had seen such a creature. The 4-winged bat's cultivation was very terrifying. It emitted waves of destructive fluctuations that made people's hair stand on end. It was an 8-armed silver-backed spider. Its body emitted destructive fluctuations, and its body flowed with venom. Its appearance caused the air to be filled with a light brown poisonous gas. A butterfly the size of a palm. Its body was pitch black, but its eyes were silver. It was the legendary immortal ancient silver-eyed demonic butterfly. In the Immemorial era, the insect race had some terrifying creatures, such as the Emperor Archaic and the Immemorial Ancestor insect. In the Immortal Ancient era, the insect race had some terrifying creatures as well, such as the Immortal Ancient Silver-Eyed Demonic Butterfly and the Immortal Ancient 8-Legged Poisonous Insect. This was especially true for the Immortal Ancient Silver-Eyed Demonic Butterfly. It was abnormally strong and terrifying. And now, an Immortal Ancient Silver-Eyed Demonic Butterfly had appeared. Even if its bloodline couldn't be compared to the Immortal Ancient Silver-Eyed Demonic Butterfly, it was still terrifying enough to possess the power to destroy the heavens. Other than these terrifying creatures that had appeared, Lin Feng could sense that there were other terrifying auras lying in wait. Clearly, there were other terrifying creatures that had arrived, but they had yet to show themselves. These terrifying creatures were lingering around the mountain range. Finally, one of them couldn't hold on any longer. It rushed towards the depths. It was a creature that had been hiding in the void. It had not shown itself at first, but now it had suddenly appeared. This creature was extremely strange. Its body was silvery white in color, and it looked very much like a weasel. However, it could now be referred to as a white weasel. Of course, there were still some differences between it and a weasel. For example, this creature had 3 eyes, and there was one that was still closed between its brows. In addition, its 4 claws didn't look like the claws of a weasel. Instead, they looked more like the claws of a kirin, and its tail was like the tail of a snake. Even though this creature was strange, it was extremely fast, and it seemed to be very proficient in using the Tao of the Void. Its speed was as fast as lightning, and it quickly rushed into the mountain range. However, at this moment, something terrifying happened. The strange creature's body actually began to age. The power of time, Lin Feng's expression changed. He finally knew what other power there was apart from the power of death. The terrifying power that made his heart palpitate was actually the power of time. Time was the quickest thing to do. The power of time emanating from the mountain range was far too terrifying, and it was currently stripping away that creature's lifespan. Screech, the creature let out a series of strange screeches. These were cries of shock and horror. Anyone who had their lifespan stripped away would become terrified. That living being dashed outside at top speed, wanting to escape from the mountain range. However, it failed. Halfway through, its lifespan was completely stripped away. The power of time was simply too terrifying. After stripping away its lifespan, its corpse turned into dust. A gentle breeze blew. It was blown away by the wind. It died just like that? The pupils of the terrifying creatures contracted violently. Their expressions became extremely solemn. The power of time was simply too terrifying. If one couldn't resist the power of time, entering the mountain range would be a dead end. The big green ox's face was filled with joy. It was fortunate that they didn't go in just now. Otherwise, they would be in trouble. The surrounding terrifying creatures didn't act rashly. They were all thinking of a solution. However, it wasn't an easy task to find a feasible solution. The power of death, the power of time. Lin Feng muttered to himself. He thought of a solution, and he felt that he could give it a try. However, this would require him to take an extremely great risk. The power of time in the mountain range was simply too powerful and terrifying. Riches and honor come from danger, Lin Feng gritted his teeth. In the end, he decided to give it a try. Moreover, Lin Feng believed that if he failed, he should be able to escape from the mountain range by relying on the magic treasures he had on him and the divine abilities he had mastered. Little Tian Tian, wait here for a while. Uncle will go and pick those immortal fruits. Lin Feng said. Little Tian Tian quickly grabbed Lin Feng's clothes and said, Uncle Lin, don't go. It's so scary inside. Don't worry, little girl. Uncle will be fine. Lin Feng rubbed little Tian Tian's head. Little Tian Tian was much more mature than other children. She was now quite reliant on Lin Feng. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the little girl raised her head and said, then Uncle must be fine. If you encounter any danger, Uncle must come out quickly. Lin Feng nodded and said, don't worry. If I encounter any danger, Uncle will definitely come out quickly. I promise I won't stay in there any longer. After hearing Lin Feng's promise, little Tian Tian nodded. Lin Feng walked towards the mountain range. Numerous powerful beings looked at Lin Feng with indifferent expressions. They had been waiting for an opportunity. If someone could enter and retrieve the deathly still fruit, that would be great. They would then be able to snatch it. Each of these beings was more powerful than the last. Each of them was more terrifying than the last. If there was a chance to snatch the deathly still fruit, these beings would definitely not miss it. Lin Feng entered the range of the mountain range. He did not recklessly charge into the depths of the mountain range like the white weasel. If the white weasel had also carefully entered the mountain range one step at a time, even if the power of time deprived it of its life, it would still have enough time to come out alive. However, the white weasel was too fast. It had charged directly into the depths of the mountain range. It was too late to retreat. Therefore, Lin Feng adopted another method. He would enter step by step. This way, even if he encountered danger, he would be able to escape. When Lin Feng entered the mountain range, he only felt the power of death. He did not feel the power of time. The outermost region of the mountain range should only have the power of death. There was no power of time. He walked into the depths of the mountain range. After walking for about 4 to 5 miles, the power of time began to surge. Then, the power of time began to devour Lin Feng's life. In a breath's time, Lin Feng had lost several hundred years of his life. One had to know that the power of time in the area he was in was not particularly dense. However, even in a place like this, where the power of time was not dense, it could still strip away so much of his life in an instant. What about a place with dense power of time? How much of his lifespan would he lose? It was simply unimaginable. No wonder the white weasel had died so tragically. The white weasel had already reached the center of the 4 mountains, and that was where the power of time was the thickest. It would be a miracle if the white weasel could come out alive after entering that place. Lin Feng hurriedly operated his great reincarnation technique. The ancient time's rush billions of years was actually a kind of use of the power of time. Lin Feng circulated the ancient time's rush billions of years recorded in the great reincarnation art. It was formed by the power of the past. It wrapped around his body. When the power of time came, it was immediately blocked by the power of the past wrapped around Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng let out a long breath. The great samsara art was indeed miraculous. It could even resist the corrosion of the power of time. He walked in step by step. The power of time gushed over, yet it was unable to strip away Lin Feng's lifespan. When the terrifying creatures standing outside the mountain range saw this scene, their eyes flickered with all kinds of lights. Clearly, they hadn't expected Lin Feng to actually be able to resist the corrosion of time. Lin Feng walked about 5 kilometers before he sensed something amiss. The power of the past couldn't continue protecting his body. The power of time in the depths of the mountain range was completely different from the power of time in the outskirts. This was the limit of the power of the past. If he went any deeper, the power of time would devour Lin Feng. But Lin Feng was extremely unwilling to give up now. Whoosh, Lin Feng took out the 5-dragon wheel. He activated the 5-dragon wheel. Rays of immortal light surged out of the wheel and fell down, enveloping Lin Feng completely. When the power of time surged over, it was blocked by the immortal light condensed by the 5-dragon wheel. Huff. Lin Feng let out a long breath. As expected of an immortal weapon, its power was truly extraordinary. It could even resist the corrosion of time. He continued walking deeper into the mountain range, walking another 5 kilometers. Crack, crack, the defensive immortal chief formed by the 5-dragon wheel began to crack. The power of time was simply too strong. It wanted to destroy the immortal light protecting Lin Feng. Lin Feng was already prepared. The power of the past that had been condensed for billions of years surged into the immortal light of the 5-dragon wheel. After the power of the past merged with the immortal light of the 5-dragon wheel, it formed an even stronger defense. When the terrifying power of time surged over, it was blocked by the immortal light that had fused with the power of the past. Lin Feng continued walking. This time, he walked 6 kilometers. Now, Lin Feng was only about 100 meters away from the tree of deathly stillness. However, the immortal light that had merged with the power of the past also began to crack. The power of time in this place was too strong. It was so strong that it was difficult to resist. I'll go all out. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. Since he was already here, he decided to go all out. Lin Feng quickly charged toward the tree of deathly stillness. Bang! The immortal light that had merged with the power of the past shattered. Lin Feng was instantly deprived of 5 million years of his lifespan. Fortunately, he'd already reached the tree of deathly stillness. With a sweep of his hand, he swept away the dozen or so fruits. There was no way he could take the tree of deathly stillness. It was an immortal tree that was abnormally terrifying. Trying to take it away would be suicide. Lin Feng quickly returned after taking the fruits of deathly stillness. However, at that moment, a terrifying power hidden in the void slammed into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's body instantly stiffened, then he fell into the forest. His lifespan was being rapidly stripped away. In the blink of an eye, he'd lost another 3 million years of lifespan. It wouldn't be long before Lin Feng became a skeleton. At that moment, Lin Feng's sovereign bloodline activated on its own. Sovereign of the universe, immortal for all ages. Epochs may collapse, but my bloodline shall not be extinguished. Suddenly, a low voice rang out from the depths of Lin Feng's sovereign bloodline. It was as if the ancestral power slumbering within Lin Feng's bloodline was awakening. The power of his sovereign bloodline erupted. Lin Feng's body regained its mobility. He quickly charged outside. Once he was 100 meters away from the deepest point, he continued to activate the 5 dragon wheels, then merged the power of the past with the immortal light they'd gathered. He protected his body. In the end, Lin Feng paid the price of 13 million years of his lifespan to escape. However, Lin Feng's previous breakthroughs had pushed his lifespan to 28 million years. He still had 15 million years left. His lifespan was still extremely long. Moreover, if Lin Feng could break through to the celestial god realm, then with his bloodline and his savings, his lifespan might even reach 40 to 50 million years. Boom. 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 These powerful creatures were eyeing Lin Feng's deathly still fruit. Their eyes flashed with murderous intent. Lin Feng had already anticipated this situation. Seeing these creatures forcing their way over, Lin Feng's face was full of a sneer. With little Xianxia here, he wasn't worried that these creatures could cause any harm to him. You're not allowed to bully little Tiantian's uncle. Little Xianxia stood up from the back of the green ox and snorted. The little girl said with a serious expression. However, with her delicate appearance, the surrounding creatures naturally didn't feel any threat. However, little Xianxia was too powerful. As for how powerful her cultivation was, Lin Feng didn't know. These terrifying creatures naturally wouldn't care about the words of a little girl like little Xianxia. The blood mastiff was like a wolf or tiger. It roared majestically at the sky and stepped forward like an invincible demon god. Its eyes seemed to be able to pierce through the void and shatter the firmament. The 9-headed bug's aura was extremely evil. It had a human body and a snake head. It was ferocious and terrifying, like a god of death that walked out from hell. The 4-winged golden bat flapped its huge golden wings. This creature was even more terrifying. Its body emitted a destructive power as if it was born from the great Tao of destruction. With a flap of its wings, it seemed to be able to destroy all life in the world. The 8-armed silverback spider's body flowed with venom. Its speed was extremely fast, and its sharp claws could pierce through all obstacles in an instant. Moreover, its body emitted a highly toxic scent. Those with a slightly weaker cultivation would immediately die after smelling its scent. There was no need to talk about the immortal ancient silver-eyed demonic butterfly. This creature was a supreme existence among the insect race during the immortal ancient era. Its status was extremely similar to Emperor Archaic's in the Immemorial era. The aura of this creature made Lin Feng feel a deep sense of suffocation. Apart from these creatures, a few other creatures appeared. For example, a black-winged wolf had never appeared before, but now it took the initiative to appear. This was because the silver-winged wolf saw that Lin Feng had obtained the deathly still fruit, so it naturally wanted to compete for it. Apart from the wolf, there were 7 or 8 other terrifying creatures. The aura of every single living being was extremely terrifying, causing one's heart to tremble. Altogether, there were more than 10 terrifying creatures pouncing towards Lin Feng. If Xiao Tiantian hadn't been there, Lin Feng would have run away without a second thought. But with Xiao Tiantian here, Lin Feng looked at the creatures that were coming at him with a cold smile. Boom, these terrifying creatures launched attacks on Lin Feng. All kinds of powerful divine abilities were unleashed and bombarded towards Lin Feng. Little Tiantian is angry, little Tiantian said angrily. Then, she quickly rushed out, waving her pink fists and smashing them one by one. Bang bang bang, a series of violent collisions rang out. One terrifying creature after another was sent flying by little Tiantian. Little Tiantian's speed was simply too fast. She shuttled back and forth between the living beings. Each punch could send a living being flying. After taking a hit from little Tiantian, the living beings seemed to have suffered fatal injuries. Blood flowed out of their orifices, and their auras were in chaos. Many of them fell from the sky. Little Tiantian's attacks were simply too powerful. She didn't even need a second punch to beat the living beings half to death. And now, little Tiantian was a little angry. Therefore, the strength of her punches was even stronger. Even though he knew that little Tiantian was strong, seeing her beating a group of terrifying creatures half to death, Lin Feng couldn't help but be stunned. The big green ox's mouth twitched violently. It wailed in its heart. Just who is this little ancestor? Isn't she too terrifying? Previously, the big green ox had been defeated by little Tian Tian. It knew that little Tian Tian was strong. But at that time, little Tian Tian hadn't shown her true strength. Now that little Tian Tian had shown her true strength, it was almost scared to the ground. However, when it thought about how it was on the same side as Lin Feng and the others, it relaxed. The living beings that had been beaten half to death by little Tian Tian looked like they wanted to cry, but no tears came out. She was just a 5 or 6-year-old girl. She had been ignored by them earlier. However, who would have thought that the little girl they had ignored would be so terrifying? The group of powerful creatures simply couldn't believe their eyes. Run! The living beings soared into the sky and rushed into the distance. No matter how much they wanted to get the Death Silence fruit, they had to see if they could live to get it. Staying behind to fight for the Death Silence fruit was suicidal. In the blink of an eye, the group of terrifying living beings had all fled. Uncle Lin, little Tian Tian beat the bad guys who bullied Uncle. Little Tian Tian came to Lin Feng's side and smiled. Lin Feng picked her up and said, "What a good child." Cough cough. "Brother Lin, big brother Lin, can you give me a Death Silence fruit?" The green ox asked embarrassedly. Lin Feng had obtained over a dozen Death Silence fruits, so giving one to the green ox was fine. After all, each person could only eat one. Lin Feng had one, little Tian Tian had one, Bibi had one, and the dragon rabbit had one. He still had a lot left. Moreover, he had obtained the Death Silence fruit from the green ox. He would have to rely on the green ox to leave the Death Silence forest. Of course, no problem. Eat it. Lin Feng tossed a Death Silence fruit to the green ox. Ahahaha. The Death Silence fruit is mine. The ox laughed loudly and swallowed the Deathly Silence fruit. For an exotic beast like it, such a precious natural treasure could very well allow it to evolve further. Such an exotic beast. Every time it evolved, its cultivation would increase by many times. That was why the green ox was so excited. Wang, along with a violent fluctuation, it surged out. The Death Silence tree once again disappeared into a valley in the depths of the 4 mountains. The mountain range quieted down. 1,000,000 years. The next time the Death Silence tree appears, it will be 1,000,000 years later. The green ox said. Lin Feng said. 1,000,000 years is too long. We have to seize every moment. Come, bring me to a quiet place. I want to break through to the heavenly god realm first. Lin Feng carried little Tian Tian and sat on the green ox's back. The green ox soared into the sky, riding a demonic wind as it charged into the distant forest. Soon, it disappeared without a trace. Not long after they left, waves of sinister wind swept through the world. Inside the cave, little Tian Tian, Bibi, and the dragon rabbit were all eating the deathly still fruit that Lin Feng gave them with relish. The green ox had already swallowed the deathly still fruit like how Zhu Beiji ate the ginseng fruit. Now, it was lying on the ground refining the deathly still fruit. After little Tian Tian, Bibi, and the dragon rabbit finished eating, the 3 of them began to feel sleepy. They were relatively young and would not take the initiative to circulate their techniques to refine a precious treasure like the deathly still fruit. Normally, they would absorb the medicinal power of such heaven and earth treasures in their sleep. Then, they would help themselves grow. Just like now. Little Tian Tian, Bibi, and the dragon rabbit were drowsy after eating the deathly still fruit. In fact, this was a reaction of their bodies. At this time, their bodies were beginning to absorb the medicinal power of the deathly still fruit. Lin Feng put the 3 of them into the mountain river ring and let them rest inside. Then, he ate a deathly still fruit. The taste of the deathly still fruit could only be said to be average. It was not very fresh. It was also not very delicious. But the key was that the effect was good. It could help him improve his cultivation. Lin Feng began to refine the deathly still fruit's medicinal power. Among the 5 people who had eaten the deathly still fruit, the dragon rabbit was the first to wake up. The little guy had undergone a very strange change. Not only had its bloodline improved, but its abilities had also improved greatly. Especially the dragon rabbit's eyes, there were rays of golden light, and its dragon horns had also grown a lot. After all, the dragon rabbit was still young, so when it woke up and found that its dragon horns had grown a lot, it used its little claws to touch its dragon horns and then squeaked. Of course, Lin Feng did not know that the dragon rabbit had already woken up because he was still cultivating. The second to complete the transformation was the green ox. The green ox's transformation this time was an extremely important one, so its transformation attracted the lightning tribulation. Above the 9 heavens, dark clouds covered the sky as lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Waves of terrifying fluctuations swept through the world, surging in all directions and emitting a suffocating aura. The lightning dragons and snakes slithered about as the big green yak soared into the sky and began to face the tribulation. Hundreds of lightning bolts struck down, and the big green yak was covered in wounds. It almost died on the spot. But in the end, the big green ox overcame the terrifying lightning tribulation that descended from the sky and successfully passed through this tribulation. After successfully transcending the tribulation, the aura of the green ox was very weak and dispirited. However, the level of its life had improved by a large margin, and the demonic energy in its body had become even stronger and purer. The transformation this time allowed the green ox's cultivation to increase a lot, so it was very excited. Lin Feng soon woke up as well. Streaks of heavenly tribulation aura appeared between his eyebrows. The light of calamity soared into the sky. Above the 9 heavens, thunderclouds surged. The terrifying lightning tribulation began to brew. Lin Feng was about to begin his tribulation. Each time Lin Feng underwent a tribulation, the tribulation was extremely terrifying. For example, when Lin Feng broke through to the true divinity realm, the tribulation he underwent was a minor reincarnation tribulation. There were a total of 1,508 lightning strikes. One had to know that many boundary emperors only underwent minor reincarnation tribulations. Lin Feng had only broken through to the true divinity realm, but he had already drawn down a minor reincarnation tribulation. How incredible was that? Now, Lin Feng was about to break through to the heavenly god realm. No one knew what kind of terrifying lightning tribulation he would attract. Swoosh, Lin Feng quickly flew out. He hovered in midair. The big green ox was watching Lin Feng's tribulation from a mountain peak in the distance. Sensing the terrifying aura of the lightning tribulation above the 9 heavens, the big green ox's heart was in turmoil. What kind of tribulation is this guy going to undergo? The big green ox's heart was trembling. Boom! 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 Very quickly, Culpa thunders bombarded Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood in the air and let the Culpa thunders strike him. Lin Feng had long been used to undergoing tribulations. Moreover, he had mastered the 3,000 Great Tao Calamity technique, the Great Thunderclap technique, which specialized in countering lightning tribulations. Therefore, it was too easy for Lin Feng to undergo tribulations. Unless there was some extremely terrifying tribulation, such as the tribulation of man, immortal, or death, it would be difficult for ordinary lightning tribulations to hurt Lin Feng. The Culpa lightning bombarded Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng began to absorb the lightning tribulation energy to temper his body. For others, lightning tribulation was the most deadly type of heavenly punishment. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. However, for Lin Feng, lightning tribulation was one of the most important methods to increase his cultivation. The lightning tribulation energy could not only increase the power of Lin Feng's great calamity art and great thunderclap art. It could also temper Lin Feng's body. It could even help Lin Feng cultivate the 8-9 arcane art. The terrifying destructive energy contained in the lightning tribulation was one of the best energies for cultivating the 8-9 arcane art. More and more Culpa thunders bombarded Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng began to absorb the lightning tribulation energy. His body became stronger and stronger under the tempering of the lightning tribulation energy. After the Great Calamity art and Great Thunderclap art absorbed a large amount of lightning tribulation energy, they also began to transform. This was a deep-level transformation. The Great Calamity art was ranked 8th among the 3,000 Great Tao. It was extremely difficult to improve it. Usually, it was almost impossible to evolve it. He could only find some opportunities to evolve the great disaster technique, and transcending the tribulation was an excellent opportunity. Lin Feng's great calamity art was now at the realm of great success. If the great calamity art could reach the realm of great perfection during this tribulation, Lin Feng would be satisfied. These 3,000 Great Tao were relatively special because many of the 3,000 Great Tao recorded some powerful divine abilities. Cultivators needed to comprehend the 3,000 Great Tao and cultivate the 3,000 Great Tao to a profound level before they could obtain the powerful divine abilities recorded in the 3,000 Great Tao. It was much easier to improve the Great Thunderclap art than the Great Calamity art. Lin Feng's Great Thunderclap art was now at the realm of great success. Lin Feng hoped that the Great Thunderclap art could reach the realm of great perfection after this tribulation. Lin Feng's body was now at the pinnacle of the giant god realm. If nothing unexpected happened, it would not be a problem for his body to reach the boundary emperor realm after this breakthrough. Lin Feng's soul power was at the 9th layer of the giant god realm. This breakthrough would greatly increase his soul power. It would not be a problem for him to reach the boundary emperor realm. Boom! 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 One after another, bolts of tribulation lightning struck down. A total of 1,508 bolts of lightning struck down, and it showed no signs of stopping. Even more powerful bolts of lightning formed and continued to strike down on Lin Feng. Heavens, the minor reincarnation tribulation is only 1,508 bolts of lightning. The number of bolts of lightning this guy has already surpassed the minor reincarnation tribulation. How many bolts of lightning is he going to undergo? There were many types of tribulations for cultivators, and each type of tribulation was different. But among the more famous ones, there was a type of tribulation called major reincarnation tribulation. There were a total of 3,275 major reincarnation tribulations. This type of tribulation had another nickname, Minor Emperor's Tribulation. The Emperor's Tribulation was a tribulation that only great emperors would undergo. Although the Minor Emperor's Tribulation was not a real Emperor's Tribulation, its name showed how terrifying this tribulation was. It was not far from the Emperor's Tribulation. Generally, only those outstanding figures had the chance to attract such a tribulation. And it was said that the earlier one underwent the major reincarnation tribulation, the greater their talent and the greater their future achievements. For example, the major reincarnation tribulation when one broke through to the heavenly god realm was obviously different from when one broke through to the giant god realm. Cultivators who broke through to the heavenly god realm would have greater talent and limitless future prospects after undergoing the major reincarnation tribulation. There was a rumor that when the Red World Fairy broke through to the void god realm, she attracted the major reincarnation tribulation. At that time, it could be said that the entire 9 provinces was shocked. It should be known that many heaven-defying geniuses who broke through to the boundary emperor realm might not be able to attract the major reincarnation tribulation. But the Red World Fairy attracted the major reincarnation tribulation when she broke through to the void god realm. The Red World Fairy's talent. How could it be described? Of course, there was a huge difference between Lin Feng and the celestial master Hong Chen. Because at that time, the Red World Fairy had already cultivated 2,999 types of 3,000 Great Tao. As for other remarkable abilities, such as some immortal techniques, emperor techniques, or other remarkable abilities, the Red World Fairy had cultivated countless types. This might be the reason why the Red World Fairy attracted the major reincarnation tribulation when she broke through to the void god realm. This was also the reason why the Red World Fairy was so powerful. Lin Feng did not know what cultivation level the Red World Fairy was at. But Lin Feng knew that the Red World Fairy was known as the strongest expert in the 9 provinces' great world. Now, someone told Lin Feng that the Red World Fairy was a great Emperor realm expert. Lin Feng was not surprised. The terror of the great samsara tribulation gradually began to show itself. As one lightning tribulation after another descended, Lin Feng could no longer deal with the various lightning tribulations with ease. He needed to use the Great Calamity technique and the Great Thunderclap technique to resist the lightning tribulation. Lin Feng had absorbed enough of the power of the thunder tribulation, and he found that his 8-9 mysterious art had made progress. Lin Feng's 8-9 mysteries had reached the 3rd layer. Breaking through from the 3rd stage to the 4th stage was naturally fraught with difficulties. It wasn't that easy to break through. This required a gradual process of accumulation. The Great Calamity Art and the Great Thunderclap Art were simply too useful against the lightning tribulation. Over 2,800 bolts of tribulation lightning struck down consecutively, but none of them did any harm to Lin Feng. Pervert, truly perverted, in the distance, the Azure Ox could not help but wail. It had never seen a monster at Lin Feng's level. Lin Feng's cultivation level was not particularly high, but the fact that he had attracted a great samsara tribulation was already enough to shock the Azure Ox. More importantly, Lin Feng had attracted a total of 2,800 bolts of tribulation lightning, but none of them had done any harm to Lin Feng. This was simply too inconceivable. How much power did he have to accumulate to be able to deal with those terrifying bolts of tribulation lightning so easily? If this guy doesn't die prematurely, he'll definitely become an emperor in the future. If he's lucky enough, he might even become an immortal, the Azure Ox could not help but think. The powerful lightning tribulation continued to bombard Lin Feng. The lightning tribulation's power distorted time and space, shattered heaven and earth, and caused one's soul to tremble. Only Lin Feng could calmly face such a terrifying tribulation. The lightning tribulation after 2,800 bolts of tribulation lightning was even more powerful. Every new bolt of tribulation lightning. It was many times stronger than the previous ones. After 3,000 bolts of tribulation lightning, the Great Calamity Art and the Great Thunderclap Art gradually became unable to completely resist the power of the tribulation lightning. When the 3,100th bolt of tribulation lightning arrived, Lin Feng began to suffer damage from the tribulation lightning. The Great Calamity Art could only help a cultivator resist the lightning tribulation, but it was not completely immune. Lin Feng knew this very well. There was nothing in the world that could be said to be absolute. Lin Feng had used the Great Thunderclap Art and the Great Calamity Art, two of the 3,000 Great Daos, to resist so many bolts of tribulation lightning. He was already very satisfied. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that if it were someone else, they would very likely be able to successfully overcome their tribulation using the Great Calamity Art or the Great Thunderclap Art. However, his tribulation was too terrifying, so the Great Calamity Art and the Great Thunderclap Art could not completely resist his tribulation lightning. However, he quickly collected his thoughts and began to resist the next lightning tribulation. The further he went, the more terrifying the lightning tribulation became. The later lightning tribulations already contained the power of order laws. These lightning tribulations that contained the power of order laws were extremely terrifying. Lin Feng's body exploded time and time again, dripping with blood and bones. It was extremely miserable. However, Lin Feng persevered every time. He continuously devoured the power of tribulation lightning. After narrowly escaping death time and time again, Lin Feng's Great Thunderclap Art and Great Calamity Art achieved a breakthrough. What made Lin Feng the happiest was the transformation of the bloodline in his body. Lin Feng's immortal god blood had already reached 40% of the blood in his body. As for the sovereign emperor blood, it had also reached 30%. Lin Feng's great imperial blood had increased from 25% to 30%. His godly immortal blood had increased from 33% to 7%. His godly immortal blood had increased from 33 to 40%. Now, Lin Feng had to work hard to make the immortal god blood and sovereign emperor blood occupy about 50% of his body. This way, he could form a yin-yang cycle. Everything in the world was divided into yin and yang. The most powerful bloodline was the twin bloodline. Of course, the prerequisite was that the twin bloodline had reached the yin-yang cycle. The second most powerful bloodline was the pure bloodline. The third most powerful bloodline was a special bloodline that had awakened more than 50%. The fourth type was a special bloodline that had awakened less than 50%. The fifth type was a normal bloodline. His bloodline had greatly improved. The Great Thunderclap Art and Great Calamity Art had also completed their respective evolutions. Lin Feng felt the pressure on him decrease sharply. When the lightning tribulation struck down again, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. Lin Feng was able to face these lightning tribulations more calmly. Finally, Lin Feng had successfully passed the 3,275th bolt of Culpa lightning. The huge lightning clouds that covered the world gradually dispersed. The lightning tribulations gradually dissipated. As for Lin Feng's cultivation, he had successfully broken through to the heavenly god realm. Waves of majestic magic power began to surge within Lin Feng's body. Rumble. A bonfire burned brightly in the forest. Many delicacies were already laid out on the table. Xiao Tian, Bibi, and the dragon rabbit were all wolfing down the food while Lin Feng continued to cook other delicacies to feed the three little fellows. They were already outside the deathly silent forest. The big green ox brought Lin Feng and the other two out and then disappeared without a trace. Clearly, the big green ox didn't want to continue staying with Lin Feng and the others. After coming out, Lin Feng found a place with beautiful scenery, set up a bonfire, and began to cook. Cultivation and eating were two completely compatible things. Some people were worried that eating too much would accumulate impurities in their bodies and delay their cultivation. Therefore, those people would rather eat some fasting pills than eat. Of course, those with better conditions could eat all kinds of spirit fruits to satisfy their hunger. But Lin Feng didn't want to do that. He was a casual person and also a foodie. In life, one should eat when they should. One mustn't let oneself suffer. Cultivation was important. But to Lin Feng, enjoying the process of cultivation was more important. If there were impurities in the body, he just had to find a way to refine them. Lin Feng's carefree attitude wouldn't be recognized by everyone, but Lin Feng didn't care about what others thought. After cooking all the delicacies, Lin Feng also found a place to sit down and enjoy the food while drinking. Moreover, it was in such a beautiful place. It was really a unique flavor. After eating and drinking, Xiao Tian, Bibi, and the dragon rabbit played in the forest. Lin Feng began to plan for the next step. Next, should he continue to search for opportunities in the forest or go to the 9 continents immortal country to take a look? After thinking about it, Lin Feng decided to go to the 9 continents immortal country to take a look. He was very interested in the mysterious country formed in the 9 continents immortal realm. Moreover, the 9 continents immortal country was a place worth Lin Feng to take a look. Of course, many things might happen along the way. If something unexpected happened, or if they encountered some opportunity, they might be delayed. It was very likely that he wouldn't be able to go to the 9 states immortal kingdom. Lin Feng had already asked the big green ox about the direction of the 9 states immortal kingdom, so he knew where it was. On this day, Lin Feng suddenly felt a cold wind blowing in the forest. Then, a sharp, ear-piercing shriek came from afar, and the ghostly aura seemed to cover the sky. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly, as if something had happened. He, little Tian, Bibi, and Dragon Rabbit rushed over. In the distance, a mountain peak was split open, and there were dozens of dried corpses lying on the ground. A ghost wearing a long black robe and shrouded in ghostly aura was looking in their direction. This was an extremely terrifying creature, and the aura it emitted was simply suffocating. Lin Feng guessed that an evil spirit that was sealed here was released by those people. However, this evil spirit was simply too powerful, and so it was killed by the evil spirit. The evil spirit also saw Lin Feng and the others, and quickly flew toward Lin Feng's group. What delicious flesh and blood! I'm going to eat you all. The evil spirit let out a sinister roar. It opened its claws and was about to grab Lin Feng, little Tian, Bibi, and Dragon Rabbit. Lin Feng looked at the evil spirit with a serious expression. The Netherworld Envoy rune on his forehead flowed with strange energy. This was the energy of the Netherworld. It was enough to intimidate any Yin spirit or ghost. Lin Feng had seen some half-emperor level experts before, but he felt that the evil spirit in front of him was not something those half-emperors could compare to. Lin Feng even suspected that this evil spirit was a ghost emperor. So, he activated the Netherworld Envoy rune without hesitation. Netherworld Envoy? The evil spirit stopped and frowned slightly. Lin Feng's identity as a Netherworld Envoy seemed to be very troublesome. It seemed to feel that it was a little troublesome. Ghost Emperor? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and asked. How did an ignorant fellow become a Netherworld Envoy? The evil spirit pursed its lips. Since you are a Netherworld Envoy, I'll spare your life. After acting tough, the evil spirit flew into the distance. Damn, don't run if you have the guts. How dare you act tough in front of me? Do you believe that I won't kill you? Lin Feng cursed loudly. However, the evil spirit did not appear again. Demon Lord, is that guy really a ghost emperor? Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. No, he's a peak boundary emperor, the Demon Lord said. But his aura is too terrifying. It's not something the boundary emperors I've seen before can compare to. Lin Feng voiced his doubts. He had always treated the boundary emperor realm as a transitional realm between the giant god realm and the great emperor realm. Since it was a transitional realm, there might be a difference in strength. However, it shouldn't be too far apart. That evil spirit gave Lin Feng the feeling that he was facing a ghost emperor, not a boundary emperor. The Demon Lord asked. Do you know how the boundary emperor realm is divided? Lin Feng asked. It's the transitional realm between the giant god realm and the great emperor realm, right? No. Of course not. The Demon Lord said. The boundary emperor realm. This realm is very special. Why is it so difficult to prove one's Tao and become an emperor? Many people are stuck at the boundary emperor realm because it's too difficult to break through. The boundary emperor realm requires one to sense the Tao platforms in the unseen world. If you want to become an emperor, you have to ascend these Tao pillars. It's not easy, especially when you have to ascend to the 99th Tao pillar. You have to stand on the 99th Tao pillar to touch the emperor realm. Only then can you be considered to have succeeded. The Demon Lord said. Ascend to the 99th Tao platform? Lin Feng's expression changed. The boundary emperor realm had 99 Tao platforms. Didn't that mean that the strength of each Tao platform was different? If that was the case, it was easy to understand why that evil spirit was so terrifying. A peak boundary emperor was probably extremely close to a great emperor. Ascend to the Tao platform, sing the emperor's song, condense the emperor's law, and create the emperor's law. The Tao platform's immortal bell shakes the 9 heavens. Proving one's Tao and becoming an emperor gazes at the divine river. The path to immortality is vast and boundless. The path to immortality. The Demon Lord suddenly sighed. The path to immortality is long. Even if one becomes an emperor, it's only the beginning. Since ancient times, there have been far too few emperors, let alone immortals. The boundary emperor realm is just a new starting point. Right now, the world you see is still too small, the Demon Lord couldn't help but sigh. He didn't say anything else. Lin Feng's heart couldn't calm down for a long time. The Demon Lord had been a great emperor in the past, after all. He must have seen the world. But now, his cultivation was still too low. Lin Feng couldn't help but clench his fists. He inwardly warned himself that he had to quickly increase his cultivation level and wait until he rescued his mother. After saving his mother, he had to go out and see the outside world. The Four Directions Universe. A foreign world. The door of everlasting life. A path of spacetime. Lin Feng, Little Tian, Bibi, and the Dragon Rabbit continued flying towards the direction of the 9 states' immortal kingdom. Along the way, they saw quite a number of powerful beasts roaming about in the forests. The Dragon Rabbit unleashed its powerful abilities. It found a few ancient caves that were sealed with seals. Lin Feng broke through the seals and obtained many cultivation resources, natural treasures, and so on. Along the way, Lin Feng and the others stopped from time to time. They did not rush with all their might. Instead, they searched for opportunities as they traveled. This afternoon, Lin Feng rested beside a small stream while Little Tian, Bibi, and the Dragon Rabbit played in the forest. Boom, a terrifying shockwave came from afar, sweeping through the world and shaking the void. Sensing the terrifying shockwave, Lin Feng stood up hurriedly. He saw the 3 little fellas flying up into the air. The Dragon Rabbit must have found another ancient cultivator's cave. Lin Feng flew over and found a gigantic cave. Initially, there was a gigantic boulder that was 1,000 meters tall blocking the entrance of the cave. It looked very ordinary, without anything special about it. However, the Dragon Rabbit discovered the secret of this place. That was because it could sense treasures. Therefore, the Dragon Rabbit discovered that there seemed to be treasures within the boulder. Little Tian was very interested in treasure hunting. She used her tender little fists to smash the boulder into smithereens. Then, a pitch-black cave appeared. Looking at the cave, Lin Feng could not help but frown. There was a sinister aura emanating from the depths of the cave. He did not know what was inside. Squeak, 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 squeak. The dragon rabbit bared its fangs and waved its claws. You're saying that there are treasures inside? Lin Feng looked at the dragon rabbit and asked. The dragon rabbit nodded its head hurriedly. There was no way the dragon rabbit could be wrong. Since the dragon rabbit said that there were treasures inside, Lin Feng decided to enter and explore to see just what kind of treasures there were. Lin Feng took the lead. Little Tian Tian, Bibi, and the dragon rabbit followed behind him. Under Lin Feng's lead, the group began to walk into the depths of the cave. This cave was very deep. Inside the cave, there was a cold and terrifying aura. This aura was simply suffocating. Uncle Lin, there won't be any evil spirits inside, right? Tian 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 thought of the powerful evil spirit they met earlier and could not help but ask. Although her cultivation was strong, she was still too young. After encountering the evil ghost, she was so scared that her little face turned as white as paper. Said Lin Feng. Don't worry. Even if there are evil spirits, we will destroy them. With Uncle Lin here, I'm not afraid. Tian 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 said. Yeah. Squeak. Bebe also cried out. Then, he raised his head, looking as if he wasn't afraid at all. It was quite funny. Creak. Creak, squeak to Tian 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 Tian. They Lin Feng's Dao Dao continued. It took them a long time to reach the deepest part of the cave. At the deepest part of the passageway, the belly of a huge mountain appeared. After seeing the belly of the mountain, Xiao Tian Tian, Bei Bei, and Dragon Rabbit quickly rushed in. The three little fellows seemed to have lost their fear in an instant. It was as if they had discovered a new continent. They wanted to explore this new mountain before Lin Feng. There were 4 huge drawings on the walls of the mountain. The 4 drawings were 4 huge yin-yang Dao diagrams. The 4 yin-yang Dao diagrams resonated with each other. The 4 yin-yang Dao diagrams were not simple. The arrangement was very complicated. Lin Feng took a closer look and felt a wave of dizziness in his head. The cultivator who arranged the 4 yin-yang Dao diagrams was extremely powerful. His attainments in array formations had also reached an unfathomable level. Squeak. 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 Bibi pointed at a pitch-black rock. Lin Feng's attention was drawn over. He also looked at the pitch-black rock. The rock emitted a cold aura. Lin Feng touched it and found that it was extremely cold. Are these dragon patterns? Lin Feng was astonished when he saw the godly marks on the stone. The divine patterns emitted a mysterious power. Upon closer inspection, the divine patterns were like giant dragons baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Is this black dragonstone? It's an extremely rare forging material. I didn't expect to find a black dragon tattoo stone here. It's not a small harvest. If you can integrate this black dragon tattoo stone into your life source magic weapon, the power of your life source magic weapon, Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp, should be greatly enhanced. The Demon Lord said. Oh? This black dragon stone is so extraordinary? Lin Feng was shocked. Then, his face lit up with joy. He put away the black dragon tattoo stone and looked around the mountain again. He found that there was nothing else he could take away from the mountain besides the black dragon tattoo stone. Lin Feng, Tian Tian, Bibi, and the dragon rabbit left the mountain. Not long after Lin Feng and the others left, the 4 yin-yang Dao diagrams suddenly began to ripple violently. Swoosh! 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 The 4 yin-yang Dao diagrams each shot out a beam of light, then the 4 beams of light converged together. A massive Dao diagram of the void appeared. The void Dao diagram seemed to be connected to a mysterious space. My treasure. That's my treasure. Whoever dares to take my treasure will die. As the voice faded away, waves of violent ripples suddenly surged out of the void Dao diagram. Next, something seemed to burrow out of the void Dao diagram. It was shrouded in a ball of darkness, but it was unknown what it was. The pitch-black thing quickly flew outside, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After obtaining the black dragon stone, Lin Feng found a place to go into seclusion and refine his Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. With the Black Dragon Stone, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp's power would be greatly enhanced. For the time being, Lin Feng sent Tian Tian, Bibi, and the Dragon Rabbit into his mountain and river ring. The three of them couldn't stay in the cave, so he sent them to play. The mountain and river ring was big enough for them to do whatever they wanted. Lin Feng took out the primordial demon cauldron and tossed the Black Dragon Stone inside. Next, Lin Feng began to dissolve the Black Dragon Stone. Lin Feng still did not have the time to deal with the ghostly emperor. The ghostly emperor's cultivation was extremely terrifying. Therefore, it would not be easy to subdue him. Of course, Lin Feng was now an underworld envoy, and Lin Feng had broken through to the heavenly god realm. Therefore, it should be much easier to subdue the ghostly emperor. After hearing the ghostly emperor's words, Lin Feng raised his brows and said, "What? Do you know the origin of this black dragon engraving stone?" The ghostly emperor said, "Of course I know. This black dragon engraving stone is different from ordinary black dragon engraving stones. It cannot be refined casually. Why don't we work together? You can return my freedom, and I can tell you everything you want to know." Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression, "Are you bargaining with me? Ghostly Emperor, you should know that you are now a prisoner. With my ability, killing you is not difficult. I did not kill you because I want you to acknowledge me as your master. This is because I cherish talents. If you do not know how to appreciate my kindness, I will have no choice but to kill you." The ghostly emperor said in a straightforward manner, "Kill me? Do you think I will be afraid? At most, I will die. What's the big deal? I am not someone who is afraid of death. I would rather die than be ordered around by others." The ghostly emperor was very stubborn. Lin Feng did not have the time to waste with the ghostly emperor. Therefore, he could not be bothered to say anything more to the ghostly emperor. Lin Feng took out the heavenly fire. He began to refine the black dragon engraving stone. The ghostly emperor continued, "If you don't listen to my advice, you will suffer greatly." Lin Feng still did not respond to the ghostly emperor. The ghostly emperor continued, "Cooperation is mutually beneficial. Can't you understand such a simple principle?" Lin Feng still did not respond to the ghostly emperor. At this moment, the ghost emperor was already flustered and exasperated. He roared, "Brat, you're done for. Let me tell you, you're done for. How dare you refine this black dragon patterned stone? Even 10 of you won't be enough to kill you," said Lin Feng, smiling coldly. "If you have something to say, say it. If you don't want to say it, then shut the hell up. If you don't shut the hell up, when I finish refining the black dragon stones, I'll torture you until you wish you were dead." "You win," the ghost emperor said viciously. Lin Feng continued to refine the black dragon vein stone. The black dragon vein stone began to melt. As the black dragon tattoo stone melted, Lin Feng discovered that something was wrong. The black dragon vein stone seemed to contain some blood-colored energy. Upon closer inspection, the blood-colored energy was actually not energy, but streaks of blood. "What is this?" Lin Feng was surprised, and then he frowned. How could there be traces of blood in the black dragon stone? Then, something even stranger happened. Dense blood vessels appeared. The blood vessels gathered together and turned into a small blob of purple blood. Bam! The blob of purple blood emitted a powerful energy wave. The energy wave swept across Lin Feng's body. Then, Lin Feng was sent flying. Wah! Lin Feng suffered a heavy blow, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blob of purple blood was too terrifying. It actually injured Lin Feng. The blob of purple blood flew toward Lin Feng, and then it emitted a strange energy that enveloped Lin Feng. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt his body become hotter and hotter. He felt as if his body was being refined into pure energy. The blob of purple blood was actually trying to refine him. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. His expression immediately turned ugly. Lin Feng controlled the heavenly fire, wanting to burn the blob of purple blood into ashes. However, he was shocked to find that the heavenly fire could not burn the blob of purple blood. The blob of purple blood was extremely terrifying. The heavenly fire could not hurt it at all. The ghost emperor gloated. "I warned you, but you didn't listen. Now that you are unlucky, just wait for your death." Lin Feng sneered. If I really die, I will definitely kill you before I die. Humph. The Ghost Emperor snorted. Lin Feng hastily released his immortal godly blood and ruler's imperial blood to resist the purple blood. Ghost Emperor, I'm going to destroy you now. If you don't want to die, tell me where that purple blood came from. If you don't tell me, I'll kill you, said Lin Feng, releasing his immortal godly blood and ruler's imperial blood. The Ghost Emperor said. So what if I tell you? Do you think you can fight against this blob of purple blood? Stop talking nonsense and tell me. Lin Feng said coldly. The heavenly fire surged into the ghost raising jar, wanting to kill the Ghost Emperor at any time. The Ghost Emperor's face turned gloomy. Although he was not afraid of death, he was not willing to die if he could live. Since the blob of purple blood had already been released, there was no harm in telling him the origin of the blob of purple blood. This kid would definitely not be able to fight against the blob of purple blood. At that thought, the Ghost Emperor's face turned slightly better. The Ghost Emperor said, "This blob of purple blood is the blood of an ancestral fiend." What? The blood of an ancestral fiend? Lin Feng was shocked. An existence that could be called an ancestral fiend was an existence on the same level as the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. It was definitely extremely ancient. Furthermore, every ancestral fiend had an incredible origin. The strength of every ancestral fiend was also unimaginably terrifying. The blob of purple blood was actually the blood of an ancestral fiend. That was a little terrifying. Why would the blood of an ancestral fiend appear on this black dragon patterned stone? Lin Feng continued asking. The Ghost Emperor said, "Legend has it that when an ancestral fiend fell, his blood dyed the entire ocean red. This black dragon patterned stone absorbed the ancestral fiend's blood essence. Therefore, this blob of purple blood is not only the blood of an ancestral fiend, but also the most precious blood essence of an ancestral fiend. Because this black dragon patterned stone has been stained with the ancestral fiend's blood essence, its effects are incomparable to ordinary black dragon patterned stones. If you use this black dragon patterned stone to forge a magic treasure, you can even forge the embryonic form of an immortal artifact. In the future, as you continue to improve, you can easily transform into an immortal artifact. Of course, the prerequisite is that you can subdue the ancestral fiend's blood essence. You have to completely fuse the ancestral fiend's blood essence with the magic treasure. But clearly, you can't fight against the ancestral fiend's blood essence. If you had cooperated with me earlier, you wouldn't have released the ancestral fiend's blood essence. Although you can't refine the black dragon patterned stone, at the very least, you wouldn't have ended up like this. But now, it's too late. The ancestral fiend's blood essence has been released, and only death awaits you. Clearly, in the Ghost Emperor's opinion, Lin Feng could not fight against the ancestral fiend's blood essence. Against the attack of the ancestral fiend's blood essence, Lin Feng was doomed. The blood-colored vortex formed by the ancestral fiend's blood essence was terrifying to the extreme. It wanted to devour Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not dare to be careless in the face of the blood-colored vortex's devouring. He circulated the archaic dragonesque elephant art to resist the blood-colored vortex's devouring, but to no avail. Next, Lin Feng circulated his epic hegemony, but he still could not resist the blood-colored vortex's devouring. The blood-colored vortex was just too powerful. It was so powerful that it shocked Lin Feng to the point where he could not resist. Of course, from a certain perspective, it was not because the blood-colored vortex was too powerful. It was because the ancestral fiend's blood essence was too powerful. The blood essence left behind by the ancestral fiend that could fight against the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors was too terrifying. Could it be that I have to use my supreme hegemony? Lin Feng could not help but ponder. Just as this thought appeared, something strange happened. The ancestral fiend's blood essence seemed to know Lin Feng's thoughts. Therefore, just as Lin Feng had the thought of using his supreme hegemony, blood-colored chains formed from the blood-colored vortex. The blood-colored chains directly wrapped around Lin Feng's body. When Lin Feng wanted to struggle, he was shocked to find that his dermic powers had been sealed. The blood-colored chains were extremely strange. They could seal a cultivator's dermic powers. Now that Lin Feng could not move or circulate his dermic powers, he naturally could not circulate his hegemony. That was because using hegemony required a huge amount of dermic powers to support it. Dermic powers were the foundation of a cultivator's various powerful ultimate moves. Therefore, when a cultivator lost his dermic powers, it was as if he had become a cripple. This is troublesome. Lin Feng's face turned extremely ugly. He felt as if his body was about to be dissolved. The blood flowing in his body was also about to be dissolved. He was about to be dissolved into the purest energy before being devoured by the blood-colored vortex. It was a terrible feeling. It was just a ball of ancestral fiend's blood essence, but it was so powerful that Lin Feng was deeply shocked. He really did not know what level the ancestral fiend was at back then. Could it be an immortal? He was able to contend against the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. There was a high chance that it was an immortal. Lin Feng felt his consciousness gradually blurring. He had encountered a huge problem. The ancestral fiend blood essence was unable to withstand it. Lin Feng's fate seemed to have been decided. It was a blur. Lin Feng felt that he was about to die. At this time, his immortal bloodline activated on its own, and a powerful immortal power was awakened. It was constantly repairing his body. The power of the ancestral fiend blood essence wanted to refine Lin Feng into the purest form of energy. The power of the immortal god blood was constantly repairing Lin Feng's body. To resist the ancestral fiend's blood essence. The 2 forces were in a stalemate. Suddenly, the ancestral fiend blood essence emitted streams of fiendish power that surged towards Lin Feng. That demonic power was very terrifying. It wanted to destroy Lin Feng's body. At the same time, an ancient power in Lin Feng's bloodline began to awaken. An illusory world appeared, and a man walked out from the depths of that illusory world. The man was dressed in white. He looked very handsome, and his eyes were as bright as the stars. This was the power slumbering in the bloodline, the power that originated from the ancestor. Junior, how impudent! Suddenly, a deep voice sounded from the ancestral fiend blood essence. It was the ancestral fiend's inextinguishable will that had fused into the ancestral fiend blood essence. The reason why the ancestral fiend blood essence was so terrifying and had such strong offensive power was because of the will. It was all too normal for Lin Feng to find it difficult to resist the will of an ancestral fiend. With his current cultivation level, it would be strange if he could resist the will of an ancestral fiend. The ancestral fiends will berate the figure in Lin Feng's bloodline by calling him a junior. Clearly, it held great disdain for the ancestor, Lin Feng. Lin Feng's figure didn't say a word. He walked over step by step, and the world seemed to fall silent. The entire world fell silent. The cave where Lin Feng had been in seclusion instantly transformed into a vast and boundless world. Lin Feng and the ancestral fiend blood essence had arrived in another world. They had arrived at the world that the cave had become. It was vast and boundless, with no end in sight. It was a world created by the memories that Lin Feng's ancestor had left in Lin Feng's bloodline. This was the power slumbering in the bloodline. It was very difficult to use this power. Normally, one would have to undergo a deep bloodline awakening. Only after the awakening was successful could a cultivator use this terrifying power. There was another situation where the power slumbering in the bloodline could be awakened. For example, when one encountered danger, there was an extremely small chance that the power would awaken. It was the same situation that Lin Feng was currently in. This awakening method was short-lived and couldn't be sustained. Furthermore, it was passive. When the power of the ancestor awakened, the cultivator couldn't use it, but it could actively protect the bloodline possessor. All dharma shall fall silent, the heavenly Tao shall collapse, the sun and moon shall sink, and the universe shall change. As long as my body is not destroyed, my heart will not die. Even if the epic repeats itself, I can still reverse the tribulation and return, Lin Feng's mysterious ancestor said an extremely profound sentence. Following that, he took a step forward and walked towards the ancestral fiend blood essence. The ancestral fiend blood essence distorted and transformed into a bloody figure. What tricks are you playing? A mere junior dares to be so impudent in front of me? You're courting death. The bloody figure formed from the ancestral fiend blood essence charged towards Lin Feng's ancestor. There's a hierarchy in the Tao, but cultivation depends on one's own fortune. Lin Feng's ancestor muttered to himself. Boom, soon, the 2 existences engaged in a fierce battle. The 2 sides had only exchanged 3 blows. Lin Feng's ancestor condensed a mysterious rune and sent it into the bloody figure formed from the ancestral fiend blood essence. The bloody figure formed from the ancestral fiend blood essence began to crumble. No, no, no. How is this possible? You're actually... The bloody figure formed from the ancestral fiend blood essence shrieked in horror. He seemed to have discovered a great secret from the mysterious rune. That secret. His face drained of color and he found it hard to believe. The bloody figure wanted to reveal the secret, but Lin Feng's ancestor didn't give him the chance. Your physical body is dead, and your soul is destroyed. Since your body is dead and your Tao is gone, why leave behind this obsession? Lin Feng's ancestor reached out and gently tapped the bloody figure formed from the ancestral fiend blood essence. Bang! Next, the bloody figure formed from the ancestral fiend blood essence crumbled. Although my bloodline has been abandoned, there are still descendants. My bloodline will eventually surpass the main bloodline. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Lin Feng could vaguely feel someone calling out to him. He opened his eyes and found that there was only darkness in front of him. This was a world of darkness. Lin Feng's consciousness was still immersed in the darkness. After an unknown amount of time, a ray of light appeared in this world of darkness. Lin Feng followed the ray of light and quickly chased after it. Finally, he escaped the darkness and came to the outside world of light. Whoosh! Light flashed before his eyes. Lin Feng came back to his senses. He found that he was still in the cave. The primordial magic cauldron was not far from him, and the heavenly fire was still burning. The black dragon rune stone had been melted into a ball of liquid. The ancestral devil blood floated in front of him, but it no longer had the ancestral devil's obsession. It was very quiet. What's going on? Lin Feng was puzzled. His consciousness had fallen into a state of deep sleep, so he didn't know what had happened. Demon Lord, what happened? I clearly remember that I was about to die. Why am I not dead? On the other hand, the ancestral demon blood is calm, asked Lin Feng. The demon lord's voice was faint. There are some things that I can't tell you. I'll wait for you to slowly discover them. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. What was it that he couldn't tell him? It was so mysterious. It really made him curious. Of course, Lin Feng knew the demon lord well. It wasn't easy to get information from him. Therefore, he couldn't be bothered to continue asking the demon lord. Lin Feng planned to refine his own primordial chaos ancient lamp. He placed the primordial chaos ancient lamp in the primordial magic cauldron, then poured the black dragon rune stone into the lamp. At the same time, Lin Feng also fused the ancestral devil blood essence into the primordial chaos ancient lamp. The ancestral devil blood essence had a decisive effect on improving the quality of the primordial chaos ancient lamp. Heavenly fire refines, immortal treasure nurtures, great Tao weapon, all creatures bow down. Lin Feng began to recite the refining technique. Although he was not considered a top-notch craftsman, having cultivated to Lin Feng's level, he was actually quite proficient in crafting. Moreover, there were several blacksmithing experts in the Dragon Gate. Back then, Lin Feng had consulted several blacksmithing grandmasters in the Dragon Gate about blacksmithing. It might be difficult for Lin Feng to refine magical equipment on a large scale, but it was not difficult for Lin Feng to carefully carve his own life-bound magical equipment. Time quickly passed as the black dragon patterned rock's metallic liquid and the ancestral fiend blood essence were gradually absorbed by the Chaos Ancient Lamp. Right now, Lin Feng's primal Chaos Ancient Lamp was a quasi-emperor level magic treasure. It was extremely powerful. Of course, once a magic treasure was upgraded to the level of a quasi-emperor weapon, the next step would be to evolve into an emperor weapon. It was extremely difficult for a quasi-emperor weapon to evolve into an emperor weapon. This level of difficulty was no less than the difficulty of a quasi-emperor weapon breaking through to an emperor weapon. Therefore, Lin Feng's primal Chaos Ancient Lamp needed a very long time to break through to the monarch armament level. Originally, Lin Feng's quasi-emperor weapon was an early-stage quasi-emperor weapon. Now that he had obtained the black dragon patterned rock, especially after the ancestral fiend blood essence was upgraded, its quality had reached the mid-stage quasi-emperor weapon. Although it was only upgraded by one grade, it was already an extremely huge improvement. One had to know. For a quasi-emperor weapon, every upgrade was extremely difficult. After keeping the primal chaos ancient lamp, Lin Feng planned to deal with the ghostly emperor properly. He took out the ghostly raising jar and said to the ghostly emperor, "Ghostly emperor, it's time for us to settle the score." The ghostly emperor immediately shouted, "What? Could it be that you want me to submit to you? You don't have that ability." Ha 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 ha. Damn, I'm actually being looked down on by a ghost. Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. He had used the power of the Netherworld Envoy rune to suppress the ghostly emperor. However, the ghostly emperor was extremely terrifying now. He was actually able to dissolve the power of Lin Feng's Netherworld Envoy rune. The Netherworld Envoy rune is indeed very powerful. However, I don't belong to the Netherworld realm. Its effect on me is negligible. The ghostly emperor curled his lips and said. The Netherworld Envoy rune could suppress Een spirits and ghosts. However, it could not suppress all Een spirits and ghosts. For Een spirits and ghosts that did not belong to the Netherworld realm, the effect of the Netherworld Envoy rune would be greatly weakened. Previously, Lin Feng did not know about this. Now that he had used the Netherworld Envoy rune to suppress the ghostly emperor, he had failed. It was only after hearing the ghost emperor's proud words that he realized this point. Humph. Do you think that you can continue to get away with this? Sooner or later, I will find a way to make you my slave. You will be under my control. Lin Feng said with a cold smile. The ghostly emperor laughed weirdly. You are daydreaming. Every day, my power is increasing rapidly. You will never be able to control me. Let's ride a donkey and read a songbook. We'll see. Lin Feng could not help but laugh coldly. The night was bright. The moon was as bright as a plate, dotted with stars. Lin Feng sat on a large, smooth rock. Little Tiantian's eyelids were drooping as she nestled in Lin Feng's embrace, looking drowsy. Bibi and the dragon rabbit were extremely energetic. They were chasing each other not far away. Uncle Lin. I suddenly remember where my home is. Little Tian suddenly said. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he could not help but ask, where is it? The Celestial Arch, the Celestial Arch, the Celestial Arch. Little Tian remembers that many people are worshipping the Celestial Arch. Little Tian said. The Celestial Arch? Could it be the Undying Realm? Lin Feng's face was filled with confusion. The Undying Realm had a heavenly court. It was said that the master of the heavenly court was called the Celestial Arch. Apart from the Undying Realm, Lin Feng could not think of any other place where people would worship the Celestial Arch. What kind of place is the Undying Realm? Little Tian asked curiously. It is a huge world. It is ranked first among the 3,000 great worlds. Lin Feng said. Little Tian bit her finger and said, Uncle Lin, Little Tian had a dream a few days ago. Little girl, did you have a dream? Was it a very interesting dream? Lin Feng asked with a smile as he rubbed Little Tian's head. Little Tian said, it was a dream I had after eating that fruit. A dream you had after eating the deathly still fruit? Lin Feng asked in astonishment. His expression became somewhat solemn. After eating the deathly still fruit, Little Tian fell into a deep slumber and absorbed the fruit's energy while she was asleep. As her cultivation increased, her bloodline memories began to awaken. If the dream Little Tian spoke of was a dream, then it should not be a dream. Instead, it was some of the memories in her bloodline that had awakened. Perhaps it was some of the bloodline memories her parents had left her. Little Tian nodded and said, it was that deathly still fruit. Little Tian dreamed of Mother, and Mother told Little Tian that the world we live in was created by an ancient clan. Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. The world Little Tian spoke of was very likely the Undying Realm. Was the Undying Realm not formed by the laws of heaven and earth? How could it have been created by a clan? If what Little Tian said was true, then it was too shocking. What clan could have created the Undying Realm? Lin Feng couldn't be sure if the Undying World was related to the Undying Clan. However, if what Little Tian said was true, and the clan that created the Undying World was the Undying Clan, if that was the case, then the Undying Clan's origin was too terrifying. Even now, Lin Feng realized that he didn't know much about the Undying Clan. He only knew that the clan was very ancient, and that the Undying bloodline was one of the top 10 ancient bloodlines. However, this didn't mean that the Undying clan's history originated from the Immemorial era. If the Undying clan had remained hidden from the world before the Immemorial era, then their bloodline would naturally have been unknown. Demon Lord, tell me a little about the Undying world. You were once one of the big shots of the Undying world, so you should know more about it, right? Lin Feng transmitted to the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord asked indifferently, what do you want to know? About the Undying world and the Undying clan, Lin Feng said. The Demon Lord pursed his lips and said, you really want to know a lot of things. Lin Feng smiled embarrassedly. The Demon Lord said, there are indeed some rumors about the Undying world. It said that when the myriad worlds were evolving, the Undying world was related to a mysterious clan. Of course, I'm not sure if that clan is the Undying clan. As for the Undying clan, it's a little more mysterious. Its origin is very mysterious, and they're very powerful. No one knows where their ancestral land is. Isn't the Undying clan's headquarters in the 9 prefectures? Lin Feng asked. The Demon Lord sneered and said disdainfully, it's not that I'm looking down on the Undying clan of the 9 prefectures, but what kind of Undying clan is this? They're probably a branch of the Undying clan from the Great War. A true Undying clan wouldn't have fallen to the mortal world. Back then, when the Celestial Emperor talked about the Undying clan, he was deeply afraid. Do you think the Undying clan of the 9 prefectures has the strength to make the Celestial Emperor afraid? Lin Feng was speechless. The Sky Emperor was in charge of the Undying realm. The Undying realm, ranked first among the 3,000 major worlds, was also the most powerful major world. It was easy to imagine how powerful the Sky Emperor who controlled the Undying world was. Although the 9 regions' great world was also a famous great world, it was far inferior to the Undying realm. Moreover, the Undying clan was only one of the clans in the 9 continents world. It was not considered a supreme overlord. Therefore, this kind of Undying family simply did not have the qualifications to make the Heavenly Emperor feel apprehensive. Thus, the Undying clan definitely had a great origin. In that case, everything about the Undying clan is a mystery? Asked Lin Feng telepathically. To the common people, the Undying clan is indeed too mysterious. However, back then, there were actually people who more or less guessed where the Undying family's ancestral land was. None of the people who went to explore that place came back alive. Later on, there were people who asked the Heavenly Emperor about some matters regarding the Undying family, but I don't know what the Heavenly Emperor specifically said. The Demon Lord said. Seems like you've heard of the location of the Undying clan's ancestral land. Lin Feng asked. The Demon Lord said, my memory is incomplete, I can't remember. Then, the Demon Lord cut off his connection with Lin Feng. Lin Feng was depressed. He did not believe that the Demon Lord really did not remember. It was obvious that the Demon Lord did not want to tell him. His curiosity was piqued halfway through the conversation, and then he did not say anything else. This was really too much of a scam. Lin Feng now had the urge to kick the Demon Lord to death. I'll endure, Lin Feng shouted fiercely in his heart. Xiao Tian had already fallen asleep in Lin Feng's arms. The little girl had a sweet smile on her face. She seemed to be dreaming of something happy in her sleep. Bibi and Dragon Rabbit were also tired from playing. They ran over to Lin Feng's side, and then leaned against Lin Feng's side and fell asleep. Only Lin Feng was not sleepy. Because only now did he realize that the Undying clan was not as simple as he had imagined. What was the shocking origin of this ancient clan? This made Lin Feng extremely curious. However, the secret of the Undying clan was destined to be difficult for Lin Feng to find out at this stage. The next day, Lin Feng, Xiao Tian, Bibi, and Dragon Rabbit continued their journey. Roar. Halfway there, they heard a high-pitched dragon roar. In the distance, a green flood dragon was pulling a divine carriage and rushing into the distance. A handsome middle-aged cultivator was sitting in the divine carriage. Lin Feng was surprised to see a human. It seemed that he was a cultivator from the 9 states Immortal Kingdom. Not long after, Lin Feng saw a few more cultivators. They were all very young, but those cultivators were not on the prodigy roll this time. They should also be from the 9 states Immortal Realm. These cultivators saw Lin Feng and the others from afar, but they did not pay too much attention to Lin Feng and the others. Instead, they quickly left. One after another, Lin Feng saw many cultivators appear in this mountain forest. They all looked hurried. Something seems to have happened. Lin Feng could not help but mutter. He decided to follow these cultivators to see what was going on. Lin Feng, Xiao Tian, Bibi, and Dragon Rabbit followed behind these cultivators. Finally, they saw a huge lake. Many cultivators gathered outside the huge lake. Uncle Lin, there are so many people, Xiao Tian said. Lin Feng nodded. There were probably no less than a few thousand people gathered around the lake. He did not know why these people were gathered here. Could it be that there was a treasure in the lake? Seems like after so many years of development, the scale of the 9 provinces Immortal Empire has already grown to such a large scale. This place is truly worthy of being called a holy land for cultivation. The cultivation bases of those young cultivators are also powerful. If they participate in the Heaven's Chosen rankings, they would definitely be able to achieve outstanding results. Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. At this time, an old man not far away said, "This is the holy land of the 9 states' great world. It is the best place for cultivation. Cultivating here will increase one's cultivation very quickly. However, as the saying goes, where there are gains, there are losses. Although cultivating here is fast, there are also losses." The old man must have heard Lin Feng's mutter. That was why he said that. Lin Feng asked, "Senior, what do you mean by losses?" The people who stayed in the 9 continents Immortal Realm later found out that they could no longer leave the place. The old man said. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly, and he said, "There's such a thing?" "Yes. Therefore, this place is like a siege. Those in the 9 states Immortal Realm want to leave, while those outside want to enter. You must be a cultivator who stood out in the prodigy role, right? Remember, in the 9 states Immortal Realm, you must guard your heart. If you can't, you are destined to be unwilling to leave this place. Then, you will be trapped here forever. Why can't we leave?" Lin Feng asked with a frown. He felt that the paradise of the 9 continents was a little strange. Every world has its own laws of order that it needs to follow. The old man said. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and nodded. "Why are these people here?" Lin Feng asked. "This lake is called the Wonderful Sound Lake. There is an immortal island in the Wonderful Sound Lake called the Wonderful Sound Island. There are many wonderful sound flowers there. These wonderful sound flowers are extraordinary and have many uses. For example, they can be used to concoct all kinds of pills. These pills can increase a cultivator's soul energy. Of course, you can also bring the wonderful sound grass to the 9 continents Immortal Country to exchange for pills that can increase soul energy. Therefore, these wonderful sound flowers are very popular," the old man said. After hearing the old man's words, Lin Feng was shocked. Heavenly treasures that could increase soul energy were extremely rare. Once such a treasure appeared, it would definitely cause a bloodbath. Who would have thought that a treasure like the wonderful sound flower would appear here? Lin Feng was also very interested in the wonderful sound flower. He had an extremely terrifying concealment technique, and that was Luya's stargazing chart. It was a technique that used soul energy to attack the soul. In the past, Lin Feng had used Luya's stargazing chart to kill Huangfu Qingtian. If it wasn't for Luya's stargazing chart, Lin Feng might have died in that battle. Therefore, Lin Feng was very interested in treasures that could increase soul energy. Bestial roars could be heard from afar. Black flame beasts let out deep roars and rushed over. There was a cultivator sitting on top of each black flame beast. Those cultivators had spears on their backs. They were obviously from the same faction. Among those black flame beasts, there was a huge one. A young man was sitting cross-legged on top of that huge black flame beast. That group of young men should be the leader of this group. Mo Tianyan, a direct descendant of the Mo clan. He's one of the most important disciples of the Mo clan. His talent is extraordinary. Yeah, I heard that he broke through to the God realm when he was 25, the Divine Flame realm when he was 28, the True God realm when he was 32, the Heavenly God realm when he was 37, the Giant God realm when he was 60 years old, and the quasi-emperor realm when he was 300 years old. He's truly a genius. How many people in the outside world can compare to him with such talent? The 9 provinces immortal territory is destined to be different from the outside world. I've heard that those major powers have been thinking of ways to leave the 9 provinces immortal territory. I wonder if those major powers have found a way to leave. To put it bluntly, even if we find it, we probably won't be able to benefit from it. Many cultivators began to discuss among themselves. There were many powers in the 9 continents immortal realm, and the Mo clan was one of them. Even the royal clan of the 9 provinces was extremely fearful of the Mo clan. After Mo Tianyan's arrival, a few other young masters arrived one after another. Their identities were all extraordinary as they came from the big families of the 9 states wonderland. These big families were currently occupying a region. Thus, the 9 provinces immortal territory felt like it was a feudal state. The 9 provinces immortal country was the only country in the 9 provinces immortal territory, and it was also the largest power. However, other than the 9 provinces immortal country, some other major powers had also established ancient cities. It was just that they hadn't established a country yet. Of course, in terms of strength, there was a certain gap between those major powers and the 9 provinces immortal country. Within the 9 provinces immortal territory, the 9 provinces immortal country's status was similar to the supreme immortal sect of the 9 provinces great world. Several hundred beautiful maidservants flew over from afar. Immortal light lingered around them. Within the immortal light, there was a divine carriage adorned with flowers. Those beautiful maidservants were all carrying flower baskets. As they flew, they scattered flower petals. In the forest, an elegant fragrance of flowers instantly permeated the air. "Uncle Lin, there's a beautiful big sister in that flower carriage." Little Xianxia pointed at the flower carriage that was surrounded by several hundred beautiful maidservants. Lin Feng looked over and saw a woman wearing a pink palace dress. That woman had a graceful figure and fair skin. Just by looking at her figure, one could tell that she was a peerless beauty. However, that woman had a veil over her face. It was hard to see her face. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Little Tian, this little girl, called that woman big sister. She actually called him Uncle Lin. He was clearly very young. Okay, that woman had probably been cultivating for 1,000 years, but how long had he been cultivating? Princess Liner is here. After seeing that woman, many people couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. That woman was called Zhao Liner. She was the princess of the 9 provinces immortal country. Zhao Liner was very famous in the 9 provinces immortal territory. She was known as the #1 beauty of the 9 provinces immortal territory. Most importantly, not only was Zhao Liner beautiful, but she was also very talented. Her cultivation was unfathomable. Countless young elites and young masters of aristocratic families wanted to pursue Zhao Liner. However, none of them were able to win her heart. Do the disciples of these major powers bring so many people with them when they go out? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Mo Tianyan, who was the first to arrive, brought over 100 people. Those who came later brought at least a few dozen people, and at most a few hundred people. Now, Princess Zhao Liner also brought over a few hundred beautiful maids. She was really too ostentatious. Now that so many people had gathered, it was obvious that they were all here for the sweet sound flower. Zhao Liner's arrival caused quite a stir, especially the young masters of aristocratic families. They all came to greet her. Zhao Liner kept smiling and chatting amiably with these young masters. Her figure is really not bad. I wonder what kind of celestial beauty is hidden under the veil. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Brother, don't even think about it. Very few people have seen Princess Zhao Liner. How can ordinary people like us meet her? A cultivator said aloud. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. That's not necessarily true. Don't do anything stupid. Princess Zhao Liner's bodyguard can take your life. The cultivator continued. At that moment, Zhao Liner, who was talking to a group of young masters, suddenly made a sound of surprise. She looked in Lin Feng's direction. Princess Zhao Liner is looking at me. Is she looking at me? She's clearly looking at me. Could it be that she's interested in me? I think Princess Zhao Liner is interested in me. Maybe she fell in love with me at first sight. Look at her eyes, they're filled with adoration. Lin, what are you looking at? Mo Tianyan asked curiously. He was one of Zhao Lin's suitors and was quite familiar with her. There were very few things that could pique her interest. The rest of the young masters also turned their heads to look, wanting to see what Zhao Lin was looking at. Dragon rabbit. Zhao Lin said. Her gaze landed on the dragon rabbit standing on Lin Feng's shoulder. The rest of the people were shocked when they heard the words dragon rabbit. Their gazes quickly landed on the dragon rabbit standing on Lin Feng's shoulder. Dragon horn, rabbit body. Is this the legendary dragon rabbit? A young master from an aristocratic family said. He was dressed in white and looked very handsome. His name was Yi Yunfei. His family was also very big, not much weaker than the Mo family. Yes, it's a dragon rabbit. I once saw a picture of a dragon rabbit in a Taoist scripture. Zhao Lin said. Dragon rabbits were very rare. Dragon rabbits had never appeared in the 9 states paradise. However, many people had heard of dragon rabbits because they could find treasures. That was why countless cultivators flocked to them. Being able to obtain a dragon rabbit was something that many people dreamed of. Especially in the 9 states paradise. This place was filled with opportunities. If there was a dragon rabbit, how many opportunities would one be able to find? Does the princess want it? If so, I can help the princess get that dragon rabbit. A young master in blue brocade clothes said. This young master was called Du Tianyu. He was also from a top aristocratic family. Thank you for your kindness, young master. Do let Lin handle this matter herself. Zhao Lin said. Then, she walked towards Lin Feng. The rest of the young masters also followed and surrounded Zhao Lin like a moon surrounded by a myriad of stars. In the entire 9 states paradise, only Zhao Lin could receive such treatment. To be able to have so many top-notch young masters surrounding her. Wherever a peerless beauty like Zhao Lin went, she would be the center of attention. Zhao Lin's every move attracted the attention of countless people. Therefore, when Zhao Lin walked towards Lin Feng, many people also looked towards Lin Feng. Everyone was trying to guess Zhao Lin's motive. Some people recognized the dragon rabbit standing on Lin Feng's shoulder and were shocked. When they thought of Zhao Lin walking towards Lin Feng, they couldn't help but reveal pensive expressions. Sir, how should I address you? Zhao Lin bowed slightly to Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Lin Feng? Zhao Lin softly murmured Lin Feng's name, as though she was trying her best to recall which genius had this name in her memories. But he thought for a long time. He had never thought that any heaven's chosen would have such a name. At that moment, Mo Tianyan looked at Lin Feng and said, the genius ranking battle seems to have started recently. Are you a cultivator from the outside world? Lin Feng nodded. That's right. What? Someone from the outside world? Many people looked at Lin Feng in shock. Every cultivator who looked at Lin Feng had a look of envy and jealousy on their faces. Lin Feng could stay in the 9 states paradise for a year if he came from the outside world. During this year, he could search for all sorts of opportunities. Of course, he could also go to the 9 states immortal kingdom or the cities built by the various major factions. He could use the natural treasures from the outside world to exchange for the natural treasures and cultivation resources in the 9 states paradise. Most importantly, the cultivators who entered the 9 states paradise could leave after a year. After obtaining all sorts of opportunities, countless natural treasures, and cultivation resources, they could leave the 9 states paradise. From then on, their cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. But what about them? They couldn't leave and had to continue staying in the 9 states paradise. Of course, the 9 states paradise was big enough. For ordinary cultivators, the 9 states immortal realm was a vast and boundless world. In such a world, they could work hard and struggle their entire lives, and perhaps one day, they could become the best of the best. They wouldn't spend all their time thinking about leaving the 9 states paradise. However, for those top experts, they actually yearned to leave. It was just like how the top cultivators of the Tianwu continent yearned to go to the 9 states world. The top cultivators of the 9 states world yearned to go to the undying world. Those top experts all hoped to go to a wider world to broaden their horizons. They didn't want to stay in one place all the time. Therefore, it was understandable that some people were envious of Lin Feng. Zhao Lin'er asked curiously, "What kind of world is the Nine States world?" Lin Feng said, "It's very big and has many factions. Furthermore, you can travel through the starry sky and follow the ancient starry sky path to wherever you want to go. For example, the undying world, the god world, the devil world, and so on." Lin Feng's words caused many people's thoughts to drift. It was as if they followed Lin Feng's train of thought and saw the vast Nine States world. It was as if they saw the boundless starry sky. It was the same for Zhao Lin'er. She also yearned to see the outside world. However, Zhao Lin'er's willpower was very strong. She quickly withdrew her thoughts and glanced at the dragon rabbit. Then, she looked back at Lin Feng and asked, "Is this little beast of yours a dragon rabbit?" "Yes." Lin Feng nodded. The dragon rabbit's characteristics were very obvious. Therefore, those who knew a little about the dragon rabbit race would be able to recognize it at first glance. Lin Feng kept the dragon rabbit and Bibi in the mountain river ring most of the time. Firstly, the two little fellows were young and fond of sleeping. Secondly, the two little fellows were too extraordinary. If they were outside, it would be easy for others to spy on them. Of course, Zhao Lin'er and the others only recognized the dragon rabbit. They didn't recognize Bibi. In fact, Bibi was a more terrifying spirit beast. Even the demon lord didn't dare to easily reveal Bibi's race. However, the demon lord was too tight-lipped. Even Lin Feng couldn't find out too much about Bibi from the demon lord. "I'm very interested in this dragon rabbit. Lin Gongzi, you can name a price." "No matter the price, I will satisfy Lin Gongzi," Zhao Lin'er said. Squeak, 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 squeak. The dragon rabbit was psychic. When it heard that Zhao Lin'er wanted to buy it, it immediately screamed in anger. The little fellow bared its fangs at Zhao Lin'er and cried. Over the years, Lin Feng had encountered this situation more than once. He had encountered the same situation as Zhao Lin'er 7 or 8 times. When those cultivators saw the dragon rabbit, they wanted to buy it from Lin Feng. However, they were rejected by Lin Feng every time. "The dragon rabbit is like my family. I won't consider selling it." Lin Feng flatly refused. "Kid, don't be so shameless. If Princess Lin'er didn't want to buy your dragon rabbit, who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak to Princess Lin'er?" Du Tianyu had always wanted to show off in front of Zhao Lin'er. Now that he saw Lin Feng actually reject Zhao Lin'er's request to buy the dragon rabbit, Du Tianyu felt that his chance to perform had come. If he could help Zhao Lin'er obtain the dragon rabbit, perhaps he would be able to gain more points in front of Zhao Lin'er. At that time, he might even be able to win her heart. Du Tianyu's wishful thinking was good, but this guy didn't know what kind of person Lin Feng was. Lin Feng wasn't someone who wouldn't retaliate after suffering a loss. It was already good enough that he didn't bully others. How could he let others bully him? "Who do you think you are? Making a big fuss here? Your words alone are enough for you to die 10 times over. Do you know that?" Lin Feng looked at Du Tianyu coldly. The surrounding people were all stunned after hearing Lin Feng's words. No one would have thought that Lin Feng would actually say these words to Du Tianyu. Lin Feng was just an outsider. He actually dared to be so presumptuous towards the children of the aristocratic families of the 9 regions. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to describe him as arrogant. He actually dared to be so arrogant in front of the children of the aristocratic families of the 9 regions. Everyone felt a sense of astonishment. Did he not want to live anymore? "Brat, what did you say?" Du Tianyu's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. In front of so many people, Lin Feng actually dared to look down on him. Wasn't this a slap to his face? Du Tianyu, this kind of aristocratic family descendant, valued face the most. So how could he swallow this anger? Moreover, this was the 9 continents immortal realm, not the 9 continents world outside. In Du Tianyu's opinion, in the 9 regions immortal realm, killing an outsider like Lin Feng was as simple as killing an ant. Now that Lin Feng dared to be so arrogant in front of him, Du Tianyu's heart was already filled with killing intent towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally knew what Du Tianyu was thinking, but he didn't care at all. With his current cultivation and Xiao Tian by his side, let alone Du Tianyu, even if he were to face the entire Du family, he would not be able to do anything. Lin Feng had nothing to fear. He looked at Du Tianyu indifferently and said, "What? Can't you understand human language? This guy is too arrogant." "Yeah, he's even more arrogant than I imagined. The cultivators in the prodigy ranking battle are all geniuses. I reckon their backgrounds are not bad." Moreover, it was Du Tianyu who spoke rudely first. It's normal for that kid to not give Du Tianyu face. But he forgot that this is not the Nine States world. This is the Nine States fairyland. Even a powerful dragon cannot defeat a local snake. What's more, this kid is so young. Even if his strength is extraordinary, it is only limited to the younger generation. What could they use to fight with the Du family? Isn't he courting death? Young and hot-blooded. Du Tianyu will not let this matter end so easily. Du Tianyu has brought over 100 cultivators with him, and there is no lack of experts among them. Du Tianyu is vicious and merciless. He might even kill that kid. Killing him would be letting him off too easily. It's very likely that they'll torture him ruthlessly and make him wish he was dead. They'll only kill him when he's tortured to the point where he doesn't even look human anymore and his will collapses. The surrounding cultivators discussed animatedly. Obviously, no one was optimistic about Lin Feng's chances. After all, Lin Feng was a foreign cultivator. In these people's opinion, no matter how strong a foreign cultivator was, if he offended the local snake of the Nine States fairyland, only death awaited him. Du Tianyu looked at Lin Feng with a sinister gaze and said coldly, "Kid, you are the first person who dares to speak to me like this. You don't know what's good for you. It seems that I need to make an example out of you. Otherwise, others will think that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can jump around in front of me." Zhao Liner said, "The two of you, this matter started because of me. Can you give me some face and let it go?" Seeing that Zhao Liner was pleading for mercy, Du Tianyu had no choice but to give her some face. He said, "Princess Liner, of course I have to give you some face. As long as this kid licks the soles of my shoes clean, I will give you some face and spare his life." Ha 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 ha, Lin Feng suddenly laughed. Du Tianyu's expression darkened. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at your stupidity. A piece of trash like you actually dares to jump around in front of me. How foolish. I only need one move to deal with trash like you," Lin Feng said indifferently. When he looked at Du Tianyu, his eyes were filled with disdain. This infuriated Du Tianyu. "Princess Lin, this kid is courting death. Don't blame me." Du Tianyu looked at Zhao Lin and waved his hand. More than 100 cultivators behind Du Tianyu surrounded Lin Feng. "Capture him alive. I will torture this kid later. I want him to kneel in front of me like a dog, wagging his tail and begging for mercy." Du Tianyu's face was filled with a sinister smile. Yes, after receiving Du Tianyu's order, more than 100 guards responded. Then, the group of people pounced on Lin Feng like wolves and tigers. "Kneel." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he released his epic aura. His epic aura had evolved. It was unknown how many times stronger it was than before. The epic aura enveloped more than 100 cultivators. Among the cultivators that were enveloped, there were more than a dozen giant God Realm cultivators and 2 first-grade quasi-emperors. However, as strong as they were, they could not resist Lin Feng's epic aura. The ordinary cultivators knelt on the ground with a thud. Those giant God Realm and quasi-emperor realm cultivators resisted for a while but could not resist the terrifying aura emitted from Lin Feng's body. Thud. Thud, those giant God Realm and quasi-emperor realm cultivators all knelt on the ground. Now that Lin Feng's cultivation was at the heavenly God Realm, he could already contend with some quasi-emperor realm cultivators when he was at the peak of the true God Realm. After breaking through to the heavenly God Realm, Lin Feng did not know how strong he was. Dealing with a group of giant God Realm cultivators and 2 first-grade quasi-emperor realm cultivators was simply too easy. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? There are so many experts, but they are all suppressed by his aura? How terrifying is this person's cultivation? One by one, the cultivators cried out in shock, unable to believe what they were seeing. Lin Feng walked toward Du Tianyu like a demon or a god. His voice exploded like divine thunder, shaking heaven and earth. The crowd looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a god. Lin Feng was no different from a god. He was powerful, oppressive, and suffocating. "You're going too far." Du Tianyu's expression was extremely ugly. He wanted to struggle. However, he was shocked to find that he couldn't break free from Lin Feng's pressure. Du Tianyu knew that he had kicked an iron plate today. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be so terrifying. Zhao Lin'er and the others looked at Lin Feng in shock. The Nine Continents Paradise was the Nine Continents world's holy land. Cultivating in the Nine Continents Paradise would allow one's cultivation to increase rapidly. However, they had cultivated in the Nine Continents Paradise for so many years, but when they faced Lin Feng, everyone still felt a suffocating sense of oppression. They knew that even if they attacked, they were far from being Lin Feng's match. The man in front of them was too terrifying. In the Nine Continents Paradise, where there were countless geniuses, the only ones who could defeat Lin Feng were the dozen or so heaven-defying geniuses. Those dozen or so heaven-defying geniuses had cultivated for between 3,000 to 10,000 years. Their cultivation was powerful and unfathomable. They had been able to defeat Lin Feng because they had practiced cultivation for longer than Lin Feng. In many people's opinion, if Lin Feng had cultivated for such a long time, it would be hard to say who would win. Lin Feng looked at Du Tianyu indifferently. "Now you have the nerve to say that I'm going too far? How laughable. If my cultivation was weak, I would have been beaten half to death by now." As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, he sent a palm strike at Du Tianyu. Du Tianyu also attacked Lin Feng. An illusory fist shadow condensed on Du Tianyu's fist. Within the illusory fist shadow, a world appeared. The world was mysterious and unfathomable. It could break the sky and was abnormally powerful. Du Tianyu's strength was actually very strong. However, his opponent, Lin Feng, was too powerful. Bang, the two sides collided, and a dull sound of collision was heard. Du Tianyu's body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Wow! Du Tianyu spat out a mouthful of blood in midair and fell to the ground with a plop. His body twitched violently. Du Tianyu could be considered one of the top geniuses of the Nine Continents. But in Lin Feng's hands, he could not even receive a single move. He's too strong. A ferocious dragon will not cross the river. This person's cultivation is unimaginably terrifying. Du Tianyu has been beaten to such a state, the Du family won't let this matter rest, right? The Du family has a heaven-defying genius. Are you talking about Du Tianming? That person has been cultivating for 8,700 years. It's said that he reached the quasi-emperor realm in 175 years. I wonder how many Dao platforms he has managed to reach in the quasi-emperor realm. He's definitely one of the strongest in the quasi-emperor realm. If Du Tianming appears, I'm afraid this kid won't be a match for him. Even if Du Tianming doesn't make a move, the Du family won't let him off so easily. The Du family has many experts. The surrounding cultivators who were watching the show whispered to each other. The Du family was one of the top 10 families in the Nine Continents. After so many years of ups and downs, they had accumulated a strong foundation. If the Du family made a move, there was no one they could not kill. Lin Feng was strong. However, he was only one person, and he had a 5-year-old child with him. Could he escape the Du family's pursuit? Lin Feng could not be bothered with Du Tianyu anymore. Du Tianyu's confidence had been shattered, and his spirit had been severely damaged. He would not be able to achieve much in this lifetime. Lin Feng carried little Tian Tian and stood on a mountain peak, looking at the melodious lake. Many people looked at Lin Feng. Their eyes were filled with respect. "Uncle Lin, if there are any bad guys in the future, you don't have to do anything. Little Tian Tian can defeat them." Little Tian Tian waved her fist and said. "Good girl." Lin Feng rubbed little Tian Tian's head. The melodious lake was very calm. Everyone was still waiting for the restriction around the lake to disappear. The restriction around the melodious lake was very powerful. Not only was the top of the melodious lake covered by a powerful restriction, even the bottom of the melodious lake was said to have a terrifying restriction. Therefore, one could not dive into the lake. Once one dived into the lake, it was very likely that one would die. The island of heaven fell to the mortal world. The beautiful butterflies flew around the flowers, flapping their wings and stirring up the wind. The flowers were adorned. The beautiful fairies walked out of the palace and walked among the clouds. The handsome heavenly generals walked over with a bright smile. On that warm afternoon, the beautiful fairies and the handsome heavenly generals walked on colorful clouds and toward the mortal world. Melodious voices came from the inside of the wonderful sound lake. The voices seemed to have a magical power. When he heard those voices, he thought, that's right. Many people felt that their hearts were about to soften. Even the most beautiful songs couldn't compare to the voices coming from the melodious lake. The sounds coming from the wondrous sound lake were simply too beautiful to listen to. Is there a fairy sister singing inside? Little Xianxia looked at the melodious lake and asked innocently. The name of the wonderful sound lake came from the pleasant sounds that came from the wonderful sound lake. However, no one knew where the voices came from. It was very strange to not be able to find the source. When the pleasant voices came again, the restriction around the lake dissipated. The restriction of the wonderful sound lake began to gradually dissipate. Once the restriction of the wonderful sound lake was completely gone, many cultivators quickly rushed towards the depths of the melodious lake. The melodious lake was very large. Whoosh, suddenly, a huge wave rose from the lake. Many cultivators were swept away by the waves. They didn't even have the chance to make a sound before they were sucked into the lake and disappeared without a trace. No one was able to see them alive or dead. Seeing this scene, many people couldn't help but gasp. Weren't the waves from the melodious lake too strange? Those cultivators were so powerful, but they couldn't even struggle after being swept away by the waves. It was hard to imagine what secrets were hidden in the waves. Lin Feng tried his best to avoid the gigantic waves which swept across the sky. Boom, 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 suddenly, waves of destructive aura filled the air. Something seemed to be rushing out from the depths of the melodious lake. Obviously, it wasn't easy to enter the melodious island to pick the melodious flower. Danger lurked everywhere in the melodious lake. Look, what's that? Everyone looked over and saw a blood-red cloud flying toward them. The blood-red clouds contained a destructive power, which was simply shocking and moving. Something's wrong. Let's go. Many people cried out in fear when they saw the blood-red cloud in the distance. The blood-red cloud in the distance made their hearts palpitate. No one knew what terrifying thing was hiding in the blood-red cloud. Everyone avoided it and flew into the distance, trying to get away from it as soon as possible. Screech, however, at that moment, a sharp, ear-piercing screech suddenly rang out. The screech shook the void and reverberated in all directions, shaking heaven and earth. Ah! Many cultivators cried out in pain. The screech was terrifying and contained a soul attack. Many cultivators were in great pain and suffering. Lin Feng hurriedly sent Bibi and Dragon Rabbit into the mountain river ring. The two little guys were still young and didn't know how to defend the soul. He didn't send little Tian into the mountain river ring. Little Tian was strong enough, and she didn't like staying in the mountain river ring. The sound wave attack from the blood-red cloud couldn't hurt Lin Feng and little Tian. However, although they were not harmed by the sound wave attack, they were still in trouble. Blood clouds were surging in all directions, and they were rushing over at high speed. Many cultivators were swallowed by the blood-red cloud. Then, white bones fell from the sky. The cultivators who were swallowed by the blood-red cloud had all turned into white bones. Seeing this scene, many people were so scared that their faces turned as white as paper. The blood-red cloud was too terrifying. Finally, the blood-red cloud gradually approached Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng could clearly see what the bloody cloud was. It covered the sky and was tumbling violently, constantly swallowing cultivators. It wasn't a blood-red cloud at all. It was an endless number of blood-red bugs. There were too many of them. Therefore, when the blood-red bugs gathered together, it looked like a surging blood-red cloud. The blood-red bugs were very strange. They could send out sound wave attacks. A sound wave attack from a single bug wouldn't cause much damage to a cultivator. However, there was an endless number of blood-red bugs in front of him. He didn't know how many there were. So many blood-colored bugs released a sonic attack at the same time. The power was too strong, and even Lin Feng felt that it was troublesome. Demonic sonar bugs. They are demonic sonar bugs. These bugs are capable of using soundwave attacks. Moreover, they are impervious to weapons, water, and fire. To think that so many demonic sonar bugs have appeared here. What? This was the demonic sound bug? Rumor has it that the demonic sound bug feeds on the gods. I don't want to die. I'm still so young. I don't want to die here. Cries of terror could be heard everywhere. Some were even crying. The demon sound bugs were simply too terrifying. After finding out that the bugs before them were demon sound bugs, many of the cultivators had a mental breakdown. Jump into the lake, he thought of a way to avoid the demonic sound bugs and jumped into the lake to hide. Many cultivators jumped into the lake. Whoosh. At this moment, huge waves rolled in the lake. Lin Feng could vaguely see that there seemed to be something huge in the lake. The show was about to begin. The scales covering its body exuded a cold and sinister aura. There was an extremely terrifying wild beast hiding within the lake. The cultivators who had jumped into the lake to avoid the demonic sound bugs' attacks did not appear again. However, blood was flowing out from the lake. It was very likely that those cultivators had met with a calamity and died tragically in the lake. There are wild beasts in the lake. Lin Feng was not the only one who saw the wild beast in the lake. Many others saw it as well. He roared in horror. The cultivators who had wanted to jump into the lake to avoid the demonic sound bugs' attacks quickly stopped themselves. Screech, the demonic sound bugs unleashed their second wave of attacks. Many people clutched their heads and wailed in pain. The demon sound bugs would take advantage of the moment when the cultivators were suffering from soul attacks to pounce on them, devouring them completely. Only their blood-stained bones were left as they fell into the lake. Of course, there was no lack of experts among the cultivators who possessed extraordinary methods. They were able to escape from the demonic sound bugs. There were also some who relied on powerful magic treasures to kill their way out. A large number of demonic sound bugs flew toward Lin Feng and little Tian Tian. Lin Feng unleashed his heavenly fire to burn the demonic sound bugs. However, the heavenly fire was unable to harm the demonic sound bugs. This greatly shocked him. Aren't these demonic sound bugs' defenses a little too terrifying? Lin Feng frowned slightly. He retracted the heavenly fire into his body. Then, he used the great defense technique to condense a defensive crystal wall to protect him and little Tian Tian. The demonic sound bugs quickly surrounded them and began to gnaw at the defensive crystal wall. From the outside, the endless demonic sound bugs formed a huge ball of blood. Lin Feng and little Tian Tian were trapped inside. Uncle Lin, there are so many big bugs. Little Tian Tian pointed at the bugs. Wah! Little Tian Tian shrieked. Bang, bang. Bang. Bang, the demonic sound bugs surrounding Lin Feng and little Tian 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 were instantly reduced to ashes. Little Tian Tian was too terrifying. The other demonic sound bugs were so frightened that they quickly distanced themselves from Lin Feng and little Tian Tian. Countless cultivators died tragically wherever the demonic sound bugs went. In the end, the demonic sound bugs flew into the distance. They quickly disappeared without a trace. These damned bugs, I finally survived. Lin Feng muttered to himself. The cultivators who had persevered or managed to escape heaved a sigh of relief. There were many cultivators in the periphery. When they saw the demonic sound bugs from afar, they did not dare to go deeper into the lake. Instead, they watched from afar and managed to escape this calamity. Lin Feng carried little Tian Tian and quickly flew toward the depths of the ingenious sound lake. Let's go and find the ingenious sound flower. Many cultivators whispered. They did not stop and quickly flew toward the depths of the ingenious sound lake. In the depths of the ingenious sound lake, there was a huge island that was shrouded in lightning. Thunderclouds covered the sky above the island. Lightning dragons and snakes swam around in the clouds. They emitted an aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth. The area within 30 miles of the ingenious sound island was shrouded in lightning. It's not easy to get the ingenious sound flower. The ingenious sound island doesn't only have the ingenious sound flower. I heard that there are many other precious resources. Is that so? What else is there? I'm not sure. It's said that the origin of the ingenious Sound Island is extremely mysterious. It's called the Heavenly Fallen Divine Island, and there are some lost races on it. In the outside world, you can't see those races anymore. Therefore, there are many amazing opportunities on the ingenious Sound Island. However, it's not easy to obtain those opportunities. You have to depend on your luck and luck. People kept entering the area covered in lightning. If they wanted to enter the ingenious Sound Island, they had to take the risk and pass through the area. More and more cultivators entered the area covered in lightning. Lin Feng carried little Tian Tian and entered the area as well. Bolts of lightning struck down one after another. They had to be careful when entering the area. The lightning contained the power of order. If they were struck, they could easily die. Swish, without any sound, a cold light suddenly shot out from behind Lin Feng and slashed toward him. The attack was too sudden, and Lin Feng was caught off guard. To be able to hide so well that even Lin Feng and Xiao Tian Tian couldn't sense his presence, one could only imagine how powerful this cultivator was. In theory, this attack was impossible to dodge. No one could dodge such a terrifying attack in such a short period of time, nor could they prepare a divine ability to block this attack in such a short period of time. Perhaps Lin Feng was the only one who could do it. This was because Lin Feng had a powerful divine ability. This divine ability was the heaven mending art. By borrowing an opportunity from the heavens, the heaven mending art could avoid any danger. Unless the opponent knew that Lin Feng knew the heaven mending art and used a divine ability to suppress Lin Feng's heaven mending art. Otherwise, no one would be able to stop Lin Feng's heaven mending art. Whoosh, in the face of this sure kill attack, Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, Lin Feng walked out of the void 20 meters away and punched the air in front of him. Bang, with a violent collision, the void shattered and a cultivator hidden in the void was blasted out. This cultivator held a sword in one hand and emitted a bone-chilling aura. This person should be an expert in the Tao of the sword. After seeing this cultivator, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Someone from the Du clan? He asked. You're a smart person. The man with the sword said coldly. Du clan. Du Wenzong. I didn't kill Du Tianyu, which is already giving your Du clan face. You dare to cause trouble for me? Do you really think I have a good temper? Lin Feng said indifferently. At this moment, his heart was filled with murderous intent. Lin Feng had always been the kind of person who would respect others 10 times over if they respected him. Since the Du clan didn't want to let this matter go, Lin Feng naturally wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. Humph, as a foreign cultivator, you dare to offend my Du clan? You're courting death. No one in this world can save your life. Du Wenzong's eyes flashed with a cold killing intent. 100 slash. With a cold shout, he slashed out with the sword in his hand. Whoosh, over 100 sharp sword lights condensed and slashed towards Lin Feng. In the face of such a terrifying sword light, Lin Feng was forced to retreat. Du Wenzong's sword technique was truly powerful. Uncle Lin, let little Tian Tian help you. Little Tian Tian said. Now that Lin Feng was holding little Tian Tian, his strength was greatly restricted. Little Tian Tian, she simply wanted to help Lin Feng. As a matter of course. Alright, let's join hands and kill him. It'll save us a lot of time. At that moment, Lin Feng was in a hurry to go to the Meowing Island to find the Meowing Flower. It was a precious treasure that could increase the strength of one's soul. And to waste. If this continued, the sweet sound flower would be taken by someone else. Joining forces with little Tian Tian was the best way to deal with Du Wenzong. Lin Feng didn't feel embarrassed at all. Boom, Lin Feng and little Tian Tian separated, and then the two of them forced Du Wenzong. I'll kill you first, you little bastard. Du Wenzong sneered. He decided to kill little Tian Tian first, and then Lin Feng. Little Tian Tian was too young, about 5 or 6 years old. Du Wenzong guessed that little Tian Tian was probably picked up by Lin Feng in the Jiuzhou Wonderland. Of course, it could also be a transformed spiritual beast. Some top spiritual beasts could transform into human form. No matter if Lin Feng had picked her up or if little Tian Tian was a spiritual beast, she was so young. Even if she was strong, how strong could she be? Therefore, Du Wenzong did not put little Tian Tian in his eyes at all. His idea was to kill little Tian Tian first, and then kill Lin Feng. Du Wenzong held his sword and became one with it. He tore through the void and instantly appeared in front of little Tian Tian. He went straight for little Tian Tian. Du Wenzong's lips curled into a cold smile. In his opinion, little Tian Tian was dead meat. Little Tian Tian wants to help Uncle Lin kill you, you big bad guy. Little Tian Tian snorted and threw a punch. Bang! Little Tian Tian's little fist swept out, and an unimaginably terrifying force suddenly erupted. Du Wenzong was still more than a meter away from little Tian Tian, but he was sent flying by little Tian Tian's fist. Barf! Du Wenzong spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with shock and horror. Du Wenzong was a quasi-emperor cultivator on the 35th Dao platform. A cultivator of this level was roughly equivalent to an early-stage quasi-emperor. He was unusually strong. One must know that quasi-emperors had to ascend to the 99th Dao platform. Every time a quasi-emperor ascended a platform, his strength would increase greatly. How could a quasi-emperor who had ascended to the 35th Dao platform not be able to kill a young cultivator and a little girl? Lin Feng gave Du Wenzong the impression that he was strong, but not impossible to deal with. Little Tian Tian, on the other hand, gave Du Wenzong the impression that she was a towering mountain that he could only look up to, but not climb. Challenging little Tian Tian was simply suicide. Run. That was the only thought left in Du Wenzong's mind. If little Tian Tian's cultivation was ordinary, he could have killed little Tian Tian and then killed Lin Feng. But little Tian Tian was simply too strong. With just one punch, she had completely destroyed Du Wenzong's self-confidence. Du Wenzong had just thought of running when the void split open and Lin Feng appeared. Just as Du Wenzong was about to kill little Tian Tian, Lin Feng used his void travel technique and hid in the void. Du Wenzong's attention was all on little Tian Tian, so he did not notice Lin Feng. When Du Wenzong was sent flying by little Tian Tian and injured, Lin Feng appeared just in time. He used the 5 Emperor Dragon Fists to attack Du Wenzong. His punch condensed the phantoms of 5 great emperors. It was simply invincible. Gods and Buddhas would be killed if they stood in his way. Du Wenzong sensed the terrifying aura behind him and cursed inwardly. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He did not know the heaven patching technique. Naturally, he could not use the heaven patching technique to escape at this critical moment. Bang! Lin Feng's punch landed on Du Wenzong's body. Half of Du Wenzong's body exploded. It was extremely tragic. Lin Feng rushed forward, wanting to kill Du Wenzong once and for all. Burn my divine body! Space-time reversal. At this moment, Du Wenzong roared, and his body began to burn. In the blink of an eye, his body below his head was completely burned, turning into powerful energy. The surrounding space-time distorted, blocking Lin Feng. Du Wenzong's head wanted to tear the void apart and escape. I'll smash you to death. Little Tian Tian snorted and threw a punch at the distorted space-time, smashing it into smithereens. Du Wenzong's head was sent flying. Lin Feng raised his right hand and slashed out a ray of sword chi. No! Du Wenzong screamed in horror. Puff! Du Wenzong died, just like that? That little girl is actually so powerful? Many people stared at Lin Feng with their mouths agape. When Du Wenzong had appeared in the battle between little Tian Tian and Du Wenzong, many people had recognized him. Du Wenzong was a powerful existence with an unfathomable cultivation base. But in the end, Du Wenzong had been killed. What shocked everyone the most was the strength that little Tian Tian had displayed. It was simply too terrifying. They could not believe what they were seeing with their own eyes. Was she really a 5 or 6-year-old little girl with such a powerful cultivation? Although they could not believe it, little Tian Tian was indeed that age. It was only then that everyone realized that little Tian Tian wasn't a burden. Little Tian Tian's cultivation base was simply shocking. Let's go. After taking Du Wenzong's storage ring, Lin Feng said to little Tian Tian. Little Tian Tian stretched out her white and tender hand. Lin Feng grabbed little Tian Tian's hand and quickly flew inside. The thick bolts of lightning that descended from the sky had a great impact on many cultivators. However, Lin Feng and little Tian Tian were not affected at all. Roar, suddenly, a deep roar came from the depths of the lightning bolts. Immediately after that, huge ferocious beasts charged out. Sky lightning beasts. Not good. These sky lightning beasts are very scary. Hurry up and charge over. Seeing the ferocious beasts, many cultivators cried out in fear. The sky lightning beasts were shaped like flood dragons with wings and scorpion-like tails. They could control lightning, and the barbs at the end of their tails were highly poisonous. These ferocious beasts were born in lightning. They were very powerful and had a savage temperament. They were cruel and bloodthirsty. Encountering a sky lightning beast in a world enveloped by lightning was very troublesome because the sky lightning beasts could control the lightning to attack the cultivators inside. Coupled with the fact that the sky lightning beasts had powerful attacks, it was very easy for the cultivators inside to suffer. The faster cultivators or the cultivators who were closer to the Pleasant Sound Island managed to rush out of the area enveloped by the thunderbolts in advance. As a result, they were not attacked by the sky thunder beasts. However, many of the cultivators were attacked by the sky lightning beasts. The sky lightning beasts were abnormally terrifying. They gathered the lightning bolts around them and furiously attacked the cultivators who tried to pass through the area enveloped by the lightning bolts. Ah, miserable cries rang out one after another. Many cultivators were killed by the heavenly lightning beasts. The sky lightning beasts directly swallowed the cultivators without even chewing. Roar, roar, roar. 5 or 6 heavenly lightning beasts charged toward Lin Feng and little Tian Tian. Little beastie, little Tian Tian let go of Lin Feng's hand and pounced towards the sky thunder beasts. She slapped one of them and jumped onto another. Hurry up and fly, little beastie, little Tian Tian giggled. The other heavenly thunder beasts were scared out of their wits and quickly fled. Too ferocious, the cultivators who saw this scene from afar couldn't help but wipe their sweat. It was hard to imagine that a 5-year-old girl could be so heaven-defying. The sky thunder beast subdued by little Tian Tian was trembling all over. It looked like it would fall into the lake at any moment. It was clearly frightened by little Tian Tian. Uncle Lin, let's ride little Tian Tian over there, said little Tian Tian. Lin Feng nodded and flew over. He landed on the sky thunder beast's back. Bring us over and I'll spare your life, said Lin Feng. The sky thunder beast was psychic. Naturally, it could understand Lin Feng's words. Therefore, it flapped its wings and quickly flew toward the Pleasant Sound Island. In the area enveloped by the lightning bolts, many people were chased by the sky thunder beasts. They had nowhere to run. Lin Feng and little Tian Tian were an exception. They rode the sky thunder beast to the Pleasant Sound Island. They landed on the Pleasant Sound Island and released the sky thunder beast. The Pleasant Sound Island emitted a decaying aura. This aura made people feel very uncomfortable. Lin Feng frowned as he observed the island. He discovered something strange. There were traces of black energy lingering around the island. The black energy emitted a gloomy and cold aura. That gloomy and cold aura made Lin Feng feel that something was wrong. It's very similar to the aura of the Netherworld. Why is there such an aura? It's really strange. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. If too many people died and the people who died were strong enough, they could form a magnetic field. Therefore, there is a saying that when vengeful spirits gather in the Netherworld, even the King of Hell would be alarmed. I think this place is very dangerous. The Demon Lord transmitted his voice to Lin Feng. Lin Feng touched his chin and pondered over the Demon Lord's words. Then he nodded and said, "This place is full of danger. There is no need to make a fuss about anything that happens." He and little Tian Tian did not stay outside for long. Instead, they quickly rushed towards the depths. From time to time, the roars of beasts would resound through the mountain forest. There were many powerful vicious beasts on the Pleasant Sound Island. Now, these vicious beasts were attacking the cultivators who entered the island. Ordinary cultivators had to form groups to enter the island. Otherwise, they would die. Only extremely powerful cultivators were able to enter alone. Lin Feng and little Tian Tian were the first group of cultivators to enter the Pleasant Sound Island. Not long after, they were attacked by a group of flying spiders. The flying spiders were about the size of a wash basin. Each of the flying spiders exuded a terrifying aura. Moreover, the flying spiders could spit out poisonous gas and poisonous webs. The flying spider's poisonous gas was extremely powerful. After absorbing it, the body would feel weak and powerless. The flying spider's poisonous webs contained extremely terrifying corrosive properties. Once the body touched it, it would immediately corrode and turn into a pool of dirty blood. Facing the attacks of the flying spiders, Lin Feng had no choice but to take out his defensive treasure, the purple gold globe, to protect himself and little Tian Tian. These poisonous insects were the most difficult to deal with. Because there were too many of them, once they were poisoned, even the white jade toad would not be able to detoxify them. Fortunately, Lin Feng and little Tian Tian's cultivation was strong enough. They successfully broke through the encirclement of the flying spiders. The flying spiders were not willing to let them go and chased after them. However, Lin Feng and little Tian Tian still managed to shake off the flying spiders that were chasing them. Lin Feng and little Tian Tian found a mountain forest to rest. Roar. At this moment, a loud dragon's roar came from afar, startling Lin Feng and little Tian Tian. Little dragon. Eat meat, little Tian Tian said in a childish voice. The little girl seemed to want to eat dragon meat. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Let's go and see what's going on. Lin Feng and Lil Tian Tian soon arrived at the source of the dragon's roar. It was a huge pool of water. Deep within the pool was a 10,000-meter-tall mountain peak. A waterfall cascaded down from the peak, looking majestic and majestic. It was as if the Milky Way had descended from the 9 heavens. Dozens of cultivators were besieging a huge dragon. The dragon belonged to the Eastern Dragon tribe. Similar to the sky dragons, it had a slender body covered in scales. Its body was about 300 meters long, and it was vigorous and powerful. Its coiling body was like a mountain ridge. But unlike the dragons of the East, this giant dragon had a pair of huge wings. That gigantic dragon was the winged dragon of the Eastern Dragon tribe. Winged dragons were born with the ability to control clouds, rain, and lightning. Little Dragon Ling, Lil Tian Tian pointed at the surrounded winged dragon. Her voice was childish, and her jade-like face was incomparably adorable. Anyone who saw her for the first time would fall in love with her. Let's keep it down. Let's see what the outcome of this battle is. Lin Feng said. Lil Tian Tian hurriedly nodded, then covered her mouth with her tiny hands. The winged dragon was extremely powerful. It spat out lightning and arrows at the surrounding cultivators. The cultivators took out their magic treasures or used all sorts of powerful magic to attack the winged dragon. A fierce battle ensued. More than a dozen cultivators died, and the winged dragon was heavily injured. Both sides had suffered great losses. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, the ground cracked open and a huge beast drilled out from the ground. It was nearly 1,000 meters long, and it looked like a velociraptor that had been magnified many times over. Its body was covered in black scales, and its head was different from the velociraptor's. The vicious beast's head was very strange. It had a bloody mouth and a pair of enormous eyes. Waves of ferocious energy surged out of the vicious beast's body. A skeletal lizard. Lin Feng was shocked. So it was a creature like that. This was a type of vicious beast that lived underground. Back then, it was in the great world of exile. The skeletal lizards wreaked havoc everywhere, and countless people died under their claws. However, even the largest skeletal lizard in the great exiled world was only 100 meters long. However, the skeletal lizard in front of him was simply too huge. After the skeletal monitor lizard appeared, it immediately charged into the battlefield and swung its huge tail at the cultivators. Hurry up and dodge! A group of cultivators exclaimed in horror. The giant skeletal lizard had appeared so suddenly that they didn't have time to dodge its attack. Bang bang bang, a series of violent collisions rang out as one cultivator after another was sent flying by the skeletal lizards. Wow, in midair, he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. He had suffered severe injuries. Before those cultivators could react, they were already swallowed by the skeletal lizards. Roar, the skeletal lizard let out a low roar, then opened its bloody mouth and bit at Ying Long's neck. Winged Dragon opened its bloody maw and spat out a ball of lightning at the skeletal lizard. Then, Winged Dragon flapped its wings and its huge body soared into the sky in an attempt to escape. Winged Dragon was very powerful, but it had just fought a bloody battle with a large group of cultivators and was severely injured. Therefore, it was no match for the skeletal lizard at all. Hence, Winged Dragon didn't intend to fight to the death with the skeletal lizard. Winged Dragon wanted to leave, but the skeletal lizard had no intention of letting it go. The skeletal lizard opened its mouth and sucked in. The ball of lightning that Winged Dragon spat out was swallowed by the skeletal lizard. At the same time, the skeletal lizard's tail quickly coiled around Winged Dragon's body. The skeletal lizard's huge body leaped up and arrived in front of Winged Dragon. It bit down on Winged Dragon's neck. Crack! Winged Dragon's neck was bitten off. The powerful Winged Dragon didn't last more than a few moves under the skeletal lizard's attack before it was killed. The skeletal lizard swallowed Winged Dragon. Buzz, at that moment, a ball of energy rushed out from the depths of the pool. Is it that treasure? Lin Feng was shocked. Winged Dragon must have fought a life-and-death battle with a group of cultivators for some treasure. Lin Feng guessed that it was the ball of energy that had just flown out. Roar! The skeletal lizard let out a low roar, wanting to swallow the ball of energy. However, the ball of energy was extremely fast. It instantly broke free from the skeletal lizard's devouring. Little ball is flying over, little Xianxia cried out in surprise and quickly rushed out, wanting to catch the ball of energy. She was very childlike, so she was extremely excited when she saw the ball of energy. However, the ball of energy was extraordinary. It also broke free from little Xianxia. Lin Feng quickly rushed over. He opened his hand and grabbed the ball of energy. A powerful force surged out of the ball of energy and sent Lin Feng flying. So strange, Lin Feng was shocked. He waved his hand and the heaven-devouring jar flew out. Powerful magic power surged into the jar. Buzz! The heaven-devouring jar emitted shocking waves of energy. Then, a powerful suction force surged out. The ball of energy was devoured by Lin Feng's heaven-devouring jar. Ha 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 ha, I got the treasure. Lin Feng laughed. Roar! The skeletal lizard let out a furious roar and pounced at Lin Feng. Lin Feng swung his fist at the lizard. Bang! The two sides collided. An earth-shattering strength penetrated into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was blown away by the gigantic skeleton lizard. Lin Feng was astonished, the gigantic skeleton lizard was too strong. You're not allowed to bully Uncle Lin, little Xianxia snorted and circled behind the skeletal lizard, grabbing its tail. Then, she exerted force. The skeletal lizard's huge body was sent flying by little Xianxia. Bang, 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 the surrounding giant trees and a few low mountain peaks were all smashed by the lizard's head. Hee 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 hee. This is so fun. Little Xianxia giggled as she grabbed the lizard's tail and swung its huge body around. Lin Feng could not help but wipe his sweat. Only little Xianxia could take down such a strong skeletal lizard, right? If anyone else saw such a huge skeletal lizard, wouldn't they be scared half to death? Crack, 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 crack. Just as Xianxia was having fun, the ground began to crack open. One after another, skeletal lizards crawled out from the ground. As far as the eye could see, there was no end to the sea of skeletal lizards. Roar, roar, roar. Seeing so many skeletal lizards, little Xianxia was scared out of her wits. She threw the skeletal lizard in her hand out. Lin Feng caught little Xianxia and used the purple gold heavenly ball to protect the two of them. Then, he quickly rushed into the distance. Boom! 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 The skeletal lizards opened their mouths and spat out energy balls at Lin Feng and little Xianxia. Bang! 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 The energy balls slammed into the energy shield formed by the purple gold heavenly ball. The purple gold heavenly ball's defense was very strong. It blocked the energy ball's attacks. However, there were simply too many of these skeletal lizards, and their attacks came wave after wave. The purple gold heavenly ball could not block the attacks forever. Now, Lin Feng and little Xianxia were in trouble. Uncle Lin, little Xianxia is scared, little Xianxia hugged Lin Feng. This little girl was usually not afraid of anything. However, there were simply too many of these skeletal lizards, and the little girl couldn't help but feel fearful. Don't be afraid. Uncle is here. Lin Feng patted the little girl's head and quickly rushed out. Boom. Boom, the skeletal lizards continued to release energy balls at Lin Feng and little Tian Tian. After blocking 3 waves of attacks in a row, Lin Feng was gradually unable to hold on. Cracking sounds could be heard. The defensive shield formed by the purple-gold heavenly ball began to crack. For Lin Feng, the situation was very bad. His expression turned grave. There were simply too many skeletal lizards. Trying to escape from the siege of so many skeletal lizards was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Looks like I'll have to use this treasure. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Swoosh, with a flash of light, Lin Feng took out a huge hammer surrounded by endless lightning energy. This hammer was the forbidden weapon, the purple lightning hammer. The real purple lightning hammer could be an immortal-grade treasure. Therefore, the forbidden artifact purple lightning hammer was extremely terrifying. However, he still had one more use of the purple lightning hammer. After this usage was used up, the forbidden artifact purple lightning hammer would be destroyed. Although this forbidden artifact was powerful, it could only be used 10 times. After using it 10 times. This was one of the greatest weaknesses of forbidden artifacts. Now that the situation was dangerous, Lin Feng naturally couldn't care about anything else. As long as he could preserve his life, not to mention a mere forbidden tool, destroying any magic treasure would be worth it. If a Dharma treasure was destroyed, he could still find a way to obtain a new one. If a person dies, then he would really become a pile of yellow soil. Boom boom boom, terrifying waves of energy surged out from the purple lightning hammer and poured into the purple lightning hammer along with mana. With the purple lightning hammer as the center, the powerful lightning energy began to spread in all directions. The most formidable aspect of the purple lightning hammer was its area of effect attribute. Different magic treasures had different effects. Some magic treasures were suitable for one-on-one combat. Some Dharma treasures were suitable for group attacks. The purple lightning hammer was the most suitable magic treasure for group attacks. When the purple lightning hammer was activated, thick bolts of lightning intertwined and spread out in all directions. Waves after waves of destructive energy waves shook the hearts of everyone present. Divine. Hammer. Break. 10,000. Beasts, Lin Feng couldn't help but roar. He smashed out with the hammer. Boom, then, a destructive force spread between heaven and earth. The lightning energy that surged out from the purple lightning hammer seemed to have its own spirituality. It actually condensed into purple lightning dragons. The purple lightning dragons and the skeletal lizards were engaged in a fierce battle. The weaker giant skeletal lizards were no match for the purple lightning dragons and were directly sent flying by the purple lightning dragons. Although the powerful giant skeletal lizards blocked the attack of the purple lightning dragons, they no longer had the energy to attack Lin Feng and little Tian Tian. As Lin Feng's cultivation base increased, the power of the forbidden weapon, the purple lightning hammer, was gradually released. The only pity was that the purple lightning hammer, a powerful forbidden weapon, would be completely destroyed after this use. There was no way to continue using it. Lin Feng used the purple lightning hammer, a powerful forbidden weapon, to kill a bloody path through the crowd of giant skeletal lizards. Whoosh, he carried little Tian Tian and quickly rushed out. Crack. Crack. The purple lightning hammer began to crack. This powerful forbidden weapon was destroyed just like that. It would be great if I could find the real purple lightning hammer. This magic treasure is too powerful. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. The purple lightning hammer was one of the top 10 magic treasures of the absolute beginning era. Naturally, it was a magic treasure that everyone dreamed of. Lin Feng was no exception. He hoped to obtain this treasure. However, he didn't know if this treasure still existed in the world today. After all, countless top-tier true treasures had been destroyed in the great battles that took place one after another. Many magic treasures like the purple lightning hammer had been destroyed in those battles. Roar. 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 Angry roars could be heard from behind. The giant skeletal lizards were infuriated and quickly chased after Lin Feng. However, how could the speed of these giant skeletal lizards be compared to Lin Feng? After Lin Feng escaped the encirclement of the giant skeletal lizards, he was like a dragon entering the sea. How could these giant skeletal lizards catch up to him? After escaping from the giant skeletal lizards, Lin Feng couldn't wait to see what was inside the energy ball that the heaven-devouring jar had swallowed. He could sense that it was definitely not an ordinary item. Lin Feng found a secluded cave and sealed it. Then, he sent little Tian Tian into the mountain river ring and let her play with Bibi and the dragon rabbit. Although little Tian Tian didn't like to enter the mountain river ring, she was even more unwilling to stay in a narrow cave. At this moment, Lin Feng took out the energy ball. When the energy ball flew out, the energy ball gradually condensed. Lin Feng's strength gradually disappeared and a bone appeared in Lin Feng's vision. A bone? It's actually a bone. Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't expect that the energy ball would actually contain a bone. When Lin Feng reached out to touch the bone, that piece of bone was actually emitting a terrifying killing intent. Bam! The killing intent hit Lin Feng directly and sent Lin Feng flying. Lin Feng's face flushed red and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared at the bone with a horrified expression. What kind of bone was this? How could it be so terrifying? Roar! Suddenly, a low roar was heard and the bone transformed into a ferocious beast. That ferocious beast roared at Lin Feng in a deep voice. Its entire body was covered in snow-white fur, exuding endless ferocity. This was actually a white tiger. White tiger, azure dragon, black tortoise, vermilion bird, and brilliant snake. These were the 5 sacred beasts. They corresponded to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Therefore, they were also called the sacred beasts of the 5 elements. The white tiger guarded the west. The 5 elements belonged to metal. Among the 5 sacred beasts, it was mainly responsible for killing. Therefore, the white tiger's attack power was the strongest. Lin Feng did not expect this bone to be the bone of a white tiger. Moreover, this bone was obviously extraordinary. It could even exude such a terrifying killing intent. He did not know how terrifying the cultivation of this white tiger was when it was alive. The white tiger bone floated in mid-air, exuding a terrifying killing intent. Lin Feng could not get close to this bone because every time he tried to get close to this bone, he could feel the terrifying killing intent from the bone wanting to attack him. This made Lin Feng frown involuntarily. I can't get close to this bone, Lin Feng muttered to himself. At this time, a light bulb flashed in his mind. Lin Feng thought of the white tiger killing intent that he comprehended. This was a powerful force. The power was astonishing. The white tiger killing intent was also the force condensed by the white tiger clan. Lin Feng could only comprehend it by chance. He did not know that the white tiger killing intent seemed to be effective at this time. He began to condense the white tiger killing intent. Buzz, waves of violent fluctuation surged out. Within Lin Feng's body, it exuded a cold killing intent. It was the white tiger killing intent. When the white tiger killing intent in Lin Feng's body was released, the white tiger bone seemed to have sensed it. Roar! The white tiger phantom that the white tiger bone had evolved let out a low roar at Lin Feng. Then, the white tiger phantom dissipated. The terrifying killing intent that was emitted from the white tiger bone also began to gradually converge. Whoosh! The white tiger bone rushed out at top speed. This is? Lin Feng was puzzled. He also rushed out. The white tiger bone was not trying to escape. Instead, he was leading Lin Feng to a certain place. This made him extremely curious. He didn't know where the white tiger bone was taking him. Lin Feng followed behind the white tiger bone. One day later, Lin Feng entered an area shrouded in black fog. That area emitted a cold and gloomy aura. He frowned slightly, feeling that this place was a little strange. The speed of the white tiger bone was very fast. He turned into a white stream of light and rushed into the depths. Lin Feng didn't have time to think about anything else. He quickly chased after the white tiger bone. Finally, the white tiger bone stopped at the periphery of a pitch-black mountain. The white tiger bone brought me here. Could there be something in this mountain? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Woo woo woo. At this moment, a series of eerie sounds reverberated throughout the world, sounding like the cries of malicious ghosts. Huff huff huff, gusts of chilly wind blew, eerie and terrifying. Following that, countless malicious ghosts appeared from all directions. They were densely packed and innumerable, completely surrounding the area. There are so many malicious ghosts. Moreover, their auras are so terrifying. Looking at the malicious ghosts, Lin Feng's expression turned solemn. It was just as the demon lord had said. Vengeful spirits gathered in the Nether Passage realm. Even the king of hell would be shocked. The malicious ghosts that appeared before him were vengeful spirits that hadn't dispersed and had turned into malicious ghosts. It was no wonder that when he entered the island, he had sensed the aura of the Nether Passage realm. It seemed that there were too many malicious ghosts, and their vengeful spirits were too strong, so they had connected to the Nether Passage realm. That was why the power of the Nether Passage realm had appeared on Melody Island. Netherworld Envoy. Suddenly, a sinister and hoarse voice came from the mountain. Next, a black-robed existence walked out. It was clear that this black-robed being was one of the more powerful evil ghosts among these evil ghosts. I didn't expect so many malicious ghosts to gather here. It seems that I have to send you to the Nether Passage realm, Lin Feng said indifferently. Do you know the owner of this bone? It was a white tiger saint beast. Back then, it accidentally entered this place and died. Compared to that white tiger saint beast, you are far inferior. How dare you say that you want to send us to the Nether Passage realm? What a joke. I think we should be the ones sending you to hell. The black-robed malicious ghost said sinisterly. The other vengeful ghosts all laughed eerily. There were too many malicious ghosts, and they were too powerful. Now that they had gathered together, it was too terrifying. However, Lin Feng didn't believe that these malicious ghosts had the strength to kill the white tiger saint beast. Brag. Keep bragging. With your strength, you can kill the white tiger saint beast? You should have a bottom line when bragging, right? I've never seen someone as good at bragging as you. Don't you have any shame? Lin Feng curled his lips and said with disdain. He didn't believe that these malicious ghosts could kill the white tiger saint beast. In reality, the situation was just as Lin Feng had guessed. The white tiger saint beast wasn't killed by these malicious ghosts. The white tiger saint beast had died because of its severe injuries. The white tiger saint beast was responsible for killing. After it died, the killing intent and resentment on its body were extremely dense. Killing intent and resentment were all negative energies. They were great nourishment for these malicious ghosts. Hence, these malicious ghosts gathered together. From then on, they didn't leave this place. More and more malicious ghosts gathered. When these malicious ghosts gathered together, they actually connected to the Nether Passage realm. After absorbing the energy of the Nether Passage realm, the cultivation of these malicious ghosts rose steadily. They became stronger and stronger. She was no longer an ordinary evil ghost. After being exposed by Lin Feng, the black-robed malicious ghost didn't feel embarrassed. He sneered and said, "Kid, you should be worried about whether you can keep your life. Don't worry about whether I'm bragging or not. Although you are a Netherworld Envoy, your cultivation isn't enough. Today, you will die. We are very interested in devouring the flesh of a Netherworld Envoy. Attack." The black-robed malicious ghost waved his hand. Screech, all of a sudden, the vengeful ghosts around them let out sharp, ear-piercing shrieks. One by one, the malicious ghosts pounced towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng activated the Netherworld Envoy talisman to suppress these malicious ghosts. The Netherworld Envoy talisman strengthened Lin Feng. However, these malicious ghosts didn't belong to the Nether Passage realm. Hence, although the Netherworld Envoy talisman could suppress the power of these malicious ghosts, it couldn't completely suppress them. There were many powerful malicious ghosts, and their attack power was still extremely terrifying. Moreover, there were so many malicious ghosts, and their numbers were innumerable. The situation was extremely dangerous. Lin Feng sneered and said, "It's a good opportunity to devour you malicious ghosts and cultivate a few more powerful ghost emperors for me." As soon as he said that, Lin Feng took out the ghost-rearing jar. The ghost-rearing jar emitted a terrifying devouring power. There was a dense horde of malicious ghosts. Lin Feng's ghost-rearing jar was extremely powerful and specialized in devouring all kinds of ghosts. Naturally, it could also devour these malicious ghosts. Eat, eat, eat. I want to eat these malicious ghosts and continue to evolve. The Ghost Emperor in the ghost rearing jar let out a series of excited roars. The Ghost Emperor could continuously devour malicious ghosts to increase its strength. The Ghost Emperor's strength was already strong enough. Even Lin Feng would not be able to subdue it easily. Therefore, Lin Feng would definitely not let the Ghost Emperor succeed. Therefore, he imprisoned the Ghost Emperor in a corner of the ghost rearing jar. The ghost rearing jar had its own space. Therefore, there was enough space to cultivate powerful ghosts. The Ghost Emperor was not cooperating with Lin Feng now. When Lin Feng cultivated a few more Ghost Emperors, there would definitely be new Ghost Emperors that would recognize Lin Feng as their master. At that time, Lin Feng could directly eliminate the Ghost Emperors that did not cooperate with him and let the Ghost Emperors that had submitted to him devour the Ghost Emperors that did not cooperate with him. At that time, the strength of the Ghost Emperors that had submitted to Lin Feng would increase greatly. Lin Feng's plan was pretty good. Now, everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. His ghost-rearing jar was extremely powerful. This ghost-rearing jar was the nemesis of all ghosts. This was a treasure that Xianxia had casually given to Lin Feng back then. When Lin Feng was training in the underground city, he got to know Xianxia. This woman was extremely mysterious. Together with Lin Feng, they formed the male and female evil duo and robbed many cultivators. However, Lin Feng had never figured out Xianxueling's identity. Ever since they parted, there had been no news of Xianxueling. He did not know if he would have the chance to see Xianxueling again. Boom, 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 waves of destructive power surged out, shaking the void. The powerful devouring power surged out continuously, devouring the densely packed malicious ghosts. Although these malicious ghosts were powerful, they could not do anything against all things in the world. Now, these malicious ghosts were restrained by Lin Feng. Therefore, although these malicious ghosts were constantly struggling, however, they could not escape from the devouring power of the ghost-rearing jar. Damn it, it's actually the ghost-raising jar. The black-robed malicious spirit couldn't help but let out a furious roar. Leave this place, the black-robed malicious spirit roared. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the horde of wraiths quickly retreated. The black-robed malicious spirit couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into pieces, eat Lin Feng's flesh, and drink Lin Feng's blood. However, the black-robed malicious ghost was also suppressed by the ghost-raising jar. Therefore, the black-robed malicious ghost could only temporarily avoid Lin Feng's attacks. Under the leadership of the black-robed ghost, the horde of ghosts quickly retreated. Seeing the ghosts retreat, Lin Feng felt that it was a pity. Therefore, in Lin Feng's eyes, these malicious ghosts were resources for him to nurture experts. Now that these vengeful ghosts had fled, his plan to nurture a few more Ghost Emperors had been put on hold. I wonder if I can nurture a Ghost Emperor from the evil ghosts I devoured previously. He would be able to find out after a while. Lin Feng kept the ghost-raising jar. At this time, the white tiger beast bone rushed towards the depths of the mountain range, and Lin Feng followed closely behind. As they went deeper into the mountain range, Lin Feng felt a terrifying killing intent. This killing intent was simply suffocating. That is. In a valley, Lin Feng saw a skeleton. The skeleton emitted a cold aura that permeated between heaven and earth. The killing intent condensed around the skeleton even caused the void to distort slightly. White tiger skeleton, Lin Feng looked at the skeleton in shock. This white tiger skeleton was actually completely preserved. He didn't know if the origin bone of the white tiger skeleton was preserved or not. For a terrifying creature like the white tiger sacred beast, the origin bone would often be imprinted with some powerful inheritance. The inheritance of the white tiger sacred beast was too shocking. It was enough to make anyone go crazy. Lin Feng channeled the white tiger killing intent and gradually approached the white tiger skeleton. Roar! Suddenly, an earth-shaking roar came from the white tiger skeleton. Next, a ball of energy flew out, and a slightly illusory white tiger appeared in the ball of energy. This is the white tiger origin spirit? Lin Feng was shocked when he saw the slightly illusory white tiger. The white tiger origin spirit was very important to Lin Feng. This was because Lin Feng had the white tiger clone among his 9 emperor clones. Currently, Lin Feng had refined 4 clones of the 9 emperor clones. One was the golden-winged rock clone. The reason why Lin Feng's speed was so fast was because of the golden-winged rock clone. The heaven-eyed demonic snake clone. Lin Feng's heaven-eyed demonic snake clone was related to the heaven-eyed demonic snake clone. The radiant angel clone. Lin Feng had obtained the ability to control the power of light, but he had never used the radiant angel clone's ability. The Xianxia clone. Lin Feng had now transformed into a two-headed Xianxia clone. When Lin Feng was in the early stages of his cultivation, it was one of his trump cards. The white tiger clone was mainly used for killing. It was the clone with the strongest defensive power among the 9 emperor clones. If Lin Feng could refine the white tiger clone, it would be a great boost to his battle prowess. Lin Feng was very much looking forward to refining the 9 emperor clones. This was because the method to refine the 9 emperor clones originated from the 9 emperors diagram. It was rumored that the 9 emperors diagram was much more terrifying than the 9 demons diagram of the heavenly demon clan. The 9 demons diagram of the heavenly demon clan, when combined into one, was at least one of the top 3 emperor weapons. The 9 emperors diagram was far more powerful than the 9 demons diagram. Lin Feng guessed that the 9 emperors diagram might be an immortal artifact. After refining the 9 emperor clones, it would not only increase his battle prowess. It was said that he could also sense the 9 emperors diagram. At that time, he might be able to find the 9 emperors diagram. If he could find the 9 emperors diagram, it would be too heaven-defying. This was equivalent to having an additional immortal artifact. The white tiger original spirit was very ferocious. It emitted a cruel and bloodthirsty aura, wanting to devour Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered. If it was the white tiger sacred beast, he would turn and run without thinking. Now, it was only the white tiger original spirit attacking him. Lin Feng naturally would not put a mere white tiger original spirit in his eyes. He operated the arm of dragon and elephant and blasted out 3 punches in a row. Bang bang bang, Lin Feng and the white tiger original spirit collided 3 times. The white tiger original spirit directly exploded. Then, Lin Feng took out a porcelain bottle and kept the white tiger original spirit inside. Hee hee. With the white tiger original spirit, when I collect enough materials, I can refine the white tiger clone. Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile. His gaze immediately looked at the white tiger bone. His eyes could not help but reveal a burning gaze. The white tiger bone could still emit such a strong killing intent. The origin bone should still be there. He approached the white tiger bone step by step. Found it, arriving beside the white tiger bone, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Lin Feng held the golden white tiger bone in his hand. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was covered in runes. Those runes were mysterious. Mysterious and unfathomable, it emitted a tyrannical fluctuation and aura. It really is the origin bone, Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. Obtaining the source bone was an extremely important matter to him. Who knew, the White Tiger clan's heaven-defying inheritance might be recorded on the source bone. If that was the case, then he would have profited greatly. These ordinary beast bones are actually not damaged. This is really great. These white tiger bones can be used as materials to refine my white tiger avatar. Lin Feng took all the white tiger bones and put them away. Now that he had the white tiger skeleton, he only needed to find some supplementary materials to refine the white tiger clone. Lin Feng did not leave the valley. The evil ghost army had already fled, so this place was very safe. Lin Feng planned to study the white tiger origin bone carefully. His divine will entered the white tiger origin bone. Immediately, Lin Feng heard a domineering roar. He felt as if he had been pulled into an ancient world. That ancient world was filled with war cries. Countless gods, demons, immortals, demons, Buddhas, and other races were fighting in mid-air. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. This should be one of the great wars in history. Over the long years, many great wars had broken out in the myriad of worlds. Many of them were extremely tragic. Those great wars had even led to the end of many great eras. Therefore, Lin Feng did not know which great war had broken out in this world. Roar, a tiger's roar came from afar. A dense group of cultivators was attacking a white tiger sacred beast. The situation was extremely dangerous. The white tiger sacred beast was severely injured. Am I going to die? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. At that moment, the white tiger sacred beast emitted a terrifying aura. Boom, when the aura was emitted, it could destroy the world and shatter the firmament. That was the white tiger's domineering aura. The white tiger was in charge of killing. Therefore, the domineering aura condensed by the white tiger was an extremely violent domineering aura that was extremely powerful. Among the 9 types of domineering aura, the white tiger domineering aura belonged to the 7th grade of domineering aura. It was the Xianxia. This kind of domineering aura was heaven-defying in terms of attack, defense, deterrence, and so on. The white tiger's domineering aura was released. The cultivators who were besieging the white tiger simply couldn't bear it. Their bodies exploded, and they died on the spot. All the images disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng's inner sight returned to reality. Huff huff huff, he was panting heavily. His face revealed an incomparably shocked expression. He looked at the white tiger origin bone in his hand, his voice filled with excitement. White tiger haki. It's actually white tiger haki. This is Xianxia. Among the 9 types of haki, it's the 7th level of haki. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He never thought that the white bone origin bone would record the white bone dominance. This was a pleasant surprise for him. It could even be said to be a huge surprise. Now, Lin Feng had cultivated the epic haki and the supreme haki. He knew how terrifying the haki was and how powerful the haki was for cultivation. Theoretically speaking, Lin Feng could now do 3 things at once. He could activate 3 types of haki at the same time. It was unknown how powerful the 3 types of haki would be when used together. And it was said that a cultivator could cultivate up to 9 types of haki. Different types of haki had different power, and the focus was also different. Some haki might be the main attack. For example, the white tiger haki had extremely powerful attack power. Some haki focused on defense. For example, the black tortoise haki focused on defense. It was said that once the black tortoise haki was released, ghosts and gods would find it difficult to hurt, immortals and Buddhas would find it difficult to destroy. In a battle between cultivators, no matter how others attacked, they wouldn't be able to hurt you, but you could hurt others. The result of this battle could be imagined. Therefore, the existence that controlled the black tortoise haki was the one that couldn't be offended the most. Because you couldn't break his defense at all. If the 2 sides fought, the one who would suffer would definitely be you. Lin Feng's master, Master Turtle, was the black tortoise sacred beast. However, Lin Feng had been apprenticed for so long, and he had only seen this cheap master make a move once. It was the time when he killed His Holiness. After that, he had never seen Master Turtle make a move again. Lin Feng didn't know if his cheap master understood the black tortoise haki. If he did, the Red World Fairy, who was known as the #1 expert in the 9 provinces Great World, might not even be a match for his cheap master. Lin Feng's spiritual will once again invaded the white tiger origin bone. This time, his spiritual will wasn't pulled into that ancient world. Instead, he obtained a cultivation chant. The white tiger aura, the Tao of aged metal, can kill 10,000 with a thought, can kill immortals and Buddhas. Lin Feng softly chanted this cultivation chant. A high-level haki like the white tiger haki could be cultivated postnatal. But the prerequisite was Lin Feng needed to refine the white bone origin bone into his body. The white tiger holy origin bone didn't reject Lin Feng's body. To cultivate the white tiger haki, one needed to use the power of the white bone origin bone. If the white tiger origin bone rejected Lin Feng, then Lin Feng wouldn't be able to cultivate the white tiger haki. I'm not from the white tiger clan, so I don't have the qualifications to cultivate the white tiger haki. If I fuse the white tiger origin bone into my body will have the aura of the white tiger clan. This way, I can cultivate the white tiger haki. I wonder if my understanding is correct? Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord said, "How can it be so simple? The white tiger origin bone will probably have some unknown effects, but the prerequisite is that the white tiger origin bone doesn't reject your body. If the white tiger origin bone rejects your body, even if you obtain the cultivation method of the white tiger haki, you won't be able to cultivate it." Lin Feng nodded. The Demon Lord was right on this point. In the past, Lin Feng had obtained a saint's bone and had absorbed it. The sacred bone contained unimaginable power. It was one of Lin Feng's trump cards. Therefore, Lin Feng wasn't particularly unfamiliar with the refined bone body. After all, he had shocked everyone once before. Where should I refine the white tiger origin bone into my body? Lin Feng asked. The demon lord said, dragons follow the clouds, tigers follow the wind. If it's the dragon origin bone, I suggest you refine it into your spine to protect it. If it's the tiger origin bone, I suggest you refine it into your thighs. Thighs? Lin Feng was surprised. Lin Feng began to try to refine the white tiger origin bone into his leg. As long as he succeeded, he would be able to cultivate the white tiger aura. Lin Feng wanted to refine the white tiger origin bone into the place where the thigh bone and the tibia bone connected. This place happened to be where the knee was connected. There was a gap. He could refine the white tiger origin bone into it. Lin Feng took out a dagger, cut this part, and then stuffed the white tiger origin bone into it. Next, Lin Feng activated the immortal divine body and his flesh and blood regenerated. The new blood that grew wrapped around the white tiger origin bone. Then, Lin Feng began to activate the archaic dragonesque elephant art. Waves of archaic dragonesque elephant power surged into the white tiger origin bone. Under the effect of the archaic dragonesque elephant power, the white tiger origin bone gradually began to fuse with Lin Feng's bones. There's no rejection? Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. He thought that he would be able to refine the white tiger origin bone smoothly. But soon, Lin Feng realized that something was wrong. Waves of terrifying aura began to surge out of the white tiger origin bone. Bang! Lin Feng's body was directly sent flying by the terrifying power from the white tiger origin bone. Barf! Lin Feng couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and his face became as pale as paper. Puff! The white tiger origin bone continued to vibrate with terrifying power. That was a terrifying power. It directly pierced through Lin Feng's body. Countless wounds appeared on Lin Feng's body. It was as if he was riddled with holes. Lin Feng's face became extremely pale. The white tiger origin bone had caused great damage to his body. Now that the white tiger origin bone was in Lin Feng's body, if this continued, it would obviously have an extremely adverse effect on Lin Feng. It could even harm his life. Lin Feng also knew that the current situation was quite bad for him. He hurriedly circulated his immortal divine body to heal his injured body. At the same time, he began to circulate his supreme aura to suppress the terrifying power that was being released by the white tiger origin bone in his body. The reason why Lin Feng didn't circulate his epic dominance was because he was worried that if his epic dominance couldn't suppress the white tiger source bone, it would be too late to circulate his epic dominance. He might as well get it done once and for all and directly activate his supreme aura. The white tiger source bone was gradually suppressed by the supreme tyrannical aura. However, the white tiger source bone was rejecting Lin Feng's body. This made Lin Feng's expression very ugly. This was because the white tiger source bone was related to the white tiger haki, and Lin Feng was very eager to successfully cultivate the white tiger haki. This was Cyan haki, such a terrifying haki. Once he successfully cultivated it, how much would his battle strength increase? However, now that the white tiger origin bone rejected his body, Lin Feng felt that he might not have the opportunity to cultivate the white tiger aura. Therefore, he was extremely depressed now. However, Lin Feng was not a person who gave up easily. He began to circulate the white tiger's murderous aura. All of the white tiger's murderous aura was poured into the white tiger source bone by Lin Feng. Lin Feng hoped that the white tiger source bone would gradually adapt to his body after sensing the white tiger's murderous aura and stop resisting his body. To Lin Feng's surprise, more and more white tiger's murderous aura poured into the white tiger source bone. The white tiger source bone's resistance to him was gradually weakening. Not long after, the white tiger source bone no longer resisted Lin Feng's body. Ha 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 ha, looks like I'm going to successfully refine the white tiger source bone. Lin Feng immediately laughed loudly. Time passed. 6 hours later. Lin Feng had finally managed to absorb the white tiger's original bone. The white tiger source bone and Lin Feng's bones fused together, becoming a part of him. The white tiger source bone was the same as the sacred bone that Lin Feng had refined previously. They both contained great power. Lin Feng could activate the white tiger source bone and use its power. I've finally succeeded in refining the white tiger source bone. I can now try to cultivate the white tiger aura. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. Cultivating the white tiger aura was not an easy task. Lin Feng knew this very well. However, Lin Feng had enough patience and confidence to successfully cultivate the white tiger aura. Deep into the night, Lin Feng cooked a sumptuous meal. Bibi and Dragon Rabbit were drowsy after eating. The two of them had been playing crazily during this period, so they were very tired and had been sleeping for the past few days. However, Lil Tian Tian was full of energy. Lin Feng sent Bibi and Dragon Rabbit into the mountain river ring to rest while Lil Tian Tian and Lin Feng sat together and chatted. Lil Tian Tian was still young, so many of her questions were amusing. Having such a small child by his side was quite delightful. Of course, the most important thing was that Lil Tiantian's cultivation was very strong. If he encountered any danger that he could not deal with, he could work with Lil Tian Tian. With Lil Tian Tian around, everything could be easily solved. The depths of the island were very dangerous. Many powerful beasts were active here. Now that the sweet sound flower had matured, many powerful beasts had entered the depths of the island to search for it. Therefore, it was common to see cultivators fighting beasts in the depths of the island. There were not many sweet sound flowers in the depths of the island. Moreover, the places where the sweet sound flowers grew were often densely covered with terrifying restrictions. Therefore, it was very difficult to harvest them. Lin Feng and Lil Tian Tian collected a total of 12 sweet sound flowers. Eat, eat. Lil Tian Tian knew that the sweet sound flower could increase the power of one's soul. She held a sweet sound flower in her hand and wanted to eat it directly. However, when she saw the thorny sweet sound flower, she could not bring herself to eat it. Lil Tian Tian pouted. When Lin Feng saw that, he couldn't help but laugh. We can take the sweet sound flower and exchange it for pills, Lin Feng said. Lil Tian Tian nodded and handed the sweet sound lake in her hand to Lin Feng. More and more cultivators entered the sweet sound island in search of the sweet sound flower. Lin Feng and Lil Tian Tian searched for a few more days but did not find any. There were very few sweet sound flowers in the first place. Many of them had already been taken. Perhaps there were some more secluded places like the sweet sound lake. However, it would be very difficult to find them. Lin Feng planned to leave the sweet sound lake. Although 12 sweet sound flowers were not a lot, it was a good harvest for other cultivators. After leaving, Lin Feng and Lil Tian Tian flew in the direction of the 9 states immortal kingdom. Along the way, Lin Feng and Lil Tian Tian were attacked by countless soul-splitting birds. These soul-splitting birds formed flocks. It was said that even the smallest flock had tens of millions of soul-splitting birds gathered together. The densely packed soul-splitting birds attacked Lin Feng and Little Tian Tian. Lin Feng discovered that there were simply too many of these social creatures in the 9 continents paradise. For example, they had encountered the skeletal lizards and the demonic sonar bugs. Now, there was a flock of soul-splitting birds. This was especially true for this flock of soul-splitting birds. There were simply too many of them. Even ants could bite an elephant to death, let alone so many soul-splitting birds. Thus, the current situation was extremely bad for Lin Feng and Little Tian Tian. Lin Feng summoned the purple gold heavenly ball to protect him and Little Tian Tian. However, as time passed, the defensive barrier created by the purple gold heavenly ball was gradually being destroyed. Lin Feng's expression turned grave. The current situation was extremely bad. It would not be easy to kill their way out of this endless flock of soul-splitting birds. Uncle Lin, do you hear that sound? Suddenly, Little Tian Tian said. Sound? What sound? Uncle did not hear it. Lin Feng said. Little Tian Tian heard it. It seems like someone is playing a flute. Little Tian Tian said. Playing a flute? Lin Feng was shocked. As far as the eye could see, there were only soul-splitting birds everywhere. There was no one here at all. Could someone be playing a flute? Did Little Tian Tian hear wrongly? Or did he not hear it? Lin Feng listened carefully. He could faintly hear the sound of a flute. There really is the sound of a flute. It seems to be coming from the northwest. Lin Feng said in shock. Little Tian Tian pointed in a certain direction. She was also pointing in the northwest. However, the little girl was too young and did not know how to tell directions. She did not know how to express herself verbally. Thus, she could only express herself physically. Could someone be controlling the soul-splitting birds? Lin Feng thought of a possibility. Then, his face filled with shock. This was too inconceivable. It was too shocking. It was too inconceivable. How could such a large flock of soul-splitting birds be controlled by someone? However, there were indeed many beast-controlling sects in this world. Those sects knew how to control all kinds of beasts. However, the cultivators of those sects were able to control some herds of beasts and insects, but only on a small scale. The number of soul-cleaving birds was simply too great. There were probably hundreds of millions of them. It was simply inconceivable that it could be controlled by someone. Lin Feng and little Tian Tian weaved through the flock of soul-splitting birds. Very quickly, they saw a huge soul-splitting bird. That god-splitting bird was actually over 10 meters long, and its entire body was golden. On the god-splitting bird's body, there was also a woman sitting there. At this moment, the woman was playing a flute. The woman was wearing clothes made of animal skin. Looking at the way they dressed, they looked very wild. This was because her clothes only covered a few important parts of her body. For example, the clothes on her upper body only covered her breasts. The clothes on the lower half of her body covered her buttocks. Lin Feng really wanted to ask, "Beauty, aren't you cold dressed like this?" However, he would probably be beaten up by that woman, right? "Wow, it's a beautiful big sister," little Tian Tian said. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, "What beautiful big sister? She's the one who controlled the flock of soul-splitting birds to attack us. Then little Tian Tian doesn't like her anymore." Little Tian Tian said, "Beauty, we have no enmity between us in the past. If you let us go now, why don't we make a new friend?" Lin Feng said in a low voice. The woman chuckled and said, "You can be considered to have some ability since you're still alive after being trapped by the Godrand birds for such a long time. Now, if you submit to this princess and become this princess' male slave, then this princess will spare your life." Lin Feng said. "Princess? Are you the princess of the 9 provinces Immortal Kingdom? I know Zhao Lin. Do you know her? Are you sisters? However, there's a huge difference in your dressing style. How about you let us go today for Zhao Lin's sake?" "Humph." Unexpectedly, the woman snorted and said, "Zhao Lin is my mortal enemy. Don't you know that? Guya? You're called Guya? What a nice name. It's as beautiful as you," Lin Feng said. This bold and unrestrained woman was indeed a top-notch woman. Whether it was her figure or her face, they could all be considered top-notch. She was a rare beauty in the human world. "Glib tongue. Since you're Zhao Lin's friend, I can't let you live," Guya said coldly. She was about to give the order to attack Lin Feng and little Tian Tian. Lin Feng realized that Guya seemed to have a bad relationship with Zhao Lin. They were not sisters at all. Lin Feng had heard that there was a 9 provinces Immortal Kingdom in the 9 provinces Immortal Realm. That was why Guya had said that she was a princess. He had mistakenly thought that Guya was a princess of the 9 provinces Immortal Kingdom. However, it seemed like that wasn't the case. Lin Feng had misunderstood. Who said that one had to establish a country to become a princess? For example, the chiefs of some ancient tribes liked to give themselves some resounding titles. Perhaps Guya's father was the chief of some tribe and called himself an emperor. Guya could naturally be called a princess, said Lin Feng hastily. "Beauty, it's a misunderstanding. I didn't tell you the truth. Actually, I've only met Zhao Lin once. We're not friends, we're just acquaintances. I thought you and Zhao Lin were sisters, so I lied. Now, I'll tell you the truth, I don't like that woman either. She goes out with hundreds of people, she looks like a nouveau riche. I despise people like that the most. Alright, I'll give you one last chance. Swear to be my male slave, or choose to die. Choose one of these 2 paths," Guya said. This woman had a kind of exotic charm, like a wild Persian cat, as if she needed a man to conquer her. That kind of high and mighty gaze made Lin Feng feel very uncomfortable. He wanted nothing more than to capture her and teach her a good lesson. Lin Feng said, "You want me to be your male slave? I also want you to be my female slave. This young master doesn't mind having a female slave like you by my side." "What did you say?" Gu Yao looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Right now, Lin Feng's situation could be said to be extremely dangerous. If she gave the order, this guy would die in the Yellow Springs. In such a situation, shouldn't Lin Feng bow and scrape? Even if he didn't want to be her male slave, he should at least try to negotiate, right? But Lin Feng didn't do that. Instead, he arrogantly wanted to take her as his female slave. Gu Yao looked at Lin Feng angrily and said, "Do you know what you're saying? Do you know how stupid your actions are? Do you know the price of infuriating me?" The furious Gu Yao asked Lin Feng 3 questions in a row. Her charming eyes glared at Lin Feng fiercely. Gu Yao was a very proud woman. Of course, she had the right to be proud. Gu Yao's cultivation was very powerful. In addition, she could control the soul-splitting birds. No cultivator of the younger generation dared to provoke her. Even cultivators of the older generation had to take a detour when they saw her. Lin Feng was surrounded by the soul-splitting birds, yet he was still so arrogant. This made Gu Yao feel that Lin Feng was looking down on her. Gu Yao was not someone with a good temper. She was very beautiful. However, being beautiful had nothing to do with having a good temper. Gu Yao belonged to the type of people who were high and mighty. She could take someone's life at the slightest disagreement. How could such a person, who was decisive and vicious, have a good temper? Lin Feng smiled at Gu Yao and said, "You're so beautiful, but your temper is a little bad. However, if I train you well for a while, your temper should improve. Then, you'll definitely become an obedient servant girl." "You are courting death," Gu Yao screamed in anger. Someone actually dared to provoke her and look down on her like this. Gu Yao could not tolerate this. Now, Gu Yao only had one thought. She wanted to capture this detestable person in front of her. Then, she would ruthlessly torture him. At that time, she would watch him kneel in front of her and beg her to take him as her slave. Gu Yao picked up her flute and began to play it, controlling the soul-splitting birds to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng was not very far from Gu Yao now. The reason why Lin Feng had fallen out with Gu Yao was because he was very close to her. If he and little Tian Tian attacked Gu Yao, they would most likely be able to suppress her. Gu Yao was indeed able to control a huge flock of god-splitting birds. However, the biggest mistake Gu Yao had made was that she shouldn't have allowed him to find her. Lin Feng believed that Gu Yao must have seen him and little Tian Tian looking for her. But Gu Yao didn't care about that at all. As far as she was concerned, so what if she was found, in her eyes? Lin Feng and Xiao Tian Tian couldn't do anything. "Little girl, do it," Lin Feng said. Boom, then, he unleashed his epic dominance. Epical hockey released a powerful deterrent force. It directly enveloped the surrounding god-splitting birds that were flying over. The densely packed soul-splitting birds were sent flying by Jijia's domineering aura. Lin Feng and Xiao Tian Tian rushed towards Gu Yao. Gu Yao clearly hadn't expected Lin Feng and little Tian Tian to be able to get close to her so quickly. She was slightly surprised, but then she sneered. Gu Yao took out a small golden bell. The small golden bell flew out as fast as lightning. The small golden bell sucked Lin Feng and little Tian Tian into it. Then, the small golden bell quickly shrank and flew towards Gu Yao. "You dare to jump around in front of me with such a weak cultivation?" Gu Yao couldn't help but snort. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a series of muffled sounds rang out from the small golden bell. Inside the small golden bell, little Tian Tian waved her little fists and punched the small golden bell again and again. Little Tian Tian's strength was too terrifying. She didn't rely on her physical strength. Instead, there was an earth-shattering magic power within her body. Lin Feng didn't know how such boundless magic power had appeared in little Tian Tian's body. However, little Tian Tian was able to easily use such powerful magic power. It was simply unbelievable. Even Lin Feng wasn't sure if he could use such powerful magic power. Little Tian Tian's origins were simply too mysterious. Guya's treasure was able to instantly suck Lin Feng and little Tian Tian into it. It was obvious how powerful this treasure was. However, under little Tian Tian's attacks, the treasure's luster had dimmed. Not long after, little Tian Tian's attacks caused the treasure to lose a great deal of its divine nature. Lin Feng and little Tian Tian flew out of the small golden bell. This treasure would probably be unusable for a while. Little Tian Tian hates you. After flying out, little Tian Tian snorted and threw a punch at Guya. Lin Feng used the 8 God-sealing seals to seal Guya. Although he didn't want to admit it, Lin Feng knew that there was still a huge gap between his cultivation and little Tian Tian's. Therefore, when Lin Feng and little Tian Tian worked together, little Tian Tian was usually the main attacker. Lin Feng supported her from the side. They worked together very well. This time, it was the same. Guya had thought that Lin Feng and little Tian Tian wouldn't be able to escape this time. Who would have thought that little Tian Tian would be so ferocious that she could break the small golden bell with her tender fists? It was too late for Guya to retreat, but she didn't want to fight little Tian Tian and Lin Feng head-on. Guya waved her right hand, and a Milky Way world appeared between her, Lin Feng, and little Tian Tian. This divine ability was called the Milky Way. With a light stroke, a Milky Way would appear between heaven and earth. It seemed to be very close. When one wanted to cross this distance, it was as if they were separated by a Milky Way world. Guya's divine ability was really powerful. If Lin Feng were to break this divine ability of hers, even Lin Feng might not be able to do so. However, little Tian Tian was too powerful. Little Tian Tian could crush any cultivator of the younger generation, and even any cultivator of the older generation. Lin Feng had once thought that, unless the emperor himself came, or else, no one was a match for little Tian Tian. Guya was no exception. Little Tian Tian directly waved her tender fists and smashed them directly at the Milky Way world that Guya had condensed. Bang, the Milky Way world collapsed. Little Tian Tian's incomparably violent punch formed a powerful fist intent and directly sent Guya and the giant god-splitting bird she was sitting on flying. Guya's heart was filled with shock. Was this the strength that a 5- or 6-year-old girl should have? Was she dreaming? Wasn't this little girl's cultivation too abnormal? How could she be so powerful? All kinds of thoughts flashed through her mind, but Guya's movements didn't slow down at all. She quickly retreated, wanting to quickly increase the distance between them. However, at this moment, Lin Feng had already arrived beside Guya. He used the 8 divine seals to condense dense array patterns. Those array patterns wrapped around Guya's body. They directly sealed all the magic power in Guya's body. Guya had never imagined that she would be sealed by Lin Feng. She was in control of the God-splitter birds, and she had a powerful cultivation. Now that she had fallen into Lin Feng's hands, Guya didn't even dare to imagine what the consequences would be. In Guya's opinion, Lin Feng was definitely not a kind person. He might really do something beastly to her. Guya was extremely confident in her looks. In Guya's eyes, Lin Feng was the type of person who was a pervert. TSK, TSK. Now that you're in my hands, how do you think I should deal with you? Lin Feng reached out and grabbed Guya's waist, preventing her from falling. Screech. The God-splitter bird king was psychic. When it saw that Guya had been captured, it immediately let out a series of ear-piercing screeches, seemingly threatening Lin Feng, telling him to release Guya. Otherwise, he would have to bear the consequences. Lin Feng sneered. Hurry up and leave with the God-splitter birds. Otherwise, do you believe that I won't destroy you? The God-splitter bird king's pupils constricted when it heard Lin Feng's words. Clearly, it was very afraid of this matter. However, it didn't leave. Lin Feng looked at Guya and said, I'll have to trouble you to let the God-splitter bird king lead the God-splitter birds away. I believe that you don't want to see the God-splitter bird king die here, right? Are you threatening me? Guya gnashed her teeth as she looked at Lin Feng. She wanted nothing more than to bite Lin Feng to death. However, she couldn't do that. She was now Lin Feng's prisoner. Even though she was gnashing her teeth, she could only endure it for now. I'm not threatening you. I'm giving you a chance. If you don't know what's good for you, I don't mind killing this annoying bird. Lin Feng said calmly. Humph. Guya snorted. Guya grunted coldly, and then she gazed at the Godrend Bird King and said, "Take the Godrend birds and leave for now." The soul-splitting Bird King let out several cries. It looked rather anxious, clearly communicating with Guya about something. However, Lin Feng couldn't understand what it was trying to say. Guya also used a strange voice to communicate with the soul-splitting bird monarch. They were obviously doing this on purpose, not wanting Lin Feng to know what they were talking about. Lin Feng was too lazy to care about this. In the end, the soul-splitting Bird King chose to lead its flock away. Before leaving, the soul-splitting bird monarch said to Lin Feng, "If you dare harm Ya, I will not let you off." Naturally, it wasn't difficult for the soul-splitting bird monarch to speak the human language. For a powerful creature like the soul-splitting bird monarch, it wasn't difficult at all. Speaking was a very simple matter. What surprised Lin Feng was that the soul-splitting bird monarch's voice was actually female. Clearly, it was a female soul-splitting bird monarch. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Don't worry. I can't bear to harm Guya. I can't wait to dote on her. How could I possibly harm her? Who cares about your doting? You're shameless." Guya couldn't help but curse. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Look at what you're saying. I don't dote on you. I dote on you." As he spoke, he tightened his arms around Guya's waist. Guya's soft body pressed tightly against Lin Feng's, causing her to gnash her teeth in anger. The soul-splitting bird monarch didn't stay any longer. It led its flock away. Soon, only Lin Feng, Guya, and little Xianxia were left. "What will it take for you to let me go?" Guya asked in a low voice. After a brief moment of panic, Guya had become much calmer. Guya knew this very well. There was no point in being anxious. At a time like this, it was even more important to calm down. Guya believed that there was nothing in this world that couldn't be negotiated. "My goal is very simple. I want to properly train you and make you my personal maid," Lin Feng said with a smile. "I can give you a lot of treasures. I can even tell you the locations of several secret zones and grotto mansions. Those secret zones and grotto mansions might contain boundless wealth. As long as you let me go, I can tell you everything. What do you think of this deal?" Lin Feng said calmly, "Treasures, wealth, I have plenty of them. Compared to those things, I prefer having a beautiful personal maid by my side." You. Guya started to speak. Guya was speechless. She realized that Lin Feng didn't listen to her at all. Moreover, Lin Feng clearly wanted to take her as his personal maid. Guya didn't even dare to imagine such a thing. "Enough with your mumbling. From now on, you are officially my maid for 3 months. During these 3 months, you must serve me well. If you serve me well, you will regain your freedom. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to keep you by my side and train you," Lin Feng said with a smile. You shameless bastard. How can you be considered a hero when you bully a little girl?" Guya immediately shouted. Lin Feng pursed his lips and said, "If I was a shameless bastard, do you think you can still stand here and talk to me?" Guya snorted coldly, but she didn't refute Lin Feng. Lin Feng continued, "Now you know you are a little girl? You didn't act like a little woman before, but from now on, you have to serve me honestly. You have no other choice." Guya glared fiercely at Lin Feng. She also knew that she had no other choice. 3 months it is. This princess will endure it. When this princess is free, see how this princess will deal with you, Guya viciously thought to herself. Her idea was quite good. Guya said, "All right, I will serve you for 3 months." "That's a good girl." Lin Feng smiled. The 9 provinces Immortal Empire was extremely large. The imperial capital of the 9 provinces Immortal Empire was called the 9 provinces Immortal Capital. This was the largest ancient city in the 9 provinces Immortal Territory, and it was also the capital of the 9 provinces Immortal Empire. Thus, this place was extremely lively, and it was practically a sea of people. Lin Feng, Xiao Tian, and Guya arrived at the 9 provinces Immortal Capital. Guya's previous outfit was simply too provocative. If she came to the 9 provinces Immortal Capital dressed like that, who knew how many people would come to watch? Thus, Lin Feng had Guya change into a long dress to cover her exposed body. After entering the 9 provinces' immortal capital, Lin Feng carried Xiao Tian and went with Gu Ya to find a place to stay. There were many high-class inns in the 9 continents' immortal capital, and the cultivators here knew how to enjoy themselves. Lin Feng rented a courtyard in the first-grade restaurant, where birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant, and the environment was elegant and pleasant. There were only 9 courtyards in the courtyard, and these courtyards were scattered in picturesque disorder, implying the great Tao of heaven and earth. Moreover, each courtyard was filled with energy, and it was really the best place for cultivation. In the evening, Lin Feng prepared a barbecue party in the courtyard. As a foodie, enjoying delicious food was a must every day. The inn had a takeout service, and Lin Feng also ordered a variety of delicacies. However, Gu Ya was not interested in these delicacies. She was originally a person of the 9 continents' immortal realm, so she was naturally very familiar with the various delicacies of the 9 continents' immortal realm. She had a special liking for Lin Feng's barbecue, and she simply devoured Lin Feng's barbecue like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds. "Uncle Lin, these things are not delicious." Little Tian likes to eat the delicacies made by Uncle Lin. Little Tian commented on the table of delicacies that Lin Feng had ordered. "Next time, Uncle will make a lot of delicious food for you." Lin Feng rubbed Little Tian's head and said, "Okay." Little Tian nodded heavily. Gu Ya muttered while eating, "I didn't know that you actually knew how to cook, and the barbecue you made was so passable." Lin Feng said, "Someone ate 90% of the barbecue alone, and you actually described it as passable. This young master has really broadened my horizons today." Gu Ya's pretty face blushed, and she lightly snorted. After eating and drinking to her heart's content, Little Tian quickly fell asleep. Only Gu Ya and Lin Feng were left sitting in the courtyard, drinking tea. Gu Ya had supreme-grade spiritual tea here, and it was really very pleasant to brew a pot of it. Other outsiders, after entering the 9 continents' immortal realm, are all looking for opportunities everywhere, but you actually came to the 9 continents' immortal realm to enjoy life. What a freak! Gu Ya couldn't help but mutter. Lin Feng pulled Gu Ya up and embraced her slender waist. Gu Ya sat in Lin Feng's embrace. Lin Feng said, "How can you speak to your master like that? Do you want master to punish you? You, let me go." Gu Ya's pretty face flushed pink, and she couldn't help but glare fiercely at Lin Feng. She had always kept herself clean. Before she met Lin Feng, she had never had any physical contact with a man. Lin Feng smiled and said, "A maidservant should act like a maidservant. As a maidservant, it is natural for her to be close to her master." Gu Ya looked like she wanted nothing more than to stomp Lin Feng to death. Why was it that whenever Lin Feng said something, he could turn black into white? Lin Feng naturally just wanted to tease Gu Ya. Seeing Gu Ya gnashing her teeth, Lin Feng felt that it was very interesting. The next day, Lin Feng went out with Xiao Tian and Gu Ya. He planned to go to the auction house to sell his sweet sound flowers. Previously, Lin Feng and Xiao Tian had obtained a total of 12 sweet sound flowers. These sweet sound flowers could be refined directly, but it would be a waste to do so. The effects would definitely not be as good as the sweet sound pills. Lin Feng planned to exchange the sweet sound flowers for sweet sound pills. Then, he would use the sweet sound pills to increase his soul power. Gu Ya was quite familiar with the Jiuzhou immortals. She brought Lin Feng to the auction house. The auction house had the backing of the imperial family, and its business was very good. From the outside, the auction house looked like a huge crystal bird's nest. It was magnificent, and the craftsmanship was superb. The interior was divided into 7 levels. The first level was the main hall. There were all kinds of display booths. If one wanted to buy something, they could find it there. In addition to the display booths, there were also counters to buy all kinds of treasures. The auction house was a rather special place. Not only did it sell things, but it also bought all kinds of rare treasures. Some of the top-notch treasures would be put up for auction. Of course, if one didn't want to sell rare treasures to the auction house but wanted to earn a lot of money, they could sell them to the auction house. However, after the auction house would take a 30% commission. Now, the auction house had set up a counter to buy sweet sound flowers. After all, during this period of time, many cultivators had gone to look for the sweet sound flowers. Therefore, the auction house wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to buy the sweet sound flowers. Lin Feng saw a few cultivators talking to an old man behind the counter from afar. They were probably cultivators who wanted to sell the sweet sound flowers. They were now bargaining. How many sweet sound pills can this sweet sound flower be exchanged for? Lin Feng looked at Guya and asked. Guya lived in the Jiuzhou immortal realm, so she was naturally very familiar with the sweet sound pills. Therefore, Lin Feng asked this question. He needed to find out about the market price first, and then have a good talk with the auction house. Usually, it's 2 pills. Guya said. How many sweet sound flowers do you need to refine a cauldron of pills? How many sweet sound pills can be refined from a cauldron of pills? Lin Feng asked. A sweet sound flower is the main ingredient, and other supplementary ingredients are needed to refine a cauldron of pills. It can refine around 12 to 15 pills. Guya said. This auction house is really black-hearted. Lin Feng muttered. Guya said, who asked the imperial family of the Jiuzhou immortal kingdom to have the method to refine the sweet sound pill. If there was a second power that knew how to refine the sweet sound pill, the price wouldn't be so ridiculous. Even if you add in the supplementary ingredients and the cost of labor, it's reasonable that a sweet sound flower can be exchanged for 7 or 8 sweet sound pills. The imperial family of the Jiuzhou immortal kingdom will also make a profit. The sweet sound pill is very precious. It only ripens once every 3,000 years, and there are probably only a few dozen sweet sound flowers each time. Therefore, the sweet sound flower is too rare, so the imperial family of the Jiuzhou immortal kingdom will naturally think of ways to lower the price. There are too many monks and too little gruel, so they must be eyeing the sweet sound pill. Lin Feng said. At this time, a few cultivators seemed to have reached an agreement with the old man. Then, a maid came out and led the cultivators upstairs. Lin Feng carried Xianxia and walked over with Guya. Young master, are you selling sweet sound flowers? The old man asked with a smile. Of course, and I'm selling quite a few. Lin Feng smiled. The old man's eyes lit up. It was difficult to purchase sweet sound flowers every time because all the major powers were buying them. Although some of the major powers couldn't refine the sweet sound pill, they could use the sweet sound flower to refine other pills. Therefore, it was already a good harvest for the auction house to be able to purchase 30 or 40 sweet sound flowers. If the cultivators in charge of purchasing sweet sound flowers could exceed the quota, they would be rewarded handsomely. How many sweet sound flowers do you have, young master? The old man asked. 12. Lin Feng smiled. The old man was pleasantly surprised when he heard that Lin Feng had 12 sweet sound flowers. It wasn't easy to obtain a sweet sound flower. A single stalk of sweet sound flower was extremely valuable, and Lin Feng actually had 12 stalks of sweet sound flowers. This was a huge business deal. Haha, young master, why don't we talk in the VIP lounge upstairs? The old man was very knowledgeable and reacted quickly. He immediately smiled and invited Lin Feng upstairs for a discussion. All right. Lin Feng nodded. In the VIP lounge on the second floor, a maid served tea as the host and the guest took their seats. Xiao Tian was playing in the lounge. Guya looked at Xiao Tian from the side. I am Liang Wandao. How should I address you, young master? The old man asked with a smile. Lin Feng. So it's Lin Gongzi. My apologies for not recognizing you, Liang Wandao cupped his fists with a smile. Lin Feng replied politely. Then, Lin Feng picked up his teacup and sipped the spirit tea without saying anything else. Doing business was a competition of patience. Right now, whoever spoke first would be the weaker party. They would definitely be at a disadvantage in the negotiation later on. With the resources in his hands, Lin Feng didn't need to worry about not being able to sell the sweet sound flowers. The one who was truly worried was Liang Wandao. He definitely wanted to complete this huge deal. Seeing Lin Feng remain silent, Liang Wandao couldn't help but mutter inwardly, what a sly fox. Liang Wandao worked in the auction house all year round and had seen all kinds of people. Therefore, he could guess what Lin Feng was thinking. He also knew what Lin Feng wanted. He wanted to exchange for more sweet sound pills. It wasn't good for both sides to just sit there and do nothing. Liang Wandao said, Lin Gongzi is selling 12 stalks of sweet sound flowers in one go. Our auction house will give Lin Gongzi a satisfactory price. Lin Feng smiled and said, I wonder what kind of price Elder Liang will give me. Liang Wandao said, other people who come to the auction house to sell sweet sound flowers usually get 2 sweet sound pills per stalk. However, I'm fated with you. How about this, young master's 12 stalks of sweet sound flowers can be sold for a total of 30 sweet sound pills. This price is already very sincere, said Lin Feng while smiling. I've heard that a cauldron can produce 12 to 15 sweet sound pills. 12 sweet sound flowers can produce between 144 sweet sound pills and 180 sweet sound pills. If you can only get 30 sweet sound pills, then it's not a good deal and we don't need to talk about it anymore, said Lin Feng while smiling. Liang Wandao hurriedly said, Lin Gongzi, don't jump to conclusions so quickly. It seems that Lin Gongzi has already done a comprehensive understanding of the sweet sound flower before coming here. Lin Gongzi should also know that refining the sweet sound pill requires a lot of precious auxiliary materials. These are also costs. Guya smiled and said, how precious can some auxiliary materials be? Elder Liang, don't deceive us. Liang Wandao's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked at Guya and said, Miss, why do you say that? What this elder said is the truth. Let's not talk about the value of these auxiliary materials. This pill formula is in the hands of the royal family of the 9 continents. Our auction house is backed by the royal family of the 9 continents. You can't buy sweet sound pills anywhere else except here. If you want sweet sound pills, you can only buy them from us. Just based on this point, this old man's price is already very sincere. Liang Wandao's words were actually very clear. If you want sweet sound pills to increase your cultivation, you can only buy them from us. You can't buy them anywhere else. Therefore, the sweet sound flower can only be sold to us. We have the final say in the price, not the seller. Over the years, many cultivators who sold sweet sound flowers had haggled over the price, but in the end, they still had to accept the price given by the auction house. This was where the confidence of the auction house came from. Lin Feng said indifferently, I don't think I said that I definitely need sweet sound pills. There are many heavenly treasures or pills that can increase one's soul force. I can use other things to replace the sweet sound pill. I heard that several other powers are also buying sweet sound flowers. I can use these sweet sound flowers to directly trade with them. After saying this, Lin Feng stood up and prepared to leave. Liang Wandao was slightly surprised. He didn't think that Lin Feng's attitude would be so resolute. Moreover, looking at Lin Feng's expression, he didn't seem to be lying. Lin Feng really wanted to leave. Now, it was Liang Wandao's turn to be anxious. If he couldn't complete such a huge business deal and the higher-ups found out, he would be punished. Lin Gongzi, please wait. If you're not satisfied with the price, we can continue the discussion. Liang Wandao hurriedly said. Lin Feng sat back down and said, I have many choices, but whether or not this deal can be completed depends on your sincerity. 35 sweet sound pills. That's my limit, Liang Wandao said. Lin Feng smiled and said, that's not enough. It's still a little far from my goal. Lin Gongzi, you're too greedy. Liang Wandao said. Lin Feng said, I have the resources, and you need them. We're both taking what we need. How can I be greedy? Liang Wandao asked, how many sweet sound pills do you want, Lin Gongzi? 60. That's my bottom line. Lin Feng said. That price is absolutely impossible. Liang Wandao said, the auction house has never done such a business before. Lin Feng smiled and said, Elder Liang, you can apply to the higher-ups. Perhaps they'll agree? Liang Wandao's expression changed. He said, all right. Lin Gongzi, wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. Thank you, Elder Liang. Lin Feng nodded. Liang Wandao quickly left. After Liang Wandao left, Guya said unhappily, it's always others who scam the auction house. When it's your turn, it's you who scams the auction house. 60 sweet sound pills? Are you trying to rob us? The imperial family of 9 provinces, as well as some other major powers, are all eyeing the pills covetously. They don't even have enough for themselves. Do you think they'll agree? Lin Feng said, I was just about to ask for 80, but after thinking about it, I don't think they'll agree. I reckon that 60 is their limit. If they don't agree, we'll just leave. At most, we'll just eat these sweet sound flowers to cultivate. Eating them directly is a waste of resources. Guya said speechlessly. Lin Gongzi, this is the president of our auction house, Xianxia. Liang Wandao introduced her to Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew that the royal family of the 9 continents Immortal Kingdom was surnamed Zhao. Since this woman was called Xianxia, she should be a relative of the royal family of the 9 continents Immortal Kingdom. The woman in front of him was truly enchanting. She was a peerless beauty herself. Moreover, she had a charming and mature temperament that made people infatuated with her. This was something that women with little experience couldn't compare to. Lin Gongzi. Shuya greets you here. Zhao Shia smiled slightly, her charm moving. If it was any other man, they would probably be stunned by her beauty. However, Lin Feng had seen too many peerless beauties before, and his new maidservant, Gu Ya, was one of them. Thus, he acted as if nothing had happened. Fairy is too courteous. Lin Feng smiled. Zhao Shia giggled and said, Lin Gongzi really knows how to talk. I'm not a fairy. Zhao Shia then gestured for Lin Feng to sit down. Zhao Shia said, I've already heard Lin Gongzi's request from Elder Liang. It's not that we can't agree to this request, but we have a condition. What condition? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhao Shia. In a few days, there will be an auction. Lin Gongzi needs to take out a deathly still fruit, and this deathly still fruit will become one of the promotional items for our auction house. Zhao Shia said. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't think that Zhao Shia would know that he had a deathly still fruit. Zhao Shia said, Lin Gongzi, please don't misunderstand. Our auction house has no ill intentions towards Lin Gongzi. The reason we know that Lin Gongzi has a deathly still fruit is because a cultivator called Emperor Azure Bull came to our 9 continents immortal capital a while ago and sold this information to the Mercenary Association. Our auction house also received this information, and I'm sure that many people are looking for Lin Gongzi. Some of them might have bad intentions, while some of them might sincerely want to make a deal with Lin Gongzi. Our auction house belongs to the latter group. We want to make a deal with Lin Gongzi. When the time comes, our auction house will help us bid a high price for Lin Gongzi. At the same time, we can also use the deathly still fruit to attract even more people. Our auction house also, we can use the deathly still fruit to sell to the Mercenary Association. Our auction house also received the news auction house. Many people's auction house is. Alright, I can promise you. But where is this Azure Bull Emperor? Do you know where he is? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. He had already guessed who this Emperor Azure Bull was. It was definitely that bastard Big Azure Bull. That guy was full of lies. He said that he would never go to the 9 continents Immortal Kingdom, that he wanted to go to places where cultivators gathered the most, and so on. That bastard sold his information in exchange for a lot of benefits. As for himself, he would encounter a lot of trouble. It wasn't hard to imagine that many people would come looking for him soon. Just as Zhao Shia said, some people might sincerely want to make a deal with him in exchange for the deathly still fruit, while others wanted to kill him and steal his treasures. He came to the 9 continents immortal capital to look for opportunities. How could he have the time to fight with a group of people? This damned Azure Bull, the next time I see it, I'll kill it, skin it, and then stew it into a pot of beef soup. Lin Feng couldn't help but think viciously in his heart. Zhao Shia said, this Emperor Azure Bull has already left the 9 continents immortal capital. As for where he went, we don't know. Lin Feng nodded. It seemed that the idea of killing the Azure Bull to make beef soup would have to be put aside for now. Zhao Shia took out a porcelain bottle and said, there are 60 wonder sound pills in here. Lin Gongzi, take a look. Lin Feng said, there's no need to look. I trust you on this. Lin Feng took out 12 wonder sound flowers and a deathly still fruit. Then, he said, this is what you need. Zhao Shia smiled when she saw Lin Feng take out the wonder sound flower and deathly still fruit. After putting them away, she took out an agreement and handed it to Lin Feng. Xianxia said, "This is the agreement for the auction of the deathly still fruit. After the auction, according to the rules, the auction house will take 30% of the reward as commission. If there are no problems, we can sign it." Lin Feng looked at it and found that there were no problems, so he signed his name. Xianxia said, "The auction will be held in 7 days. If you're interested, you can come and participate. Perhaps you'll find something you need." Lin Feng said, "Alright, I'll definitely come." After a slight pause, Lin Feng said, "Right, I need a batch of materials. I wonder if the auction house can help me gather them?" Lin Feng took out a piece of paper. The materials written on it were the materials needed to refine the white tiger clone. Xiaoxia glanced at it and said, "Most of the materials are easy to gather, but the earth crystal, flame immortal stone, and immortal spirit wood are extremely rare. I'm afraid they won't be easy to find." Those 3 materials were indeed very rare. Lin Feng said, "I'll trouble you to help me look around. If you can find them, I'll buy them no matter the price." "Alright, I'll do my best to help you," Xiaoxia said. After chatting for a while longer, Lin Feng bid farewell and left. After leaving the auction house, Lin Feng didn't stay outside for long. He returned to his residence with Xiao Tian and Guya. Lin Feng planned to refine the wonder pill to increase his soul force. "Little girl, eat these pills." Lin Feng took out 30 wonder pills and gave them to Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian ate them as if they were jelly beans, and she quickly finished them all. "Uncle Lin, Xiao Tian is sleepy." Xiao Tian yawned. The little girl would absorb the wonder pill's medicinal energy in her sleep. Lin Feng sent Xiao Tian into his mountain river ring. It would be safer that way. After that, Lin Feng told Guya that he was going into seclusion. Guya's magic energy had been sealed by Lin Feng. Thus, Lin Feng wasn't worried that she would escape. Guya couldn't wait for Lin Feng to go into seclusion. It would be best if he went into seclusion for 3 months. When he came out, she would regain her freedom. Lin Feng began his seclusion. He swallowed all 30 wonder sound pills. Then, Lin Feng began to circulate the archaic dragonesque elephant art. The medicinal energy of the wonder pills was being refined bit by bit. Lin Feng's soul force was now at first layer quasi-emperor realm. After refining the 30 wonder pills, his soul force reached 3rd layer quasi-emperor realm. Lin Feng was very happy that his soul force increased by 2 layers. Unfortunately, there was a limit to the number of wonder pills. If he had enough, his soul force could reach 99 layer quasi-emperor realm. However, Lin Feng was very satisfied that he could increase his soul force by 2 layers at once. On the 2nd day after he came out of seclusion, someone came to deliver a letter to Lin Feng. This letter was actually sent by Zhao Lin'er. In the letter, Zhao Lin'er said that she wanted to meet Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He didn't know why Zhao Lin'er wanted to meet him. Lin Feng had met Zhao Lin'er once before. Zhao Lin'er invited Lin Feng to meet her at the palace. The palaces of the cultivation world did not have as many rules as the palaces of the mortal world. Therefore, Lin Feng could enter the palace. In the palaces of the mortal world, other than the emperor, those who could enter the palace were eunuchs. The palace of the 9 continents immortal country was magnificent and majestic. Lin Feng came to the palace alone. As for Xiao Tian, Bibi, and the dragon rabbit stayed in the residence to play. Guya was in charge of looking after them. Outside the palace, there was already a palace maid waiting for Lin Feng. "Lin Gongzi, please follow me." The palace maid who was waiting for Lin Feng bowed slightly to Lin Feng and then said aloud. This palace maid's figure and face were both extremely beautiful. "Please lead the way," Lin Feng said. "Young master, you're too kind," the palace maid said and then led the way to the palace. When they arrived at the entrance of the palace, she took out a token and handed it to the guard. Then, the guard let them go. Lin Feng followed the palace maid into the palace. The palace was extremely large. Therefore, after entering the palace, Lin Feng boarded the beast carriage that was already prepared. "Where did Princess Zhao Lin'er want to meet me?" Lin Feng asked. The palace maid said, "In the princess's own palace, the Jade Immortal Palace." Lin Feng was shocked. He did not expect Zhao Lin'er to have her own palace. It seemed that Zhao Lin'er was an extremely valued junior. Otherwise, how could she have her own palace? Go, go, go. The carriage driver drove the beast carriage forward. About an hour later, they arrived at Zhao Lin'er's residence. It was a huge courtyard. There were rockery, strange stones, small bridges, flowing water, and pavilions. The environment was really oppressive. In the depths of the courtyard was a huge palace. That palace should be Zhao Lin'er's Jade Immortal Palace. Before entering the Jade Immortal Palace, Lin Feng heard the pleasant sound of a pipa. Many women liked to play the pipa. However, Zhao Lin'er was very interested in musical instruments like the pipa. The song she played was called Moonlit Night on the Spring River. The melody was beautiful and pleasant to the ears. It was as if it wanted to bring people into the world of the song. Lin Feng entered the Jade Fairy Palace under the guidance of a palace maid. Seeing Lin Feng enter, Zhao Lin'er revealed a charming smile to Lin Feng, but she didn't stop playing. Lin Feng, on the other hand, found a place to sit down and quietly enjoy the view. The palace maid did not disturb the two of them and retreated, leaving Lin Feng and Zhao Lin'er alone. Zhao Lin'er wore a veil even in the palace. Now that he was playing the pipa, Lin Feng felt as if he was hugging the pipa and covering half of his face. When the song Spring River Moonlight Night ended, Lin Feng seemed to still be immersed in that kind of beauty, unable to extricate himself for a long time, making people forget to return. "What do you think of my song, young master?" Zhao Lin'er asked. Her voice was very gentle and beautiful. Now, she had changed the way she addressed herself. She actually called herself young master in front of Lin Feng. This made Lin Feng very puzzled. Normally, women would only use such terms in front of extremely close male friends. Obviously, Lin Feng and Zhao Lin'er's relationship was not close. In fact, it was only the second time they had met. Although he was puzzled, Lin Feng's expression did not change. He said, "The song played by the princess is really amazing." He. Young master is too kind. Zhao Lin'er said with a smile. Lin Feng said, "I wonder why Fairy has called me here today?" Zhao Lin'er said, "I heard that young master has the deathly still fruit. I wonder if I can exchange it with young master." Lin Feng finally understood why Zhao Lin'er had called him servant in front of him in such an intimate way. It seemed that Zhao Lin'er wanted to exchange for the deathly still fruit from him. That was why she wanted to get close to him first. Lin Feng did not really want to exchange the deathly still fruits because Lin Feng planned to leave them for his women. Lin Feng had many women now. If he had something good, he would naturally think of them. "I have one more, but it has just been sent to the auction house and is about to be auctioned. My apologies, but it seems that I will have to disappoint Princess this time," Lin Feng said. Zhao Lin'er said that Azure Ox Emperor said that young master has more than 10 deathly still fruits, and that each person can only consume one deathly still fruit at most. Young master should have many more. "A Xian Ox is talking nonsense, don't take it seriously," said Lin Feng. Zhao Lin'er said, "As long as young master is willing to exchange the deathly still fruit with me, I can satisfy any price." "I want you to accompany me for a night," Lin Feng couldn't help but think wickedly. Zhao Lin'er was the #1 beauty in the 9 provinces paradise. She was even prettier than the fairy of the 9 heavens. Lin Feng was naturally interested in her. Of course, Lin Feng could only think about having Zhao Lin'er accompany him for a night. He did not dare to say it out loud. If he said it out loud, Zhao Lin'er would probably slash him with her sword. Lin Feng thought about it. He didn't lack any cultivation resources. Currently, what he needed the most were the 3 rare materials to refine the white tiger clone. Of course, he also needed the tyrant bone to raise the level of epic aura. Lin Feng asked, "Do you have the tyrant bone?" "What's that?" Zhao Lin'er asked curiously. "It's a very special bone. From the looks of it, you don't have it. Then, do you have the earth crystal, flame immortal rock, and spirit immortal ancient wood?" Lin Feng continued. Zhao Lin'er shook her head. "You should have the 3,000 great Daos, right?" Lin Feng said. Zhao Lin'er frowned slightly. Lin Feng mentioned the 3,000 great Daos because he wanted her to exchange them for the deathly still fruit. The 3,000 great Daos were extremely precious. They were the foundation of the Tao. The deathly still fruit was only a natural treasure. No matter how precious it was, it couldn't be compared to the 3,000 great Daos. It seems like the princess doesn't intend to exchange them. Lin Feng said. If that's the case, then I'll take my leave. Wait. Zhao Lin'er said. Princess, have you changed your mind? Lin Feng looked at Zhao Lin'er and asked. Zhao Lin'er looked at Lin Feng in annoyance and said, if I didn't need the deathly still fruit urgently, I wouldn't have used the 3,000 great Daos to exchange with you. I can use one of the 3,000 great Daos to exchange for the deathly still fruit, but you can't teach it to anyone else. There was an unwritten rule in the world of cultivators. Divine abilities obtained through exchanges were not allowed to be taught to others. Every world had its own rules, and cultivators had to abide by these rules. Lin Feng said. Don't worry, I know the rules. Swoosh, with a flash of light, a jade tube appeared in Zhao Lin'er's hand. She handed the jade tube to Lin Feng. Lin Feng used his divine sense to check it, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Zhao Lin'er didn't want to exchange the death silence fruit with Lin Feng. She had already said it, and Lin Feng could sense her inner thoughts. However, Zhao Lin'er needed the death silence fruit, so she had no choice but to trade with Lin Feng. With Zhao Lin'er's identity and status, she should have mastered many of the 3,000 great Daos. Naturally, he could choose some unpopular great Dao or the 3,000 great Dao that he could not use normally to impart to him. However, what Zhao Lin'er imparted to him was the great immunity art. Lin Feng was extremely shocked, and he couldn't believe it. The great immunity art was an extremely heaven-defying divine ability. It was ranked 53rd among the 3,000 great Daos. Back then, Lin Feng's greatest enemy in the Tianwu continent, the successor of the heavenly god palace, Di Xingtian, had cultivated the great immunity art. It was one of the top divine arts recorded in the great immunity art. However, Lin Feng hadn't been able to fight Di Xingtian in the final battle. Ever since the sea route to the 9 prefectures' great world was opened, the heavenly god palace had disappeared. It was unknown if they had come to the 9 prefectures. Apart from Di Xingtian, the first foreign god he had met in the ancient city also knew about the great immunity art. Perhaps they had all cultivated the great immunity art before. The great immunity art was a divine ability that could make anyone go crazy. The great immunity art recorded in the great immunity art was extremely useful to cultivators. Once the great immunity art was activated, it could nullify all attacks condensed from the opponent's magic power. For example, it could nullify all kinds of divine abilities, bloodline abilities, and even auras. This was because the activation of these attacks required the use of magic power in order to release their power. Therefore, one could imagine how precious this divine ability was. Zhao Lin'er asked, do you like this divine ability? Of course, I like it. Lin Feng suppressed the excitement in his heart. He looked at Zhao Lin'er in confusion and asked, why are you imparting this divine ability to me? If I said that it's because I admire you, would you believe me? Zhao Lin'er said. Admire me? Lin Feng looked at Zhao Lin'er in astonishment. He wouldn't believe this reason even if he was beaten to death. Although Lin Feng thought that he was handsome and dashing, he was still a man of his word. However, he had only met Zhao Lin'er twice. For a woman like Zhao Lin'er to have feelings of admiration for a man she had only met twice, wasn't this a joke? In any case, Lin Feng wouldn't believe such a thing. What? You don't believe me? Zhao Lin'er asked. Lin Feng looked at Zhao Lin'er. Zhao Lin'er also looked at Lin Feng. Zhao Lin'er's eyes were very beautiful. Her skin was fair, her figure was graceful, and her temperament was outstanding. However, her face was covered by a veil, so no one could see her true appearance. Lin Feng said with a smile, sometimes, being too charming is a mistake. I'm really too outstanding. Everyone loves me and flowers bloom when they see me. Therefore, I don't doubt the princess's words at all. My charm has always been this great. Zhao Lin'er said. Young master is really humorous. If you don't mind, I'm willing to become your confidant. Zhao Lin'er's actions shocked Lin Feng more and more. She was actually willing to directly say that she wanted to become his confidant. This was equivalent to a goddess-like woman taking the initiative to tell a man she had only met twice that she had already fallen in love with him. She wanted to be good to him, so he should accept her love. Anyone who saw this would find it inconceivable and unbelievable. Lin Feng couldn't help but slander her in his heart. He had no idea what Zhao Lin'er was up to. However, regardless of whether Zhao Lin'er was sincere or had other motives, Lin Feng was skilled and daring. He wasn't worried that Zhao Lin'er would scheme against him. Being able to have a confidant like the princess is really a happy thing. Lin Feng's mouth revealed a smile. He reached out to hug Zhao Lin'er's small waist. He wanted to see what kind of reaction this goddess in the eyes of countless people would have. He, now is not the time. Zhao Lin'er said with a smile. Then, she nimbly dodged and avoided Lin Feng's embrace. She then laughed. Lin Feng said, "This one was rude. I hope the princess doesn't blame me." Zhao Lin'er smiled and said, "How would I dare to blame the prince? In the future, when we are more familiar with each other and our relationship is deeper, Lin'er will not object to the prince's actions. I will definitely be obedient to the prince." Zhao Lin'er's words were too straightforward. If it was another man, he would probably be so excited that he didn't know his surname. Lin Feng only smiled indifferently. He said, "To be able to receive the princess's admiration is really an honor. I see that it's already late and I don't want to disturb you anymore. I'll take my leave for now. I'll send the prince off." Zhao Lin'er said. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Thank you for your trouble, princess." After leaving the palace, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Zhao Lin'er's change in attitude was extremely strange. Lin Feng had already felt that Zhao Lin'er was not a simple woman. Now, her series of inconceivable actions caused Lin Feng to feel even more puzzled. Has she really taken a liking to me? Lin Feng couldn't help but touch his face. His face was indeed handsome. Of course, the most important thing was that he was young and promising. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel proud of himself. Of course, this was also a bit of self-praise. After returning to their residence, Guya looked at Lin Feng with a faint smile and said, "Look at how happy you are. Did something happen between you and Zhao Lin'er?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "What? Are you jealous?" "Tui. Why would I be jealous of you?" Guya spat at Lin Feng. "Don't explain. Explaining is just trying to cover it up." Lin Feng grinned and reached out to hug Guya's waist. Guya's magic power was sealed, so she couldn't escape from Lin Feng's embrace. "Don't go too far." Guya gnashed her teeth and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, "It's already late autumn, and I saw that you were wearing thin clothes. I was worried that you would catch a cold, so I used my embrace to warm you up. Don't misunderstand me." When she heard Lin Feng's words, Guya immediately felt the urge to smash Lin Feng into a pulp with a punch. This guy was taking advantage of her, yet he could still speak so confidently. "How could he be so shameless?" Lin Feng said. "You seem to have a grudge with Zhao Lin'er. What do you think of Zhao Lin'er?" Guya said, "She's a very scheming woman. Back then, I went on a mission with Zhao Lin'er. At that time, we were still quite young. When we went out to train, there were more than 20 people in our group, but all of them fell into Zhao Lin'er's trap. Other than me, everyone died tragically. Zhao Lin'er, on the other hand, obtained a fortuitous encounter. From then on, she soared to the heavens." Lin Feng frowned slightly. He did not think that Guya was lying. However, Guya didn't explain in detail what had happened back then. Lin Feng didn't know if there was a secret behind it or not. However, there was one thing that Lin Feng was certain of. He had to be on guard against Zhao Lin'er. This woman was not a simple character. If he did not take precautions, he might really fall into her trap. Of course, Lin Feng hoped that he was overthinking things. "Let's not talk about Zhao Lin'er anymore. Let's talk about the two of us," said Lin Feng. "What do you mean?" Guya looked at Lin Feng warily. "As a servant, I have to serve my master well. This is my duty." "When do you plan on serving him?" Lin Feng asked with a faint smile. Guya's face turned pale when she heard Lin Feng mention serving him. However, when she saw the mischievous expression on Lin Feng's face, she immediately realized that she had been played by Lin Feng. Guya took advantage of Lin Feng's unpreparedness to get up and stomped on Lin Feng's foot. Lin Feng immediately grimaced in pain. Insolent! Watch how I teach you a lesson. Lin Feng made a move to pounce on Guya. Guya shrieked in fright and quickly ran back to her room. Guya had a fiery and unrestrained personality. Sometimes, it was quite interesting to tease this woman. It was already late at night. Xiao Tian, Bibi, and the dragon rabbit were already asleep. Lin Feng was not sleepy at all. After returning to his room, he began to comprehend the great immunity technique. This divine ability was extremely important to Lin Feng. Lin Feng himself also had great expectations for this ability. For the next few days, Lin Feng was comprehending the great immunity technique. On the other hand, the auction house spared no effort in promoting this auction. Many good things had appeared in the auction this time. As for the death silence fruit, it also aroused the interest of many people. The deathly still fruit only matured once every million years. Such a heavenly treasure was unimaginably beneficial to one's cultivation. Therefore, when the news of the death silence fruit spread out, many people rushed to the Nai region's immortal capital to participate in the auction. On the day of the auction, Lin Feng, Guya, Xiao Tian, Bibi, and Dragon Rabbit rode a beast carriage to the auction house. Guya also covered her beautiful face with a veil. However, there was no need to look at his face. One only needed to look at her graceful figure to know that this woman was definitely a peerless beauty. The auction was very lively. After Lin Feng arrived, Xianxia personally arranged a VIP box for Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng and the others entered the VIP box. Xianxia handed a storage ring to Lin Feng and said, "Inside is the materials that Lin Gongzi needs." However, the earth crystal, flame immortal stone, and spirit immortal ancient wood are still not able to be collected. However, the auction house is currently investigating the whereabouts of these 3 items for young master. I believe that we will have news soon. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Thank you, fairy. The money for these materials can be deducted from the money obtained from the auction of the death silence fruit." "No problem," Xiaoxia said with a smile. Then, she continued, "Today's auction will begin. There are still many things to deal with, so I won't stay here with Lin Gongzi for long. Young master, please do as you wish. If you have any orders, there are servants waiting outside. Young master, you only need to shout." "All right. Thank you for your concern." Lin Feng cupped his fists. Xiaoxia then left. Lin Feng sat on the sofa to rest, waiting for the auction to begin. The cultivators participating in the auction were entering the venue one after another. Thus, there was still some time before the auction officially began. There were some spirit fruits on the table in front of the sofa. Guya picked up a spirit fruit and elegantly ate it. Xiao Tian, on the other hand, was happily playing with Bibi and Dragon Rabbit. 2 hours later. Dong dong dong, 3 bells rang in the auction hall. The auction officially began. 2 cultivators walked up the stage. One was a man and the other was a woman. The man was a cultivator in his 30s. His name was Zhao Qianyu, and he was a relative of the 9 States Immortal Kingdom's imperial family. He was also one of the vice presidents of the auction house. This time, he was the one hosting the auction. His partner was a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 30s. Her name was Situ Jing. She was an experienced auctioneer of the auction house, and she was very good at livening up the atmosphere of an auction. Zhao Qianyu said with a smile, "Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend this auction held by our auction house. There will be many unexpected treasures in this auction. Now, let's take out the first item." As soon as Zhao Qianyu finished speaking, a servant girl walked out. She held a tray in her hands, and on the tray was a porcelain bottle. It was unknown what was inside the bottle for now. This was the first item to be auctioned. The first item to be auctioned was usually a top-quality item. Among all the items to be auctioned, it was very likely to be one of the top 10 items. Thus, this item was definitely not to be underestimated. It can't be an immortal pill, right? Or perhaps it's a powerful magical treasure? A treasure like the pristine jade bottle? It could also contain something precious, such as some bejeweled nectar. The cultivators in the auction house whispered to each other. Situ Jing smiled and said, "Everyone, the first item has a very nice name. It's called the Nine Heavens Immortal Universe Liquid. It's said to be an immortal liquid passed down from the celestial world." Passed down from the celestial world? It can't be true, right? Something passed down from the supreme celestial world? Heavens, isn't its origin too shocking? The cultivators below burst into an uproar. Any item passed down from the celestial world could be described as heaven-defying. Its value was unimaginable. What's the use of this thing? Many cultivators couldn't wait to ask. It's used by the celestial world's cultivators to raise spirit insects. Any kind of insect can be quickly hatched using the Nine Heavens Immortal Universe Liquid. Of course, the Nine Heavens Immortal Universe Liquid's effect is not only to hatch spirit insects. If those hatched larvae consume the Nine Heavens Immortal Universe Liquid, they will grow rapidly in an extremely short period of time, Situ Jing said. Right now, Lin Feng was in urgent need of supreme treasures to cultivate insects. Not only did Lin Feng have an archaic ancestor insect egg, but he also had a new emperor archaic egg. In addition, Lin Feng also had a prehistoric demon refining insect queen. Each of these insects was more terrifying than the last, and each was more extraordinary than the last. The archaic ancestor insect egg was about to hatch, but it still hadn't hatched. The emperor archaic egg still showed no signs of hatching. If he wanted to hatch an emperor archaic, he would need a huge amount of precious resources to cultivate the emperor archaic egg. As for the prehistoric demon refining insect queen, it was currently facing the problem of laying eggs. The prehistoric demon refining insects were poisonous insects that lived in groups. The archaic ancestor insect queen and the emperor archaic insect queen were both solitary insects. These were two completely different types of insects, but they were both terrifying. Thus, the Nine Heavens Immortal Universe Liquid was extremely important to Lin Feng. Good stuff. This is really good stuff. My family has a dark hell demonic insect egg, but it hasn't been able to hatch. If we can get the Nine Heavens Immortal Universe Liquid, we'll definitely be able to hatch it. I remember that our sect has an 8-armed golden-eyed demonic scorpion egg. That's a terrifying insect from the prehistoric era. If it hatches, it'll be terrifying. We definitely have to get the Nine Heavens Immortal Universe Liquid. In the auction house, divine wills were intertwined. Many people were conversing with their companions. The auction for the Nine Heavens Immortal Universe Liquid had caused a huge commotion. In a private room, Guyao looked at Lin Feng in surprise. In her impression, Lin Feng had always been a calm person. She rarely saw Lin Feng lose his composure like this. "You're also cultivating insects?" asked Guyao. Guyao was also cultivating insects. She had many tricks up her sleeves. Not only could she control the godsplitter birds, but she could also control some powerful insects. However, her magic power was sealed, so she couldn't open her beast pouch and release the insects inside. Lin Feng nodded. "That's right. I'm cultivating several powerful insects, so the Nine Heavens Immortal Universe Liquid is very important to me. I'm sure many people are interested in such a precious treasure. How about we make a deal?" Guyao smiled. "What kind of deal?" Lin Feng looked at Guyao. "If you want to bid for the Nine Heavens Immortal Universe Liquid, you'll probably have to pay a sky-high price. No matter how much it costs, I'll pay for it on your behalf," Guyao said. Lin Feng sat down and hugged Guyao. He smiled and said, "You have so little money, you should keep it for yourself. This bottle of Nine Heavens Immortal Universe Liquid would definitely fetch a heaven-defying price." Guyao struggled a few times, trying to break free from Lin Feng's embrace, but she failed several times. She could only let Lin Feng hug her. She couldn't help but think viciously, "Bastard, I'll let you take advantage of me now. Once this princess is free, I'll lead the soul-rending birds to teach you a lesson. Then I'll capture you. See how I'll deal with you then." Guyao's mood improved a lot when she thought of this. Ladies and gentlemen, the starting bid for the Nine Heavens Immortal Universe Liquid is 50 million origin crystals. Each bid must be no less than 5 million. "Let the bidding begin," Zhao Qianyu said loudly. As soon as the starting price was announced, the auction house immediately fell silent. The starting price was simply too high. But soon, someone began to bid. 60 million. The cultivator who bid was dressed in black and wore a bamboo hat. His voice was hoarse, and his origins were mysterious. No one knew who he was. 70 million. 80 million. 90 million. 100 million. After the black-cloaked cultivator broke the silence, many people began to participate in the bidding. The price kept rising and soon broke through 100 million. But obviously, even 100 million was far from the limit of the Nine Heavens Immortal Universe liquid. This was just the beginning. A treasure like the Nine Heavens Immortal Universe liquid was something that could only be found by chance. If they missed it this time, they might never see a second bottle of Nine Heavens Immortal Universe liquid in their lifetime. Therefore, many people didn't hesitate to spend a lot of money to bid for the Nine Heavens Immortal Universe liquid. 150 million. 180 million. 230 million. 300 million. 350 million. 390 million. 440 million. 600 million. 800 million. 1 billion. Many cultivators participated in the bidding and the price continued to rise. However, there were very few cultivators who withdrew from the bidding. There were still many cultivators who continued to join in the bidding for the Nine Heavens Immortal Universe liquid. I think it's impossible to bid for the Nine Heavens Immortal Universe liquid without 20 to 30 billion. Although your dead silence for it is precious, I estimate that the transaction price is only about 10 billion. It's far from enough to raise the funds to bid for the Nine Heavens Immortal Universe liquid. If you agree to my proposal now, it's not too late, Xianxia said. She felt that this was an opportunity to escape in advance. Therefore, she didn't want to give up this opportunity so easily. Lin Feng pinched Xianxia's face and said, "Woman, don't be self-righteous. You don't know how much wealth I have. If I tell you, you'll be shocked." Xianxia had already taken off her veil in the private room. Looking at Xianxia's delicate face at a close distance, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel amazed. Especially now that Xianxia's face was being pinched by Lin Feng, her red lips were slightly pouted, looking very cute. "Humph, I want to see if you really have that much money." Xianxia struggled free from Lin Feng's hand that was pinching her face and snorted coldly. The bidding outside was getting more and more intense. After the price broke through 1 billion, there was no sign of it slowing down. It continued to rise, and not long after, the price broke through 10 billion. When the price reached the sky-high price of 10 billion, many people began to withdraw from the competition one after another. Unless it was some big tycoons. Ordinary forces were no longer able to compete. In the end, there were still more than 10 forces continuing to bid. Soon, the price of the Nine Heavens Immortal Universe liquid reached 15 billion. After reaching this price, these forces also began to withdraw one after another. In the end, there was only one force left. This force was from the Nine Continents Immortal Realm. It was called the Ancient Insect Sect. This ancient insect sect was extremely good at cultivating all kinds of insects. Just as Lin Feng was about to bid, someone suddenly bid in advance. 20 billion. TSK, you're really rich. You actually raised the price to 20 billion. Looks like you're not fated with this treasure. Xianxia looked at Lin Feng gloatingly. She still felt that it was impossible for Lin Feng to take out so much money. Therefore, Xianxia wanted to provoke Lin Feng, hoping that Lin Feng would beg her when the time came. At that time, the two sides would be able to negotiate. However, Xianxia noticed that Lin Feng still had a calm expression, as if he wasn't worried at all. This made Xianxia very confused. Why was Lin Feng so calm? Did he really have the financial resources to defeat the other party? The latest price caused the emotions of the entire auction to reach an extreme. The cultivators below began whispering to each other. Everyone was discussing who this person was to be so rich and overbearing. However, the other party was sitting in a private room, so they couldn't see who it was. The ancient insect sect's expression suddenly darkened. They were originally determined to get the Nine Heavens Immortal Universe liquid, but now that someone had suddenly appeared, and the other party was so rich, they felt that it was very troublesome. 22 billion. The ancient insect sect continued to bid, not wanting to back out. The Nine Heavens Immortal Universe liquid was very important to their sect. This was because the ancient insect sect had a few very ancient insect eggs, but it was too difficult to hatch them. If they could get the 9 heavens immortal universe liquid, they could hatch them. At that time, the ancient insect sect's strength would also increase greatly. 25 billion. The other party continued to bid. Who is this? He's really rich. Looks like he wants to suppress the ancient insect sect and fight for this bottle of 9 heavens immortal universe liquid. The ancient insect sect raises a large number of poisonous insects every year, and there are so many people cultivating in the sect. The resources they need are extremely huge. Because of the poisonous insects, the ancient insect sect consumes 5 times more resources every year compared to other forces of the same size. Therefore, the ancient insect sect definitely has a bottom line. When that bottom line is exceeded, the ancient insect sect will back out. Because if they continue to compete, it will affect the entire sect's operations. That's not worth it. That's right. I estimate that the ancient insect sect's bottom line should be 30 billion. Some cultivators who had some understanding of the ancient insect sect discussed and roughly estimated how much money the ancient insect sect could use to compete for the 9 heavens immortal universe liquid. 30 billion was an astronomical figure. Originally, it was more than enough to bid for the 9 heavens immortal universe liquid. But now, something new had happened. There were mysterious people or forces participating in the competition, adding more variables to the competition this time. 28 billion. The ancient insect sect quoted another price. The voice of the bidder was extremely gloomy and cold. This should be the ancient insect sect's bottom line. 30 billion. The other party continued to quote a price. When the ancient insect sect cultivators heard this price, their eyes turned gloomy and murderous. No matter how unwilling they were, they had to withdraw from this auction. The price of the 9 heavens immortal universe liquid has reached 30 billion. Are there any higher bids? Situ Jing smiled as she looked around the auction house. He realized that no one was bidding anymore. Situ Jing said slowly, "Everyone, this is something that came out of the heaven realm. In the mortal world, we might not be able to see it once in hundreds of millions of years. If we miss this opportunity, we might not have a second chance like this." 32 billion. At this time, someone else made a new bid. Someone else is bidding? Many people were shocked. Originally, they thought that 30 billion was the limit. They didn't expect someone else to participate. It seemed that the price of the 9 heavens immortal universe liquid would reach an extremely shocking level. The heavenly demon emperor's son? Lin Feng was astonished. He was all too familiar with this voice. It was his old enemy, the heavenly demon emperor's son. This guy had actually come to the immortal capital of 9 states. 35 billion. The mysterious cultivator continued to bid. He had no intention of giving up. 38 billion. The heavenly demon emperor's son also raised the price. Lin Feng frowned. Did the heavenly demon emperor's son have some powerful insect egg on him? He didn't know if it was left behind by his father. Or did he have some other fortune? Lin Feng felt that it was a pity that he hadn't been able to kill the heavenly demon emperor's son back then. The heavenly demon emperor's son was very terrifying. He had the 8th heavenly fire, and his bloodline could continue to awaken. As his bloodline continued to awaken, his cultivation would rapidly increase. Now that the heavenly demon emperor's son had already undergone his second awakening, his strength would definitely increase explosively when the third awakening happened. At that time, he would become a great enemy. I should think of a way to get rid of him and not give him a chance to awaken his bloodline a third time. Moreover, I must get the 8th heavenly fire. Lin Feng couldn't help but whisper. The celestial beast emperor's son's 8th celestial fire was extremely important to him. Lin Feng wanted to kill the celestial beast emperor's son and steal his 8th celestial fire. In the outside world, the heavenly demon emperor's son had extremely terrifying Tao protectors protecting him. It would be very difficult to kill him, but now that they were in the immortal capital of 9 states, the heavenly demon emperor's son had no Tao protectors. On the other hand, Lin Feng's cultivation had increased greatly. Lin Feng was now absolutely confident that he could kill the heavenly demon emperor's son. As long as he could kill the heavenly demon emperor's son and refine the 8th heavenly fire, he would be able to obtain it. At that time, Lin Feng's cultivation would increase by leaps and bounds. At the thought of this, Lin Feng felt extremely excited. 40 billion. The mysterious person bid again. 43 billion. The heavenly demon emperor's son bid again. 45 billion. The mysterious person bid again. The two sides competed, and soon, the price reached 50 billion. It was then that Lin Feng said, "The two of you are really stingy. Raising the price bit by bit like this, when will the victor be decided?" The corners of many people's mouths twitched. Who was this guy? Did he not know how to brag properly? Raising the price by a few billion in one go was called raising the price bit by bit. They had seen people who were good at bragging, but they had never seen anyone as good as this guy. 100 billion. I bid 100 billion for the 9 heavens celestial liquid. Lin Feng bid. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had thought that Lin Feng was just bragging. Only now did they realize that they had misunderstood Lin Feng. This guy was truly rich and overbearing. He had raised the price by 50 billion in one go. How much wealth did he have to be so willful? Gu Ya, who was standing beside Lin Feng, was also dumbfounded. She looked at Lin Feng incoherently. Gu Ya had about 50 billion origin crystals on her. She had thought that with so much wealth, she could be considered as someone who could rival an entire nation. Only now did she realize that her wealth was nothing compared to Lin Feng. No wonder this guy was so fearless. Lin Feng, it's you. When the Sky Demon Emperor's son heard Lin Feng's voice, he stood up abruptly. His eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. Lin Feng had turned into ashes. He knew Lin Feng. Lin Feng wanted to kill him. He also wanted to kill Lin Feng. Long time no see. You're not dead yet? Lin Feng said indifferently. The corner of the Sky Demon Emperor's son's mouth twitched violently. Then, he said with a sinister smile, "Lin Feng, you're unlucky to have met me. Do you know that I obtained a great opportunity in the 9 provinces paradise? My cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds. Now, killing you is as easy as killing a dog for me." The Sky Demon Emperor's son was extremely arrogant. Before he lost to Lin Feng, he had never been defeated. At that time, the Sky Demon Emperor's son was overbearing and looked down on everyone. Losing to Lin Feng was considered a heavy blow to the Sky Demon Emperor's son. After all, he had never thought that he would lose to Lin Feng. In his eyes, Lin Feng was nothing. He wasn't even qualified to be his opponent. Therefore, that defeat almost caused the Sky Demon Emperor's son to collapse. But now, everything was in the past. Now that the Sky Demon Emperor's son had obtained a great opportunity in the 9 provinces paradise, his confidence had returned. The Sky Demon Emperor's son believed that he could definitely kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently. "I wonder who was the one who fled in a sorry state back then. Thinking back to that scene, it's still fresh in my memory." The Sky Demon Emperor's son was mad with hatred. He didn't want to recall the scene of him fleeing for his life after being defeated. To him, it was a humiliation. He couldn't bear to look back on the past. Now that Lin Feng had exposed the scar, the Sky Demon Emperor's son's face twisted. "Your Highness, there's no need to argue with this person," the demoness beside the Sky Demon Emperor's son said. This woman was as beautiful and enchanting as ever. Her words seemed to have some sort of magical power, causing the Sky Demon Emperor's son to gradually regain his composure. The people at the auction could tell that the two of them had a deep grudge against each other. Many people couldn't wait for Lin Feng and the Sky Demon Emperor's son to start fighting right now. They could also watch the show. The Sky Demon Emperor's son did not continue to participate in the contest. First, Lin Feng's price was too high. In terms of wealth, the son of the Sky Demon Emperor was completely unable to be mentioned in the same breath as Lin Feng. Secondly, the son of the Sky Demon Emperor wanted to kill Lin Feng. In his opinion, Lin Feng was doomed. In that case, why should he continue to compete with Lin Feng? In any case, even if Lin Feng obtained the 9 heavens immortal universe liquid, it would still fall into his hands in the end. The other mysterious man did not continue to raise his bid. A price of 100 billion was simply too high. It was enough to scare off anyone. The price of the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid has already reached 100 billion. Everyone, is there anyone else who wants to raise the price? If you miss this opportunity, you won't have a second chance. Situ Jing continued to encourage the crowd to bid. Bid my ass. You're still not satisfied with this price? Many people couldn't help but curse in their hearts. 100 billion going once, 100 billion going twice, 100 billion going thrice. Sold. As the hammer in Zhao Qianyu's hand fell, the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid was won by Lin Feng. Following that, one item after another was taken out for auction. The atmosphere at the auction was very lively. Your enemy has obtained a great opportunity. I'm afraid it won't be easy to kill him. Such a person can't be left alive. Otherwise, who knows what kind of trouble he will cause in the future. You may not be afraid, but what about your family and friends? If this person is crazy enough to deal with your family and friends, you can't always stay by their side, right? You have to be careful. Guya said. The Heavenly Demon Emperor's son was indeed a crazy person. His personality was like that of a child. What are you trying to say? Lin Feng asked. Let's join hands and kill this person. I think he has a lot of good things on him. When the time comes, we'll each take what we need. Guya said. At that time, you'll be able to escape in advance. Lin Feng pinched Guya's snow-white chin, the corners of his mouth rising into a faint smile. This is something that will benefit both of us. Guya said. Sold. Lin Feng nodded. He had wanted to kill the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son, so Guya's help would be a great help. The chances of killing the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son would also be greatly increased. Lin Feng wasn't interested in most of the auction items. After about 100 items were auctioned, Lin Feng's deathly still fruit was also taken out for auction. Perhaps it was because the auction price of the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid had reached a new peak, which was why this auction was held. Almost all of the auction items were sold at prices that far exceeded previous estimates. This included Lin Feng's deathly still fruit. Lin Feng had originally estimated the deathly still fruit's price to be between 10 billion and 15 billion. However, the actual price had reached 28 billion. This price greatly exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. Halfway through the auction, Lin Feng left with Gu Ya, Lil Tian, Bibi, and the Dragon Rabbit. Xianxia met with Lin Feng in the VIP lounge. She brought the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid that Lin Feng had won, and Lin Feng paid the required origin crystals. Then, he left. After Lin Feng left, a woman walked out from the back hall. This woman was none other than Zhao Liner. This person is not simple. Not to mention anything else, he's already so rich at such a young age. This is the first time I've seen someone like him. Xianxia said. Zhao Liner said, this guy gives me the feeling that he can produce an endless supply of origin crystals. Xianxia said, who knows how he got so much wealth? I think it's too risky for you to get close to him. Auntie, he's a very suitable candidate. Zhao Liner said. I'm afraid you'll fall in the end. Xianxia said. Why would I? I know what I'm doing. If I really find that things are developing in a direction that I can't control, I'll just... At this point, Zhao Liner's eyes flashed with a cold light. Xianxia sighed and said, I hope everything goes smoothly. I just hope you're not playing with fire. Auntie, don't worry. I'll be fine. I'll definitely succeed. Zhao Liner smiled sweetly. She was so beautiful that it took one's breath away. Lin Feng did not know about Zhao Liner's appearance at the auction house. Lin Feng also did not know about the conversation between Zhao Liner and Xianxia. After he returned to his residence with Gu Ya, Lil Tian, Bibi, and the Dragon Rabbit, he could not wait to go into seclusion. Lin Feng was now very much looking forward to the Archean ancestral worm and Emperor Archaic's successful incubation. He was also very much looking forward to the great desolate demon cultivating insect queen laying eggs. As long as he could successfully cultivate these 3 types of spirit insects, he would be invincible. Unless a great emperor came, even if a 99-layer boundary emperor came, he would not be able to defeat them. The demon lord said, it's not a problem to use the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid to nurture the spirit bugs, but you only have 1 bottle. You need to think carefully about how to nurture them. Lin Feng nodded. This was indeed a very important matter. Only one bottle of 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid meant that there was too little of it. However, Lin Feng needed to nurture the primordial ancestral insect, the Emperor Archaic, and the primordial demon refinement insect queen. He could divide them into 3 portions and nurture each one. However, he could also gather the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid to nurture a spirit bug. I want to nurture the Emperor Archaic the most. After all, the legend of the Emperor Archaic is exciting enough. With a flap of his wings, he killed a great emperor. It's hard to imagine how terrifying the Emperor Archaic's cultivation was. Secondly, I want to nurture a swarm of primordial demon refinement insects, but this should be more difficult. The queen insect needs to lay eggs first and then incubate them. This will take time. At present, the success rate of nurturing the primordial ancestral insect is the highest. Lin Feng stroked his chin and said, it would be very difficult to nurture the Emperor Archaic. One bottle of 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid might not be enough to nurture the Emperor Archaic. Therefore, after some consideration, Lin Feng decided to nurture the primordial ancestral insect egg first. If he could nurture the primordial ancestral insect, it would be a good harvest. An ordinary primordial ancestral insect could easily kill a sub-emperor. Some evolved primordial ancestral insects could fight against a great emperor. Like human cultivators, the primordial ancestral insect could also cultivate, improve, and evolve continuously. Its cultivation would rise steadily. Therefore, sub-emperors and even great emperors were not the end of the primordial ancestral insect. It should be said that it was the beginning of the primordial ancestral insect. As long as the primordial ancestral insect reached adulthood, it could easily kill a sub-emperor or even fight against a great emperor. This showed how heaven-defying this talent was. It could continue to cultivate after it reached adulthood. As it cultivated continuously, its cultivation could continue to rise. After making up his mind, Lin Feng decided to first use the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid to let the primordial ancestral insect hatch. With a thought from Lin Feng, the primordial ancestral insect egg flew out. Its shell was now covered in cracks. It wasn't too far away from hatching. However, the closer it was to the end, the more difficult it was to hatch it. External forces were needed. Put in more effort. Give it a push. Only then could the primordial ancestral insect hatch successfully. And clearly, the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid was what Lin Feng needed. Lin Feng refined the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid into pure energy. Then, under the control of his magic power, the energy wrapped around the immemorial ancestral insect egg. The primordial ancestral insect egg began to absorb the energy of the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid. Kacha kacha, as it continued to absorb the energy of the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid, the egg gradually cracked open. This made Lin Feng reveal a look of pleasant surprise. The effects of the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid were indeed astonishing. Was the primordial ancestral insect egg about to hatch? Once the primordial ancestral insect hatched, he would have an extremely terrifying fighting force by his side. Roughly 1/3 of the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid was consumed. The primordial ancestral insect egg began to crack open completely. This made Lin Feng very happy. After all, the 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid was much more powerful than he'd imagined. Lin Feng could use the remaining 9 Heavens Immortal Universe liquid to nurture the Emperor Archaic egg. This is the larva of the primordial ancestral insect? Lin Feng looked at one of the small insects in shock. It was only the size of a thumb, golden in color, and plump all over. Its body emanated waves of destructive power. After the little guy appeared, it ate all of the cracked eggshells. Violent ripples spread out from the primordial ancestral insect's body. After eating the eggshell, the insect's aura grew much stronger. Hungry. At that moment, a young voice suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's head. The primordial ancestral insect is transmitting its voice to me? Lin Feng's face was filled with shock. The primordial ancestral insect was simply too heaven-defying. It could even transmit its voice through divine will. After all, the primordial ancestral insect had only just hatched. For it to know how to transmit its voice through divine will at such a tender age, how powerful would it become in the future? Heaven-defying. Truly heaven-defying, Lin Feng quickly took out a dozen or so 100,000-year-old spirit fruits and placed them in front of the primordial ancestral insect. The little guy crawled toward the spirit fruits and began nibbling on them. It didn't take long for it to finish all the spirit fruits. After eating all the spirit fruits, the primordial ancestral insect turned around on the table, seemingly very comfortable. "Are you full?" Lin Feng asked. "I'm so full," the primordial ancestral insect transmitted. "I'll give you a name. From now on, you'll be called Little Gold," Lin Feng said. "Great! I have a name," the primordial ancestral insect cried out in excitement. "Little Gold, what ability do you have?" "Show me," Lin Feng said. "What's an ability? Can it be eaten?" Little Gold asked doubtfully. Lin Feng was speechless. Why was this fellow's mind filled with thoughts of eating? Did it have any other thoughts besides eating? "An ability is a special ability, such as this," Lin Feng flicked his finger, and a ball of flame appeared in the void, distorting it. Little Gold said. "I don't know how to breathe fire, but I can spit out some golden silk." As soon as Little Gold finished speaking, Little Gold opened its mouth and spat at Lin Feng. Shwa, rays of golden light flashed before disappearing. Upon closer inspection, those rays of golden light weren't golden at all. Instead, they were something similar to silk, but golden in color. The golden silk formed a huge net in midair, enveloping Lin Feng. Lin Feng found that he couldn't dodge. Slash! Lin Feng flicked his finger, condensing a sword chi to slash at the net. However, to Lin Feng's surprise, the sword chi he condensed couldn't cut through the golden silk. The defensive power of the golden silk was too terrifying. Lin Feng continued to burn it with his heavenly fire. The golden threads were still undamaged. How is this possible? Lin Feng's face was full of disbelief. The golden silk that Little Gold spat out was too terrifying. What material was it made of? It was simply unimaginable. This should be one of Little Gold's innate abilities. The next moment, Lin Feng was entangled by the net formed by the golden silk. The moment his body was entangled, Lin Feng's face paled as he realized that he couldn't circulate his spiritual energy. Little Gold's attack was too heaven-defying. Lin Feng was captured. "Let me go!" Lin Feng shouted. Although Xiao Jin had just hatched, its abilities were heaven-defying. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. This little guy was truly worthy of being the famous archaic ancestral insect. It was truly too powerful. Moreover, as Xiao Jin gradually grew up, it would awaken more and more abilities. When that time came, Xiao Jin would definitely become invincible. Just thinking about it made Lin Feng excited. Huff, huff, huff. After Xiao Jin released the golden thread once, he suddenly became extremely tired and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Feng put Xiao Jin into the mountain river ring and let it rest. After all, this little guy had just hatched. Therefore, it was still quite sleepy at this time. The archaic ancestral insect had finally hatched successfully, and Lin Feng had fulfilled one of his wishes. There was still 2/3 of the 9 heavens immortal universe liquid left. Lin Feng planned to use the remaining 2/3 to cultivate the Emperor Archaic egg. The Emperor Archaic was stronger than the archaic ancestral insect, so the difficulty of cultivating it would naturally soar. However, Lin Feng was very confident in cultivating the Emperor Archaic egg. He refined the remaining 9 heavens immortal universe liquid, and then all the refined energy was devoured by the Emperor Archaic egg. Lin Feng immediately discovered that the runes on the Emperor Archaic egg seemed to be gradually awakening. On the other hand, the first crack had finally appeared on the primordial Emperor Butterfly's egg. Ha 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 ha, a crack appeared. That's great. After seeing that crack, Lin Feng immediately laughed loudly. As the saying goes, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. The first step was often the most difficult. If the first step was completed, the next step would be much easier. 9 heavens immortal universe liquid, I need even more 9 heavens immortal universe liquid. Lin Feng couldn't help but shout. Unfortunately, there was only 1 bottle of 9 heavens immortal universe liquid. If there were a few more bottles, even the Emperor Archaic egg could be hatched today. Unfortunately, there was none. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel depressed. After putting away the Emperor Archaic egg, Lin Feng could finally rest. The next day, Zhao Lin once again sent someone to deliver a letter to Lin Feng. This time, Zhao Lin mentioned in her letter that her elder brother, the Prince of the Nine Provinces Immortal Empire, Zhao Xianxia, would be holding a gathering tonight. At that time, many of the top figures of the younger generation would go to the dojo. Zhao Lin personally sent an invitation to Lin Feng, hoping that Lin Feng would go with her to the gathering place. He did not become her male companion. What is this Zhao Lin planning? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. He had a feeling that Zhao Lin was plotting something. But until now, Lin Feng had not discovered what Zhao Lin's goal was. And Zhao Lin had never shown anything special. Not to mention hostility, Lin Feng sent away the maid sent by Zhao Lin, saying that he would attend the banquet with Zhao Lin. Guya smiled and said, "Looks like Zhao Lin really has her eyes on you." As the princess of the Nine Provinces Immortal Empire, Zhao Lin has a high status. She can get whatever she wants, so why would she target me? What is her goal? Given your understanding of her, what do you think she's plotting? Lin Feng asked Guya. He had previously discussed Zhao Lin with Guya, but Guya had not said much. Clearly, Guya was holding back. However, the situation was different now. Lin Feng planned to join forces with Guya to deal with the Sky Demon Emperor's son. The Sky Demon Emperor's son probably had something that Guya needed, right? Thus, Lin Feng and Guya's relationship was still quite harmonious. They were now working together. At this time, Guya would not remain silent like she had done before. Guya replied, "Zhao Lin is very smart, and she knows how to scheme against people. She always knows what she wants, and if she's scheming against others, it's definitely because she wants something." Then what does she want the most right now? Lin Feng asked. If I had to guess, I would say that what Zhao Lin wants the most right now is freedom. Guya said. Lin Feng understood what Guya meant by freedom. Zhao Lin probably wanted to leave the Nine Provinces Immortal Realm and head to the outside world. However, as a native of the Nine Provinces Immortal Realm, Zhao Lin would be suppressed by the laws of the Nine Provinces Immortal Realm. She would not be able to leave the Nine Provinces Immortal Realm. Zhao Lin was not the only one who wanted to leave the Nine Provinces Immortal Realm. Lin Feng dared to say that Guya definitely wanted to leave the Nine Provinces Immortal Realm as well. She wanted to see the magnificent world outside. Lin Feng said, "But I can't give her freedom. I can't help her leave the Nine Provinces Immortal Realm." You're ranked 9th in the genius rankings? Guya asked. First. Lin Feng said. Guya was slightly surprised, but then she felt that it was normal for Lin Feng to be ranked first in the genius rankings. She said, "Among everyone, your luck is the strongest. Perhaps Zhao Lin saw this point and wanted to get close to you. However, I don't know what exactly she wants to do. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. I hope that Zhao Lin doesn't have any bad ideas." Lin Feng couldn't help but say. "I think you should pray for yourself." Guya couldn't help but gloat. Lin Feng was going to attend the banquet at night. Originally, he wanted little Tian to stay at his residence. However, when little Tian heard about it, she insisted on going with Lin Feng. Lin Feng brought little Tian, Bibi, and the dragon rabbit with him. As for Guya, she wasn't interested in the banquet. She and Zhao Lin were sworn enemies, so she naturally didn't want to see Zhao Lin when she was in dire straits. Someone came to pick up Lin Feng. Lin Feng carried little Tian and boarded the beast carriage with Bibi and the dragon rabbit. Then, they went to the palace to meet up with Zhao Lin. After seeing Zhao Lin, Lin Feng couldn't help but be stunned. Zhao Lin was wearing a snow-white palace dress. She looked like a fairy who had fallen from the 9 heavens. Looking at her more than once would be blasphemy. "Wow, fairy sister," little Tian immediately cried out in joy when she saw Zhao Lin. The little girl had seen Zhao Lin before, but she had probably forgotten about her by now. After all, she was still young, and it was easy for her to forget some people she had met before. Little Tian ran to Zhao Lin's side and surrounded her to look at her. The dragon rabbit was unwilling to get close to Zhao Lin. Little Tian had forgotten who Zhao Lin was. However, the dragon rabbit didn't forget. He clearly remembered that the person in front of him was the one who wanted to buy him back then. There was no beauty or ugliness in the dragon rabbit's eyes. There was only the difference of like and dislike. The banquet was held in Jingyan Palace. Jingyan Palace was also called East Palace. It was where the crown prince lived. This was the palace where the crown prince, Zhao Xianqing, lived. Speaking of Zhao Xianqing, all the natives in Jiuzhou Wonderland probably knew him. Because Zhao Xianqing was really too famous. When Zhao Xianqing was born, there was a natural phenomenon. It was said that a boundless ocean appeared. The ocean floated above the imperial palace, and there was a dragon's roar in the ocean. After Zhao Xianqing was born, he held the birthmark of a real dragon with both hands. He showed a lot of extraordinary things since childhood. It was said that Zhao Xianqing had an extremely rare body of a real dragon. For so many years, Lin Feng had only seen one person with a real dragon body. That was Huangfu Qing Tian, who had stunned the ages. Of course, Zhao Xianqing was not the same as Huangfu Qing Tian. Zhao Xuanqing's true dragon body was unborn, while Huangfu Qing Tian's true dragon body was formed by taking a large amount of true dragon blood, and his own blood was changed by the true dragon blood. One was born with a real dragon body, while the other was born with a real dragon body. Of course, there was a difference. But now Huangfu Qing Tian's soul had already returned to the ninth heaven. He died in Lin Feng's hands. The East Palace was not very far from the Imperial Palace. It was only a dozen miles away. They could reach the East Palace quickly by beast carriage. Lin Feng and the princess sat in the same carriage. In this era, men and women were not allowed to touch each other. They were absolutely not allowed to sit in the same carriage. But Zhao Lin'er took the initiative to invite Lin Feng to sit in the same carriage. Since Zhao Lin'er was not afraid of other people's gossip, Lin Feng was naturally not afraid of it. He also wanted to see what Zhao Lin'er was up to. Lin Feng was bold because of his skill, so he was not worried about being schemed by Zhao Lin'er. There was a saying, counter soldiers with arms, water with an earthweir. If Zhao Lin'er really schemed against him, he would take the blow. Lin Feng and Zhao Lin'er sat very close to each other. He could even smell the virgin fragrance from her body. Zhao Lin'er was clearly a clean woman. At the very least, she was still as pure as an immortal lotus. Little Tian Tian snuggled up in Lin Feng's arms as the carriage slowly moved forward. From time to time, she would ask some strange questions. The little girl's imagination was wild and unrestrained. Not long after, they arrived at the Eastern Palace. The Eastern Palace was bustling with activity. On the way, Lin Feng asked around and found out why Zhao Xianqing had gathered so many young geniuses. It was because Zhao Xianqing had obtained 3 immortal stones. These 3 immortal stones were extremely extraordinary. Zhao Xianqing suspected that there might be living creatures inside, so he invited everyone to observe the stones together. This shocked Lin Feng greatly. During this period of time, more and more creatures broke out from the stone. And the thing that Zhao Xianqing had obtained, in a sense, was also a kind of stone material. If there was life in it, it would be very shocking. It might be the second Qing Emperor, or even more powerful than the Qing Emperor. My brother wants to cut open the stone, but he has some reservations. Zhao Lin'er said. Lin Feng said, cutting open the stone now is indeed scary. It's very easy for unexpected things to happen. We have to think twice before we act. Does young master think that it's not a good idea to act? Zhao Lin'er asked. Lin Feng said, whether or not to act, I'm sure your brother already knows. Zhao Lin'er nodded and did not say anything else. Look, the princess's carriage is here. There was a large group of young geniuses waiting at the square in front of the Eastern Palace. They were all waiting for Zhao Lin'er's arrival. Now that they saw Zhao Lin'er's carriage, they could not help but reveal excited expressions. They were all Zhao Lin'er's admirers, and they were all racking their brains to win her favor. Among these young geniuses, there were some that Lin Feng had seen before, such as Mo Tianyan and the others. However, there were many that Lin Feng had not seen before, but they were all from extraordinary backgrounds and were very powerful. Mo Tianyan and the others could be considered as the top geniuses of the 9 states immortal realm, but they were not supreme geniuses. There were also some people with extremely powerful means that Mo Tianyan and the others could not compare to. Princess Lin'er, you're here. Many of the young geniuses were all smiles when they saw the carriage's curtains open. They wanted to help Zhao Lin down the carriage. However, in the next moment, they were all stunned. Because the person who walked out of the carriage was a man. It was none other than Lin Feng. Everyone, please retract your hands. I'm not interested in this. Lin Feng said calmly. Many of them rolled their eyes and quickly retracted their hands. We're not interested in this either. These cultivators cried out in their hearts. However, these people then glared at Lin Feng fiercely. Because Lin Feng actually walked out of Zhao Lin's carriage. Zhao Lin's carriage had never been ridden by any other man before. Lin Feng was the first man to ride on Zhao Lin's carriage. At this moment, many of them thought of many things. The more they thought, the heavier their hearts became. Kid, who are you? Many of the young geniuses looked at Lin Feng unkindly. They did not know Lin Feng. If he was a disciple of a top family, they should know him. If Lin Feng managed to get Zhao Lin, where would these young geniuses put their faces? Some of them recognized Lin Feng. For example, Mo Tianyan and the others could recognize Lin Feng. They could not help but frown. They had seen Lin Feng in action before and knew how strong Lin Feng was. Although they felt uncomfortable when Lin Feng walked out of Zhao Lin's carriage, Mo Tianyan and the others did not say anything. They were waiting to watch the show. Many of the young geniuses did not know Lin Feng. How could these young geniuses give up so easily? This is my friend. Zhao Lin's voice came from the carriage. Did you hear that? I'm the princess friend. Lin Feng said with a smile. He walked out of the carriage and Xiao Tian walked out. Lin Feng carried Xiao Tian while Bibi and Dragon Rabbit flew out and landed on Lin Feng's shoulder. Zhao Lin, who was wearing a white palace dress, walked out. Zhao Lin, who was meticulously dressed, stunned everyone. All the young geniuses' eyes were fixed on her. Not only the young geniuses who were chasing after Zhao Lin, but the male cultivators who came to the banquet outside the Eastern Palace were also stunned. As for the young ladies, they were looking at Zhao Lin with jealousy. Zhao Lin's existence was a huge blow to them. Zhao Lin took the initiative to reach out her hand. Lin Feng also reached out and grabbed Zhao Lin's soft hand. Zhao Lin walked out of the carriage gracefully. Everyone looked over and was shocked to see who it was. This was a young master with a tall and straight figure, handsome and unrestrained. He emitted a cold aura, which was directed at Lin Feng. Huang Tianmu, he's here too. Many people became excited after seeing him. He was not simple, he was one of the best of the younger generation. Even Mo Tianyan and the others were much weaker than Huang Tianmu. Many people believed that Huang Tianmu would soon become a sovereign genius. His talent didn't lose out to those sovereign geniuses at all. The only difference was age. Huang Tianmu had only cultivated for 300 years. If it wasn't for his age, he would have become one of the supreme geniuses a long time ago. Other than those supreme prodigies who could suppress Huang Tianmu, there was probably no one in the younger generation of the 9 states immortal realm who could do so. Huang Tianmu was also one of Zhao Lin's suitors. When Huang Tianmu saw that Lin Feng was holding Zhao Lin's hand, his heart burned with jealousy. He had never been able to hold Zhao Lin's hand. I won't let go. Lin Feng said indifferently. Not only did he not let go of Zhao Lin's hand, he even stuck his body close to hers. This kid is really audacious. Many people looked at Lin Feng with jealousy. They wanted to see Zhao Lin get angry. However, when Lin Feng held her hand, Zhao Lin did not struggle, nor did she get angry. What did that mean? Many people lamented in their hearts. Lin Feng couldn't really have something going on with Zhao Lin, right? That guy is called Lin Feng, he's an outsider. He's only seen Princess Lin a few times. How could Princess Lin give her heart to him? A young noble who had seen Lin Feng before said. Seeing Lin Feng holding Zhao Lin's hand made him extremely jealous. He couldn't help but reveal Lin Feng's identity. But why didn't Princess Lin struggle? Someone was puzzled. Princess Lin is kind. Maybe she didn't want to embarrass him. Someone said. But how did this kid get on Princess Lin's beast carriage? Someone raised another question. Have you forgotten? This Lin Feng has a lot of deathly still fruits. Maybe Princess Lin wants to make a deal with him, so she invited him to board the beast carriage. Someone said. All of their questions were answered, and the expressions of those young masters became much better. Now, they looked at Lin Feng with a gloating expression. Lin Feng didn't let go of Zhao Lin's hand even after Huang Tianmu's warning. Instead, his grip on Zhao Lin tightened, and his body was pressed against Zhao Lin's. He was obviously provoking Huang Tianmu. With Huang Tianmu's personality, how could he tolerate this? Do you know what you're doing? Making such a foolish move will only lead you to a tragic end, said Huang Tianmu indifferently while looking at Lin Feng disdainfully. This was a kind of disdain that came from his bones. He thought highly of himself and didn't think much of Lin Feng. He also didn't think much of Lin Feng. In his opinion, Lin Feng was not on the same level as him. Do you know that disturbing my private time with Lin is also a taboo for me? Lin Feng replied indifferently. Lin? Private time? Damn, can he be any more shameless? Many people's eyes began to spit fire. Now, many cultivators wanted nothing more than to slap Lin Feng to death. However, they suppressed their anger and waited for Huang Tianmu to deal with Lin Feng. Princess Lin, have you ever been threatened by this person because of something? You can tell me, and I'll definitely get justice for you. Huang Tianmu looked at Zhao Lin. No. Zhao Lin's tone was very cold. His cold tone made Huang Tianmu feel very uncomfortable. Zhao Lin had always been gentle to people and had never been so cold. Huang Tianmu's heart was filled with endless anger. He blamed all of this on Lin Feng. If it wasn't for Lin Feng, how could Zhao Lin be like this? How could she be so cold to him? Scram as far as you can. Since you're also a guest today, I'll spare you. Otherwise, I don't mind making a move. Huang Tianmu looked at Lin Feng indifferently, looking at Lin Feng with a corrosive gaze. His tone was also unquestionable. He was very arrogant and insufferably arrogant. However, Huang Tianmu was too strong, and he was qualified to be arrogant. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lin Feng said indifferently. Do you think you can jump around in front of me just because you have some cultivation? If it wasn't for His Highness the Crown Prince's banquet today, you would have already been trampled under my feet and begging me to spare you. Huang Tianmu clasped his hands behind his back and looked at Lin Feng with disdain. As far as he was concerned, he could suppress Lin Feng with a snap of his fingers. Uncle Lin, this guy is so annoying. Xiao Tian wants to punch him and send him flying. Xiao Tian said in a childish voice. Many people couldn't help but roll their eyes. This little girl was quite brave, daring to say such things. You little bastard who doesn't know death. Huang Tianmu looked at Xiao Tian coldly. Lin Feng was furious. Xiao Tian's words carried no harm, but Huang Tianmu had gone too far. Lin Feng didn't intend to endure any longer. If he continued to endure, did Huang Tianmu really think that he was afraid of him? Little girl, we're attending the banquet today. You have to be a beautiful little princess. Lin Feng rubbed Xiao Tian's head. Before leaving today, Guya had specially dressed Xiao Tian up. Xiao Tian was now wearing a princess dress and looked very cute. She looked just like a little princess. Xiao Tian nodded and said, all right then. Xiao Tian will be very obedient today. Lin Feng smiled and asked Zhao Lin to look after Xiao Tian. He then walked towards Huang Tianmu. Is this guy really going to fight Huang Tianmu? Many people were surprised. They hadn't thought that Lin Feng would actually dare to fight. They had thought that Lin Feng would hide behind Zhao Lin. He probably wants to show off in front of Princess Lin. There'll be a good show later. He'll probably be beaten half to death by Huang Tianmu. Someone said. You're not a coward after all. Huang Tianmu was also surprised, but then he said mockingly, but I can suppress someone like you with one hand. Huang Tianmu was very arrogant, and his words were full of contempt for Lin Feng. Let's see who's suppressing who. Lin Feng said calmly. Boom. Huang Tianmu attacked, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body. He took a step forward and instantly appeared beside Lin Feng. He opened his hand and slapped towards Lin Feng. They're fighting. That brat is doomed. With his cultivation, he won't be killed by Huang Tianmu, right? that's possible. Huang Tianmu's cultivation is so terrifying. How can an ordinary person resist him? Acting tough in front of Huang Tianmu is simply courting death. Many people cried out in alarm. With Huang Tianmu's cultivation, it was fine for him to act tough. After all, no one would dare to stop him if he was strong enough. After all, this was a world where the strong reigned supreme. Lin Feng did not have the strength to act tough in front of Huang Tianmu. In the eyes of these cultivators, he was simply courting death. Of course, there were also some who felt that Huang Tianmu might not be able to defeat Lin Feng. For example, Mo Tianyan and the others had seen Lin Feng fight before, so they knew how powerful Lin Feng was. Therefore, they felt that Lin Feng might not necessarily lose to Huang Tianmu. If Lin Feng could defeat Huang Tianmu, then it would be terrifying. Zhao Lin's beautiful eyes stared at Lin Feng. She was unable to estimate Lin Feng's actual strength. Because Zhao Lin was scheming against Lin Feng, she needed to have a rough understanding of Lin Feng's strength. Only then would it be easier for her to act. If she did not have any understanding of Lin Feng, then some unexpected changes might occur. There were not many people who thought highly of Lin Feng. Therefore, when Huang Tianmu's attack was launched, many people felt that Lin Feng would not be able to withstand a single attack from Huang Tianmu. Just as Huang Tianmu's attack was about to land on Lin Feng moved. Lin Feng punched at Huang Tianmu. He had used the ability, time passing through billions of years. Huang Tianmu did not know how powerful Lin Feng's punch was, so he sneered. In his opinion, Lin Feng's counterattack was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Bang! Following a violent collision, the two attacks collided. Lin Feng did not move at all, but Huang Tianmu was forced to retreat. Lin Feng, who had broken through to the heavenly god realm, was no longer a match for him in the younger generation. Lin Feng did not know the cultivation level of those supreme geniuses in the immortal realm of the 9 states, or if they could contend with him. But he knew that it was almost impossible for Huang Tianmu to contend with him. This person was still far from being on the same level as him. How is this possible? Many people cried out in surprise. Huang Tianmu had actually been forced back. It was truly unbelievable. Huang Tianmu was extremely strong, but surprisingly, he couldn't compete with Lin Feng. How could Lin Feng be so strong? Huang Tianmu's bodies at this moment, Huang Tianmu's body, and Huang Tianmu's, what's going on? Many people cried out in disbelief. Huang Tianmu had only exchanged a punch with Lin Feng, but his body was aging at a visible rate. His lifespan seemed to have been taken away in an instant. Why is this happening? Huang Tianmu looked at his aging body in horror. The unknown was the most frightening thing. Those who did not know about Lin Feng's ability, time passing through billions of years, would have been scared out of their wits. Huang Tianmu was the same. His heart was filled with fear. He looked like a completely different person compared to his previous high and mighty attitude. I'm going to kill you. Huang Tianmu roared and formed the heavenly lion seal with both hands. Roar! The roar shook the sky, and a huge heavenly lion appeared behind Huang Tianmu. The heavenly lion was snow-white all over. Waves of destructive energy waves were emitted from his body. Huang Tianmu's lifespan was taken away, and his strength was greatly weakened. However, he was still very powerful, and the seal he formed was extremely terrifying. The heavenly lion seal formed, and the huge heavenly lion pounced on Lin Feng. It's useless. No matter how you struggle, you're just an ant in my eyes. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he stepped forward. He waved his right fist like a divine king and smashed it at the huge heavenly lion. Wherever his fist passed, it seemed to be able to shatter the sky, shatter the firmament, collapse billions of worlds, and suppress the mountains and seas. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Feng in shock. They felt that Lin Feng was like a divine king who had descended to the world. This made many people feel like prostrating themselves in worship. Bang! Lin Feng's divine fist was invincible. He did not even use any magic or the arm of the dragon and elephant. It was a punch punched out with the power of one's physical body. Lin Feng's physical body had been transformed long ago. He could fight against true dragons, gods, and demons. How powerful was he? His physical body was far beyond that of an ordinary quasi-emperor. Even the physical bodies of true dragons, gods, and other terrifying creatures of the quasi-emperor realm might not be able to compete with Lin Feng's physical body, let alone other races. The human race was relatively weak in terms of physical body. Among the human race, there were probably only a handful of people who could cultivate their physical body to such a terrifying level like Lin Feng. Lin Feng could kill Huang Tianmu's magic with pure physical strength. That punch seemed to be able to penetrate heaven and earth. The heavenly lion condensed by Huang Tianmu was directly pierced through by Lin Feng's invincible punch. Then, Lin Feng's terrifying punch did not slow down as it blasted toward Huang Tianmu. Huang Tianmu was stupefied. Lin Feng's attacks were much more powerful than he had imagined. Huang Tianmu was astonished. Huang Tianmu had no time to dodge, so he raised his arms and used the iron chain across the river to block Lin Feng's attack. Crack, crack, however, his arms were directly broken by Lin Feng. His entire body was sent flying. Wah! He spat out large mouthfuls of blood in midair and fell to the ground screaming. Everyone was shocked. Lin Feng was really too strong. Huang Tianmu was such a powerful expert, but he did not even have the power to resist Lin Feng. He didn't even use his magic power in that punch just now. Someone said with a trembling voice. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. If this cultivator had not said it, no one would have even noticed it. Didn't that mean that Lin Feng had just killed Huang Tianmu with his physical body? Wasn't that too terrifying? If he could defeat an expert like Huang Tianmu with his physical body, how strong would he be if he used his magic power? The surrounding cultivators looked at Lin Feng with a horrified expression. You're too weak. You've disappointed me. Lin Feng looked at Huang Tianmu indifferently, then turned around and left. A person like Huang Tianmu was not qualified for him to attack again. Lin Feng's indifferent attitude was the greatest mockery and disdain to Huang Tianmu. Lin Feng carried little Tian Tian in his arms, then looked at Zhao Lin'er with a smile. Lin'er, let's go in. Lin Feng extended his right hand, while Zhao Lin'er placed her left hand in Lin Feng's, allowing him to hold her hand. Then, they walked into Xingyang Palace. He's too savage. He's like a tyrannosaurus in human form. I wonder how he compares to those supreme geniuses? That guy should be better at physical combat, right? Maybe he's not good at divine abilities? That might be his weakness. I think he just hasn't shown his divine abilities yet. It's not that he's not good at divine abilities. After Lin Feng left, many people started talking. They looked at Huang Tianmu, who had fainted, and felt sorry for him. That bastard didn't really win Princess Lin'er's heart, did he? At that moment, some cultivators wailed and cursed Lin Feng loudly. They thought that Zhao Lin'er, a beautiful flower, might have been plucked by Lin Feng. There was no need to mention how depressed he was. Many people sighed, wanting nothing more than to tear Lin Feng to shreds. Xingyang Palace covered an area of more than 1,000 acres. It was huge. There were courtyards everywhere, and the environment was beautiful. Xingyang Palace was divided into 3 main parts. The first part was the outer palace, where guests were usually entertained. The second section was the central palace. This was where Zhao Xuanqing's office, dining, treasury, armory, and other storehouses were located. Of course, Xingyang Palace was huge, and Zhao Xianxia had tens of thousands of people. Most of them worked in Xingyang Palace. Apart from the office, the servants of Xingyang Palace also lived in the central palace. Some of the guest rooms were also located in a few courtyards in the central palace, and the environment was very elegant. The inner palace was where Zhao Xianqing lived, and the people who lived there were all his family members. Outsiders were not allowed to enter the inner palace. Otherwise, they would be executed. Zhao Xuanqing's banquet was naturally held in the outer palace. The Xingyang Palace was 300 meters tall and took up an area of 20 mu. The construction was magnificent and majestic, giving off the aura of a royal family. The banquet was held here. When Lin Feng and the others arrived, Xingyang Hall was already very lively. The people inside had no idea what was happening outside. Of course, even if they knew, they would only be slightly surprised and wouldn't think too much about it. They didn't have much interaction with Lin Feng, so naturally, they wouldn't pay too much attention to Lin Feng. Zhao Lin'er was different. She was the princess of the 9 provinces immortal empire. Her every action would attract the attention of everyone. No matter where she went, she would always be the focus of attention. When everyone saw Zhao Lin and Lin Feng walking together rather intimately, many people were completely stunned. Then, they revealed an expression of disbelief. Zhao Lin had always been a clean and honest person. There were countless geniuses who pursued her, but no one had heard of her having any scandals with any of them. But now, Zhao Lin was acting so intimately with a young man. Their bodies were almost touching, and the two of them were whispering to each other from time to time. It was as if they were lovers in their honeymoon period. What made everyone speechless was that the young man was actually carrying a delicate little girl. Many people couldn't help but feel puzzled. That little girl couldn't be that young man's daughter, right? Did he manage to woo Princess Zhao Lin with his daughter? Thinking of this possibility, many people felt like fainting. Brother Zhao, does Sister Lin already have a boyfriend? Someone looked at Crown Prince Zhao Xianxia in puzzlement. Zhao Xianxia was also confused. Although he was Zhao Lin's biological sister, he didn't know what was going on. Most of the time, he felt that he couldn't see through his sister. They should be close friends of the opposite sex, Zhao Xianxia said. He didn't dare to be sure. The relationship between siblings in the royal family wasn't strong. It was the same for Zhao Xianxia and Zhao Lin. Therefore, Zhao Xianxia didn't know much about his sister. However, the marriage of a member of the royal family was a big deal. Most of the time, it wasn't up to them to decide. If Zhao Lin had someone she liked, it would be a big deal. Zhao Xianxia was also paying attention to this matter. He looked at Lin Feng and couldn't help but frown. Who is this person? I've never seen him before. As the crown prince of the 9 continents immortal kingdom, Zhao Xianxia knew most of the young masters of the major factions in the 9 continents immortal realm. Perhaps there were some hidden geniuses that he didn't know. Zhao Xianxia felt that Lin Feng might be such a person. Therefore, he asked. I don't know him. The people around Zhao Xianxia shook their heads. They didn't know Lin Feng either. Go and find out. Zhao Xianxia said. Soon, someone found out the news. It said that he's from the outside world, the cultivator who went to find out the news said. So he's from the outside world. Lin has always been interested in the outside world, Zhao Xianxia said. Many people were guessing Lin Feng's identity. Someone recognized Lin Feng. They had seen Lin Feng on the Melodious Sound Island before. Therefore, Lin Feng's identity quickly spread. What? He's a cultivator from the outside world? Many people were shocked. They looked at Lin Feng with envy. Ordinary people spent their whole lives trying to stand out. However, these people who stood at the peak of the 9 continents immortal realm had different pursuits. They longed to see a wider world. They longed to leave the 9 continents immortal realm, but they couldn't. This was because the 9 continents immortal realm had its own rules of order that suppressed the natives. They had to stay in the 9 continents immortal realm for the rest of their lives. For the outsiders, the 9 continents immortal realm was like a huge treasure trove that was filled with countless opportunities. However, for the cultivators of the major factions in the 9 continents immortal realm, it was more like a cage. Many people came forward to greet Zhao Lin. There were also many people talking about Lin Feng. They wanted to know more about the outside world from Lin Feng. They longed to know everything about the outside world. Zhao Lin had a gentle and charming smile on her face. She nodded slightly in response to the cultivators who came forward to greet her. My royal brother is over there. Come with me to greet him. Zhao Lin said. Then, she pointed at a young man. Lin Feng looked over and saw Zhao Xianxia. Zhao Xianxia looked very young. In fact, he wasn't much older than Zhao Lin. Lin Feng carried Xiao Tian and Zhao Lin to Zhao Xuanqing's side. Royal brother. Zhao Lin bowed. Royal sister, there's no need to be so polite. Zhao Xianxia smiled. Royal brother, this is Lin Feng, Lin Gongzi. He came from the 9 continents immortal realm to train. Lin Gongzi, this is my royal brother, the crown prince of the 9 continents immortal kingdom, Zhao Xianxia. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. Both parties cupped their fists. Zhao Xianxia smiled. Brother Lin, you must have entered the 9 continents paradise through the prodigy ranking, right? That's right. Lin Feng nodded. Congratulations, Brother Lin. Once you leave the 9 continents paradise, you'll probably soar to the heavens. Zhao Xianxia said with a smile. Cultivators who entered the 9 continents paradise through the prodigy ranking were enveloped by the providence of heaven and earth. Thus, they would often obtain extraordinary opportunities after entering the 9 continents paradise. Many people would soar to the heavens after leaving the 9 continents paradise. As the crown prince of the 9 continents paradise, it was not surprising that Zhao Xianxia knew about this. Thank you for your auspicious words, Brother Zhao. Lin Feng smiled. Both parties chatted for a while. Zhao Xianxia still had to greet other guests, so Lin Feng did not continue to disturb him. Zhao Lin'er was familiar with many people. Many people greeted Zhao Lin'er and came up to chat with her. Lin Feng carried little Tian Tian to eat. There were many tables in the hall on the first floor. On the tables were various delicacies, desserts, drinks, and wine. If one was hungry or thirsty, they could choose something to taste. Little Tian Tian loved desserts. Perhaps it had something to do with her age. Children her age tended to like desserts. Bibi and Dragon Rabbit opened a bottle of red wine. The 2 little fellows drank one mouthful after another. This was wine brewed from grapes. The alcohol content was not particularly strong. Thus, it was not easy to get drunk. Lin Feng did not like this kind of wine. He preferred stronger wine. However, Bibi and Dragon Rabbit clearly liked red wine. It was sour and sweet. It tasted good. The 2 little fellows were addicted to it. They drank bottle after bottle. A few beautiful women and socialites surrounded Lin Feng. They were all dressed to the nines, and Lin Feng was in the middle. Lin Gongzi, everyone is saying that you and Princess Lin are lovers. I wonder if the rumors are true. A beautiful woman asked with a smile. She was very curious about this. These beautiful women and socialites often went to various social venues, so they were very good at chatting with strangers. Although it was their first time talking to Lin Feng, they all seemed to have known him for a long time. Little Tian Tian was busy devouring the desserts and had no time to deal with Lin Feng. Lin Feng was also a little bored, so he started chatting with these beautiful women and socialites. He smiled and said, "My relationship with Lin'er is a secret." "Aya, Lin Gongzi, you're so naughty. What's there to hide? Tell us." A beautiful woman said coquettishly as she hugged one of Lin Feng's arms. She said coquettishly. Lin Feng smiled and said, "It's not good to make some things too clear." At this time a tall young lady said, "I heard that Lin Gongzi came from the outside world. I wonder if the rumors are true." Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right. I did come from the outside world." "What kind of world is the outside world like?" The group of beautiful women and socialites looked at Lin Feng curiously. Although they usually lived a life of luxury, they were also very curious about the outside world. It's a vast world. There are many unimaginable races there, and you can enter the boundless starry sky to travel. You can even reach many legendary great worlds. There are many unimaginable races there, some of which I might not even have heard of. There are countless legends in the boundless starry sky. There are legends about great emperors and immortals. Outside, there are ancient heaven-shaking stone tablets, the legendary 9 prefectures lantern, and even the faintly discernible door of everlasting life, which records the secret of immortality. Lin Feng's words attracted many people's attention. Many people were mesmerized by his words. The outside world made them yearn for it. It was the place to pursue the Tao. Although cultivation in the 9 prefectures paradise was very fast, it was limited by the laws of heaven and earth. At most, one could cultivate to the 99th layer of the quasi-emperor realm. Then, one's cultivation could not improve anymore. In the long years that followed, one could only wait for the end of one's life. It was a very sad thing. However, this was the situation in the 9 prefectures paradise for countless years. Many people had seen the loneliness and unwillingness of their ancestors, who had cultivated to the 99th layer of the quasi-emperor realm, before they died. They had a chance to break through to the emperor realm. However, in the 9 prefectures paradise, they were destined to lose this chance. Therefore, they wanted to leave. Lin Feng's words evoked many people's yearning for the outside world. Once the door of yearning was opened, it could not be stopped. I wonder when we can leave. Someone sighed. Then, someone said, aren't the various great factions about to come up with a solution? It's just hearsay. After so many years, if they could come up with a solution, why wait until now? Someone else said. Many people sighed. They wanted to leave, but now, they could not see any hope of leaving. This made their mood abnormally gloomy. Lin Feng sympathized with these people. However, there were many people in this world who deserved sympathy. Although these people deserved sympathy, they were not pitiful people. They lived very carefree in the 9 prefectures' paradise. The truly pitiful people were those who did not wear clothes to cover their bodies and were in a precarious situation. More and more people came to attend the banquet. The hall was very lively. Bibi and the dragon rabbit were drunk. They flew to Lin Feng's side and stood on Lin Feng's shoulder, swaying from side to side. These 2 little beasts are so cute. Many female cultivators could not help but scream. They were very fond of Bibi and the dragon rabbit. The 2 little fellows fell into the arms of 2 female cultivators and kept rubbing against them. Damn, perverted beasts, Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. These 2 little fellows really knew how to enjoy themselves. Lin Feng grabbed the 2 little fellows' ears and threw them into the mountain river ring. The 2 little fellows fell on the grass and fell asleep. Although the red wine was not too intoxicating, the 2 little fellows drank too much. But these 2 little guys drank too much. Each of them drank a total of 20 jars of red wine. It would be strange if they were not drunk. Xianxia ate too many desserts. Her little belly was bulging. Lin Feng smiled wryly. Xianxia was the kind of person who would eat anything she liked to eat until it was dead. Lin Gongzi, come with me. Let's talk upstairs. Zhao Lin walked over with a beautiful smile on her face. Her smile was very moving, and many people could not help but fall into a daze. Lin Feng nodded and followed Zhao Lin upstairs with Xianxia in his arms. They entered a palace. There were 30 to 40 people sitting here. They were all top-notch experts. Are you Lin Feng? Kneel before me. Lin Feng did not expect that someone would provoke him like this as soon as he entered the hall. He looked towards the source of the voice and saw a cultivator in blue. This cultivator was very young, but he was abnormally strong. At this moment, he was looking at him with a pair of cold and arrogant eyes, like a god looking down on a lowly ant. This was a kind of contempt for Lin Feng that came from the depths of his soul. Du Tianming. Why is he targeting this person? Some people were puzzled and did not know what was going on. Many people in the hall did not know Lin Feng. Someone said, that cultivator is called Lin Feng. I heard that he taught Du Tianyu a lesson on the Melodious Sound Island. Later, it was said that Du Wenzong wanted to kill him and steal his treasure, but he died in the hands of this person. There's such a thing? This person is not famous, but he has such powerful strength. Could he be a foreign cultivator? Another person said. That's right, he's a foreign cultivator. Another person replied. After knowing Lin Feng's identity, many people shook their heads slightly. A foreign cultivator offending a big family like the Du family was courting death. However, they did not say anything more. After all, it had nothing to do with them. These people were happy to be at ease and watch a good show. I don't know how to kneel and die. Why don't you show me? Let me pay my respects and learn from you. Lin Feng replied indifferently. Pfft. Many people burst out laughing. No one expected Lin Feng to answer Du Tianming in such a way. He actually wanted Du Tianming to show him how to do it. The corner of Du Tianming's mouth twitched violently. He looked at Lin Feng indifferently and said, "Are you pretending to be crazy? I can suppress a cultivator like you with a raise of my hand. If you don't want to suffer physical pain, you should know what to do." Du Tianming was very arrogant. He did not put Lin Feng in his eyes. His words were full of contempt and disdain for Lin Feng. Of course, this person was very powerful. Because he was one of the more than 10 supreme geniuses in the 9 continents immortal realm, no one knew how strong he was. Therefore, it was normal for Du Tianming to be arrogant. In many people's eyes, being targeted by Du Tianming was Lin Feng's bad luck. Some people are too full of themselves, and may end up digging a grave for themselves. Lin Feng replied coldly. Lin Feng was not afraid of Du Tianming. Even if he could not kill Du Tianming, Lin Feng was confident that he could escape unscathed. You reckless fool. If it weren't for His Highness the Crown Prince, you would already be a corpse. Do you know that? Du Tianming looked at Lin Feng with disdain. In his opinion, killing Lin Feng was too easy. The reason why he hadn't made a move yet was because he was giving face to the Crown Prince, Zhao Xianqing. Everyone was amazed. Du Tianming's character had always been strong, and now he once again displayed this kind of strength. Let's see who will win in the end. Lin Feng replied coldly. In reality, he was also restraining himself. He didn't want to make a move at someone else's banquet. After all, he was only a guest. If they were outside, he would have already attacked. Big bad guy, if you are so fierce to little Tiantian's uncle again, little Tian will knock you out. Little Tian snorted. Although she was young, she could still see some clues. Du Tianming was obviously targeting Lin Feng. This made little Tian very angry. Many people shook their heads helplessly. A little girl actually dared to say that she would knock Du Tianming out. How much did she look down on Du Tianming? However, there were also some people who had strange expressions. They felt that little Tian was not simple. There were also some people who had seen little Tian fight on Melodious Sound Island. They had even seen little Tian and Lin Feng working together to kill Du Wenzong. They knew that although little Tian was young, she was definitely not simple. Du Tianming also knew about this. The Du clan had already sent people to investigate Lin Feng and little Tian. Du Tianming sneered and said, I don't mind killing you all one by one. Du Tianming suddenly stood up, as if he really wanted to attack. He no longer concealed the killing intent in his body. That terrifying killing intent seemed to have condensed into a solid form. Brother Du, hold on. At this moment, Zhao Xianqing spoke. Your Highness, are you trying to stop me? Du Tianming's expression was extremely gloomy. Xingyang Palace is not a place to settle personal grudges. Zhao Xianqing said. Fine, I'll give your Highness face. Du Tianming said. He was actually not afraid of Zhao Xianqing. After all, he and Zhao Xianqing were both supreme geniuses. Moreover, his Du clan was also a power that dominated a region. They were not under the control of the 9 continents immortal empire. Naturally, he would not be afraid of Zhao Xianqing. However, they were from the same generation. He still had to give Zhao Xianqing face. Du Tianming then looked at Lin Feng. That was a look of superiority. He said with contempt and disdain, you should feel very lucky because the Crown Prince is pleading with you. This way, you can live a little longer. You think too highly of yourself. Lin Feng sneered. Du Tianming did not say anything else. He was very disdainful of Lin Feng. He did not put Lin Feng in his heart. If he wanted to make a move, he could kill Lin Feng anytime. In his opinion, even if Lin Feng grew 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not be able to escape from his grasp. This was a strong confidence. And this confidence came from his own strength. Du Tianming had always been this confident and arrogant. However, he did have the qualifications. Among the younger generation, he was one of the most powerful figures. Many people felt that it was a pity that they could not see the battle. They originally wanted to see the battle between Lin Feng and Du Tianming. Now that Zhao Xianqing had stopped them, they did not know if the two of them would fight later. Many people were looking forward to that battle. Sister, Brother Lin, let's find a place to sit. Zhao Xianqing said with a smile. His smile was very infectious and very gentle. It was very easy for people to have a good impression of him. Zhao Xianqing was a person who hid his strength deeply. His face seemed to always have this kind of gentle expression. People like him were very good at hiding their character. This kind of person was even more terrifying. Thank you, brother. Zhao Liner bowed slightly. Lin Feng also cupped his fists. Then, they found a place to sit. Uncle Lin, little Tian Tian wants to eat that. As soon as they sat down, little Tian Tian pointed at a spirit fruit on the table. The spirit fruit's fragrance filled the air. Little Tian Tian almost drooled. Lin Feng gave the spirit fruit to little Tian Tian and told her that if she was full, she could take the rest of the spirit fruit back. There was no need to eat all of it in one go. It would be bad if she stuffed herself. Many people could not help but roll their eyes. This guy was really something. Not only did he come to someone's house as a guest to eat, he even wanted to take something from them. Could his face be any thicker? At this time, Zhao Xianqing looked at Lin Feng and said with a smile, I heard that Brother Lin has obtained many deathly still fruits. Is that true? The news of the deathly still fruit had been leaked by that bastard Azure Ox on purpose. Clearly, he was trying to cause trouble for Lin Feng. That bastard was truly despicable. Lin Feng had even given him a deathly still fruit in vain. Thinking of the Azure Ox, Lin Feng felt an urge to butcher that bastard and make him into beef soup. Don't listen to the rumors outside. How could I have a deathly still fruit? Those are just rumors. Don't take them seriously. Lin Feng denied. He did have over a dozen deathly still fruits on him, but he had no intention of using them to trade. Lin Feng still wanted to give them to his women to increase their cultivation. It was that Azure Ox Emperor. He said that he once searched for deathly still fruits with Brother Lin, and Brother Lin obtained all of them. There were over a dozen in total. I'm sure Brother Lin still has a lot left. Zhao Xianqing said. Lin Feng said. Are the words of an ox trustworthy? He's obviously trying to frame me. Seeing that Lin Feng refused to admit it, Zhao Xianqing did not say anything else. Many people had different thoughts. They had heard of the rumors before, and now that they saw Lin Feng in person, they had different thoughts. Some wanted to trade with Lin Feng for the deathly still fruits, but there were also some who harbored evil intentions towards Lin Feng, wanting to snatch the deathly still fruits. Regardless of whether they had good intentions or evil intentions, they restrained themselves very well. This was not the place to do such things. It's fate that we're able to gather here today. Shall we raise our cups? Zhao Xianqing said with a smile. Everyone raised their cups. Then, they downed the wine in their cups. I heard that Brother Yuan comprehended an unparalleled technique on Great Demonic Mountain. It seems to be the legacy of a demon lord. I wonder if Brother Yuan would be willing to show us this technique? Suddenly, a beautiful female cultivator said with a smile. She then looked at a young man with a thin figure. The young man was called Yuan Shan, and he was also one of the supreme geniuses. His reputation and strength were widespread. However, in stark contrast to Du Tianming, this supreme genius called Yuan Shan usually kept a low profile. Oh? There's such a thing? This is the first time we've heard of it. I didn't think that Brother Yuan would obtain such a heaven-defying opportunity. Brother Yuan, is it convenient for you to display your divine ability? Let's broaden our horizons. Many cultivators said as they looked at Yuan Shan. Lin Feng was also very surprised. This person actually obtained the orthodoxy of a devil lord. This was too terrifying. The Devil Master was the Lord of all devils, equivalent to the Lord of gods and immortals. Lin Feng guessed that the Demon Lord was one of the most heaven-defying existences among the immortals. Since ancient times, there were very few experts of this level. It was said that since the beginning of the world, there were no more than 10 existences at the level of Devil Master. It could be seen how difficult it was to become a Demon Master. The legacy left behind by an expert of this level was too terrifying. He must be unimaginably powerful. For this young cultivator known as Yuan Shan to be able to obtain the legacy of a demonic mountain, he must be someone with great fortune. He smiled and said, since everyone wants to see it, I'll show you my incompetence. Yuan Shan walked out and began to display this ancient and powerful sacred art to the crowd. He stood in the center of the hall and began to form seals. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Yuan Shan, not daring to miss any details. As the seals condensed one after another. Behind Yuan Shan, a pitch-black world vaguely appeared. An oppressive aura filled the hall. Many people were shocked. This divine ability had just been condensed, but it was already emitting such a terrifying aura. Once it was completely condensed, how terrifying would it be? At this moment, Yuan Shan dispersed the cultivation technique. He said, I've only cultivated the starting stance, so I can't truly display this divine ability. He didn't continue to show everyone the mysteries of this devil lord's inheritance, but Lin Feng and the others knew that it wasn't because he hadn't grasped the essence of this divine ability. It was because Yuan Shan was holding back. This was a peerless ultimate technique. At the critical moment, it could reverse the situation of a life and death battle. Yuan Shan naturally didn't want to expose this peerless ultimate technique too early. If it was exposed too early, someone would be unfavorable to him, and they would be on guard. Everyone was very clear about this, but no one pointed it out. The banquet was very lively, and everyone chatted happily. Midway, a small trade fair was held. Everyone took out whatever precious treasures they had. They used treasures that they didn't need to exchange for treasures that they needed. Usually, there would be such a small trade fair at a gathering of high-level cultivators. This was because it was very difficult for everyone to gather together. This kind of gathering was a good opportunity. Lin Feng didn't make a move. He wasn't interested in the items that these people took out. After the trade fair ended, a supreme genius said, I heard that your highness obtained 3 immortal stones. Can you take them out for us to take a look? Of course. Zhao Xianxia nodded and waved his right hand. Swoosh, there was a flash of light. 3 immortal stones flew out. The first immortal stone was shaped like an old monk sitting cross-legged in meditation. It was surrounded by a golden luster, and runes were surging around it. It was mysterious and unfathomable. The second immortal stone was like a huge millstone. It was as black as ink and had a cold aura. Black light flowed around it, and it seemed to be nurturing a demonic god. It was extremely extraordinary. The third immortal stone was a special stone material. It was about 7 to 8 meters tall and was extremely huge. However, it was riddled with holes, and immortal light was emitting from each of the holes. These were the 3 immortal stones that Zhao Xianxia obtained. They were all extraordinary. After Zhao Xianxia took out the 3 immortal stones, everyone was observing them. The more they looked, the more shocked they were. The 3 immortal stones were very extraordinary. It was difficult to see through their profundities, but everyone could feel the astonishing aura flowing within them. Could it be that they're nurturing some terrifying creature? Someone said with a doubtful expression. The others were also frowning and thinking. The 3 immortal stones were too extraordinary. It was shocking, but they couldn't come to a conclusion about them. I want to cut open the 3 immortal stones and see what's inside. Zhao Xianxia said. This was just as Lin Feng had expected. Zhao Xianxia was more inclined to cut open the 3 immortal stones, but he couldn't see through them. That was why he had a lot of apprehension in his heart. Moreover, he was also worried. The 3 immortal stones were too extraordinary. It would be troublesome if something peerless and terrifying was found. That was why he had gathered so many people before cutting the stones. Many of them had studied the stones, and they might be able to see some of the secrets of the 3 immortal stones. The 3 immortal stones are too extraordinary. Something unexpected might happen after they're cut open, a woman said. Everyone looked over and was shocked. That woman was called Murong Shuang. Goddess Murong, can you tell what's so special about these stones? Someone asked. They were very interested in the 3 stones that Zhao Xianxia had taken out. Murong Shuang said, there are too many secrets hidden in these high-quality stones. It's not easy to uncover these secrets. Most of the time, one has to take a huge risk. I have a scroll of stone observation map here. I can give it to Fairy Murong. I'll have to trouble Fairy Murong to take a look at it. Zhao Xianxia said. The stone observation scroll was extraordinary. It was said that there were many mysterious stone observation methods recorded in it. However, whether one could comprehend the mysteries in it depended on one's luck. Zhao Xianxia was obviously very interested in and had high expectations for the 3 immortal stones. That was why he took out such a valuable treasure to ask Murong Shuang to take a look at the 3 stones. Your Highness, you're too kind. We're friends. It's only right to help a friend. Murong Shuang smiled. This woman was very good with words. Now that Zhao Xianxia had said that he would give her the stone observation scroll, with his status, he would naturally keep his word and not go back on his words. Morong Shuang's words not only brought her closer to Zhao Xianqing, but also left a perfect image of her being willing to do her best for a friend. Thank you, goddess. Zhao Xianqing saw everything. He smiled and cupped his fists. Your Highness, you're too kind. Morong Shuang got up and walked toward the 3 stones. She stretched out her right hand. At that moment, everyone noticed that Morong Shuang's right hand was extremely slender. It was a pair of unusually beautiful hands. They were crystal clear like jade, slender and slender. Whoosh! There was a flash of light. Golden light surged out. Morong Shuang's hands were changing. Her hands gradually turned golden. After seeing this scene, everyone revealed an extremely shocked expression. Golden hand. This must be the legendary golden hand. Someone exclaimed. Lin Feng was shocked. He had heard of the golden hand before. It was an extremely extraordinary physique. Such people were born to be grave robbers. It was said that the founder of the Tomb Raiders was a tomb raider. That pair of hands was very magical. There were many places where one could feel the presence of treasures with just a touch. They could even sense good and bad luck. For example, some sealed coffins. After opening it, there might be some peerless treasures and powerful inheritances inside. If one could find these things, it would naturally be a great opportunity. However, there was a saying that 9 out of 10 coffins were perilous. In other words, the tomb was actually extremely dangerous. Opening these coffins, the probability of obtaining treasures was far lower than the probability of encountering danger. Opening a coffin out of 10 times, it would be considered pretty good if a treasure was dug out even once. As for the other 9 times, there would be all kinds of dangers. For example, the corpse in the coffin could turn into a terrifying ghost corpse or a Yin spirit. These were all things that could happen. Therefore, opening the coffin had to be done with caution. However, if he had the golden hand like Morong Shuang, it would be a different story. Morong Shuang's gold-digging hand only needed to touch the coffin gently. Basically, he could determine whether there was a fortuitous opportunity or danger inside. It was an opportunity to open the coffin and leave after obtaining the treasure. If it was dangerous, one would need to offer incense and worship before leaving the tomb. Of course, tomb raiding hand wasn't limited to tomb raiding. It could be used in many other ways. For example, searching for stone materials was also one of the ways to use the looting hand, and its accuracy was extremely high. Morong Shuang performed the looting hand and touched 3 pieces of stone materials. Then, her golden hands returned to their normal color. Fairy, did you sense anything special? Zhao Xianqing asked. Morong Shuang said. These 3 pieces of stone are too extraordinary. If we want to cut them, we need to be fully prepared. Fairy, do you mean that there might be danger when we cut the stones? Zhao Xianqing couldn't help but ask. These 3 pieces of stone can shield their aura. Just this point alone shows how extraordinary these 3 pieces of stone are. Therefore, no matter whether there is danger or not, we should prepare for the worst. If we don't think about the future, there will be immediate danger. We need to be prepared for all possible countermeasures. Morong Shuang said. There is an Emperor Ray Palace in Xingyang Palace. It is an emperor rune that has been passed down since ancient times. This is the place where I comprehended the Tao. We can cut the stones here. Zhao Xianqing said. Many people were surprised. It was rumored that Zhao Xianqing had obtained the inheritance of a great emperor. It seemed that this rumor wasn't baseless. The Emperor Ray Palace seemed to be related to the inheritance of this great emperor. Alright, let's go there. With the suppression of the Emperor rune, even if there is danger, we should be able to deal with it. Morong Shuang said. She was very cautious. This was because she knew very well just how terrifying the dangers sealed within these stones were. Sometimes, even a single weapon fragment sealed within a stone could kill a peerless expert. Therefore, when cutting stones, one must be very careful, especially when cutting such a high-grade stone, one must be extra careful. Everyone, come with me, Zhao Xianqing put away the 3 pieces of immortal stones and said. Everyone stood up one after another. Everyone was looking forward to what would be inside these 3 extraordinary immortal stones. Would it be something like a divine fetus or an immortal artifact? To Zhao Xianqing, as long as he was able to obtain one, it could be said to be a great opportunity. Many people outside heard that Zhao Xianqing was about to cut the stones. Many people heard that Zhao Xianqing had obtained 3 extraordinary immortal stones. Now that Zhao Xianqing was about to cut the 3 pieces of immortal stones, it naturally caused quite a stir. Many people followed him to the Emperor Ray Palace. They wanted to watch the stone-cutting event. The Emperor Ray Palace was an extremely huge palace. It was close to 300 meters tall and took up about 20 acres of land. It was entirely green and made of an unknown material. The walls of the palace were densely covered with countless runes. That's a magic treasure, Yi Futian murmured. Lin Feng was shocked. The Emperor Ray Palace was very similar to his reincarnation demon palace and Chonglu demon palace. Others might think that it was just an ordinary palace. However, Lin Feng could feel that this palace was extraordinary. This treasure had transformed into such a huge size and was placed in Jinyang Palace by Zhao Xianqing. It was his place of cultivation, and it also suppressed Zhao Xuanqing's fortune, allowing him to have a continuous flow of fortune. This Emperor Ray Palace was truly extraordinary. Everyone rushed into the Emperor Ray Palace. The place was densely covered with Emperor runes. Therefore, it was very safe to cut the stones here. Swoosh, with a flash of light, 3 immortal stones flew out. Zhao Xianqing took a deep breath. He was going to cut the stones. However, no one expected the 3 immortal stones to change at this moment. They shot up into the sky and flew out quickly, trying to escape. The 3 immortal stones were so extraordinary that many people were shocked. Before they could react, the 3 immortal stones were about to rush out of the hall. The 3 immortal stones had turned into spirits. If they really rushed out, it would be like a flood dragon rising out of the sea. Who could stop them in this vast world? Quick, help His Highness catch them. The cultivators and guards at the entrance of the hall shouted. They wanted to grab the 3 immortal stones. Boom, all kinds of divine abilities were used to suppress the 3 immortal stones. Many cultivators attacked, their attacks were extremely powerful. However, the 3 immortal stones were terrifying. The void shook slightly. Bam, following a series of violent collisions, one cultivator after another was sent flying. The 3 immortal stones were simply too powerful. They possessed immense combat strength. Just as the 3 immortal stones were about to escape, suddenly, the Emperor runes in the Emperor Formation Hall intertwined and sealed the exit. The Emperor runes twisted and swept towards the 3 immortal stones. The 3 immortal stones wanted to resist the Emperor runes, and even wanted to tear them apart and rush out. However, they failed. The Emperor runes were too powerful and terrifying. Even though they had turned into spirits, they couldn't resist the Emperor runes. In the end, the 3 immortal stones were suppressed by the Emperor runes in the Emperor Formation Hall. Luckily, I came to the Emperor Formation Hall. Otherwise, the 3 immortal stones might have escaped. Zhao Xianqing sighed. Many people were amazed. The 3 immortal stones were too shocking. Were they really going to cut out a peerless divine treasure or even a holy spirit? Now, everyone was looking forward to it. Perhaps they were going to witness something extraordinary. Everyone was very excited. Zhao Xianqing was about to cut the stone. He took out his stone-cutting knife and walked towards the stone that looked like an old monk sitting cross-legged. That piece of stone material had golden light swirling around it. There were symbols surging about it, it was just too extraordinary. Perhaps such a piece of stone hid some great secrets. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Zhao Xianqing, who was about to cut the stone. They didn't know what Zhao Xianqing would cut out. Zhao Xianqing took a deep breath. His movements were very practiced. The stone-cutting knife danced in his hand like a butterfly weaving through flowers. Stone fragments swirled in the air. Soon, a large amount of stone fragments fell to the ground. Zhao Xianqing was obviously very good at cutting stones. Perhaps it was because he often cut stones. Many young masters like him were addicted to cutting stones. It was their hobby. The stone continued to shrink. Everyone was trying to guess what could be cut out of the stone, but nothing came out of it even though it continued to shrink. This caused everyone to be extremely astonished. The immortal stone was so extraordinary, yet nothing actually appeared. What was going on? Is it empty? someone murmured. Moreover, when the immortal stone soared into the sky and wanted to escape, it displayed such a powerful battle prowess. How could it be empty? But when the immortal stone was completely cut open. This is strange. It's empty. Why did this stone display such great strength? I don't know. This stone is too strange. Many cultivators started discussing. They felt that something was wrong. The immortal stone before him was too strange. Zhao Xuanqing's face was naturally the ugliest. He originally thought that he could cut out some precious treasures or even sacred spirits from this stone. But in the end, he didn't get anything. Zhao Xianqing was very disappointed. As the saying went, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Perhaps this was what it meant. Eh? Lin Feng was surprised. He felt that something was wrong. He thought of the stone cutting he had done in the Tianwu continent. After cutting out a few pieces of stone, the treasures sealed inside had all turned to ashes. At first, Lin Feng thought that he had sensed wrongly. Later, he found out that it was because of a small stone king. It didn't want people to cut those things, so it devoured the life force of those treasures and destroyed them. The current situation was somewhat similar to that time. Fairy, what do you think? Zhao Xianqing looked at Murong Shuang. Murong Shuang observed carefully. She frowned slightly. This was the first time she had seen something like this. She found it very strange and puzzling. It's indeed a little strange. But my senses shouldn't be wrong. Murong Shuang said. Lin Feng said, can I take a look at these 3 stones? Everyone looked at Lin Feng in unison. Brother Lin, you know about stones too? Zhao Xianqing looked at Lin Feng in surprise. I know a little, Lin Feng said. Zhao Xianqing was surprised. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be so knowledgeable. If someone like Lin Feng knew a little, it wouldn't be as simple as that. He must have some amazing means. I'll have to trouble you, Brother Lin. Zhao Xianqing cupped his fists. Lin Feng smiled and stepped forward. He came to the first stone that had been cut and looked at it carefully. The energy hasn't completely dissipated. This means that this stone was nurturing something amazing. It's a pity that the thing that was nurturing has been destroyed. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. It was exactly as he had guessed. Could it be that a Stone King level existence was nurturing here? That's why it destroyed all the life force of that stone. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. He thought of the little Stone King back in the Tianwu continent. It was easy to think that something similar to the little Stone King had appeared in this place. Lin Feng walked toward the other 2 immortal stones. One was a stone that looked like a large black millstone, and the other was filled with holes. He carefully sensed it and found that these 2 stones were indeed extraordinary, but they didn't have the aura of a king among stones like the little Stone King. Lin Feng had originally guessed that one of these 2 stones might nurture a Stone King. But now, it seemed that he had guessed wrong. The stone that nurtured the Stone King wasn't one of these 2 stones. What's that kid doing? He's not trying to act mysterious, is he? Someone muttered. They felt that Lin Feng was unreliable. Lin Feng had only glanced at the stone a few times and touched it a few times. He hadn't displayed any special abilities. How could he determine whether the stone was precious or not? Perhaps there was something wrong with the stone? That was simply nonsense. Zhao Xianqing also didn't know what Lin Feng was up to, but he was a reserved person. He didn't show any signs of impatience. He asked, Brother Lin, did you notice anything amiss? Lin Feng said, I already know why I couldn't cut anything out of the old monk's cross-legged stone. It's not that there's nothing inside, but that the thing nurturing the stone was destroyed before I cut it. When Lin Feng said that, many people were astonished, but soon after, many of them sneered. Murong Shuang, the successor of an aristocratic family who had been in the stone business for generations, had the rumored golden hand, but he hadn't noticed anything wrong with the stone. Who is this kid? Is he really that capable? Even Murong Shuang, who has the golden hand, couldn't find anything special about it. How could he? Don't underestimate him. I saw him injure Huang Tianmu when I was outside. He's definitely not simple. I know who he is. He's a cultivator from the outside world. Not long ago, he was surrounded by a group of beautiful women and socialites. They talked about a lot of things outside. Maybe he's quite capable. The cultivators in the Imperial Array Palace started whispering to each other, pointing at Lin Feng. Although many people thought that Lin Feng was just trying to please the crowd, there were also some who thought that Lin Feng might have some ability. "Brother Lin, what did you find?" Morong Shuang looked at Lin Feng, somewhat unconvinced. Morong Shuang's research on stone materials had surpassed many of the older cultivators in the clan, so she was now skeptical of Lin Feng's words. Said Lin Feng. "Look at that stone, it's already been cut open, the energy hasn't dispersed. That kind of energy is extremely pure. Ordinary things can't produce that kind of energy. Even though the stone can seal that kind of energy, it doesn't contain the chi of the stone. It means that the energy didn't come into direct contact with the stone. There's only one explanation for that kind of situation: the stone used to contain that kind of energy. That's why the energy didn't come into direct contact with the stone. That's why the energy didn't come into direct contact with the stone. That's why the energy didn't come into direct contact with the stone. That's why the energy didn't come into direct contact with the stone. That's why the energy didn't come into direct contact with the stone. This?" Morong Shuang frowned. Mu Rongshuang frowned. Lin Feng's explanation left her speechless. In fact, she had also felt that kind of energy before, but she didn't think much of it. She thought that the energy was the energy contained in the stone, but she didn't expect that to be the case. Morong Shuang said, "Even if it's as you said, and the thing nurtured in the stone was destroyed before it was cut, who would have the ability to destroy the treasure in the stone before it was cut?" Zhao Xianxia nodded and said, "There are so many of us here. If someone did something, it would be impossible to hide it from everyone. What if it wasn't a human who destroyed the stone?" Lin Feng said meaningfully. "Not human? What is it?" Everyone looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Morong Shuang had a deeper understanding of stones. When she heard what Lin Feng said, she looked at Lin Feng in shock and said, "Are you trying to say?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "It seems that Fairy Morong has already guessed it." "What is it? Hurry up and tell me." Many people were anxious and wanted to know the answer. "Stone King?" Zhao Xianxia said. He had heard about the Stone King, who had the power to control the life and death of all stones. He could instantly take away the vitality of everything in the stone. "What? Stone King? Oh my God, is this true? The birth of the Stone King? The Stone King has always been a creature of legends. Is there really a Stone King here?" Many cultivators exclaimed. They couldn't believe their ears. The Stone King was too extraordinary. The birth of a Stone King was enough to shock the world. "Yes." Lin Feng nodded, confirming Zhao Xuanqing's answer. There was no need to hide it, because there was indeed a Stone King in this place. It was very terrifying. It was able to hide it from everyone. If Lin Feng hadn't seen the young Stone King's ability before, he wouldn't have known that there was a Stone King here. The young Stone King Lin Feng had seen before was definitely much weaker than the one in front of him. The Stone King in front of him was very well hidden. It would take some effort to find it. Could it be one of the two stones? Zhao Xuanqing's eyes shone brightly. If he could subdue a Stone King that hadn't been born yet, it would be too heaven-defying. He would be able to use the Stone King's power to do many things. No. Lin Feng shook his head. It's not? Everyone was puzzled. They felt that the chances of a Stone King being born were the highest among the two stones. Indeed, it's not. The Stone King's aura is very special, Morong Shuang said. Morong Shuang said. She had never seen the King of Stone. However, she had seen a piece of stone in her family's collection a few years ago. That piece of stone was said to have been formed after a Stone King broke out of the stone. Even after countless years, that piece of stone still had a trace of the Stone King's aura. Therefore, Morong Shuang was able to tell that those two stones were not the ones that had given birth to the Stone King. If it's not those two stones, then where is the Stone King? Someone asked. They wanted to see the Stone King's true face. Everyone looked at Lin Feng, wanting to know more about the situation from Lin Feng. Zhao Xianxia said, "The Stone King destroyed my stones." That's abominable. I wonder if you can find the Stone King, Brother Lin? I want to subdue the Stone King. Many people muttered in their hearts. Was it true that Zhao Xianqing wanted to refine the Stone King? Lin Feng smiled and said, I can try. However, if you want me to do something, you need to pay me. This guy, after saying so much, I feel like he's just laying the groundwork for this sentence. The surrounding cultivators rolled their eyes at him. However, they remembered that there was no free lunch in the world. Lin Feng wanted to ask for a reward. It was a reasonable thing to do. Of course. What do you want, Brother Lin? Zhao Xianqing asked. Since we're going to cut stones today, how about this? I'll choose one of those 2 stones as my reward. Lin Feng pointed at the millstone and the cavern stone. This guy really knows how to choose. Either of those stones is a priceless treasure, a cultivator said. Zhao Xianqing frowned slightly. The reward made his heart ache. Don't worry. If you can't find the Stone King, I won't take your reward. However, if you can find the Stone King and subdue him, it has nothing to do with me. Lin Feng said. Zhao Xianqing gritted his teeth and said, fine. Lin Feng carefully examined the 2 stones. Then, he pointed at the cavern stone and said, I'll take this one. No problem. Zhao Xianqing said. Lin Feng said, seal the courtyard outside the Imperial Formation Hall with Imperial runes. Zhao Xianqing nodded and activated his Imperial runes. Lines of Imperial runes intertwined and sealed the courtyard outside the Imperial Formation Hall. Is there really a Stone King? Many people were shocked. They felt that this matter was not fake. Lin Feng seemed to really want to find the Stone King. Lin Feng knew very well how terrifying a creature like the Stone King was. It was almost impossible to suppress or even refine the Stone King. Even if he could suppress the Stone King for a short period of time, it would not be easy to refine the Stone King. The Stone King was too terrifying and too powerful. It was the king of the Stone Clan, and it had many unimaginable abilities. If one wanted to refine the Stone King, they might end up suffering a calamity. However, Lin Feng's ability to refine the Stone King was Zhao Xuanqing's problem. Lin Feng did not care if Zhao Xianqing could refine the Stone King or not. The courtyard outside the Emperor Ray Palace was very big. This was where Zhao Xianqing usually cultivated. After cultivating, he would need a good rest. Zhao Xianqing liked to find a quiet place to rest or take a stroll. That was why he had built such a huge courtyard. Why are you looking for it outside? I've never placed any stones in the courtyard. Zhao Xianqing said. He had some doubts in his heart, and he did not hide his thoughts. He asked directly, hoping to get an answer. Where do you think the Stone King is hiding, Brother Zhao? Lin Feng asked. Could it be in someone's body? Zhao Xianqing asked. He had such doubts. He felt that the Stone King that Lin Feng mentioned was very likely to be on someone, and it had followed them to his courtyard. Lin Feng shook his head. As the king of the Stone Clan, the Stone King is extremely noble. Such a noble existence has always been in control of everything. How could it be hiding on someone? Zhao Xianqing pondered. He also felt that Lin Feng's words made sense. The Stone Clan was arrogant to begin with, let alone the Stone King level existence. Existences like them looked down on other races and living beings. Not to mention hiding in the bodies of other races and living beings. To them, this was simply a humiliation. It was an insult to their noble bloodline. Why do you think the Stone King level existence is here, Brother Lin? Morong Shuang asked. There are only 3 reasons. The first reason is that the Stone King sneaked out from the Imperial Formation Palace. The second reason is that the Stone King was originally sleeping here, but it has now awakened. The third reason is that the Stone King coveted something in the Imperial Formation Palace, so it quietly came here from the outside and hibernated, looking for an opportunity to enter the palace and steal what it wants. Lin Feng said. Everyone looked at Zhao Xianqing at the same time. Many felt that the Imperial Formation Palace was extraordinary. This could very well be something left behind by a great emperor or an expert who had surpassed the great emperor level. A palace like this must contain many secrets, treasures, and legacies. Of course, now that Lin Feng had broken through to the heavenly god realm, he was qualified to enter the fourth floor. But Lin Feng decided that after leaving the celestial territory of the 9 provinces, he would go to the fourth floor and have a look. Zhao Xianxia said. Brother Lin, you might be right. The Stone King is hibernating here with evil intentions. Brother Lin, you must find him. Lin Feng said. I've been paid to do this. Don't worry. I'll do my best to find the Stone King. Lin Feng walked around the courtyard, looking for the Stone King. Lin Feng relied on the Celestial Master Path's inheritance to communicate with the energy of the earth veins. He could sense the Stone King's aura. The energy of the earth veins was very special. The 9 veins of the heavens. The 9 veins of the earth. This was the ultimate power of the world. The energy of the earth veins was one of the 9 veins of the earth. It was also one of the powers that the Celestial Master Path's inheritors possessed. Found it, Lin Feng sensed a special qi. It was extremely cold and gloomy, like a ferocious beast. Lin Feng's heart was pounding. Lin Feng guessed that it was the Stone King's aura. However, the Stone King's aura soon disappeared. The Stone King is hiding in the dark. He can communicate with the power of the world and hide his aura. It won't be easy to find him. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. There's water in the pond. Is he hiding in the water? Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder. Water restrained the energy of the earth veins. It was indeed a good place to hide. He quickly walked towards the pond. Let's follow him. Many people said as they quickly followed Lin Feng. There were all kinds of fish in the pond. Apart from those fish, there were also lotus flowers. Lin Feng looked around carefully, but he didn't find anything. Is the Stone King that powerful? Lin Feng frowned. The Stone King was able to hide from the heavens. He didn't know where it was hiding. Even the power of the 9 earth veins couldn't find it. Now that the Stone King had completely isolated his aura, Lin Feng couldn't sense his existence. If he's in this courtyard, I should be able to find him. Lin Feng muttered to himself. He continued to walk alone in the courtyard. In the end, Lin Feng stopped under an old tree to think. This ancient tree required more than 10 people to wrap their arms around it. It was vigorous and powerful, and its thick trunk was like the body of a giant dragon. Its cracked old skin was like pieces of dragon scales. He's really good at hiding, Lin Feng sighed. He couldn't find the whereabouts of the Stone King. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly sensed a weak aura. That aura seemed to be complacent. The Stone King. That was the Stone King's aura. The Stone King had been perfectly hidden. However, he saw that Lin Feng couldn't find him. That was why he became complacent. That was why his perfect hiding revealed a flaw. But soon, that aura disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng looked around the courtyard. He still couldn't find the Stone King's hiding place. He lowered his head and pondered. At that moment, he saw a stone block under the old tree. The stone block was very simple, but it also looked very ordinary. When he saw the stone block, Lin Feng showed an extremely surprised expression. Although the stone block looked very ordinary, Lin Feng felt that there was something special about it. However, Lin Feng looked carefully and didn't find anything strange. That made him feel a little strange. However, Lin Feng had always been very confident in his intuition. He couldn't find anything special about the stone block. Lin Feng's intuition told him that the stone block was probably the Stone King he was looking for. Is that the Stone King? Lin Feng frowned slightly. But then he smiled bitterly. If this stone block was the Stone King, just how much did this fellow despise the cultivators in the courtyard for him to be able to lie down here in such a brazen manner? Boom, Lin Feng made his move. He directly used the 8 divine seals to seal the stone block. Eh? That kid is making a move. Is he going to seal a stone block? How strange. Could that stone stool be the Stone King? The onlookers discussed fervently. The stone block looked ordinary and didn't seem to have a powerful origin. However, Lin Feng's action confused them. If it was just an ordinary stone block, why would Lin Feng seal it? However, at that moment, a terrifying aura spread out from the stone block. Next, an earth-shattering power surged out. That powerful aura shot towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's attack collided with the powerful aura. Even though Lin Feng wasn't injured, he was still sent flying by the powerful aura. That terrifying aura was extraordinary, shocking Lin Feng. Heavens! Is that really the Stone King? Many people exclaimed. The stone block had displayed such a terrifying power. It was too shocking. Lin Feng didn't continue to charge forward. He quickly retreated. Since he had found the Stone King, what happened next had nothing to do with him. Ha ha ha. Stone King, no matter how good you are at hiding, you won't be able to escape today. Xianxia laughed and stepped forward. Imperial runes intertwined in the air and pressed down on the Stone King. A disdainful voice came from the stone stool. Do you think an ant like you can suppress me? You're daydreaming. It was the Stone King's voice. Clearly, he was very arrogant and didn't care about Zhao Xianqing at all. The Stone King was the king of the Stone Clan. He had always been aloof and looked down on other clans. Of course, he was qualified to do so because he was too talented. The Stone Clan had always been a race with heaven-defying talents. The Stone Clan was much more talented than the average Stone Clan member. Even though the Stone King hadn't fully matured yet, he was still extremely terrifying. Stone King, don't boast too early. Zhao Xianqing sneered with an incomparably cold expression on his face. His face was ice-cold, revealing a chilling intent. Lines of Emperor runes were activated by him. Zhao Xianqing could already control these Emperor runes with great proficiency. These Emperor runes were all from the Emperor Ray Palace. It seemed like his control over the Emperor Ray Palace had reached an extremely high level. Not even the Emperor runes can trap me. The Stone King sneered. It didn't choose to run. It was extremely arrogant. Terrifying energy surged out of the stone pillars. Streams of energy rippled out, nearly dispersing the Emperor runes in the void. This kind of ability was shocking. The fact that the Stone King could contend against Emperor runes was just too terrifying. Humph. Today, I'll kill all of you and snatch the item from the Emperor Formation Palace, King Stone sneered. Following that, a terrifying ripple surged out from the stone block. It was like the sound of death, spreading in all directions. Bang, 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 immediately after. One cultivator after another exploded, dying a miserable death on the spot. The Stone King devoured the flesh and blood of the dead cultivators. Hurry up and get out of here, Zhao Xianqing shouted in a deep voice. He used the Emperor runes to suppress the Stone King, then opened the seal to let the others out. Soon, the other cultivators rushed out of the courtyard. Only Zhao Xianqing and the Stone King were left in the courtyard. Zhao Xianqing used the Emperor runes to fight the Stone King, but the Stone King was too terrifying. Although Zhao Xuanqing's battle prowess was getting stronger, he still couldn't suppress the Stone King. Instead, he was suppressed by the Stone King. Zhao Xianqing began to use the power of the Monarch Array Palace. This treasure was extremely powerful. Zhao Xuanqing's mind was connected to it. He could easily use the power of the Monarch Array Palace. After using the power of the Monarch Array Palace, Zhao Xuanqing's strength increased greatly. When he used the Emperor runes again, the power of the Emperor runes increased significantly. The Stone King's expression darkened slightly. He naturally wasn't afraid of Zhao Xianqing. If he had more time, he could even kill Zhao Xianqing. However, he needed to hurry up and break the seal in the depths of the Monarch Array Palace to obtain the item. It would be troublesome if the old antiques of the Nine States Immortal Empire arrived. Although the Stone King was arrogant, he knew his current level of cultivation. Let's end this quickly. The Stone King sneered and sent Zhao Xianqing flying. Then, he rushed toward the palace. Inside the Monarch Array Palace, runes intertwined, trying to stop the Stone King. However, the Stone King was too powerful. The Monarch Array Palace couldn't stop him. He rushed into the depths of the Monarch Array Palace. What is the Stone King looking for? Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't know what the Stone King was looking for. It must be an extraordinary treasure. Otherwise, the Stone King wouldn't have been willing to hide for so long. Looks like there's a huge secret hidden in the Monarch Array Palace. I really want to take a look. The Demon Lord sighed. He was itching to make a move. At that moment, a terrifying wave of energy came from the depths of the monarch array palace. Vaguely, one could see a light giant condensing and fighting the Stone King. Xianxia rushed in and joined the battle. However, the Stone King unleashed his power and sent Xianxia flying. Xianxia's face was as pale as paper. His dermic powers were almost scattered. "Give me a hand!" the Stone King shouted. A terrifying wave of energy surged out. In an instant, 2 immortal stones in the monarch array palace flew toward him. It wasn't just the 2 celestial stones. All the cultivators outside who had stones on them took the initiative to fly toward the Emperor Formation Palace. The stones exploded in the air. All the stones turned into pure energy, which was quickly absorbed by the Stone King. The Stone King's strength increased greatly. He was almost as strong as the light giant condensed from the monarch array palace. The Stone King wanted to devour the last 2 stones. At that moment, the millstone suddenly spun violently and broke free from the Stone King's devouring. "That millstone is definitely a heaven-defying stone," many people exclaimed. The millstone was too powerful. After breaking free from the Stone King's devouring, they wondered what was inside. "My stones are the Stone King who deserves 1,000 cuts," Lin Feng shouted. His hollowed stone couldn't break free from the Stone King's devouring. It quickly flew toward the Stone King. A terrifying power surged out of the stone block, trying to destroy the hollowed stone. Lin Feng wailed in his heart. Was such a precious stone going to be destroyed? It was his reward for helping him find the Stone King. Just when everyone thought the hollowed stone was going to be destroyed. At that moment, golden energy surged out of the holes on the hollowed stone. No one knew what kind of energy it was. The hollowed stone smashed toward the Stone King. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud sound. The Stone King was sent flying. The energy around him began to crumble. Crack, crack. The King of the Stone Nation had displayed a heaven-defying strength. But now, he was suppressed by the whole stone. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What? Lin Feng was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe his eyes. The whole stone was so powerful. The whole stone was suppressing a Stone King. Where did the whole stone come from? "Impossible!" shouted the Stone King. He couldn't believe it. He was the Stone King, the king of the Stone Clan. But now, he was being suppressed by a stone. Even the stone that gave birth to him was cracking. The Stone King couldn't accept it. It was a huge humiliation for him. The Stone King was furious. He roared and pounced on the whole stone, trying to destroy it. Golden light flowed inside the whole stone. It was an extraordinary stone. When the Stone King flew over, the whole stone struck him again. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down. It fell from the sky. With a loud bang, the attack landed on the Stone Monarch's body. The Stone King was blown away again. This time, the Stone King was hit even harder. The cracks on the stone were even more severe than before. It could completely crack at any time. It was a very bad situation. A huge black vortex suddenly appeared in the depths of the Imperial Array Palace. It released a terrifying devouring power that enveloped the Stone King. The Imperial Array Palace had a spirit. It seized this rare opportunity to deal with the Stone King. The Stone King was at his weakest. It was the best time to suppress him. "You dare to suppress me?" Stone King roared angrily, suddenly shaking everything. The black vortex was about to collapse. It couldn't devour the Stone King. Swish, a light flashed. The whole stone struck the Stone King with a beam of golden light. The Stone King's power was dispersed. In the next moment, the Stone King was devoured. Heaven-defying. That stone is truly heaven-defying. Even the Stone King is no match for it. Just what is its origin? Many people shouted in shock. The Imperial Array Palace calmed down. The millstone and the whole stone also calmed down and landed in the palace. The Monarch Formation Palace devoured the Stone King. This made Xianxia very excited. He activated the Emperor runes and the cultivators outside rushed into the Emperor Array Hall. Many people rushed towards the stone. Some of them even looked at it, as if they wanted to snatch the stone. The Kongdongsher now belonged to Lin Feng, not Zhao Xianqing. If they tried to snatch the stone by force, Zhao Xianqing probably wouldn't care about it. Lin Feng sneered, feeling the greed of some people. He quickly arrived in front of the stone and said, "Everyone, this stone is my reward. Don't try anything funny. Otherwise, I'll let you have a taste of a fist bigger than a sandbag. Little sweetie will send you flying." Little Tian Tian also waved her little fist. Many people frowned, wondering whether they should attack or not. But when they thought about how extraordinary Lin Feng and little sweetie were, they suppressed their greed. Zhao Xianqing's eyes twinkled. He could see that the stone was extraordinary, and now it belonged to Lin Feng. He was heartbroken, but he couldn't take back what he had said. He couldn't go back on his words, but he had to do it. "Thank you very much, Brother Lin, for helping me find the Stone King. That's why I was able to suppress him." "The whole stone now belongs to you, Brother Lin," said Zhao Xianqing. "Haha, we're just taking what we need," said Lin Feng with a smile. Following this, he said, "Brother Zhao, I suggest that you don't try to refine the Stone King because the Stone King is very terrifying and impossible to refine. The most practical way is to negotiate with the Stone King and obtain some benefits from him. If you insist on trying to refine the Stone King or even control him, you'll be doomed in the end." Back then, Lin Feng had suppressed the Little Stone King, so he knew how terrifying the Little Stone King was. The Little Stone King couldn't be compared to the Stone King the Great Imperial Array Palace had absorbed. If it weren't for the whole Stone King, the Great Imperial Array Palace wouldn't have been able to absorb the Stone King. The Little Stone King was already terrifying, so the Stone King was even more terrifying. That was why Lin Feng had advised Zhao Xianqing. He didn't care whether Zhao Xianqing would listen or not. If Zhao Xianqing didn't listen, the Stone King would kill him or even control him in the future. That was his own problem, it had nothing to do with Lin Feng. If Lin Feng didn't want to talk to him, he would only have himself to blame. "Thank you for your advice, Brother Lin. I'll think about it carefully," said Zhao Xianqing casually. He didn't take Lin Feng's words seriously. "Brother Lin, are you going to cut the stone?" asked Morong Shuang, looking at Lin Feng. "Let's cut it open and see, indeed, let's see what's inside," shouted many people around. They wanted to see what was inside Lin Feng's whole stone. It was so extraordinary that even the Stone King couldn't defeat it. Zhao Xianqing put the stone away. The stone was extraordinary, so he didn't want to cut it open in front of so many people. "Young master, you can refuse. There's no need to cut the stone in front of so many people," whispered Zhao Lin. Lin Feng smiled and said, "It's fine. I'll cut it open in the Imperial Array Palace. If there's any danger, the palace's restrictions will protect me. I don't want to lose my life if I cut it somewhere else." Zhao Lin nodded. She felt that Lin Feng's words made sense. It was better to be safe than sorry. The whole stone was too extraordinary. They had to be extra careful. Everyone was very excited when they heard that Lin Feng was going to cut the stone. Many people gathered around to watch. Lin Feng took out his stone-cutting knife. His movements were very practiced. Swoosh! Swoosh, the stone's skin fell off, and stone fragments flew everywhere. As the knife kept swinging, the stone's skin fell off and covered the ground. The stone was very big, and it was overflowing with light and color. It was surrounded by immortal qi and surging runes. However, as the stone shrunk, nothing appeared. "Don't tell me that nothing can be cut out of this stone?" someone muttered. The stone continued to shrink. The stone that was 7 to 8 meters tall was soon less than 1 meter. However, no one could cut out anything. The noise around them became more and more intense. Why was a stone with such terrifying strength completely empty? Nothing was cut out. "It's not over yet. Perhaps we can cut out something extraordinary from such a big stone," someone said. Lin Feng continued to cut the stone. Everyone looked at the stone nervously. When the stone was completely cut open, nothing was cut out. "How can this be?" Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Such a powerful stone was actually empty. This was very illogical. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. This stone shouldn't be empty, but he really couldn't cut out anything. Lin Feng rummaged through the broken stone. There was something wrapped in the cracked stone. That thing was surrounded by a layer of faint golden light, and he didn't know what it was. Lin Feng quickly shattered the stone and took out the mysterious item. The golden light receded. The item was finally revealed. Lin Feng finally saw what it was. It was a strand of golden hair. A strand of hair? Only a strand of hair was cut out of such a huge stone? Many people were puzzled. They thought that something heaven-defying would be cut out of the stone, but that wasn't the case. Only a strand of hair was cut out. This situation was beyond everyone's expectations. Lin Feng frowned. How could such an extraordinary stone only yield a strand of golden hair? He couldn't see anything special about that strand of hair. It's really strange. It clearly displayed such a powerful battle prowess, but nothing precious was cut out, let alone a holy spirit. Could it be that there's another stone king hiding in the surroundings and silently destroying the stone? Some cultivators voiced their doubts. Now that you mention it, it's possible, someone said. Lin Feng heard the discussion, but he didn't think that there was a second stone king hiding there. If there was, it would have attacked long ago. It wouldn't have just watched as the stone king was devoured. Of course, even if there was a second stone king, it wouldn't necessarily be a match for the stone. Not to mention killing the thing inside the hold stone without making a sound. Therefore, the situation in front of him was very strange. Lin Feng was astonished. Brother Lin, don't be sad that you didn't get anything. That's how it is when cutting stones. Luck is important, said Zhao Xianxia. Lin Feng smiled and said, I'm not sad. I just feel that something is wrong. Zhao Xianxia nodded, then looked at the cultivators around him and said, everyone, the banquet is over. Let's disperse. He was in a hurry to refine the Stone King suppressed by the Imperial Formation Palace. He wasn't interested in continuing the banquet. The cultivators decided to disperse. Lin Feng held little Tian Tian in one hand and the golden hair in the other. He took out a small porcelain bottle and planned to put the golden hair in it. When he got back, he would carefully study what was so special about this golden hair. However, at this moment, a deep voice suddenly resounded in Lin Feng's mind. The great sage, heaven's equal, the Monkey King, is immortal, as the voice faded away. Whoosh! Suddenly, the golden hair in Lin Feng's hand soared into the sky. Then, he transformed into a golden divine monkey. The divine monkey exuded a holy aura. Oh my God, look! A strand of monkey hair has turned into a holy monkey. Someone immediately cried out in surprise. They simply couldn't believe their own eyes. This was simply too extraordinary and shocking. It was just a strand of monkey hair. How could it become a holy monkey? The holy monkey in front of him had flesh and blood. It didn't look like it was condensed from energy. Is this the legendary 72 transformations? Someone exclaimed in shock as he thought of a certain rumor. His heart was in turmoil. In the past, a peerless Holy Spirit was born in a stone. Later, the Holy Spirit was born. One became the great sage, heaven's equal, and the other became the sacred battle ape. The sacred battle ape was killed by the 7 ancient Buddhas and the heavenly court. The great sage, heaven's equal, disappeared without a trace. There were rumors that the great sage, heaven's equal, was even more powerful. The divine ability he passed down was the 72 transformations. The 72 transformations were mysterious and unfathomable. It had many unimaginable abilities. Once learned, one could enter the 9 hells, go to the yellow springs, fly in the sky, and burrow into the ground. There was nothing one couldn't do. In myths and legends, the Tao was taught. The great sage, heaven's equal, plucked out a strand of monkey hair and blew it gently. This strand of monkey hair could transform into a holy monkey. This holy monkey could at most unleash 30% of the great sage's strength. How terrifying was the great sage, heaven's equal? It was said that he had the same lifespan as heaven and earth. 30% of the great sage, heaven's equal strength was enough to kill many immortals. It was said that blowing a strand of hair into a human was a very ordinary technique among the 72 transformations. From this, one could see how terrifying the 72 transformations were. However, no one other than the great sage, heaven's equal, but now, this divine ability was likely to reappear in the world. It was really too shocking. If one could obtain this divine ability, it would be a great fortune. Many people looked at the holy monkey with red eyes. The essence of the 72 transformations must be hidden in the monkey hair. A cultivator said, already greedy. Attack, someone shouted and quickly attacked. He condensed a supreme divine ability and attacked the holy monkey. Boom, 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 powerful fluctuations surged out. Many cultivators in the courtyard were attacking, trying to suppress the holy monkey formed by the monkey hair. The cultivators here all believed that the key to obtaining the 72 transformations lay in this strand of monkey hair. Therefore, these people attacked one after another. They didn't care whether this strand of monkey hair belonged to Lin Feng or not. They would snatch it and leave. The most important thing was to find a way to comprehend the 72 transformations. If they really snatched the monkey hair, how could Lin Feng, an outsider, compete with the local forces of the 9 states immortal realm? When the densely packed divine abilities attacked the holy monkey, the void around it suddenly distorted. Something shocking happened. The attacks that were originally aimed at the holy monkey didn't even hit its body. The destructive attacks all flew towards the other cultivators. The void around the holy monkey was very strange. It seemed to distort the divine abilities of these cultivators. The holy monkey was fine with the attacks. Instead, these attacks attacked the cultivators surrounding it. Retreat, many people's expressions changed. They quickly retreated to avoid the divine abilities. Bang, 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 the densely packed attacks exploded. Some of the cultivators were faster and successfully dodged the divine abilities. However, some of the cultivators were slower to dodge. Those cultivators who couldn't avoid the divine ability attacks suffered a calamity. Their bodies exploded, and they died on the spot. What a powerful holy monkey, many people were shocked. This must be the 72 transformations. Otherwise, how could it disperse our attacks so easily? A cultivator said excitedly. Attack and destroy it. Many cultivators shouted. They condensed their divine abilities again and attacked the holy monkey. They wanted to turn it back into a strand of monkey hair. Everyone was greedy. Today, these cultivators once again proved the validity of this saying. So many cultivators coveted the 72 transformations and crazily attacked the monkey. Even some experts from Xingyang Palace were included. Due to his status, Zhao Xianxia didn't take action. However, he ordered his subordinates to do so. Even Zhao Lin was secretly instructing her subordinates to take action. The scene was extremely chaotic. So many people were besieging the sacred monkey. The holy monkey's strength was abnormally tyrannical, and people were constantly being killed by him. Just what kind of existence is it? Lin Feng looked at the monkey and muttered to himself. It was formed from a strand of monkey hair but looked so similar to a flesh body. It was too strange. Lin Feng didn't know what kind of existence it was, but he felt that it might be related to the great sage, heavens equals 72 transformations. Lin Feng heard the monkey say that the great sage, heavens equal, monkey king, was immortal. It was clear that this strand of monkey hair was related to the great sage, heavens equal. However, he didn't know if this strand of monkey hair was left behind by the great sage or not. All of this was impossible to find out. The great sage equaling heavens was a figure from endless years ago. That was a dazzling era, the glory of immortal ancient, the origin of legends. The great sage equaling heavens lived precisely in that distant and dazzling great era. However, after so many years, how many people still remembered the great sage's past deeds? History had been buried long ago. Perhaps the only thing that the future generations remembered was the power of the great sage, heavens equals legacy. It can't hold on much longer. Kill it with all your might. Many people shouted and their attacks became fiercer. More and more cultivators heard the news and quickly rushed over. The monkey was very powerful and had shocking battle prowess. Countless people had died in its hands. The monkey carved out a bloody path and rushed into the courtyard. However, there were cultivators everywhere and the sky was sealed. In a short time, 200 to 300 cultivators had died, but there were still more than 1,000 powerful cultivators surrounding the monkey. Under the continuous battle, the sacred monkey's energy consumption was also extremely high. There was a saying that many ants could bite an elephant to death. The monkey was facing such a predicament. Boom! 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 Even more powerful attacks were unleashed. One after another, the cultivators attacked the sacred monkey in a frenzy. All sorts of powerful spells were unleashed, capable of destroying the heaven and earth. 72 transformations, 1,000 hands transformation. The holy monkey made its move, forming a seal with both hands. Immediately afterward, numerous arms appeared behind it, and each of those arms was continuously changing all kinds of seals. Streams of golden energy surged out as the 1,000 arms moved at the same time. It was unknown what kind of terrifying divine ability it was using. The divine light condensed from the arms instantly destroyed the densely packed divine abilities. After that, the 1,000 arms behind the sage monkey swept out and attacked the surrounding cultivators. Many cultivators were unable to dodge in time and their bodies exploded, their bodies and souls destroyed. In this wave of attacks, nearly 100 people died, and 300 to 400 cultivators were injured. The sacred monkey's attack power was too terrifying. What a monkey! Yi Futian murmured. An expert walked over from afar, his voice cold. It was a middle-aged cultivator in a royal robe. He wielded the solar flaming sword and slashed at the monkey. Zhao Zongyang. Many people were shocked. This was the imperial uncle of the 9 states immortal kingdom. His strength was abnormally terrifying. He was one of the top experts of the middle generation. His battle prowess was already comparable to those old antiques. Even Zhao Zongyang couldn't help but make a move. Is the great sage, heavens equals 72 transformations about to appear? Another expert walked over. He was dressed in white and looked very handsome. Du families du Hongtao. The cultivators watching from afar were shocked. Another famous figure had arrived. 120,000 years ago, Du Hongtao had already broken through to the boundary emperor realm. Now that 120,000 years had passed, what was Du Hongtao's cultivation level? Just thinking about it sent chills down their spines. This person was definitely terrifying. Du Hongtao held the seal of God's universe in his hand. It was a top-grade supreme treasure. The seal had the images of gods imprinted on it. Once activated, it was said that it could manifest gods. No one knew if the rumors were true. This existence clearly had his eyes on the 72 transformations. If there really is a 72 transformations inheritance, it will belong to me. A black-robed cultivator appeared, shrouded in darkness. He was an expert of the demonic path. This person was very mysterious. No one knew his identity. However, this person was very powerful. He used a white bone scepter as his magic treasure. With a light wave of the scepter, the heavens and the earth would shatter. Its power was truly terrifying. Ha 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 ha, this old man is also very interested in such a treasure. A loud laugh was heard. It was an old man dressed in a dark green robe. His eyes flickered with a gloomy light. Mo Qingyang. Mo clan's grand elder. Someone recognized the old man. He was an expert of the older generation. He had cultivated for 3,450,000 years. He had a long lifespan and was very powerful. Now, he was also spying on the 72 transformations. Mo Qingyang's magic treasure was a 9-layered demon pagoda. It was very powerful. He took it out and suppressed the monkey. The great sage, heavens equals magic belongs to the demonic path, a cold laugh was heard. A cloud of black mist surged, and a woman flew out from the black mist. She had an enchanting figure and was very charming. She was dressed in white and fluttered like a fairy. However, her aura was eerie and terrifying. Her aura did not seem like the aura of a living person. Instead, it felt like the aura of a dead person. Madame of Bones, many people were shocked. This Madame of Bones had a very powerful background. It was said that she was a skeleton that had awakened her spirituality. She cultivated and became a bone cultivator. She was neither human nor ghost. She was very powerful and unfathomable. Moreover, this Madame of Bones was skilled in all kinds of transformation techniques. She would then seduce male cultivators. When those male cultivators were bewitched, the Madame of Bones would absorb the young energy of those male cultivators to increase her cultivation. This was very similar to the absorption technique. Her methods were very vicious. Any cultivator who had their yang energy absorbed would die a horrible death. The Madam of Bones's magic treasure was a jade scepter. The jade scepter shone with sacred light. He charged toward the sacred monkey. Damn it, many people cursed when they saw the 5 powerful cultivators coming together. These 5 powerful cultivators were the top figures of the older generation. They stood at the pinnacle of the immortal realm in the 9 states. Even the supreme geniuses among the crowd could not be compared to these 5 powerful cultivators. Now that the 5 of them had come together, what could they do? Lin Feng frowned. If the 5 of them attacked together, the monkey would probably be suppressed. The monkey hair belonged to Lin Feng. Moreover, this was related to the 72 transformations, a magic that had never existed since ancient times. Lin Feng was not willing to give the 72 transformations to someone else. The attacks of Zhao Zongyang, Du Hongtao, the black-robed cultivator, Madam of Bones, and Mo Qingyang were simply devastating. The 5 of them joined forces to attack the monkey. The monkey produced 1,000 arms that were unpredictable and blocked the attacks of the 5 great experts. The younger generation of cultivators could not get close to the 5 great experts at all. If they dared to get close, they would only end up dead. Therefore, everyone retreated and watched the battle from the periphery. Even though they were unwilling, they could only endure it in their hearts. With the 5 great experts attacking, they had no hope of obtaining the 72 transformations. 1,000 Demon Buddha Art. Suddenly, the monkey attacked. The 1,000 arms on its back changed continuously and formed seals. The 1,000 arms performed an unparalleled supreme art together. 1,000 demons appeared, and demonic light soared into the sky while Buddhist light lingered. This supreme art was a combination of the top divine abilities of demon, devil, and Buddha. Once it was performed, it could kill gods and destroy immortals. Its power was terrifying. The 1,000 demons stepped forward and were surrounded by the power of Devil Buddha. Although it was condensed from a divine ability, it was almost no different from a real one. The aura emitted from its body was exactly the same as a real living creature. The 1,000 demons were powerful and forced the 5 great experts. The 5 great experts felt the powerful aura emitted from the 1,000 demons and their expressions changed again. Each of them attacked with all their strength and activated the supreme treasures in their hands. One magic treasure after another swept out, releasing powerful attacks. However, the 1,000 demons were too powerful. It directly destroyed the divine abilities condensed from the 5 great experts' magic treasures. Bang, 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 along with the sound of collision, the 5 great experts were directly blasted away. Seeing this scene, many people's faces turned pale with shock. Wasn't the power of the monkey's hair too powerful? It was so terrifying that it was unbelievable. Could this holy monkey really be the monkey hair left behind by the great sage, heaven's equal? However, everyone felt that it should not be the monkey's hair left behind by the great sage. Because if it was the monkey's hair left behind by the great sage, the monkey's strength should be more terrifying than it was now. Perhaps it was left behind by the successor of the great sage? Of course, there was another possibility. When the monkey hair fell from the great sage, heaven's equal's body, the great sage, heaven's equal had not yet reached the level of invincibility. When the great sage, heaven's equal was not particularly strong, it was highly possible that the monkey fur that he shed could display his current strength. Increase the distance between us. It has already consumed a lot of its magic power. Let's wear it down. Zhao Zongyang said in a deep voice. He had already discovered the sage monkey's weakness. After a series of battles, the sage monkey's magic power was severely depleted. The operation of any divine ability was supported by magic power. If magic power was depleted, then no divine ability could be operated. Before the arrival of the 5 great experts, the holy monkey had expended a lot of energy in consecutive battles. The 5 experts continued to besiege the monkey. The sage monkey executed an even more powerful divine ability. This time, it consumed even more of its energy. Therefore, sage monkey was in a terrible situation. When Lin Feng saw the arrival of the 5 experts, he felt that the holy monkey would not be able to escape alive. It was because of this reason. The holy monkey's magic power continued to weaken. How was it going to escape? boom, the 5 experts continued to attack. This time, the 5 experts were much smarter than before. They did not choose to fight to the death with the sage monkey. Instead, they increased the distance between them and the sage monkey. They activated their powerful magic treasures and released all kinds of attacks towards the sage monkey. Every time the sage monkey chose a direction to break out of the encirclement, the 5 experts would attack the sage monkey with all their might to prevent it from breaking out. When the sage monkey chose a cultivator to attack, that cultivator would quickly avoid the sage monkey and not confront it head-on. The other 4 experts attacked the sage monkey with all their might. As a result, the sage monkey was constantly being depleted. Its combat power was constantly being weakened. Finally, the 5 experts seized the opportunity when the sage monkey was extremely weak and activated their magic treasures with all their might. They attacked the sage monkey together. All kinds of powerful divine abilities were unleashed, covering the sky and covering the earth as they swarmed towards the sage monkey. In the end, the sage monkey's magic power was completely depleted. Without the support of magic power, the sage monkey's body reverted to the appearance of a strand of monkey hair. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw the sage monkey reverting to its original form. The younger generation also became restless and wanted to fight for it. However, snatching the monkey hair from the hands of the 5 experts was like plucking the hair from a tiger. It was simply courting death. This was a huge risk, and the younger generation experts were weighing the pros and cons. The 5 experts charged towards the strand of monkey hair floating in the air, wanting to snatch it. "Everyone, please stop." Just as the 5 experts were about to engage in a battle, a voice suddenly resounded. Everyone was stunned. Then, they turned to look at the person who had spoken. "Kid, what's the matter?" The 5 experts glared at Lin Feng fiercely. How dare he interrupt their fight for the monkey hair? Was this kid tired of living? Lin Feng smiled and said, "This monkey hair was cut out from the stone material by this young master. It belongs to this young master. Thank you for helping this young master to revert the sage monkey back to its original form. I'll treat you to some tea later." This kid dares to call himself this young master in front of the 5 experts? Many people rolled their eyes. They felt that Lin Feng was really tired of living. A junior actually dared to call himself this young master in front of the 5 experts? Was this not courting death? Everyone was speechless. While everyone was still in a daze, Lin Feng took out his heaven-devouring jar. The heaven-devouring jar released a powerful devouring force that devoured the monkey hair. "Run!" Lin Feng hugged Xiao Tian and turned around, wanting to escape. "Where do you think you're going? Stay here. You're courting death. You're courting death. You're courting death." The 5 experts couldn't help but shout angrily. The 5 of them glared at Lin Feng furiously. If Lin Feng managed to snatch the monkey hair from their encirclement, their reputation would be tarnished. They would lose all face in the future. The 5 experts attacked together, attacking Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly dodged the attacks of the 5 strong cultivators, but he was also blocked by the 5 strong cultivators. Furthermore, the 5 experts had locked onto him. Now, he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. This kid is doomed. Many people shook their heads. Although many cultivators had thought of snatching the monkey hair and fleeing, when they thought of the terrifying strength of the 5 experts, they gave up. Everybody had given up. Only Lin Feng wanted to do something. However, Lin Feng was now surrounded by the 5 experts. How could the 5 experts let Lin Feng go? "Kid, have you thought about how you're going to die?" Lin Feng's actions had infuriated the 5 experts. Now, they were looking at Lin Feng as if they wanted to cut Lin Feng into pieces. However, Lin Feng remained calm. He said, "Do you think I'm afraid of you? I'm sparing your lives out of respect for the heavens. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." What's going on? Everyone was stunned on the spot. They couldn't believe their ears. They didn't expect to hear such words. Lin Feng was way too arrogant, wasn't he? He didn't put the 5 experts in his eyes at all. "Do you know what you're talking about?" The 5 strong cultivators were also astonished. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. A junior dared to say such words to them. How much did he look down on them? the 5 experts felt as if their faces had been slapped swollen. Their eyes were so gloomy that it was frightening. Just wait and see. This kid is dead for sure. No one can save him. A cultivator said. He felt that Lin Feng wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. What is this guy trying to do? Zhao Lin Er frowned slightly. If there was anyone who didn't want Lin Feng to die, she would be the one who didn't want Lin Feng to die the most. At the very least, she didn't want Lin Feng to die right now. You're courting death. I don't even need to do anything. Du Tianming looked at Lin Feng coldly. The corners of his mouth curled up in a sinister smile. In his opinion, Lin Feng was simply trying to kill him with a trick. He actually dared to speak to the 5 experts in such a tone. He didn't know how to write the 4 words. You don't understand human language, do you? Do you still need me to hire a language teacher to teach you? Lin Feng curled his lips. Arrogant. He was too arrogant. He actually dared to publicly humiliate the 5 experts. Everyone felt that Lin Feng was too arrogant. You are courting death. The roars of the 5 masters shook the heavens. Terrifying murderous intent surged out and permeated between heaven and earth. Boom, 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 the 5 experts attacked Lin Feng. They did not activate their magical weapons, because the 5 experts did not want Lin Feng to die too easily. If they directly killed Lin Feng, in the eyes of the 5 experts, it would be too easy for Lin Feng. They wanted to ruthlessly torture Lin Feng. They saw Lin Feng kneeling in front of them, wagging his tail and begging for mercy. Little girl, do it, Lin Feng shouted. Little Tian Tian was usually very cute and harmless. Coupled with her delicate appearance, she was loved by everyone and made flowers bloom when they saw her. However, Lin Feng knew that under such a cute appearance, little Tian Tian was actually a warmonger. The little girl's divine fists were invincible. A pair of divine fists swept in all directions. It was as if she could kill gods and Buddhas if they dared to block her. Only death awaited anyone who dared to block her. Bang, 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 little Tiantian's attack was accompanied by 5 muffled sounds of collision. Barf, the 5 experts were all sent flying. Then, they spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. Their faces were as pale as paper. Every one of them had suffered untold injuries. How is this possible? Exclamations could not help but be heard. Many people's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Little Tian Tian was only a child of 5 or 6 years old. She looked so cute and delicate, but her cultivation was too terrifying. Those were the top experts of the 9 states wonderland. Moreover, 5 of them attacked together, but they were still no match for a 5 or 6-year-old girl. I heard that the little girl was very extraordinary. She was also someone on the genius roll, but I didn't expect her to be so strong, someone said, still feeling shocked. What was happening in front of his eyes was simply too inconceivable. However, all of this was real. Even if she started cultivating in her mother's womb, she can't be so strong, someone said, unable to believe it. However, all of this was real. Little Tian Tian was so powerful that even gods and Buddhas could not stop her. No one was a match for her. The scene before them was too shocking. It was shocking and moving. Maybe it's enlightenment? I heard that there is such a terrifying ability that can allow one to gain unimaginable combat strength, someone else said. Nonsense. There is no such thing as enlightenment. It's just a legend, someone retorted. The surrounding cultivators who were watching the show whispered to each other. Zhao Liner also looked at little Tian Tian in shock. Then, her face turned slightly ugly. On the other side, Du Tianming's face became extremely gloomy. Du Tianming had not taken Lin Feng seriously before. Therefore, he looked down on Lin Feng and even wanted to kill Lin Feng. However, after seeing little Tiantian's cultivation level, Du Tianming was scared out of his wits. Little Tian Tian was so terrifying. If she really fought with Lin Feng, there was no need for Lin Feng to do anything. This little girl could easily finish him off. Du Tianming thought about how he had said that he could easily take care of Lin Feng and little Tian Tian. Suddenly, he felt a burning sensation on his face, as if he had been slapped in the face. Fortunately, no one was looking at him now. Activate your Dharma treasures. The 5 experts roared loudly. They felt as if they were about to go crazy. Masters like them had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood by a 5 or 6-year-old girl. If news of this spread, they would definitely become the laughingstock of many in the future. Thinking of this, the 5 masters were so depressed that they wanted to die. Kill. The 5 masters' powerful Dharma powers continued to surge into their Dharma treasures. They wanted to activate their Dharma treasures to deal with little Xianxia, but it was too late. Their Dharma treasures had not been activated yet. Above them, a giant palm print condensed. Little Tiantian's attacks were not limited to just her fists. In fact, this little girl had many tricks up her sleeves. However, little Xianxia was too young. She could not easily control the mystiques that were passed down in her bloodline. This was because those mystiques required chanting mantras or forming seals. Sometimes, little Xianxia could not remember such complicated mantras or seals. Therefore, little Tiantian's favorite attack was her fists. Now, little Xianxia had chanted the mantras and formed seals. Using this mystique, she had condensed a giant palm print that covered the sky. The giant palm print descended from the sky and blasted towards the 5 masters. Break! The 5 masters roared and swung their fists at the giant palm print descending from the sky. The combined attack of the 5 masters was naturally very terrifying. However, what shocked everyone was, the attacks of the 5 masters were broken in an instant. The giant palm print blasted onto the 5 masters. There was a thump. Too savage, one cultivator after another exclaimed in a trembling voice. The 5 great experts were either from the middle generation or the older generation. Yet, they had been suppressed by a 5 or 6-year-old girl. This was too unbelievable and shocking. Many people looked at little Xianxia in horror. My eldest niece defeated all of you with ease. If I had made a move, the 5 of you would have been dead. Do you know that? Lin Feng looked at the 5 strong cultivators and said slowly and calmly, "You're right." How shameless! Yi Futian murmured. I've never seen such a thick-skinned guy. A shameless person is invincible, many cultivators shouted, thinking that Lin Feng was too thick-skinned. It was clearly the little girl who was stronger. What did her strength have to do with him? Yet, he had to come out and act tough. Was he trying to make himself known? Cough, cough. Hearing the surrounding cultivators' curses and feeling their disdainful gazes, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel his face turn red. These cultivators were too despicable. How could they mock him like this? Kid, let us go! Shouted the 5 strong cultivators furiously. They were all glaring at Lin Feng. Their gazes were as if they wanted to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. Lin Feng said, "Now that you're in my hands, you still dare to look at me with such ferocious gazes. Do the 5 of you want to die? Kid, who do you think you are? If I were to deal with you, I could kill you within 3 moves." Du Hongtao glared at Lin Feng. Many cultivators nodded. With Du Hongtao's strength, he might really be able to kill Lin Feng within 3 moves. Bang! 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 Lin Feng stepped forward and kicked Du Hongtao repeatedly. He didn't kick anywhere else but his face. You're a prisoner, yet you still dare to act tough. Act tough, act tough, act tough. Bang, 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 bang. Lin Feng cursed and kicked Du Hongtao's face. Not long after, Du Hongtao's handsome face was kicked into a pig's head by Lin Feng. His entire face was swollen, and he looked really miserable. Holy shit, is that even possible? This brat is definitely up to no good. He's too two-faced. How ruthless. Many people felt a chill in their hearts. In the eyes of many cultivators, Lin Feng and Xiao Tian were like 2 demons, one big and one small. Spare me, don't kick me anymore, I'm going to die. Du Hongtao begged. He felt as if his head was about to be kicked open. Moreover, his head was hurting. Du Hongtao was really worried that if this happened a few more times, he would really die. Now you know how to beg for mercy? If he had known earlier, he would not have acted so pretentiously. If you don't act tough, you won't die, got it? Lin Feng kicked a few more times before stopping. Many people slandered him. Don't say that he's acting tough. You're the one who's been acting tough all this time, okay? Of course, the cultivators who were watching the show did not dare to say those words. They were not afraid of Lin Feng. More importantly, they were afraid of Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, who had taken care of 5 experts in just a few moves, was truly terrifying. What will it take for you to let us go? Zhao Zongyang asked with an ugly expression. Lin Gongzi, this is Lin Er's imperial uncle. Please, Lin Gongzi, let him go. Lin Er apologizes on behalf of my uncle, young master. Zhao Lin Er said. Zhao Zongyang's expression was extremely ugly. As the imperial uncle of the 9 states immortal kingdom, he was actually suppressed in the immortal capital of the 9 states. Moreover, he even needed his niece to plead on his behalf. How embarrassing. So, you're one of us. Uncle, are you all right? Lin Feng quickly helped Zhao Zongyang up. One of us? Uncle? Many people were stunned. Then, they recalled that Lin Feng and Zhao Lin Er had come to the banquet in the same beast carriage. Could it be that Lin Feng really had something going on with Zhao Lin Er? Could it be that Zhao Lin Er had really been taken by Lin Feng? She had become Lin Feng's woman? *CK, this bastard, he actually got Zhao Lin Er. Many cultivators looked at Lin Feng with bloodshot eyes. When they thought about how Zhao Lin Er, a delicate immortal flower, might have been plucked by Lin Feng, many people wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Feng to shreds. If it wasn't for Xiao Tian standing beside Lin Feng, those cultivators would have already surrounded Lin Feng and beat him up. Zhao Lin Er's suitors were innumerable. We're one family, one family. It's all a misunderstanding. Although Zhao Zongyang hated Lin Feng to the core, he had no choice but to put on a smile as he spoke. Lin Feng said with a smile, since we're one family, shouldn't elders give a greeting gift? Uncle, this ring is not bad. The quality and color are excellent. Why don't you give it to me? Lin Feng didn't allow any explanation. He grabbed Zhao Zongyang's hand and pulled the storage ring off his finger. That's mine. Zhao Zongyang was about to ask for his storage ring. His life savings were all in there. However, Lin Feng had already kept the storage ring. He smiled and said, thank you for the greeting gift, uncle. I'll accept it then. Zhao Zongyang was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. That works too? This guy is really a demon. What a scum. He even stole his woman's uncle's things? Princess Zhao Lin Er found a scumbag. That saying is true. All good cabbages are taken by scumbags. Many people wailed, feeling indignant for Zhao Lin Er. Lin Feng looked at the remaining 4 people and said with a smile, the storage rings on your hands look pretty good as well. No, those are our life savings. Don't even think about taking them, the 4 glared at Lin Feng. Bang! 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 Are you going to give them to me or not? Lin Feng asked as he kicked them. Lin Feng knew how to take care of women. Madame of Bones was quite pretty. Apart from Madame of Bones, who hadn't been abused by Lin Feng, the other 3 experts had been beaten half to death by Lin Feng. We'll give, the 3 experts said with sullen faces. Lin Feng took the rings of the 3 strong cultivators. Then, he looked at Madame of Bones and said with a smile, Madame of Bones, it's your turn. Seeing that you're a beauty, I didn't use force on you. You should know what to do, right? Madame of Bones' expression flickered. In the end, she gritted her teeth and handed the storage ring to Lin Feng. Not bad, not bad. You're quite cooperative. Farewell. Lin Feng and Xiao Tian quickly returned to their residence. Then, they picked up Gu Ya and quickly left the 9 states immortal capital, not daring to stay any longer. The 9 states immortal capital couldn't stay any longer. With so many great powers, they would definitely notice them. What trouble have you caused? Why are you in such a hurry? Gu Ya asked. Lin Feng told Gu Ya everything that had happened at Xingyang Palace, including obtaining the monkey fur and robbing the 5 great experts. After hearing this, Gu Ya convulsed with laughter. She said, if I had known that so many interesting things would happen, I would have gone to Xingyang Palace to watch the show. What a pity that I didn't get to see the show. Gu Ya was also the type of person who craved for the world to be in chaos. Thus, she was very much looking forward to seeing the show from before. However, it was clear that she wouldn't be able to see it now, which made her very disappointed. Lin Feng said, "The great powers won't let me leave so easily." The 72 transformations passed down by the great sage, heaven's equal, has great implications. It's enough to make countless people go crazy. Xiao Tian isn't afraid of them. Xiao Tian can beat them away. Xiao Tian can protect Uncle Lin. Xiao Tian said innocently. "You're really Uncle Lin's sweet little jacket." Lin Feng rubbed Xiao Tian's head. Xiao Tian was very strong. However, no matter how strong she was still a little girl. Sometimes, other methods had to be used to deal with Xiao Tian. For example, during the prodigy ranking battle, the masked woman had used the great sleep technique to make the invincible Xiao Tian fall into a deep sleep. Moreover, if there were too many experts on the other side, they could wear down Lin Feng and the others. Thus, it was best to leave now. "Release my seal. I'll summon the soul-splitting birds," Guya said. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He was still a little worried that Guya would suddenly turn against him. That would be troublesome. "Don't worry. Since I promised to deal with the Sky Demon Emperor's son together with you, I definitely won't go back on my word," Guya said. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Of course I believe you." He released the seal on Guya. Guya had regained her freedom. Guya then took out a flute and started playing it. The melodious voice turned into runes and flew into the distance with the wind in the sky. Guya's flute was beautiful to the ears. However, Lin Feng knew that this flute sound was actually used by Guya to communicate with the flock of soul-splitting birds. The beautiful sound of the flute was intoxicating, but it also contained countless murderous intents. "Ha ha ha ha, brat, you won't be able to escape." Voices came from the distance as a dense swarm of cultivators flew over and surrounded Lin Feng's group. The cultivator who spoke was a middle-aged fatso, but Lin Feng did not recognize him. "Which scoundrel is this? Are you here to die?" Lin Feng sneered. "I'm here to take your superior's head." The middle-aged fatso sneered. These people were probably experts from various factions. After hearing the news, they surrounded Lin Feng and wanted to kill Lin Feng and take the 72 transformations. "Brat, I'll kill you today." Du Hongtao flew over from the distance, leading a group of experts. His eyes were flashing with murderous intent. In another direction, Zhao Zongyang, the black-robed cultivator, Madam of Bones, and Mo Qingyang led a group of experts to kill him. "Today will be the day you die," the 4 experts said coldly. Lin Feng curled his lips and said, "You're not grateful that I didn't kill you before. Instead, you brought so many people to kill me. You really don't know the meaning of death. You're too soft-hearted. You deserve to die. Kill." Du Hongtao shouted coldly and was the first to charge at Lin Feng. The other experts also charged over. In the distance, more experts flew over and joined the battle. There were also many experts from the younger generation who wanted to kill Lin Feng and take the 72 transformations. Lin Feng took out the purple gold heavenly ball and asked Guya to activate it for defense. Then, Lin Feng asked Xiao Tian to attack the cultivators who were approaching them. Lin Feng sneered as he looked at Du Hongtao, Zhao Zongyang, the black-robed cultivator, Madam of Bones, and Mo Qingyang. He said coldly, "Do you think I didn't guard against you? I've already secretly placed a restriction on your bodies. You don't even know about it. Originally, if the 5 of you were obedient, I wouldn't have bothered to deal with you. But now, since you recklessly came to find trouble with me, then all of you can die." "What? Did they place a restriction on our bodies?" The 5 experts' expressions changed drastically. At this moment, Lin Feng began to communicate with the restrictions in their bodies. He first communicated with the restriction in Du Hongtao's body. Bam, the restriction in Du Hongtao's body exploded, and Du Hongtao died on the spot. After Du Hongtao died, Lin Feng communicated with the restriction in the black-robed cultivator's body. Bang! An explosion rang out and the black-robed cultivator's body blew up. The black-robed cultivator had fallen. "No, don't kill me. I was wrong. I was really wrong," Mo Qingyang begged. Bang! In the next moment, Mo Qingyang's body exploded. Nephew, you're Lin Er's man. I'm Lin Er's uncle. Nephew, I'm also your uncle. Please spare me. Zhao Zongyang mentioned Zhao Lin Er and begged Lin Feng to spare his life. Lin Feng sneered. He was pretending to be polite to Zhao Lin Er. How could Lin Feng not know that Zhao Lin Er was scheming against him? Therefore, he didn't care about what Zhao Lin Er thought. In any case, he would leave the 9 continents immortal realm in a few months. He wasn't afraid of turning the 9 continents immortal realm upside down. Bam! Zhao Zongyang's body exploded. Young master, please spare my life. I'm willing to serve young master. Madame of Bones begged and looked at Lin Feng pitifully. She actually wanted to seduce Lin Feng. I'm not interested in female corpses. Lin Feng curled his lips. Bam! Madame of Bones's body also exploded. The 5 experts had all died tragically. Many people were so scared that they didn't dare to move forward. Lin Feng's methods were so cruel that many people's faces changed dramatically. Don't be afraid. The 5 experts were killed not because of how strong this kid is, but because of the restriction he set in their bodies. That's why they died tragically. We don't have to be afraid of this kid. Fellow Taoists, let's attack together. We have the advantage in numbers. Even ants can bite an elephant to death. With so many of us, can't we kill these 3 people? After we kill that kid, we'll share the heaven-defying 72 transformations passed down by the great sage, Heaven's Equal. A cultivator shouted. Kill. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the void, all kinds of divine ability attacks surged over in an overwhelming manner. It was as if they could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. Their momentum was simply destructive. It was simply too shocking. Such terrifying momentum, such terrifying power, and such terrifying attacks. It was truly despairing. When they looked around, they saw that they were surrounded by people. Crack, crack, crack. After blocking several waves of attacks, Lin Feng's purple gold heavenly ball's defensive light barrier also began to crack. Lin Feng said, when will the soul-splitting birds you summoned arrive? I'm afraid that if we wait any longer, we'll really be killed by these people. Hold on a little longer. Gu Yao's expression also became serious. There were simply too many people besieging them. They were densely packed and innumerable. There were probably as many as 7,000 or 8,000 people. Many of them might not be strong enough, but they still joined in. This was because many cultivators had the same idea. Although their cultivations were not as strong as those top-notch experts, with so many people attacking and such chaos, they might be able to take advantage of the chaos to steal Lin Feng's storage ring. There were so many people. When the time came, who would know who took it? Moreover, as long as their companions covered them well, it would be too easy to leave quietly. Because there were so many cultivators holding on to their wishful thinking, Lin Feng and the others were in huge trouble. The number of cultivators attacking them was still increasing. Before long, the number of people had reached over 10,000. Crack, crack, the attacks of over 10,000 people were too terrifying. The defensive light barrier formed by the purple gold heavenly ball was cracking more and more. It would not be long before it completely collapsed. These damned bastards. Yi Futian murmured. Lin Feng could not help but look at the densely packed cultivators with a dark expression. Hand over the inheritance of the great sage, Heaven's Equal, and we'll let you die a quick death. Otherwise, you'll die without a grave. Many cultivators shouted and threatened Lin Feng, wanting to make Lin Feng submit and hand over the inheritance of the great sage, Heaven's Equal. However, Lin Feng did not care about these people at all. They were just a bunch of opportunists. These fence-sitters would fall with the wind. They would be crying later. He's here. At this moment, Gu Yao's eyes lit up. He was able to establish a connection with the flock of soul-splitting birds. Thus, when the flock of soul-splitting birds arrived within a certain range, Gu Yao would then be able to communicate with the god-splitting birds. But now, Gu Yao began to communicate with the god-splitting birds. You came just in time. Lin Feng could finally breathe a sigh of relief. If he had come a little later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Fortunately, he came in time. Screech, an ear-piercing shriek came from afar. The soul attacks of the God-splitter birds were extremely powerful. Although they were very far away, the god-splitting birds had gathered together and formed a sound wave attack that was extremely penetrative. Many of the cultivators who were besieging Lin Feng, Xiao and Guya screamed as they clutched their heads. Under the leadership of the Godsplitter Bird King, the attacks of the Godsplitter birds gathered together and focused on attacking the cultivators who were besieging Lin Feng and the others. Many cultivators suffered a calamity and their souls were severely injured. Their faces were as pale as paper. "Look, what's that?" A cultivator pointed into the distance. Many people looked over and saw a dense blood cloud. Heavens, it's a flock of Godsplitter birds. How many Godsplitter birds are needed to form such a huge blood cloud? Hurry up and run. Many people screamed in horror and then fled in a sorry state. Once they were blocked by the Godsplitter birds, they would die. However, at this moment, the flock of Godsplitter birds had already flown over. Many cultivators were unable to dodge the attacks of the Godsplitter birds. The cultivators who were drowned by the Godsplitter birds waved their Dharma treasures and attacked the birds. However, those attacks were useless. Those cultivators were instantly drowned by the Godsplitter birds. A large number of cultivators died tragically. Of the tens of thousands of cultivators besieging Lin Feng, Xiao and Guya, only a few hundred managed to escape. "Let's go," Guya said. They sat on the back of the Godsplitter bird monarch. The Godsplitter bird monarch was surrounded by a swarm of Godsplitter birds. The other cultivators couldn't see what was happening. The flock of Godsplitter birds quickly flew away. Meanwhile, the 9 states' immortal capital had just experienced a disaster. The ground was littered with white bones. The Godsplitter birds only ate flesh, not bones. "Where's that kid? He should have been eaten by the Godsplitter birds, right? Damn it, damn it." That kid couldn't hold on any longer, but a large number of Godsplitter birds appeared. "They've ruined our plan." Many cultivators roared angrily. "Godsplitter birds? Isn't that the flock controlled by that woman, Guya?" Zhao Len'er couldn't help but frown slightly. She suddenly thought of the veiled woman with Lin Feng. She was dressed in white and had an otherworldly aura. Because she was wearing a veil, her appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Could she be Guya? Zhao Len'er couldn't help but wonder. She carefully recalled some of the woman's characteristics. In the past, Guya always wore clothes made of beast hide. Her upper body barely covered her twin peaks, and her lower body barely covered her buttocks. However, the woman beside Lin Feng wore a long dress and a veil. If she hadn't seen the flock of Godsplitter birds, she wouldn't have believed it. Zhao Len'er wouldn't have believed that the woman was Guya. She and Guya were sworn enemies. However, it was precisely because of this that Zhao Len'er was extremely familiar with Guya. Zhao Len'er even knew some of Guya's secrets. For example, the fact that the Godsplitter bird's master was Guya. There were no more than 5 people in the 9 states' immortal capital who knew about this. And Zhao Len'er was one of them. "It's her. It must be her." The more Zhao Len'er thought about it, the more certain she was that the woman was Guya. Although she wore a long dress and a veil, Guya's aura wouldn't change because of her clothes. Guya's eyes wouldn't change either. Zhao Len'er would never forget Guya's eyes. The veiled woman's eyes and expression were exactly the same as Guya's. Zhao Len'er was certain that the woman beside Lin Feng was Guya. "I didn't expect that bitch to be working together with Lin Feng. Could it be that she has the same goal as me?" Zhao Len'er's expression became extremely unsightly. In the vast forest, the roars of tigers and cries of apes could be heard. Lin Feng and the other 2 were resting in front of a pond. "Next, we need to find out the whereabouts of the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son, then think of a way to kill him." Lin Feng and Guya were discussing how to deal with the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son. Now was the best time to kill him. As long as they could kill the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son, both Lin Feng and Guya would benefit greatly. Thus, they were very keen on working together to kill the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son. "I'm going to find out more about the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son." "Wait for my news," said Guya. Lin Feng nodded. Right now, he was definitely wanted by all the major factions. Thus, it wasn't appropriate for him to appear. Guya had covered her face before, so she shouldn't be wanted by anyone. Besides, even if she hadn't covered her face, who would have dared to arrest her? Guya's tribe was one of the largest primitive tribes in the 9 continents paradise. Most importantly, Guya's tribe was the best at controlling all kinds of ferocious beasts. Guya's innate talent allowed her to control a flock of soul-splitting birds. However, it was said that in Guya's tribe, there were some older experts who could control even more ferocious beasts than Guya's soul-splitting birds. Thus, no one dared to provoke Guya. Guya didn't linger and quickly left. As for Lin Feng, he opened a cavern in the depths of the pond. He planned to properly comprehend the monkey hair he had obtained. Would he really be able to comprehend the 72 transformations? The great sage's inheritance was definitely extraordinary, but Lin Feng didn't know exactly how powerful the 72 transformations was. He needed to comprehend the 72 transformations before he could understand the profundity of the 72 transformations. Lin Feng temporarily sent little Xianxia into his mountain and river ring. The little girl was extremely tired after the battle and fell asleep after eating some food. Sending her into the mountain and river ring would allow her to have a good rest. After that, Lin Feng took out the monkey hair and carefully examined it. There are runes on the monkey fur. How did they carve runes on such tiny monkey fur? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. The demon lord said. This should be the legacy of the great sage, heaven's equals lineage. However, it doesn't feel like the monkey hair of the great sage, heaven's equal. Could it be that the great sage, heaven's equal has descendants? The great sage, heaven's equal has no descendants? Lin Feng asked in surprise. The demon lord said, I'm not too sure about that, because the great sage, heaven's equal's time is too long ago, and the great sage is too mysterious. Lin Feng said, one stone two saints. Most of the rumors in the world are about the battle saint apes, but there are very few rumors about the great sage, heaven's equal. It's a pity that there are not many rumors about such a powerful being. The great sage, heaven's equal isn't the only apex expert buried in history. The demon lord could not help but sigh. In the past, he was a big shot in the undying realm and had experienced countless tribulations. Now that he had reincarnated, he seemed to have a new perspective on life. I hope I can comprehend the 72 transformations, Lin Feng muttered to himself as he looked at the monkey hair. He also wanted to learn the great sage, heaven's equals divine ability. Perhaps through the great sage, heaven's equals sacred art, he could gain a deeper understanding of this person. Lin Feng began to comprehend the runes on the monkey hair. The Lin word of the 9 syllables began to circulate. A powerful aura of the Tao permeated the air. The 9 syllables were mysterious and unfathomable, especially the Lin word of the 9 syllables. It could help a cultivator comprehend the Tao. Ever since Lin Feng learned the Lin word of the 9 syllables, his cultivation had become much easier. There was no divine ability that he could not comprehend. The great sage, heaven's equal, the monkey king, is immortal. Suddenly, a deep voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. When Lin Feng heard the voice, his body trembled. It was the same voice. It was a voice he had heard before. When the monkey hair turned into a sage monkey, the voice had resounded in Lin Feng's mind. After the voice faded away, the monkey hair turned into a sage monkey. Now, the voice resounded again. Although Lin Feng did not know what was going on, he felt that it might have something to do with the inheritance of the great sage, heaven's equal. Hazy, Lin Feng entered a mysterious world. He saw a celestial mountain with birds chirping and flowers blooming. Within the celestial mountain, there were spirit monkeys running, jumping, playing everywhere. A waterfall cascaded down. It was as beautiful as the Milky Way falling from the sky. Behind the waterfall, there was a water curtain cave. This can't be the water curtain cave of the mountain of flower fruit, right? Lin Feng was extremely shocked. He did not know if this was the water curtain cave of the mountain of flower fruit. Back in the Sky Martial continent, Lin Feng had heard of a rumor. On the coast of the East Sea of the Sky Martial continent, looking towards the east, there was a white fog that was filled with terrifying restrictions. The place where no one could enter was the mountain of flower fruit. The mountain of flower fruit was located in the 9 prefectures. The Sky Martial continent was originally a part of the 9 prefectures world. Later on, the tectonic plates gradually separated. Hence, the mountain of flower fruit was very normal in the Sky Martial continent. It was said that the mountain of flower fruit was the place where the great sage, heaven's equal, and the battle sacred ape lived. It was the place where they lived in their early years. At that time, they were still two little monkeys. They were born on the coast of the East Sea and entered the mountain of flower fruit. Lin Feng entered the water curtain cave. The water curtain cave was very beautiful. There was a small stone path, and beside the path was a flowing stream. There were vines hanging down everywhere in the water curtain cave. It was simply magnificent. Many spirit monkeys were playing in the water curtain cave. In the depths of the water curtain cave, there was a stone chair covered with a white tiger skin. That should be the great sage, heaven's equal's chair. Behind the stone chair was a huge flag. There were 4 words written on the flag. Great sage, heaven's equal. Great sage, heaven's equal, great sage, heaven's equal. Lin Feng looked at the flag in shock. This was really the place where the great sage, heaven's equal, stayed. Should he find an opportunity to return to the Sky Martial continent and go to the mountain of flower fruit to see what was going on? The current mountain of flower fruit was filled with mystery. For countless tens of thousands of years, no one dared to rashly enter the mountain of flower fruit. Because it was said that trespassing into the mountain of flower fruit would only result in death. He did not know what was going on in the mountain of flower fruit. Swish, suddenly. A light flashed in front of him. One by one, the spirit monkeys disappeared without a trace. The entire water curtain cave became extremely spacious. Only Lin Feng was left. What's going on? Lin Feng looked at the changes in his surroundings in shock. All the spirit monkeys had disappeared. It was obvious that something was about to happen. A gentle breeze blew in the water curtain cave. Lin Feng was strolling in the cave. What happened? He couldn't help but mutter to himself. He thought that something was about to happen, but it didn't happen even after a long time. He couldn't help but wonder if he had guessed wrong. Finally, Lin Feng arrived at the stone chair covered in white tiger fur. He reached out and touched the flag with the words Great Sage, Heaven's Equal written on it. TSK, it feels quite good. Eh? This flag is actually covered in runes. There is also a lot of dried blood on it. Looks like it must have been stained with the blood of many powerful creatures. It should be a formidable supreme treasure, no? Lin Feng was astonished when he saw the flag. Was it refined by the great sage, Heaven's Equal? He couldn't help but mutter to himself. I'll take it. Next, Lin Feng wanted to take the flag. It was a treasure. If he could take it, that would be a heaven-defying opportunity. Lin Feng tried many times, but he couldn't do it. Lin Feng slapped his head. Only then did he remember that his divine will had been pulled into this illusory world by the Tao aura contained in the monkey fur. This world was a world that had been imprinted. It wasn't the real world. Perhaps the flag was placed in the real water curtain cave. But how could he obtain a flag in an illusory world? However, after Lin Feng's divine will was pulled into this illusory world, everything seemed too real. He felt as if he was there. He even believed that this was the real world, which was why he had made such a mistake. Everything seen in an illusory world is unreal. The things inside can't be obtained. The only thing that can be obtained is the Tao and laws here. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. These illusory worlds were very special. Tao and laws could be imprinted in them. When a cultivator's divine will was pulled into an illusory world, they could sense the Tao and laws in the illusory world. Once they sensed the power of the Tao and laws, when the divine will returned to the real world, the Tao and laws they sensed were still there. Lin Feng rubbed the white tiger skin on the stone chair and grinned. This feels so good. The great sage equaling heaven sure knows how to enjoy himself. Now, I'll enjoy myself too. Lin Feng sat on the chair. The stone chair made of white tiger skin was really comfortable. Sitting on it was like enjoying a celestial being. Lin Feng began to comprehend the Tao of this place, hoping to be able to sense something. She didn't know what had happened, but Lin Feng had fallen asleep on the chair. In the dream, Lin Feng vaguely heard a voice. Even if I am suppressed for billions of eras, even if heavenly lightning shatters my soul, even if blazing flames burn my body, even if the 6 paths of reincarnation destroy my body, I will not die. One day, I will see the light of day again. Who? Who's talking? In the dream, Lin Feng shouted, "Let's go." Hazily, he seemed to see a pair of eyes. It was a pair of blood-red eyes. His eyes seemed to be filled with an unyielding fighting spirit. The heavens could not cover his eyes. The earth could not bury his fighting spirit. He refused to accept heaven and earth. He fought against heaven and earth. "Who are you?" Lin Feng asked. He wanted to know who this person was. He tried his best to get close to this person. However, no matter how hard Lin Feng tried, he was incapable of doing so. "The world's end has a secret that we want to know." Suddenly, the owner of the pair of eyes spoke up again. This time, he said something very baffling. "Are you the great sage equaling heaven?" Lin Feng asked. Ha 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 ha, when he heard the words great sage equaling heaven, that mysterious existence actually laughed out loud. Lin Feng, who was seated on the white tiger stone chair, was suddenly jolted awake. He found that his back was drenched in cold sweat. Dreamland, a mysterious person suppressed, Lin Feng frowned as he pondered. He did not know what this dreamland represented. The world's end has a secret that we want to know. What does that mean? A secret that we want to know? By we, who is he referring to? And what is the secret he spoke of? Lin Feng frowned as he pondered. There were simply too many suspicious points in that dreamland. Many of them left him extremely puzzled. Moreover, Lin Feng could not be certain whether that existence was the great sage equaling heaven or not. The mysterious existence did not answer him. This monkey hair is too strange. I wanted to comprehend the 72 transformations, but you pulled me into the water curtain cave and made me have such a bizarre dream. Lin Feng felt somewhat helpless. The monkey hair seemed to be concealing some shocking secrets. However, he was unable to truly explore those secrets. 72 transformations. I want to comprehend the 72 transformations. Lin Feng shouted. He continued to comprehend the Tao. This time, however, Lin Feng tried many times, but he was unable to enter a meditative state. He was unable to sense the aura of the Tao. What's going on? Why can't I enter a meditative state? Lin Feng could not help but mutter. In the next moment, his divine sense returned to his main body. Is there a time limit to comprehending the Tao? Lin Feng couldn't help but rub his head. He looked at the monkey hair in his hand. Originally, the runes on the monkey hair had been flowing with golden light. But now, the monkey hair had returned to normal. Perhaps there really is a time limit, he sighed and put the monkey hair away. The demon lord said, since the monkey hair transformed into a holy monkey and grasped the 72 transformations, I'm guessing that the 72 transformations is branded within this monkey hair. Of course, even if it is branded with the 72 transformations, comprehending such a heaven-defying ability is naturally not an easy task. Perhaps you'll need to comprehend it a few more times. Lin Feng said, but this monkey hair seems to be concealing an extraordinary secret. Especially that mysterious existence I saw in my dreamland. Who exactly is he? Could he be the great sage equaling heaven? That is unknown. The demon lord said. After Xiao Tian Tian, Bibi, and the dragon rabbit rested, they flew out of the mountain river ring. Hungry, Xiao Tian Tian is hungry. I want to eat a lot of delicious food. Xiao Tian Tian looked at Lin Feng with a pitiful expression. Yeah. Bibi waved its arms and legs and cried out, expressing that it was also very hungry and wanted to eat a lot of delicious food. Xianxia. The dragon rabbit cried out as well. It also wanted to eat a lot of delicious food. You three little gluttons, I'll make some delicious food for you right now. Lin Feng said. The three little fellows immediately cried out in excitement. Lin Feng made a dozen or so delicacies, then ate with the three little fellows. At that moment, a streak of light flew over from afar. It was Guya, who had returned. Guya had changed back into her beast skin clothes. These clothes completely revealed her long legs and slender waist in front of Lin Feng. How enchanting. Guya had an indescribable wildness in these clothes. You heartless fellow. I went out to gather information, but you're here eating and drinking, said Guya angrily, glancing at Lin Feng angrily. She then sat down, grabbed a piece of barbecued meat, and started eating. This is really delicious. Why do I feel like your culinary skills have improved so much recently? Guya mumbled as she ate. Guya had been following Lin Feng all this time. She was still brooding over the fact that she had been captured by Lin Feng. Sometimes, she would even gnash her teeth in hatred. However, Lin Feng's cooking was the best in the world, and Guya ate until she forgot everything else. I only find it delicious when I'm hungry. You've worked hard. Eat more. Lin Feng said with a smile. He took out a clean set of chopsticks and a bowl of soup for Guya. Guya said, "You're really an oddity. I've never seen a cultivator carry so many things with him. Did you put an entire kitchen into your storage ring?" Guya was right about this. Most cultivators were actually very careful about what they ate. Some cultivators only ate fasting pills to reduce their intake of impurities. As for some cultivators, even if they were to eat food, they would only eat some spirit fruits. There were very few cultivators who ate and drank so much. Lin Feng was one of a kind. Not only did he eat and drink, but he also carried pots and pans with him. Moreover, he could start a fire and cook whenever he wanted. Lin Feng said, "Life is short. Enjoy when you need to. If you don't, then what's the point of living?" Guya pursed her lips and said, "Tsk. That's exactly what this princess thinks. I didn't think that we would have something in common. Actually, you'll slowly discover that I have a lot of good points." Lin Feng said with a smile. "Really? I don't think so." Guya snorted and said. The two of them kept talking back and forth. From time to time, they would tear each other down. It was as if they were quarrelsome lovers. Little Xianxia, Bibi, and Dragon Rabbit were focused on wiping out the delicacies on the table. They had no time to pay attention to Lin Feng and Guya. After enjoying a sumptuous meal, Lin Feng asked, "Have you found out anything about the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son?" "I've found out. That guy is heading northwest of the 9 provinces Immortal Empire." Guya said. "Northwest? That place seems to be the Du clan's territory?" Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He had killed Du Wenzong and Du Hongtao. The enmity between them and the Du family had been thoroughly established. They are indeed from the Du family. However, the northwest direction is also where the Heavenly Demon territory is. It is said that a peerless expert of the Heavenly Demon tribe died there. I wonder if it is true. The Sky Demon Emperor's son probably wants to go to that place to inquire about the authenticity of this news. Guya said. Oh? With such a rumor, no one has gone to explore the Heavenly Demon territory? Lin Feng asked doubtfully. That is one of the 3 great lands of death in the 9 provinces Immortal Realm. Who would dare to enter it? Trespassing into the Heavenly Demon territory is practically a path to death. Guya said. Lin Feng said in shock. It is actually a land of death. Looks like the Heavenly Demon territory is not simple. The Heavenly Demon Emperor's son might have found a great opportunity there. If that is the case, do you plan to kill him after he obtains the opportunity or kill him when he doesn't? Guya asked. Let's kill him when he doesn't obtain the opportunity. If he does, it might be much more difficult to kill him. Let's not covet those opportunities. Killing the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son is the greatest opportunity for both of us. Lin Feng said. All right. Guya nodded. Then, she said, you are wanted everywhere. You should cover your tracks a little. Lin Feng had already expected that he would be wanted. Although he, little Tian, and Guya had left without a trace, the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son had still been alive. It was easy for him to mislead the 3 of them into thinking that they had been killed by the Godsplitter birds. However, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world, and it was hard to guarantee that no one would be able to see through it. The actual situation was exactly as Lin Feng had guessed. Sure enough, someone had discovered that the 3 of them had not been killed by the Godsplitter birds. That's why I'm on the wanted list. Lin Feng said, hiding my appearance is a very simple matter for me. Swish. As soon as he said that, Lin Feng's face changed. His facial muscles twisted slightly. Following that, Lin Feng's appearance changed. He became a cultivator with an aura. He was like a Confucian cultivator who was well read. Eh? Is this the great transformation technique? Said Guya, looking at Lin Feng in astonishment. Lin Feng nodded and said, that's right. It's this divine ability. Guya said, this divine ability is very extraordinary. It's enough to deceive everyone. Lin Feng said, there's no time to lose. Let's set off now. Guya said, no problem. However, if we fly there, we might not be able to stop the heavenly demon emperor's son in time. Thus, we should first go to Rosen City and take a teleportation formation to Blackwood City. Rosen City is a 3-day journey from here, and it belongs to the Luo clan. The Luo clan's influence is quite impressive, and they are one of the top clans in the 9 States Immortal region. Blackwood City belongs to the Du clan, and it is only 1,500 kilometers away from the heavenly demon emperor's son. Lin Feng nodded and said, alright, let's go to Rosen City now. In order to not attract attention, Lin Feng had little Tian, Bibi, and the dragon rabbit enter his mountain river ring. When they were in the 9 States Immortal capital, they had all shown their faces. They were too big of a target, and it was not suitable for them to come out. Lin Feng and Guya entered Rosen City without any problems. In Rosen City, there were portraits of Lin Feng and little Tian everywhere. There was also a portrait of a white-clothed woman, but her face was covered. This white-clothed woman was Guya, but with her face covered, who could see what she looked like, thus, it was as good as nothing. On the city wall, there was a universal mirror that constantly scanned the cultivators below. Any cultivator who entered Rosen City would be scanned by the universal mirror, which had been branded with Lin Feng's aura. It could find Lin Feng's whereabouts. Zhou Tianjing, should we retreat? After entering the city, Guya could not help but frown when she saw the universal mirror. Lin Feng said, it's fine. A universal mirror of this level can't detect my aura. Rosen City was bustling with activity. There was an endless stream of horses and carriages, and all sorts of hawking noises could be heard. There were many powerful cultivators here, and one could sense their terrifying auras everywhere. Lin Feng and Guya did not plan to stay in the city. They headed straight for the teleportation plaza. Their top priority was to kill the heavenly demon emperor's son. Everything else was trivial. Even the complete sky mirror can't sense your existence. You're actually able to deceive everyone? Guya looked at Lin Feng in shock. She was very moved by this ability. The complete sky mirror had a powerful ability, and it could detect many things. However, it had not been able to detect Lin Feng's identity. Of course, it was not because of the complete sky mirror, but because Lin Feng's ability was too powerful. I've always been an outstanding person. Do you want to treat me differently? Do you want to give yourself to me? I can consider it. As Lin Feng spoke, he looked at Guya's voluptuous figure. Guya giggled and said flirtatiously, sure, but I'm afraid you won't be able to fight me. Lin Feng's forehead was covered in cold sweat. This woman was indeed valiant. Although her words were unrestrained, Lin Feng knew what kind of person she was. It would be a mistake to think that he could take advantage of her. When the time came, Guya would definitely teach him a lesson. This was something Lin Feng knew very well. Guyina was a very valiant woman. Of course, Lin Feng did not want to lose to Guya in terms of words. He said, I'm really looking forward to it. I hope that day will come soon. They took a teleportation array and left Rosen City. Soon, they appeared in Blackwood City, which was now under the control of the Du family. Lin Feng and Guya walked out of the teleportation array. Guya said, the Du family controls 12 ancient cities. They're a very powerful organization, and their foundation is far more terrifying than you can imagine. Lin Feng nodded. He would not underestimate any of the top organizations. If they underestimated these top forces, they wouldn't even know how they died. There were also many portraits of Lin Feng within Blackwood City. Even now, many cultivators were still discussing the matter of Lin Feng's arrest. Lin Feng and Guya had traveled for many days, so they wanted to rest in Blackwood City. They found an inn and took a good bath. After resting for 6 hours, they continued on their journey. After leaving Blackwood City, Lin Feng and Guya headed towards the Sky Demon territory. The Heaven Demon territory was located in the Heaven Demon forest. It was a terrifying and dangerous place. The heavenly demon forest was a place where ferocious beasts roamed freely. The slightest carelessness could result in death. Of course, such a place was also extremely rich in resources and opportunities, far more than other places. Therefore, many cultivators would take the risk to enter the heavenly demon forest in search of opportunities. There were also many cultivators who came to see the famous heavenly demon territory from afar. Eh? Lin Feng was shocked to see someone familiar. It was Bai Wanyu. This woman had also appeared in the heavenly demon territory. Why was she here? Lin Feng did not greet Bai Wanyu. Bai Wanyu also saw Lin Feng. She also did not greet Lin Feng because the two of them were not familiar with each other. What? Seeing that I'm beautiful, you have some ideas? Guya asked. Lin Feng said, I have a great beauty by my side. If I have any ideas, it would be towards you. At least you are not blind. Guya was very confident in her beauty. When she heard Lin Feng praise her as a great beauty, she was naturally very happy. I asked the soul-splitting birds to follow the heavenly demon emperor's son. That's why I have information about him. The heavenly demon emperor's son has not reached the heavenly demon forest yet. Guya said. That's even better. We will set up an ambush midway. When the time comes, little Tian Tian will attack as well. With you, me, and the soul-splitting birds, the heavenly demon emperor's son will definitely die, Lin Feng said. He felt that this plan was flawless. No problem. I have information about the heavenly demon emperor's son at all times. Guya said. She was so confident because there was a path that one had to take to enter the heavenly demon territory. Apart from this path, the other paths into the heavenly demon territory were all covered by powerful and destructive restrictions. It was very unrealistic to pass through those places as it was very easy to get lost. Moreover, the restrictions in those places were enough to kill anyone. Thus, there was only one relatively safe path into the heavenly demon territory. Lin Feng and Guya were lying in ambush on this path. 3 days later, Guya said, the heavenly demon emperor's son has entered the heavenly demon forest. Hearing this, Lin Feng could not help but take a deep breath. The battle was finally about to begin. Lin Feng began to adjust his state of mind, preparing for this battle. The heavenly demon emperor's son had to die in this battle. Otherwise, this person would definitely become a huge threat. Something is not right. The heavenly demon emperor's son has disappeared. But soon, Guya's expression turned ugly. The heavenly demon emperor's son had disappeared. It was very likely that he had discovered the soul-splitting birds that were following him. Those soul-splitting birds had probably been killed by the heavenly demon emperor's son. It is very likely that he will not choose this path. Lin Feng frowned. The heavenly demon emperor's son was very cautious and had many tricks up his sleeves. Since he had discovered that he was being followed, he would definitely be on guard. Then we will go to the heavenly demon territory and wait for him. Guya said. Alright, let's go to the heavenly demon territory. Lin Feng nodded, agreeing with Guya's suggestion. Although it was very dangerous to pass through the restrictions in the surroundings to reach the heavenly demon territory, the heavenly demon emperor's son had extraordinary means. He might really be able to do it. To be safe, Guya divided the soul-splitting birds into 2 groups. One of them stayed in hiding along the path that they had to pass through. If the heavenly demon emperor's son appeared, they would immediately attack him and call for Guya. At that time, Lin Feng and Guya would be able to rush over in time. The other group would follow Lin Feng and Guya to the heavenly demon territory. From time to time, the roars of ferocious beasts could be heard from the ancient forest. Powerful ferocious beasts could be seen everywhere. Their auras were terrifying and intimidating. Of course, powerful cultivators could also be seen roaming the ancient forest in search of opportunities. The heavenly demon territory was located in the depths of the heavenly demon forest. Many cultivators gathered here. These cultivators stood at the periphery of the heavenly demon territory and watched. Lin Feng and Guya also arrived at the periphery of the heavenly demon territory. The heavenly demon territory was a continuous mountain range consisting of dozens of mountain peaks. Those mountain peaks were not especially tall, and the tallest was only 3,000 to 4,000 meters tall. However, the heavenly demon territory was very terrifying and contained peerless terror. The celestial demon territory was very terrifying and had many legends. It was said that the celestial demon territory was formed after a celestial demon fell. However, some people refuted this saying. It was said that before the celestial demon fell, the celestial demon territory already existed. At that time, it was also a land of death. It was abnormally terrifying and living beings could not go near it. Later on, a celestial demon fell there and the place was renamed the celestial demon territory. Of course, it was impossible to find out how the celestial demon territory was formed. However, the celestial demon territory contained a peerless terror. It was something that everyone knew. Moreover, many people knew that there were shocking opportunities in the celestial demon territory. However, very few people dared to enter such a dangerous place. Since ancient times, many cultivators had entered the celestial demon territory. However, all of them had died tragically in the celestial demon territory. The celestial demon territory was too dangerous. Entering it was almost certain death. Therefore, many people were very afraid and did not dare to go near the celestial demon territory. The old man's words were extremely shocking. The Immortal Sutra could create a top force. It was enough to make countless people go crazy. Of course, the thing that made people go crazy was the thing that came out of the door of everlasting life. The door of everlasting life was too mysterious. It recorded the secret of eternal life. It was said that everything inside the door of everlasting life could be described as heaven-defying. Therefore, anything that came out of the door of everlasting life would cause a huge commotion. Now, it was no exception. The things that came out of the door of everlasting life were enough to shock the world. What exactly is it? Someone asked, wanting to know what it was that came out of the door of everlasting life. I'm not sure. The old cultivator shook his head. However, some cultivators were unwilling to give up and continued to ask. They felt that the old cultivator was hiding something. The old cultivator finally said, I only heard that it was an ancient immortal treasure. As for what it is, I don't know. The surrounding cultivators could not help but discuss. Some of them were eager to enter the celestial demon territory to explore. However, when they thought of how terrifying the celestial demon territory was, they immediately gave up. How could this place be entered so casually? The Nine States Immortal Realm is the core sacred ground of the Nine States world. A land of death that appeared in the core sacred ground of the Nine States world is definitely one of the most extraordinary lands of death. The old cultivator said, hinting at something. Many people were pondering the old cultivator's words. Where is he? Why is he gone? It did not take long before someone cried out in shock. The old cultivator had disappeared without a trace, causing them all to feel puzzled. They did not know how the old cultivator had left. Lin Feng also had a very surprised expression. Now it seemed that he had encountered a top expert. Guya said, there are many extraordinary people in the Nine Continents Paradise, and many people are searching for a way to leave the Nine Continents Paradise. Perhaps some people have already found a way. Many great powers seem to be looking for a way out as well. Lin Feng said. Guya replied, that's right. Actually, I've heard that these large factions are also asking about some extraordinary people. Guya's news was very shocking. Lin Feng felt that there might be a change in the paradise of the Nine Continents. Of course, this change might not necessarily happen now. Perhaps it would be some time later. Or maybe it would never happen. How are things in this world? Who could have predicted this? The future was the hardest to predict. Lin Feng and Guya waited outside the celestial demon territory. He's here. On this day, Lin Feng frowned slightly. He had sensed a faintly discernible aura approaching the celestial demon territory. It had to be the celestial demon emperor's son. He had come here. Celestial demon emperor's son, are you here? Lin Feng stepped into the air. He looked around indifferently, scanning his surroundings in search of the celestial demon emperor's son's whereabouts. Are you waiting for me here? Why are you in such a hurry to die? The celestial demon emperor's son sneered. He walked over step by step from afar, his body emanating a sinister and terrifying aura. The seductive demoness with a fiery figure was beside the celestial demon emperor's son, and they were inseparable. "This place will be your burial ground," Lin Feng said indifferently. "I've obtained a great opportunity, and I'm no longer the same as before. Do you know that the current you is as lowly as an ant in my eyes?" The celestial demon emperor's son placed his hands behind his back, looking extremely arrogant. Previously, he had lost to Lin Feng, and he had been extremely furious. His confidence had also been severely damaged. However, after obtaining a great opportunity, he had become even more arrogant and conceited than before. He did not think much of Lin Feng, and he looked down on Lin Feng. His expression was very unruly, and this was a sense of superiority that came from his bones. In his opinion, Lin Feng's bloodline was lowly, while his was very noble. The look in his eyes was very repulsive. Lin Feng wanted nothing more than to give him 3 punches. "Who doesn't know how to boast? We'll only know who's the winner after we fight." Guya sneered and also soared into the sky, standing next to Lin Feng. Her body emanated a powerful magic power fluctuation. "What? Did you find a helper?" The celestial demon emperor's son sneered. "Everyone, are you still not coming out?" Boom! Boom! A terrifying aura permeated the air. Following that, more than 10 figures quickly flew out, each with an unfathomable cultivation base. These were the experts of more than 10 top forces in the 9 continents immortal realm, including the 9 continents immortal empire, Du clan, Mo clan, Chu clan, Sun clan, Blood Sun sect, Ancient Insect sect, and many others. What a big move. No wonder you're so fearless. So you've colluded with so many experts. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. "Junior, to be able to make so many top experts move out together, even if you die, it's still something to be proud of." An old man sneered. This was an expert from the Blood Sun sect. The Blood Sun sect was an evil sect in the 9 continents immortal realm, and it was very powerful. Lin Feng had no grudges with this sect, but Lin Feng had obtained the 72 transformations. That was why this sect was spying on him. Furthermore, a genius like Lin Feng would definitely have other heaven-defying inheritances on him, and this was something that the Blood Sun sect was coveting. Many top forces had made a move on Lin Feng for similar reasons. A man's wealth was his own ruin. That was the logic. Pooey! How shameless! You only know how to stick gold on your face. I was going to say that it's your ancestors' luck to die in my hands. Why don't you wash your neck clean and let me chop your head off?" Lin Feng scolded. Who is this guy? He's surrounded by so many experts, and he still dares to mock the Blood Sun sect's Grand Elder? Some cultivators muttered. There were many cultivators in the outer regions of the celestial demon territory, and they were all watching the show. He's simply courting death. That brat won't be able to escape this calamity. In the distance, Zhao Lin'er was wearing a snow-white dress. She was as beautiful as a fairy from the heavens. She looked over. Then, he whispered to himself, "Lin Feng, I'm the one who spread the news that you're alive. This is a test for you. If you can pass this test, you'll be the key to me leaving the celestial territory of the 9 provinces." Outside the celestial beast territory, the Blood Sun sect's Grand Elder's face turned ashen. A junior like Lin Feng dared to humiliate him like this caused him to be abnormally angry, and a dense killing intent appeared in his heart. "Ignorant junior, today I will make you beg for death, beg for death, beg for death, but you won't be able to. This guy is extremely cunning." "Attack," said the celestial beast emperor's son. He wanted to kill Lin Feng right here and now. "Humph." Guya snorted coldly. She took out a flute and played it. Next, a flock of soul-splitting birds flew over from afar, completely surrounding the area. Heavens! It's a flock of soul-splitting birds. Many people's faces turned as pale as paper when they saw the flock of soul-splitting birds flying over. The situation before their eyes was truly too terrifying. It simply caused their hairs to stand on end and their faces to turn pale from shock. The soul-splitting bird's aura made it seem like the end of the world had arrived. A flock of soul-splitting birds dares to cause trouble? The ancient insect sect's Grand Elder couldn't help but smile coldly. He had competed for the 9 heavens immortal universe liquid before, but he had failed in the end. Lin Feng had obtained the 9 heavens immortal universe liquid. The ancient insect sect's grand elder guessed that Lin Feng had precious insect eggs on him. That was why he had bid for the 9 heavens immortal universe liquid. That was why he hadn't just been looking for the 72 transformations, he had also been eyeing Lin Feng's insect eggs. The allure of an insect egg far exceeded the allure of other things to this person. The ancient insect sect's grand elder also summoned a flock of birds. They were all golden overbearing sky condors. These golden overbearing sky condors were more than 10 meters long, and their bodies were covered with feathers that looked like sharp swords. They were practically invulnerable. The soul-splitting birds' attacks couldn't injure these birds, so the golden overbearing sky condors were their nemesis. It was obvious that this group of people had long been prepared and had calculated everything. The god-splitting birds were temporarily unable to help Lin Feng and the others. This time, they were in trouble. Lin Feng, you don't have to struggle anymore. We've already found a way to deal with all of your tricks. Today, only death awaits you. The Sky Demon Emperor's son sneered. He and a dozen other experts closed in on Lin Feng. Lin Feng summoned little Tian Tian from his mountain river ring. You're not allowed to bully Uncle Lin, or else little Tian Tian will send you flying. Little Tian Tian waved her fists. Her voice was very young, but no one dared to underestimate her. This was because back in the immortal capital of the 9 states, little Tian Tian had easily defeated the 5 great experts. Now that little Tian Tian had reappeared, everyone was under immense pressure. Even the Sky Demon Emperor's son stopped in his tracks. He didn't want to risk his life. He was also worried that he would be at a disadvantage at little Tiantian's hands because her battle prowess was too strong. You're so young. What secrets do you have? I'm really looking forward to it. I'm going to dissect you and study you. A gloomy voice sounded. Then, the void split open, and an old man walked out of it. The old man's body was withered, and his eye sockets were sunken. His eyes flickered with a blue light, and they looked like the eyes of a malicious spirit. This was an extremely terrifying existence. His appearance made Lin Feng's scalp go numb. Even though the old man wasn't targeting him, he still felt uneasy. Old turtle. Little Tian Tian cursed at the old man. She didn't know where she learned to curse, but when she saw the old man, she called him an old turtle. The old man was so angry that his nose was about to become crooked. Keek keek. You're a little girl with character and intelligence. I can't wait to dissect you. The ghostly old man stepped forward and reached out with his withered hand to grab little Tian Tian. I'll send you flying. Little Tian Tian waved her little fist and threw a punch at the old man. Bam, the two sides collided, and little Tian Tian was sent flying. Lin Feng hurriedly caught her. The old man was also forced to retreat a dozen steps before he came to a stop. Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This old man was too scary. This was the first time he had seen little Tian Tian at a disadvantage. In the past, little Tiantian's fists were invincible. No one was a match for her. But now, little Tian Tian was at a disadvantage. The old man's strength made Lin Feng pale with fright. Little girl from the Gu clan, this has nothing to do with you. Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, you'll be a pair of lovebirds that share the same fate. The ghost-like old man said in a sinister voice. His sparkling blue eyes looked at Gu Ya. He had clearly recognized Gu Ya's identity. Humph. Who's afraid of who? None of us from the barbarian demon tribe are afraid of death. Gu Ya coldly snorted. Lin Feng was a little surprised, but also a little touched. He hadn't thought that Gu Ya wouldn't leave it this time. She was really loyal to her friends. Leave. I have a way to deal with them. If you stay here, it won't be easy for me to use it. Lin Feng said softly. Who are you trying to fool? If we break out together, we'll have a better chance, said Gu Ya. I'm telling the truth, not lying. Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, you'll become a burden to me, said Lin Feng. You. Gu Ya bit her lip. Gu Ya bit her lips and looked into Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with determination and confidence. When she looked into Lin Feng's eyes, Gu Ya felt her heart tremble. She looked deeply at Lin Feng and finally decided to do as Lin Feng said. She flew outside. The people in the surroundings didn't attack Guya, probably because they knew who she was. Guya's clan was too extraordinary. Nobody wanted to provoke her. After Guya left, Lin Feng let little Tian Tian enter his mountain and river ring. Are you going to give up? But you won't be able to escape death. Even if you kneel on the ground and beg for mercy, you'll still die. The Tianyao emperor looked at Lin Feng coldly. He was very pleased with himself. Even though he had lost to Lin Feng in the Tianjiao ranking battle, he was still going to kill Lin Feng. That made the Tianyao emperor's son feel like he could finally vent his anger. Lin Feng was going to die at his hands. You want to take my life with just the few of you? How laughable. You're still far from enough. Lin Feng sneered. You're about to die, and you're still boasting shamelessly, sneered a dozen strong cultivators. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Swoosh. This brat wants to enter the heavenly demon territory. Don't let him in. Attack. Kill him outside. Shouted a group of strong cultivators furiously. They hastily attacked Lin Feng. Once Lin Feng entered the heavenly demon territory, he would be out of their control. Naturally, they did not want to see that happen. But it was too late. Lin Feng rushed into the heavenly demon territory. When the experts attacked him, they were all devoured by the heavenly demon territory. Damn it, we let him escape. Many people looked gloomy because Lin Feng had already entered the heavenly demon territory. Now, they wanted to find Lin Feng. This wasn't an easy thing to do. Now, these experts were gnashing their teeth in hatred. If they had known, they would have sealed this place first. Otherwise, Lin Feng would not have escaped into the heavenly demon territory. What should we do? An expert said with a gloomy expression. Many of them did not have the courage to risk entering the heavenly demon territory. But now, they were faced with a choice. If they didn't enter, they would have probably wasted all their efforts and gained nothing. The inheritance of the great sage, heaven's equal. Also, there were many good things on Lin Feng. They would not be fated with these things. In the heavenly demon territory, there is the primordial spirit of our fallen ancestor. It can protect me. Everyone, follow me. We will find Lin Feng and kill him. The son of the heavenly demon emperor said. Some of the experts' eyes could not help but light up. As the successor of the heavenly demon emperor, could the son of the heavenly demon emperor obtain an opportunity in the heavenly demon territory? Okay, the cultivators nodded in agreement. Some of them had other thoughts. Not only did they want to kill Lin Feng, but they also wanted to find an opportunity to deal with the son of the heavenly demon emperor. Perhaps they could really obtain the opportunity left behind by the heavenly demon. They had all heard of the legend. If the heavenly demon really brought out a supreme treasure from the door of everlasting life, that would be too shocking. It was enough to shock the world. There's no time to lose. Let's set off now. The old man who looked like a ferocious ghost said gloomily, his voice hoarse and unpleasant to the ears. He looked like a ghost that had crawled out of hell. The heavenly demon emperor's son said meaningfully, everyone, follow me, swish swish swish. Under the lead of the sky demon emperor's son, a dozen or so top experts also entered the sky demon territory. So many experts have entered the heavenly demon territory. If they don't kill that kid, they won't give up. The celestial devil region is incomparably dangerous. Will those people die after entering? I'm not sure. Anything can happen in such a dangerous place. Perhaps no one will make it out alive. Didn't the heavenly demon emperor's son say that he has the protection of the heavenly demon ancestor's primordial spirit and won't be in danger? Nothing is absolute in this world. If the celestial demon emperor's son says there's no danger, is there really no danger? Many people began to discuss. He felt that this matter would cause a huge commotion, especially if so many top-notch experts had fallen. It would definitely be shocking. The celestial devil region was like many other danger zones. It was very strange and emitted a terrifying power. There were broken laws everywhere. The most terrifying thing was the folded and distorted space. These folded spaces were difficult to see with the naked eye. If one were to touch them, one would be sucked into a parallel space and never be able to return. In the worst case, one might die. Lin Feng opened his celestial beast snake eyes and looked at the empty space. As expected of a danger zone. How terrifying. Lin Feng could not help but sigh. Swish. At that moment, a small beast appeared. It was the size of a palm and looked like a squirrel. It had a thick tail. However, there were dragon horns on its forehead. It was a very rare dragon rat. It was said that dragon rats were very similar to squirrels. Of course, their bloodlines had mutated long ago, making them very powerful. Like dragon rabbits, dragon rats had many unimaginable abilities. However, no one knew what kind of abilities dragon rats had. There were too few records of dragon rats in this world. Squeak, 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 the dragon rat bared its teeth at Lin Feng and squeaked. Its eyes were very human. This dragon rat had long been psychic. Now, it seemed to be mocking Lin Feng. This made Lin Feng very depressed. He was actually mocked by a dragon rat. Lin Feng directly pounced on the dragon rat, wanting to catch this little beast. Although he did not know what kind of abilities the dragon rat had. Let's catch it first. Swish, when Lin Feng pounced, the dragon rat disappeared without a trace. It was as if he had teleported. That kind of ability was astonishing. Lin Feng was astonished. The next moment, the dragon rat appeared above Lin Feng and gently swept its tail. It directly swept Lin Feng more than 10 meters away. Lin Feng fell to the ground in a sorry state. This made him very shocked. The dragon rat was so powerful. This little thing was very heaven-defying. The dragon rat jumped, and rocked back and forth with laughter. This little guy was mocking Lin Feng for not being its opponent. At this time, a voice came from outside. The son of the Sky Demon Emperor chased in with more than 10 experts. After hearing the voice outside, the dragon rat showed an extremely vigilant expression. With a swoosh, it turned into a gray lightning bolt and rushed into the depths. You're haunting me. Wait until I catch the dragon rat, then I'll deal with you. Lin Feng coldly glanced at the group of cultivators who entered the Sky Demon territory. His expression was indifferent, revealing a cold killing intent. If there was anyone in this world who could freely shuttle through all kinds of dangerous places. Except for those top experts who could ignore all rules. Perhaps only the successor of the Celestial Master sect, Lin Feng, had this ability. He not only had the Sky Demon Snake Eye. Moreover, the Stone Sovereign Sutra recorded many secret techniques that could deal with all kinds of dangers in the Land of Death. It could even borrow some mysterious power in the Land of Death. Therefore, after entering the Sky Demon territory, Lin Feng was not afraid of those cultivators. The only thing he was afraid of now was that the son of the Sky Demon Emperor had obtained the opportunity of the fallen Sky Demon. If those opportunities were really obtained by the son of the Sky Demon Emperor, it would be a big problem. Because at that time, the son of the Sky Demon Emperor would be even more powerful. The difficulty of killing him would also increase greatly. Therefore, Lin Feng wanted to stop all of this. The dragon rat was very familiar with the terrain inside. It was very fast and brought Lin Feng through the forest. The dragon rat was very cunning. It brought Lin Feng into the Land of Death several times. Those places were very dangerous. There were a few times when Lin Feng could not sense the danger in advance and almost died. This made his heart palpitate. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Come, eat something. This is good stuff. Lin Feng threw a peach of immortality to the dragon rat. The dragon rat immediately showed a disdainful expression. It raised its foot and kicked the peach back. What's going on? Lin Feng was puzzled. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. The peach of immortality that he had just given the dragon rat was 120,000 years old. It was extraordinarily precious. However, such a precious peach of immortality was disdainful. Lin Feng hadn't expected the dragon rat to sneer at him. Why is it so picky? Lin Feng couldn't help but slander. Such a precious peach of immortality would make anyone's eyes stare blankly at it. However, the dragon rat was so disdainful. It was really hard to understand. Could it be? Lin Feng thought of a certain possibility, and his heart suddenly jumped. He felt that the dragon rat was very likely used to more precious spirit fruits, so it didn't care about the peach of immortality. "Come, have a delicious drumstick," Lin Feng said with a smile. He took out a drumstick. This was the braised drumstick he had made. It tasted excellent. Usually, Xiao Tian and the others liked to eat this kind of braised drumstick, so Lin Feng made a lot of it and stored it in the mountain and river ring. The mountain and river ring was shrouded in a special law, so the things inside would never spoil. After seeing the braised drumstick, the dragon rat sniffed and its eyes suddenly lit up. Then, it drooled. Obviously, the braised drumstick was very lethal to the dragon rat. The little guy wanted to taste it. Lin Feng directly threw the drumstick to the dragon rat. The dragon rat jumped up, hugged the drumstick, and started eating. Lin Feng's cooking skills were naturally excellent. The dragon rat ate things like spirit fruits all day long. This was the first time it had eaten a braised drumstick. The little guy's mouth was full of oil, and its eyes were full of joy. After wolfing down the drumstick, it blinked its big eyes and stared at Lin Feng. It had a pitiful look. "You want more?" Lin Feng asked. The dragon rat immediately nodded, looking very expectant. "You have to give me something in exchange," Lin Feng said. This little guy was psychic. It was too difficult to catch it. However, if he could exchange it for some precious spirit herbs, it would be worth the trip. The dragon rat clearly understood Lin Feng's words and nodded vigorously. After it squeaked a few times, it led the way in front of them. The dragon rat quickly rushed into the depths. Lin Feng followed closely behind. He wanted to see where the dragon rat was taking him. This little guy was obviously very familiar with this place. Soon, they arrived outside of a valley. Lin Feng didn't know what it was saying, but he could guess. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures were probably in the valley. He walked into the valley and soon smelled a strange fragrance. This made him very surprised. Lin Feng was surprised when he saw a small tree at the top of a cliff. The small tree was 3 meters tall and strong. It was rooted in the cliff. There were more than a dozen blood-red fruits growing on his little uncle's tree. Scarlet fruit, Lin Feng was stupefied. Surprisingly, it was that kind of fruit. That was a legendary treasure. It was extremely rare. Words couldn't describe the value of the vermilion fruit. According to rumors, the scarlet fruit had endless magical uses. It could revive the dead, temper the body, refine magic power, and so on. Just one of these fruits was enough to shock the world, but there were more than a dozen of them growing here. It was unknown how many years it would take for such a fruit to mature. Now that the dozen or so scarlet fruits were emitting a strange fragrance, it was obvious that they were all ripe. Lin Feng was shocked. It could be said that picking these scarlet fruits was no less than a heaven-defying opportunity. The dragon rat squeaked. It stretched out its claws and pointed at Lin Feng, then at itself, and then at the scarlet fruit. Lin Feng understood what the dragon rat meant. What the dragon rat wanted to say was that it had brought Lin Feng to this place and the scarlet fruits were all his. It was time for Lin Feng to fulfill his promise. Lin Feng took out all the braised chicken legs. There were more than 30 of them. Then, he threw them at the dragon rat. The dragon rat shot out a ball of magic power, wrapped the braised chicken legs, and flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. This little thing was too familiar with the terrain of the heavenly demon territory. It was also too fast. Lin Feng could not catch up with it. Therefore, after seeing the dragon rat leave, Lin Feng did not bother to chase after it. He quickly flew towards the scarlet fruit and came to the fruit tree. Lin Feng tried to take the entire fruit tree. However, he found that there was a powerful restriction here that imprisoned the fruit tree. He could not take it at all. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He did not use force. That was because he had heard that some things in the land of death could not be taken away by force. If he tried to take these things away by force, he would most likely be met with disaster. The scarlet fruit tree was very likely to be one of those things. Therefore, Lin Feng chose to give up. Lin Feng was about to pick the scarlet fruits. Suddenly, a cold aura surged. This aura made Lin Feng's heart tremble. He turned around and saw a silver-white creature walking into the valley. This was an extremely terrifying creature. Its aura made Lin Feng shudder. This creature is guarding the scarlet fruits? Lin Feng immediately thought of a possibility. The dragon rat had deliberately lured him here. The dragon rat had gotten its favorite braised chicken legs. It had also killed Lin Feng here. Lin Feng immediately gritted his teeth. He did not expect to be tricked by a dragon rat. However, now that things had come to this, Lin Feng had no other choice. He directly used his magic power to wrap around the scarlet fruits. Roar! The silver-scaled creature roared and pounced towards Lin Feng. This creature's speed was so fast that even Lin Feng was shocked. Like a silver bolt of lightning, it rushed in front of Lin Feng in an instant. Its sharp claws swiped towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He could feel how terrifying this attack was. He did not plan to fight this silver-colored creature. Now that he had the scarlet fruits in his hands, leaving this place was the best course of action. Lin Feng shifted his body to the side and dodged the beast's attack. He wanted to leave quickly, but the beast chased after him like a shadow. It pounced on Lin Feng, wanting to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. It was too difficult to shake off this silver-colored creature. Faced with the beast's attack, he threw a punch. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud sound. Lin Feng and the silver-colored creature collided. Then, he felt a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas enter his body. This force was too terrifying. Lin Feng was sent flying by the silver-colored creature's attack. Swoosh! Not only was the silver creature extremely fast, but its strength was also so terrifying that it shocked Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew that he had guessed correctly. The silver creature was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Facing the silver creature's attack, Lin Feng's expression was very solemn. Of course, his reaction was also extremely fast. A defensive crystal wall appeared in front of him. And this defensive crystal wall had a powerful defensive power. It was formed by Lin Feng's great defensive technique. Clang! Accompanied by a dull collision sound, the silver creature's attack fiercely slammed into the defensive crystal wall. Then, the entire defensive crystal wall shattered. But at that moment, Lin Feng had already seized a rare opportunity. He used his draconic elephant arm and threw a punch at the silver creature. When Lin Feng activated the draconic elephant arm, his battle strength increased crazily. His power also increased greatly. The draconic elephant arm was one of Lin Feng's trump cards. Now, as Lin Feng's cultivation base continued to increase, the draconic elephant arm also became more and more powerful. Just like the current Lin Feng, when he used the draconic elephant arm to fight against the enemy, he simply transformed into an unparalleled demon god, sweeping everything in his path. The silver creature had just shattered Lin Feng's defensive crystal wall. Therefore, when facing Lin Feng's draconic elephant arm, it was slightly unprepared. However, this creature was really too terrifying. Its attack was so fast that even Lin Feng was shocked. In such a short time, it was still able to react. He could only see its right arm blocking in front of its body. Lin Feng's draconic elephant arm slammed into the silver creature's right arm, sending it flying. Roar! The silver creature roared. This creature was unusually angry. It was very arrogant, but now it was sent flying by a human. Moreover, this human was using pure physical strength. To the silver creature, this was a great humiliation. It made the silver creature feel as if its dignity had been challenged. The living beings that lived in the land of death were synonymous with strength and arrogance. They were high and mighty, looking down on all living beings in the world. Many living beings who dared to trespass into the land of death would be killed by the living beings in the land of death. Lin Feng had thoroughly enraged the silver creature. Terrifying ripples began to emanate from the silver creature's body. The ripples shocked Lin Feng. This was because the silver creature's battle prowess had greatly increased in a short period of time. What a freak, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. His punch hadn't hurt the silver creature, so Lin Feng had a premonition of trouble. The silver creature's strength had already exceeded Lin Feng's imagination. Now, the silver creature was still able to continue increasing its presence. It was truly inconceivable. Lin Feng didn't even think about it. Pushing his speed to the limit, he rushed outside. A mocking look appeared in the silver creature's eyes. In its eyes, Lin Feng's struggle was pointless. That was because the silver creature was fast enough. It was so fast that many people couldn't even react in time. With such speed, the silver creature was naturally confident that it could catch up to Lin Feng. "I'll blow you up, you bastard." Lin Feng took out over 100 jade talismans. These were talismans that he usually made when he had nothing better to do. They were made of extremely precious celestial jade. This type of jade was one of the best materials for talismans. It could contain large amounts of magic power. Combined with various formation runes, it would be extremely powerful once activated. The silver creature was simply too strong. Lin Feng had no choice but to use these precious talismans to deal with it. Bam! The talismans were detonated by Lin Feng. Instantly, a series of violent explosions rang out. Destructive ripples surged out, drowning the silver creature in a terrifying destructive force. The silver creature that was pouncing towards Lin Feng was blown away. When the energy dissipated, the silver creature walked out of the explosion. The silver creature was simply too strong. Even with over 100 talismans, they couldn't cause any serious damage to it. However, the silver creature was extremely furious. It was one of the kings of the outer regions of the Heaven Demon territory. It let out a series of furious roars. Many powerful beings in the outer regions of the Heaven Demon territory heard the roars of the silver creature. The silver creature was giving them orders. After receiving the orders, the beings in the outer regions of the Heaven Demon territory began to disperse and search for Lin Feng's whereabouts. "Did you hear that? There's a beast roar. Let's go and take a look," the Heaven Demon King's son said solemnly. "It must be that little bastard Lin Feng. That little bastard is really restless," the Blood Sun Sect's Grand Elder said grimly. They didn't want anything to happen to the Heaven Demon territory because it would cause them to be extremely worried. These people headed towards the direction of the roar. Soon, they saw a figure. "It's Lin Feng, good timing. Kill him," Yi Futian said. When the experts saw Lin Feng, they couldn't help but shout excitedly. Their eyes flashed with killing intent. They had been searching for Lin Feng for a long time. Now, they had finally found him. "Greetings, fellow Taoists. I'm so happy to see you all." When he saw the Heaven Demon King's son and the others, Lin Feng was extremely excited. It was as if he had seen his family, and his eyes were almost filled with tears. "Kid, don't you know that death is at hand?" Someone sneered and charged at Lin Feng. The others also charged at Lin Feng, intending to kill Lin Feng here. Just as they were about to attack, their expressions changed. They saw over 100 powerful beings chasing after Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, you son of a bitch." A group of experts started to curse. All kinds of curses were heard unceasingly. They wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Feng apart. After all, Lin Feng had attracted a large number of beings from the land of death. Those creatures moved without making a sound, but they were peerlessly terrifying. Their killing intent soared to the sky, causing the entire world to turn cold. It was so terrifying that everyone felt a chill run down their spine. How could they not understand that Lin Feng had lured the beasts chasing after him to them? He wanted them to help him fend off the beasts. Fellow Taoists, we, the ancients, should be crying when meeting each other. Why are you all glaring at me and cursing at me? I'm so sad. Lin Feng's heartbroken expression made many people want nothing more than to kick Lin Feng into outer space. Lin Feng was too fast. Soon, he arrived in front of the Heaven Demon King's son and the others. Roar! The terrifying beings behind him chased after him, spewing out all sorts of attacks. Dodge! Lin Feng's move had caused the Sky Demon Emperor's son and the others to suffer. These cultivators all cursed Lin Feng loudly. They wished they could eat Lin Feng's flesh and blood raw. Now, everyone was so depressed that they wanted to die. They did not dare to stay and quickly fled. However, in the land of death, there were broken laws and folded space everywhere. Therefore, when they were running around in a panic, they didn't know what to do. Some cultivators encountered the broken laws or folded space. Without the terrifying creatures taking action, these cultivators' souls had already returned to the 9 heavens. Lin Feng, you will die a horrible death. The cultivators behind began to curse Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, fellow Taoists, I treated you all as my good friends in vain, but I didn't expect you all to speak so viciously to me. It really hurts me. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the experts had the urge to vomit blood. They had seen shameless people before, but they had never seen someone as shameless as Lin Feng. He actually had the nerve to say that he treated them as his good friends. How thick did his skin have to be to say such words? The group of people roared angrily, their killing intent overflowing. Their eyes flashed with cold killing intent. They were ruthless, wanting to catch up to Lin Feng and kill Lin Feng. However, they quickly gave up on this idea. This was because they were currently being chased by the creatures of the land of death. How could they have the time to deal with Lin Feng? Split up and flee, the group of cultivators had gloomy expressions. There were only 10 of them left, and 6 of them had already died. The rest of them quickly scattered and fled in a sorry state. Roar, the creatures of the land of death that were chasing after them kept roaring. When the creatures of the land of death saw the group of people fleeing in different directions, they also split up to chase after the fleeing cultivators. Lin Feng finally managed to shake off the terrifying creatures that were chasing after him. He tried to leave the Sky Demon territory, but he discovered that there were many powerful creatures guarding the outer regions, waiting for him to appear. Lin Feng even saw a few existences that were not inferior to the silver creature. Within the land of death, every step was filled with killing intent. Even if there were no living creatures guarding some places, one could not casually barge in, because it would be easy to suffer a calamity. At that time, one would be doomed eternally. This was not the first time Lin Feng had entered a place like the Death Impasse, so he was very clear about how terrifying it was inside. This is a bit troublesome. With so many powerful creatures guarding this place, I can't leave. Lin Feng frowned. Let's find a place to raise my strength first. Lin Feng decided to first refine the vermilion fruit to raise his strength. After his strength increased. When dealing with danger, one's self-confidence would also increase a lot. Even if danger came, one would be able to deal with all kinds of dangers more calmly. Lin Feng found a place to refine the cinnabar fruit to increase his cultivation. As for the Sky Demon Emperor's sons and the others, they were also trying to escape from the Sky Demon territory in batches. Some of the cultivators were either killed by the creatures in the land of death that were chasing them, or they were killed by the terrifying restrictions or folded spaces in the land of death. In the end, only 6 of them managed to survive. When they saw the large number of terrifying creatures guarding the outer area, their faces turned ugly. Roar, a roar came from afar as the creatures in the land of death that were chasing them came again. The cultivators had no choice but to leave quickly. Sky demons never die. Sky demons never die. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the mind of the fleeing Sky Demon Emperor's son, as if someone was calling out to him. Who is it? The Sky Demon Emperor's son was shocked, and he looked around with a bewildered expression. The Sky Demon territory was very dark, and it emitted a gloomy aura. The Sky Demon Emperor's son quickly regained his senses. Is the Yuan spirit of that fallen senior of the Sky Demons summoning me? Previously, the Sky Demon Emperor's son had said that he was protected by the Yuan spirit of that fallen senior of the Sky Demons. He could enter and leave the Sky Demon territory freely, so the other cultivators did not have to worry about him. In truth, the Sky Demon Emperor's son was lying, trying to trick the other cultivators into coming in to kill Lin Feng. But now, the Sky Demon Emperor's son realized that his words might be coming true. If there really was an undying Yuan spirit of that fallen senior of the Sky Demons, would the legendary treasure that the senior had obtained from the Door of Everlasting Life be here as well? If that was the case, wouldn't he be getting a heaven-defying opportunity? At the thought of this, the Sky Demon Emperor's son was extremely excited. Sky demons never die. Sky demons never die. Suddenly, the voice rang out again, guiding the Sky Demon Emperor's son to a certain location in the depths of the territory. This made the Sky Demon Emperor's son extremely excited, because he felt that he might really be getting that heaven-defying opportunity. Over the long years, countless people had been coveting the item that came from the Door of Everlasting Life. But no one had been able to get it. Was he going to get it? If he could get it, it would be too heaven-defying. Follow me. The Sky Demon Emperor's son looked at the demoness beside him. She had been following him all this time. Swoosh. The two quickly left. Lin Feng didn't know what was happening to the Sky Demon Emperor's son. His attention was now focused on refining the cinnabar fruit. He found a rather secluded cave and then sealed it. Then, he took out a dozen cinnabar fruits. Lin Feng ate one of them. In an instant, a powerful energy rippled through his body. That energy was abnormally powerful, and it emitted an aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Lin Feng was taken aback. It was just a cinnabar fruit, but it contained so much energy. This was completely beyond his expectations. Lin Feng began to refine the cinnabar fruit's energy. Under the effects of the archaic dragonesque elephant art, the cinnabar fruit's energy was gradually absorbed by Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's cultivation base began to climb. Before long, he had risen from the first firmament of the heavenly god realm to the second firmament. But at this point, Lin Feng had only eaten 2 cinnabar fruits. The effects of the cinnabar fruit were simply too shocking. Lin Feng continued to refine the cinnabar fruit. This time, he ate 5 cinnabar fruits, and his cultivation base rose from the second firmament to the third firmament of the heavenly god realm. As his cultivation base rose, he would have to consume more cinnabar fruits if he wanted to break through again. There were only 8 cinnabar fruits left. Lin Feng ate the remaining 8 cinnabar fruits. Then, he began to refine them. Rumble, 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 inside Lin Feng's body, a monstrous amount of strength was rolling in waves. Lin Feng began to break through to the 4th firmament of the heavenly god realm. After 2 consecutive breakthroughs, breaking through to the 4th firmament of the heavenly god realm was even more difficult. Lin Feng made 9 attempts. Rumble. I broke through. Lin Feng's face revealed a surprised expression. This time, after refining more than a dozen cinnabar fruits, he actually broke through 3 realms. Lin Feng's realm broke through from the 1st firmament of the heavenly god realm to the 4th firmament. It was simply unbelievable. One had to know. Lin Feng's accumulation was simply too powerful. His breakthrough was hundreds or even thousands of times more difficult than a cultivator of the same level. Therefore, Lin Feng's breakthrough was incomparably difficult. For Lin Feng to break through 3 realms in one go was indeed quite a miracle. Except for when refining the heavenly fire. Lin Feng broke through 3 realms in one go. Under no other circumstances could he achieve such a shocking effect. If there are enough cinnabar fruits, I can even break through to the giant god realm. However, treasures of heaven and earth are precious to begin with. They are very rare and can only be found by chance. Lin Feng could not help but sigh. Now that his cultivation had broken through, Lin Feng was in a good mood. Lin Feng felt that he was more than 100 times stronger than before his breakthrough. This was the benefit of accumulating power. Lin Feng's accumulation was too powerful, so it was very difficult to increase his cultivation. However, once he broke through, his combat strength increased by far beyond a cultivator of the same level. Lin Feng walked out of the cave. Roar! A roar was heard. Just as he walked out of the cave, he felt a black shadow enveloping him. When he looked carefully, he saw a huge creature appear in front of him. It was a gold-backed demonic bear. Its huge body emitted a suffocating oppressive power. The gold-backed demonic bear waved its huge claws and directly slapped at Lin Feng. What a big bear! Just nice to slaughter it for bear paws. After seeing the gold-backed demonic bear, Lin Feng's eyes immediately lit up. Bear paws were delicious. After eating it once, it would be fresh in his memory. Facing the gold-backed demonic bear's attack, Lin Feng moved horizontally to the left. The gold-backed demonic bear's characteristics were its huge strength and strong defense, but its speed was slow. Coincidentally, Lin Feng's specialty was his incredible speed. He easily dodged the golden-backed demonic bear's attack, then circled behind the golden-backed demonic bear and slashed out with a sword chi. Pfft, a tearing sound was heard. Although the golden-backed demonic bear's defense was extremely shocking, Lin Feng's attack was just too powerful. The golden-backed demonic bear was directly killed by Lin Feng's sword. With a loud rumble, the mountain-like body fell to the ground. What a good ingredient! Lin Feng's face was full of excitement. As a foodie, collect the best ingredients. It was even more exciting than obtaining some heavenly treasures. Lin Feng walked outside. Not long after, he saw a cultivator pass by in front of him. The cultivator didn't notice him. However, Lin Feng saw him clearly. That cultivator was none other than the Blood Sun Sect's Grand Elder. This guy is really lucky. He's actually still alive. However, he didn't walk out of the heavenly demon territory. Instead, he walked toward the northeast. Why is that? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel puzzled. There must be a reason for this abnormality. Lin Feng felt that this matter was definitely not simple. He quietly followed behind the Blood Sun Sect's Grand Elder, tailing him all the way. This was because the heavenly demon territory was filled with danger at every step. Hence, he acted here. He had to be careful. Otherwise, he could die at any time. Hence, the Blood Sun Sect's Grand Elder walked very slowly. Although it was only over a mountain. He walked for a full 6 hours. Lin Feng saw 2 people standing in front of an ancient forest. They were the ancient insect sect's Grand Elder and the Du family's expert, Du Hongxing. Are the 3 of us the only ones alive? Du Hongxing's expression was gloomy. The Blood Sun Sect's Grand Elder said, that old fart is still alive. I saw him obtain a spirit fruit and find a place to refine it. He should still be in seclusion. Apart from that old fart, everyone else should be dead. The old fart mentioned by the Blood Sun Sect's Grand Elder was the one who looked like a malicious spirit. Among their group, that old fart was the most terrifying. Even Xianxia was no match for that old monster. The ancient insect sect's Grand Elder said sinisterly, the fewer survivors, the better. If there are more survivors, there will be more people to share the treasures. The other 2 nodded. They didn't want to share the treasures with too many people. What's the situation? The Blood Sun Sect's Grand Elder asked. The heavenly demon emperor's son is indeed not simple. He should have sensed the heavenly demon ancestor's soul that perished here. Right now, that fellow is breaking a restriction in the depths of the ancient forest. I'm guessing that the restriction might be related to the heavenly demon ancestor. The ancient insect sect's Grand Elder said. There was a greedy look in his eyes. That heavenly demon ancestor might have brought out a treasure from the door of everlasting life. There were many opinions about that treasure in the outside world. No matter what that treasure was, it didn't matter. However, there was one thing that was certain. Anything that came out of the door of everlasting life was heaven-defying. I hope it's an immortal treasure. Du Hongxing said. The ancient insect sect's Grand Elder said sinisterly, there are 3 of us. How are we going to split the immortal treasure? I hope it's a divine ability. Divine ability? If that's the case, then it's disappointing. The Blood Sun Sect's Grand Elder said. The ancient insect sect's Grand Elder said, the 2 of you don't know how terrifying the divine abilities inside the door of everlasting life are. Do you know about the Great Fate Art? Of course. The Blood Sun Sect's Grand Elder and Du Hongxing nodded. The Great Fate Art was simply too famous. It was the #1 heaven-defying Grand Dao among the 3,000 Grand Daos. The 3,000 Grand Daos were simply too mysterious. It was so mysterious that this divine ability seemed to only exist in legends. The divine abilities inside the door of everlasting life are on the same level as the Great Fate Art. The ancient insect sect's Grand Elder said. So heaven-defying. The Blood Sun Sect's Grand Elder and Du Hongxing were shocked. So, if it's really a divine ability, we'll be rich. If we're lucky and the divine ability is the Great Fate Art, we'll be able to change our fates and become great emperors or even immortals in the future. At that time, we'll be able to leave the 9 continents immortal realm and dominate the universe. The ancient insect sect's Grand Elder said. Good, good, good. I hope it's the Great Fate Art. The Blood Sun Sect's Grand Elder and Du Hongxing were excited. The 3 of them didn't stop. They immediately entered the ancient forest and headed deeper into it. After the 3 of them entered the ancient forest, Lin Feng walked out of the hidden void. I didn't think that the heavenly demon emperor's son would actually find the fortuitous encounter left behind by the heavenly demon tribe's experts. I wonder what it is. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. No matter what the fortuitous encounter was, it would definitely be heaven-defying. I'll hide first and watch the tigers fight. When you guys are fighting to the death, I'll be the oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada. Lin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. He also headed deeper into the forest. Before long, Lin Feng saw the heavenly demon emperor's son and the demoness. The restriction here was very special. It required the bloodline of a heavenly demon to break it. The heavenly demon expert who had fallen here was someone who had been scheming since ancient times. He had set up such a restriction before his death. His goal was obvious: no one from other races would be able to obtain what he had left behind. Only a descendant of the celestial demon clan would be able to obtain what he left behind. Clearly, a treasure that could make the celestial demon clan, who had once been abnormally powerful, value was no small matter. It was likely an extremely heaven-defying treasure. However, no one knew what this treasure was for the time being. They would have to wait for the celestial demon emperor's son to break the seal before they could find out. It's best if it's the great fate art. Lin Feng couldn't help but look forward to it. He prayed in his heart. The great fate art was too heaven-defying. Once learned, one could change one's fate. Lin Feng could even change the fate of others. For example, a cultivator with boundless luck would be struck by gold falling from the sky when he went out. He could find an ancient cultivator's cave abode anywhere he went. Wasn't such luck extremely heaven-defying? That was a person's fate. If Lin Feng learned the great fate art, he could change that person's fate. He wanted him to be hit by a falling meteorite or be struck by lightning when he stepped out of the door. Wasn't that a heaven-defying ability? That was why the great fate art was so frightening. Changing a person's fate didn't just mean changing one's own fate. It could also change the fate of others. The great fate art was a divine ability that surpassed the heavenly Tao. Once he succeeded in cultivating it, even the gods and Buddhas in the sky could only bow their heads in submission. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that the great fate art wasn't so easy to obtain. However, he still hoped that what the heavenly demon expert had obtained was the cultivation method of the great fate art. Although the chances weren't high, what if it was true? What if Lin Feng cultivated the great fate art? With his talent, he would continue to cultivate. In the future, becoming an immortal emperor wouldn't be a problem. He might even become an immortal existence. Lin Feng waited patiently. The heavenly demon emperor's son continued to break the restrictions in the valley. The restrictions here were extremely powerful. Even though the emperor's son had the bloodline of a heavenly demon, and the strongest bloodline at that, breaking the restrictions here was still a huge drain on him. However, as time passed, the restriction was gradually being broken. Before long, the restrictions were completely destroyed by the emperor's son. "Congratulations, Your Highness." The witch hurriedly congratulated the emperor's son. The demoness figure was enchanting and mesmerizing. Her perfect golden ratio figure was filled with beauty. Coupled with her exquisite facial features and charming temperament, she was truly mesmerizing. Admiring this demoness from a man's point of view, this woman was truly a rare beauty. The Sky Demon Emperor's son smiled and said, "When I obtain the things left behind by my ancestor, I naturally won't forget about your benefits." As the Sky Demon Emperor's son spoke, he stretched out his hand to caress the demoness' exquisite and beautiful face. Who would have thought that the demoness would actually dodge the hand of the heavenly demon emperor's son? "Your Highness, I'm not such a loose woman. Please forgive me," the witch said. "Ha ha ha ha, this prince knows. Don't worry. I'll touch you when this prince takes you in as a concubine." The emperor's son laughed loudly. "So she's the emperor's son's concubine?" Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Then, he couldn't help but think fiercely, such a beautiful girl. If she were to marry the emperor's son as a concubine, it would be such a waste. She should be my concubine. After I kill the emperor's son, I'll take this witch as a concubine. Lin Feng began to look forward to it. Lin Feng liked women who were relatively clean. And obviously, from the witch's actions, although she was by the emperor's son's side, she didn't have any intimate contact with him. Thus, the witch was still very clean for now. The Sky Demon Emperor's son strode into the valley. At this time, the restriction was gone, and the scene inside the valley could be seen clearly. There was a Tao platform in the valley. On both sides of the Tao platform, there was a huge statue standing tall. The two statues were of the heavenly Yao. Each statue emanated a soul-stirring power. It was very demonic. "Your Highness, it seems that we need to perform a sacrifice," the witch said. The emperor's son nodded and said, "That's right. This is one of the characteristics of the Heavenly Yao's legacy. We need to perform a sacrifice to activate the legacy. Although this ancestor didn't leave behind a legacy, it's a treasure. Different paths lead to the same destination. Even if it's a treasure, we can set restrictions on it according to the legacy's legacy. That way, only members of the Heavenly Yao clan can obtain it." "Lord Ancestor is so thoughtful." The witch sighed. At this time, the emperor's son knelt on the ground and began to pray sincerely. He was muttering something under his breath. Lin Feng guessed that the emperor's son's chanting had something to do with the Heavenly Yao clan sacrifice. Perhaps it was a special kind of sacrificial language. Then, one incantation after another. Within the valley, gusts of chilling wind began to blow. "With my blood as the catalyst, the restrictions on the legacy will be activated. O great ancestor, the descendant of the Heavenly Yao clan has come to collect the treasure you left behind." The Sky Demon Emperor's son let out a pious cry before he took out a dagger. It was no ordinary dagger. It was a dagger specially used by the Heavenly Yao clan for sacrificial ceremonies. The dagger was engraved with numerous runes. The Sky Demon Emperor's son used the dagger to cut his palm. Blood immediately flowed out. All the blood flew toward the altar. Then, it was absorbed by the altar. "The Heavenly Yao will not die. The Heavenly Yao will not die," a hazy figure appeared above the altar. It was the undying primordial spirit of the ancestor of the Heavenly Yao clan who had died here. "Ancestor, please pass down the treasure to this junior. This junior will definitely not let you down." The emperor's son said sincerely. "Immortal treasure, appear." The primordial spirit began to summon. "Kacha, Kacha." As he summoned the mysterious treasure, the primordial spirit began to crumble. Clearly, he wanted to summon the treasure. But it wasn't easy. Once it was summoned, the primordial spirit of the Heavenly Yao clan's ancestor might be completely destroyed. Waves of violent energy surged out of the void. The treasure might have been placed in a parallel space by the Heavenly Yao clan's ancestor. The primordial spirit of the Heavenly Yao clan's ancestor became more and more illusory. In the end, it was on the verge of dissipating. That ball of energy emitted intense energy waves. Terrifying waves of energy surged out, shaking the void. It was a shocking sight. The item within that ball of energy should be the treasure that the Heavenly Demon Tribe's ancestor had brought out from the door of everlasting life. Lin Feng's senior sister, Shui Linglong, was a reincarnated body. In her previous life, Shui Linglong was so powerful. In order to pry into the secret of the great fate art, she even perished and had no choice but to use a secret technique to be reincarnated. The reason why Shui Linglong had encountered such a calamity in her previous life was because she had to pay a heavy price to obtain anything from the door of everlasting life. At that time, although Shui Linglong's previous life had obtained the secret of the great fate skill, but Shui Linglong's previous life had paid the price of her life. No cultivator liked to reincarnate. First of all, when top experts perished, they needed to know how to use a corpse to reincarnate. However, those who knew how to use a corpse were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Shui Linglong's previous life happened to know how to use a corpse. Secondly, the success rate of using a corpse to reincarnate was extremely low. The highest probability was that the reincarnation would fail and eventually perish. Lastly, even if the reincarnation was successful, the chances of recovering the memories of the previous life were extremely low. Moreover, there was no way to know the talent of the reincarnation. It was even harder to say if the reincarnation would die prematurely. If the reincarnation died prematurely, it would be disastrous. At that time, the person who had used a corpse to reincarnate would never be able to reincarnate. Therefore, it was not easy for Shui Linglong to successfully reincarnate and gradually recover the memories of her previous life. Shui Linglong had mastered the great fate art. Therefore, she could calculate countless things. She could even change her own fate and the fate of others. And now, the item within that ball of energy could very well be the cultivation method of the great fate art. Lin Feng was extremely excited. However, he suppressed his emotions. He was silently waiting for the opportunity to strike. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the Blood Sun Sect's Grand Elder, the Ancient Insect Sect's Grand Elder, and Du Hongxing rushed out. Ha 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 ha, is this the item that the fallen heavenly demon brought out from the door of everlasting life? We want this treasure. The three experts laughed out loud. They attacked the Sky Demon Emperor's son. The Sky Demon Emperor's son wanted to take the treasure, but he was attacked by the three powerful beings. He didn't dare to be careless. The Heavenly Demon King's son and the Demoness hurriedly retreated when the attacks of the three experts arrived. He dodged the attacks of the three experts. It's you. The Sky Demon Emperor's son gloomily looked at the three experts. That's right, it's us. We've been waiting for this opportunity. Thank you so much for summoning this treasure. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to see it in our entire lives. The Great Elder of the Blood Sun Sect said excitedly. I really hope it's the Great Destiny Art. If it's the Great Destiny Art, then once I successfully cultivate it, becoming an immortal emperor in the future will no longer be a dream. Du Hongxing was also extremely excited. Everyone, let's kill these two and share this treasure. The Ancient Insect Sect's First Elder said with a smile. He suddenly waved his sleeve. Immediately after, the black fog surged out, and within the black fog, a dense swarm of insects appeared. These insects looked like ants, but they also looked like scorpions. Their bodies were pitch black, but their mouths, claws, and tails were all extremely poisonous. These insects were called scorpion insects, and they were extremely poisonous. Once bitten, one's entire body would be paralyzed, and one's magic power would be drained. The Ancient Insect Sect's First Elder raised all kinds of poisonous insects. Now, he was using them to deal with the Sky Demon Emperor's son and the Demoness. The Sky Demon Emperor's son sneered. This prince controls the 8th heavenly flame. Do you think mere poisonous insects can deal with me? You're overestimating yourself. God-devouring black flame. The Sky Demon Emperor's son couldn't help but shout coldly. Next, he used the 8th heavenly flame. This was the heavenly flame that Lin Feng dreamed of obtaining. Sizzle. The 8th heavenly flame lived up to its name as one of the top 10 heavenly flames. It was truly heaven-defying. After the Sky Demon Emperor's son used it, the air was filled with the sound of burning. The scorpion insects were burned to ashes. My scorpion insects. The Ancient Insect Sect's First Elder felt as though his heart was bleeding when he saw all the poisonous insects he had painstakingly raised being burned to ashes. He controlled dozens of poisonous insects, but the scorpion insects were the most precious and the most powerful of them all. Now that the scorpion insects were all burned to ashes, the First Elder wanted nothing more than to cut the Sky Demon Emperor's son into 1,000 pieces. Kill them all. The Great Elder of the Ancient Insect Sect roared and charged at the Sky Demon Emperor's son. He was one of the top experts of the older generation. His strength was exceptionally strong, and he sent the Sky Demon Emperor's son flying with a single palm. Humph. The Sky Demon Emperor's son's expression was indifferent. He snorted coldly and said, "Today, I'll have all of you die here." As soon as he finished speaking, the Sky Demon Emperor's son formed a seal with both hands. Seals were formed one after another. Next, runes flew out and poured into the two statues beside the altar. Rumble, rumble, the two statues actually moved. Swish. Swish, in the next instant, the two statues opened their eyes at the same time. A cold light shot out from the eyes of the two statues. The two statues immediately came to life. Roar, roar. The two statues roared at the same time. Next, they charged at the Blood Sun Sect's First Elder and Du Hongxing. The Sky Demon Emperor's son and the Demoness worked together to deal with the First Elder. It's useless. No matter how talented you are or how strong your bloodline is, your cultivation time is too short. Even if the two statues come to life to help you, you're still no match for us. The three of us have each cultivated for 3 million years. You juniors can't compare to us. The First Elder of the Ancient Insect Sect fought 1 against 2 with ease. Is that so? The Sky Demon Emperor's son laughed coldly. Ancestors' primordial spirit, please bestow me with power. The Sky Demon Emperor's son roared loudly. The dissipated primordial spirit of the heavenly demon tribe's ancestor gathered once more and entered the Sky Demon Emperor's son's body. The Sky Demon Emperor's son's cultivation sword. He slammed his palm toward the ancient insect sect's Grand Elder. Bang! The first elder was sent flying, coughing up blood in midair. You purposely made the primordial spirit dissipate? And then lured us out? The first elder was both shocked and furious. That's right. If I didn't do that, how could I have lured you old foxes out? Now, die. The Sky Demon Emperor's son's killing intent soared as he charged at the first elder. I'll fight you to the death. The first elder's eyes flashed fiercely. His body burned as he began to use all his techniques. The battle prowess of the Grand Elder of the ancient insect sect skyrocketed, temporarily blocking the attacks of the Sky Demon Emperor's son. However, he would not be able to last for long because each time the Sky Demon Emperor's son attacked, the Grand Elder would vomit blood. Go collect the treasure. The Sky Demon Emperor's son looked at the demoness. The demoness nodded. Just as she was about to collect the ball of energy, suddenly, this ball of energy contained a treasure from the door of everlasting life. Its value was unimaginable, enough to make anyone go crazy over it. Now, this treasure belonged to Lin Feng. Lin Feng had the urge to raise his head to the sky and shout. He was so excited. Was it the Great Fate Art? Lin Feng wished it was the Great Fate Art even in his dreams. Once he obtained it, he would have the power to change fate. At that time, he would definitely grow into a supreme existence that could shake the universe. Lin Feng, it's you, the demoness screamed when she saw Lin Feng. The others also looked over when they heard her scream, and saw Lin Feng who had suddenly appeared. None of them had expected that their scheme would end up benefiting Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you little bastard, that treasure is mine, said Lin Feng furiously. The Heavenly Demon Emperor's son roared furiously. He abandoned the ancient insect sect's Grand Elder and charged at Lin Feng. The Heavenly Demon Emperor's son was currently possessed by the Heavenly Demon ancestor's primordial spirit. His strength was exceptionally terrifying. Even Lin Feng had no chance of winning against the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son. Of course, Lin Feng's goal this time was to obtain the treasure from the door of everlasting life. Now, he had achieved his goal. Therefore, Lin Feng did not have the energy to fight the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son. Lin Feng wanted to kill the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son and take his god-devouring black flame fire. But clearly, the time was not right. In addition to the son of the Heavenly Demon Emperor, there were two other Heavenly Demon stone statues. The ancient insect sect's Grand Elder, the Blood Sun sect's Grand Elder, and Du Hongxing were all eyeing him covetously. Leaving this place as soon as possible was the best course of action. Great binding art. The demoness made her move, using the grand entanglement art to condense a dense number of threads. The threads wrapped around Lin Feng. The demoness knew that she was no match for Lin Feng. She only attacked to stop Lin Feng from leaving. Once the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son came, Lin Feng would be dead for sure. The demoness' great binding art was very powerful. If it was the previous Lin Feng, he might have been entangled by the demoness and unable to escape. But now, Lin Feng's cultivation base had greatly increased. Breaking the demoness' great binding art was a piece of cake. He raised his right hand and slashed out a beam of sword qi, directly severing the threads that were wrapped around his body. Then, Lin Feng took all of his talismans. For the past few years, Lin Feng had been searching for precious jade to make talismans. In total, he had crafted over 200 magic talismans. After using about 100 talismans, he still had over 100 talismans on him. Lin Feng took out 100 talismans without the slightest hesitation. It was accompanied by a wave that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. More than 100 talismans exploded. The terrifying energy wreaked havoc. Rubble flew through the air. Retreat! The Blood Sun sect's Grand Elder shouted. The destructive power of the explosion of so many talismans was extremely terrifying. Naturally, they would not take the explosion head-on. Instead, they chose to dodge. The Heavenly Demon Emperor's son was also made of flesh and blood. Similarly, he did not dare to take the explosion head-on. Therefore, the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son quickly retreated. At the same time, he used his great binding art to block the explosion. By the time the explosion dissipated, Lin Feng had already disappeared. The heavenly demon emperor's son and the ancient insect sect's grand elder no longer had the heart to fight. They were only concerned about the treasure that Lin Feng had snatched away. That was something that had been passed down from the door of everlasting life. It might even contain the cultivation method of the great fate art. They were not willing to let Lin Feng take that treasure just like that. Chase. The group quickly gave chase. Lin Feng quickly shook off the heavenly demon emperor's son and the others. At this moment, the sky was gradually darkening. A cold and terrifying aura pervaded the heavenly demon territory. The night in the land of death was extremely terrifying. Although the living beings that appeared during the day in the land of death were extremely powerful, many of them were not impossible to deal with. However, the living beings that appeared during the night in the land of death were the most sinister and terrifying. Sometimes, the living beings that appeared during the night could not be described with words. They hid in the dark and silently took the lives of cultivators. This was one of the reasons why the land of death was so terrifying. That kid really knows how to hide. I wonder where he ran off to. The Blood Sun Sect's Grand Elder said with a dark expression. The Ancient Insect Sect's Grand Elder said, the sky is getting dark. We can't continue searching. We can't move around casually in the land of death at night. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble. Du Hongxing said, then let's quickly find a place to hide. We'll look for that kid tomorrow. The Ancient Insect Sect's Grand Elder and the Blood Sun Sect's Grand Elder naturally had no objections. They planned to find a secluded cave to hide for the night. It didn't take long for them to find a cave. The cave was dry and suitable for resting. The Ancient Insect Sect's Grand Elder took out a copper lamp and lit it up. The inside of the cave lit up. Eh? Is this Buddha resin? The fragrance is so rich. The quality of this Buddha resin is actually so high? Du Hongxing said in shock. The Ancient Insect Sect's Grand Elder said proudly, rumor has it that this Buddha resin was refined after a Buddha was killed. It can expel evil and avoid calamities. Cultivating with this Buddha resin will be twice the result with half the effort. The Blood Sun Sect's Grand Elder said with a smile, hee hee, then we'll be basking in your glory. You're too polite, fellow Taoist. We're now allies, so we naturally have to support each other. If there's something good, we should share it. The Ancient Insect Sect's Grand Elder said with a smile. The three of them chatted for a while before entering a meditative state to cultivate. They waited for the night to pass and for the light to arrive. At this time, in the cave they were in. Under the illumination of the copper lamp, suddenly, a huge shadow appeared on the rock wall. One could vaguely see that the shadow had disheveled hair. It was unknown what it was. The next moment, a miserable scream rang out. The shadow disappeared without a trace. The three peak experts cultivating in the cave, the Ancient Insect Sect's Grand Elder, the Blood Sun Sect's Grand Elder, and Du Hongxing, had all disappeared without a trace. Only 3 bloodstains were left on the ground. Clearly, the 3 experts had suffered a calamity. This was a land of death. It was home to many unimaginably terrifying existences. The unknown was terrifying. In another cave, Lin Feng took out the ball of energy. The energy outside the ball of energy began to dissipate. Finally, the ball of energy appeared before Lin Feng's eyes. It was actually a piece of golden jade. Golden jade. This is the first time I've seen a jade of this color, Lin Feng was shocked. He grabbed the golden jade and examined it carefully. So many mysterious runes. Could it really record a supreme secret technique? Is it the Great Fate technique? Seeing the runes, Lin Feng could not help but feel his heartbeat quicken. Lin Feng's divine sense entered the golden jade. Immediately after, he heard an ethereal voice. Who can clearly see the cycle of fate? That ancient fate is ultimately buried in the long river of history. All living beings have their own fate. No one can escape the shackles of fate. Those voices were filled with a sense of grandeur and grandeur. It was hazy and indistinct. Lin Feng seemed to see a long river, and that river was the river of fate. No one in this world could escape the shackles of fate. The Tao of Fate. Apart from the Tao of Fate, this was the most mysterious Tao. Moreover, the Tao of Fate was closely related to the Tao of Fate. These two Taos were related to the word fate. Destiny represented what kind of life a person would lead in this life. For example, some people would be born as the son of an emperor. Some people would be born as the child of a poor person. This was fate. Fate was determined by the heavens and could not be changed. For example, if two children were born, one would be a prince and the other would be a commoner. They were destined to be unable to change this outcome. Fate, on the other hand, could be changed. The miraculous thing about fate was that it was unpredictable. No one knew what the future would be like. This was the power of fate. The Tao recorded in this golden jade was not the Tao of Fate, but the Tao of Fate. Fate is divided into three parts. Be buried in the past, live in the present, and enter the future. A faint voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. These words were filled with a profound and unfathomable feeling. What does this mean? Lin Feng muttered. He did not quite understand the meaning of these words. These words were related to the past, present, and future. That was why he felt puzzled. The Tao is immortal, the God is indestructible, all laws have a spirit, and fate exists forever. Then, another voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng's mind trembled slightly. This should be a chant. Moreover, it was very likely to be the main chant. Could this be the main chant for cultivating the Tao of Fate? Thinking of this possibility, Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal a happy expression. If he couldn't obtain the Tao of Destiny, to be able to obtain the Tao of Destiny. It was also extremely heaven-defying. A series of chants resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng hurriedly memorized these chants. Now, Lin Feng already had a very deep understanding of the Tao. Therefore, he was soon able to confirm that the chants he had obtained were the chants of the path of destiny. The Great Fate technique was a legendary Tao technique. If there was any Tao technique in this world that could resist the Tao of Destiny, then perhaps it was the Tao of Destiny, right? Of course. The emphasis of the Tao of Destiny and the Tao of Destiny were different. The Tao of Destiny was still suppressed by the Tao of Destiny. In my previous life, I sought the Tao. In this life, I sought the Tao. In the future, I will become a venerable. After all the chants were taught. The faint voice rang out again. This sentence was not a chant, but it was extremely profound. Lin Feng needed to slowly comprehend it. Finally, Lin Feng's divine sense returned. As for the golden jade, it cracked open. Lin Feng carefully studied the chants. Soon, he discovered that something was amiss. Although the chants were complete, the Tao was incomplete. Lin Feng consulted the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord said, "Actually, the chants are not complete." Lin Feng said, "The chants are very coherent, and there are no obstructions." Is this still not complete? The Demon Lord said, "What you have seen is only a portion. This portion is complete." When I said incomplete, I meant that the other two portions are still missing. The other two portions are still missing? Lin Feng frowned slightly. Legacies of this level are too heaven-defying. Normally, they would be separated and preserved. The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng nodded. He could understand this. I wonder how I can obtain the other two portions. The Golden Jade didn't mention anything about it. Lin Feng said. The Demon Lord said, "Actually, it has already mentioned it. Perhaps you didn't notice it." Oh? Lin Feng was puzzled. The Demon Lord said, "The three portions of fate are buried in the past, living in the present, and entering the future." Lin Feng said, "Are you saying that the path of fate is divided into three portions? One portion is buried in the past, one portion is in the future, and one portion is in the current era we live in?" Perhaps that's what it means, or perhaps there are other meanings. The Demon Lord did not give a definite answer. Nothing was absolute in this world. The Demon Lord only understood it this way. However, whether or not it was true, the Demon Lord could not guarantee it. Lin Feng said, "How can I obtain the two portions buried in the past and entering the future?" I don't know, but there will always be a way. As long as this inheritance is not destroyed, we will find it one day. The Demon Lord said. At this moment. A huge shadow suddenly appeared in the cave. Lin Feng felt his netherworld envoy rune jump violently. He felt extremely uneasy. Even though he did not discover the shadow, Lin Feng immediately used the heaven patching technique and disappeared. He appeared 20 meters away. Then, he looked into the cave. The inside of the cave was completely empty. There was nothing. What's going on? Did I sense it wrongly? Lin Feng muttered to himself. He felt very puzzled. He clearly sensed danger, but he did not see anything. Suddenly, Lin Feng gazed into the distance as if he had a sudden impulse. He saw a shadow appear above the rock wall. It was a black shadow. That black silhouette immediately moved towards Lin Feng to envelop him. At that moment, Lin Feng felt the aura of death enveloping his body. This feeling was extremely terrible. He couldn't help but be overwhelmed with shock. What was that black shadow? It was so terrifying. At that moment, Lin Feng had the feeling that he couldn't move at all. Supreme Aura! Lin Feng roared. At this critical moment, he activated his Supreme Aura. When the Supreme Aura was released, a bang was heard. The black shadow was forced back by Lin Feng's Supreme Aura. Run, this is the legendary shadow of death. The demon lord seemed to have thought of something and could not help but roar. His voice even trembled slightly. The demon lord rarely lost his composure like this. Obviously, the existence in front of him was too terrifying. That was why the demon lord felt such deep fear. Swoosh, Lin Feng didn't even think about it, he turned around and left. Lin Feng opened his heavenly demon snake eyes and quickly moved through the darkness. That black shadow was too terrifying, and it caused his heart to palpitate. Lin Feng didn't know what that black shadow was, but he knew very well that he had to be careful. They had to deal with it carefully. Otherwise, only death awaited them. From the demon lord's cautious and even fearful voice, one could tell how terrifying that black shadow was. Demon lord, what exactly is the shadow of death? Lin Feng asked as he ran. He had heard the demon lord describe that shadow as the shadow of death. Lin Feng had never heard of the shadow of death before, so he didn't know what it was. However, seeing how frightened the demon lord was, he could tell how terrifying it was. The demon lord said, I don't know what the shadow of death is either. The only thing I know is that it's extremely terrifying and contains great danger. If you get entangled by it, you'll definitely die. So terrifying, Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. For the demon lord to be so afraid, it was obvious how terrifying the shadow of death was. Behind him, a cold and gloomy aura quickly chased after him, causing Lin Feng's heart to palpitate. Roar, 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 in the darkness, terrifying creatures roared. Pairs of sinister eyes stared at Lin Feng, who was quickly moving through the heavenly demon territory. The heavenly demon territory was especially terrifying at night. Normally, no one would appear at night. It was simply too dangerous. However, Lin Feng couldn't care less about that right now. Some terrifying creatures wanted to attack Lin Feng. But soon, those terrifying creatures quickly retreated. Because, those creatures had seen the shadow of death. The creatures in the death trap were no stranger to the shadow of death. This was because the shadow of death came from the core of the death trap. Even the creatures in the death trap didn't dare to rashly approach the core of the death trap. It was said that some ancient and terrifying existences were sleeping in the core area of the land of death. Once those existences awaken, it might even cause unimaginable changes. The shadow of death walked out from the core of the land of death. Naturally, no one dared to provoke it. They've caught up, feeling the terrifying aura coming from behind. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. It was a terrible feeling. Sure enough, one couldn't simply barge into a land of death. Heavenly fire, protect my body. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice as he brought out the heavenly flame. The 4 heavenly flames protected his body. Then, Lin Feng activated the Netherworld Envoy rune. The Netherworld Envoy rune emitted waves of intense fluctuations. Lin Feng hoped that the Netherworld Envoy rune could scare away the shadow of death. However, the shadow of death was not affected at all. This existence was too terrifying. It made Lin Feng's heart skip a beat. The Netherworld Envoy's talisman and heavenly flames are unable to scare it away. This is going to be troublesome. Lin Feng's expression was very ugly. He knew that he was in huge trouble. If he was not careful, he might even die at the hands of the shadow of death. More importantly, Lin Feng did not find a way to escape from the shadow of death. Demon Lord, do you have a way to escape from the shadow of death? If this continues, it will catch up to us soon. Lin Feng said. The Demon Lord smiled bitterly. If I were still an emperor, I could scare it away. But now, I'm just a remnant soul. I have no way to escape from its pursuit. After hearing the Demon Lord's words, Lin Feng's heart sank. Even the Demon Lord had no way to deal with it. What should he do now? 5-Dragon Wheel, slash. Lin Feng directly brought out the 5-Dragon Wheel and attacked the shadow of death. The 5-Dragon Wheel released its immortal aura. Waves of destructive power surged out of his body. As Lin Feng's cultivation increased, the 5-Dragon Wheel became more and more powerful. Just like now. Lin Feng's attack with the 5-Dragon Wheel was hundreds of times stronger than before. However, Lin Feng was shocked when the 5-Dragon Wheel hit the shadow of death. The 5-Dragon Wheel actually pierced through the shadow of death's body. The 5-Dragon Wheel did not cause any damage to the shadow of death. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's expression changed again and again. He even had the heart to cry. The 5-Dragon Wheel was such a powerful treasure, but it did not cause any damage to the shadow of death. The shadow of death was too strange, wasn't it? Could it be immune to attacks? Lin Feng quickly put away the 5-Dragon Wheel and continued to run. Suddenly, a terrifying power surged from behind. Bang, accompanied by a dull sound of collision, the terrifying power hit Lin Feng's body and sent Lin Feng flying. With a plop, Lin Feng directly fell to the ground, his face as pale as paper. It was the shadow of death that attacked him just now. Before Lin Feng got up from the ground, the shadow of death had already pounced on him. Lin Feng had already used the heaven patching technique to avoid the shadow of death's attack before. Therefore, when the shadow of death pounced on them again, the shadow of death was about to attack them. Lin Feng could no longer use the heaven patching technique to avoid the shadow of death's attack. He had to use his supreme aura to resist the shadow of death's attack. The supreme aura was not able to shake off the shadow of death this time. The shadow of death was too powerful. It tore apart Lin Feng's supreme aura bit by bit. Then it approached Lin Feng bit by bit. At this time, Lin Feng could clearly see what the shadow of death was. The shadow of death was really like a shadow. It did not have a specific body. It was really strange. But the shadow of death was so powerful. Lin Feng was not willing to be killed by the shadow of death like this. But he had no way to resist the shadow of death's attack. The shadow of death kept approaching Lin Feng. This made Lin Feng's mood become heavier and heavier. He felt the shadow of death enveloping his whole body. The supreme aura was gradually being broken by the shadow of death. Not long after, the shadow of death was fierce. Lin Feng was only 1 meter away. The huge shadow's body enveloped him. If it was not for the fact that the supreme aura was not completely broken, Lin Feng would have been swallowed by the shadow of death long ago. What the hell is this thing? Lin Feng looked at the shadow of death with a gloomy expression. The supreme aura was constantly being torn apart. The situation was getting more and more dangerous. Lin Feng felt like he was a small boat in the sea. He could be overturned by the huge waves at any time. After half an hour, the supreme aura was completely torn apart by the shadow of death. The aura of death enveloped his body. This feeling was just too terrible. Lin Feng felt like he was about to suffocate. He felt like he was really going to die. The shadow of death was unable to fight back. This existence's cultivation was just too heaven-defying. But Lin Feng wasn't willing to die just like that. When he felt that his consciousness was getting blurry, Lin Feng summoned a treasure. That mysterious stone dagger was summoned by Lin Feng. This was what Lin Feng cut out from the stone. Lin Feng didn't know if the stone dagger would work, but he had no other choice. He could only try everything he could. Stone tools were extraordinary. They were all born from heaven and earth. Hence, they were extremely powerful. For example, the heaven-shaking stone tablet, the mysterious stone sword, etc. They were all stone tools. Lin Feng knew how powerful they were. There was even a stone sword in the Chonglu Demon Hall. Lin Feng saw some scenes. The stone sword slashed across the sky and killed the living beings in the black fog. One must know that the living beings in the black fog were close to undying. But they were killed by the stone sword. From this, one could see how terrifying the stone sword was. The stone dagger was also a stone tool. Could it have such an effect? Lin Feng grabbed the stone dagger and stabbed towards the shadow of death. Something strange happened. When the stone dagger stabbed into the shadow of death, the shadow of death turned into a body of flesh and blood. Lin Feng's dagger seemed to have stabbed into a real body. But Lin Feng knew. The shadow of death was just a shadow. Blood. Lin Feng looked at his right hand that was holding the stone dagger. His hands were stained with fresh blood. The fresh blood wasn't Lin Feng's. It was the shadow of death. A shadow can bleed? Lin Feng was shocked. His face was filled with disbelief. This was the first time he saw a shadow bleed. It was unbelievable. But all of this was real. Lin Feng had to believe it. The shadow of death is indeed strange. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Until now, he still hadn't figured out what kind of existence the shadow of death was. However, Lin Feng only needed to know that the stone dagger in his hand could deal damage to the shadow of death. Puff. 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 Lin Feng held the stone dagger in his hand and stabbed the shadow of death again and again. 7 or 8 bloody holes were left on the death shadow's body. Bam! The shadow of death directly swept Lin Feng away. Wow! Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. The shadow of death's attack was very powerful, causing him to suffer heavy injuries. However, after sending Lin Feng flying, the shadow of death did not continue to attack Lin Feng. This was because the shadow of death had also suffered heavy injuries. It had met its nemesis. In its eyes, Lin Feng was like an ant. However, the stone dagger in Lin Feng's hand had hurt it. The shadow of death quickly left and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Huff. 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 After the shadow of death left, Lin Feng panted heavily. He was tired. He felt that he was too tired. He had never been so tired before. This was a kind of deep exhaustion. Not only was his body exhausted, but even his mind was exhausted. Although the battle with the shadow of death had been very short, it had consumed a lot of his body and mental energy. Fortunately, the shadow of death had left. We can't stay here for long. Let's go. The demon lord let out a long breath and reminded him. Because of this, the demon lord sensed that some terrifying beings were quickly approaching. The Deathlands at night were extremely dangerous. They couldn't stay outside. They had to find a place to hide. Otherwise, they might be killed by the terrifying beings in the Deathlands. Moreover, there might be other beings coming out from the depths. If another being even more terrifying than the shadow of death came out, that would be too terrifying. This situation wasn't impossible. Lin Feng also knew that at this moment, he needed to find a place to hide. He couldn't continue to stay in the forest. Just as he was about to leave, suddenly, Lin Feng felt a terrifying killing intent envelop him. Lin Feng looked around with a serious expression. Who is it? He said coldly. Boy, your methods are quite impressive. You actually managed to repel the shadow of death. This is really surprising. A gloomy voice came from the forest to the left. Lin Feng looked over and saw an old man walking over. This old man's body was withered. His eye sockets were sunken. His skin was dry. He was as thin as a stick. He looked like a ghost that had crawled out of hell. After seeing this old man, Lin Feng frowned slightly. This old man was none other than the old man who looked like a ghost. Even Xiao Tian wasn't a match for this old man. Lin Feng didn't expect this old man to appear at this moment. His expression couldn't help but become serious. This old man's cultivation was abnormally terrifying. He had to be careful. Ha 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 ha. Kid, if you want a quick death, hand over the treasures on your body. Otherwise, this old man will make you beg for death. The old man, who looked like a malicious ghost, laughed eerily. He looked even more terrifying than a ghost. Among the experts who had chased after Lin Feng, this old man's cultivation was the strongest. Old ghost. It's too early to be proud. I see that your face is as withered as a ghost. You should have turned into a pile of bones long ago. You shouldn't continue to live in this world. Since that's the case, let me send you on your way. Lin Feng's facial expression was ice cold. He jumped forwards and took the initiative to attack the old man who looked like an evil spirit. The old man who looked like a malicious spirit was obviously stunned. Perhaps he didn't expect Lin Feng to take the initiative to attack him. This made him feel very surprised. "Reckless little thing," said the old man who looked like an evil spirit while looking at Lin Feng coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He was full of contempt for Lin Feng. He didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. No matter how strong Lin Feng's cultivation was. In his eyes, he was just a junior. Compared to him, he was thousands of miles away. Bang, the two sides collided. This was Lin Feng's first time fighting with this old ghost. The old man's attack was very casual. It was a simple palm strike toward Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng felt as if he had been hit by a divine axe. He was sent flying. His body flew hundreds of meters away. There was a huge wound on his chest, and blood immediately flowed out. "Little dog, you're too weak. This old man didn't even use 10% of his cultivation just now and I've already seriously injured you. If this old man gets serious, you won't even be able to take one move from an ant like you." Old Ghost's eyes were as cold as ice, revealing a dense killing intent. He was condensing a new attack, wanting to use it to get rid of Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng would not give Old Ghost the chance to do so. Boom, Lin Feng's body emitted a terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth. He activated his supreme aura and enveloped Old Ghost. After being enveloped by Lin Feng's supreme aura, even someone as powerful as Old Ghost found it extremely difficult to move. Is this the rumored aura? Old Ghost's face was extremely gloomy. He had heard of the legends of the aura. However, he had never seen the real aura. With Lin Feng's current cultivation, he was now suppressed. This made Old Ghost feel very incredulous. Unless it was the legendary aura, there was no other possibility. "Brat. Die." Old Ghost attacked coldly, sending a palm strike towards Lin Feng. However, although his cultivation was powerful, he was suppressed by Lin Feng's aura, and his movements became extremely slow. Lin Feng, on the other hand, could move freely. Lin Feng kept increasing the power of his supreme aura. Old Ghost felt that he was in trouble. Lin Feng's supreme aura was too overbearing. With such a slow speed, no attack could lock onto Lin Feng. Lin Feng circled behind Old Ghost and sent a palm strike towards him. Bang, this attack landed on Old Ghost's body. Lin Feng's attack was extremely powerful. Many divine artifacts would probably be destroyed by this attack. Old Ghost was sent flying by Lin Feng's attack. However, something happened that made Lin Feng extremely shocked. After receiving such a powerful attack, Old Ghost's body was unscathed. It was as if he had not suffered any injuries. This made Lin Feng dumbfounded. He could not believe his eyes. Old Ghost's physical body was a little too strong. "Little bastard, this old man's body has long been cultivated to the level of invincible Vajra. Do you think you can destroy this old man's body? This is simply a fool's dream." Old Ghost sent out a series of evil grins. Just as he finished speaking, a cold light flew over. A poochie sound was heard. A bloody hole was pierced through Old Ghost's body. Lin Feng took out the stone dagger. This treasure was too powerful. It had even injured the shadow of death earlier. Now, the Old Ghost also suffered a calamity under the attack of the stone dagger. His body was penetrated and blood flowed out. Old Ghost was severely injured. "Looks like your invincible Vajra body is not perfect." Lin Feng could not help but tease him. This was simply slapping Old Ghost's face. Just a moment ago, Old Ghost was bragging about how powerful his indestructible Vajra body was. In the next moment, Lin Feng's stone dagger pierced through his body. Was there anything more humiliating than this? Little bastard, you deserve to die, old ghost roared out. Puff. The stone dagger once again slashed at Lin Feng, making a second bloody hole in old ghost's body. Blood spurted out. Old ghost was still roaring like crazy just now, but now he suffered another heavy blow. Originally, Lin Feng's cultivation was still a long way from old ghost's. But his supreme domineering aura was too powerful. The first time he faced the shadow of death, Lin Feng used his supreme domineering aura, and even the shadow of death was sent flying by him. No matter how powerful old ghost was, he could not be compared to the shadow of death. Now, Lin Feng was relying on the supreme domineering aura, coupled with the strange and powerful stone dagger to launch a thunderous attack on old ghost. Old ghost's body was strong, and ordinary attacks could not hurt him. But the stone dagger could. No matter how powerful your divine skills were, I could break it with a supreme treasure. Lin Feng controlled the stone dagger to continue attacking old ghost with his divine thoughts, wanting to kill him. I didn't expect that after cultivating for 35 million years, this old man would actually suffer such a big loss in the hands of a little dog like you. Old ghost couldn't help but roar out. His eyes flickered with a blue luster. It was very frightening, causing Lin Feng to feel a chill in his heart. Swish. With a flash of light, a supreme treasure surrounded by ghost energy appeared in old ghost's hand. This was a magic treasure made of bones. It should be an evil magic treasure. Old ghost waved this magic treasure and directly sent Lin Feng's stone dagger flying. Come back. Lin Feng opened his big hand, and the stone dagger flew back into his hand. Ignite my demonic body. Blood sacrificed to the Nether King. At this time, old ghost stepped forward. He was burning his body. Old ghost obviously wanted to use an extremely heaven-defying trump card. An ancient existence like old ghost definitely knew some desperate methods. Once these desperate methods were used, they would often have unimaginable power. Now, old ghost was using such a desperate method. As his body began to burn, old ghost's lifespan rapidly decreased. Old ghost originally had a lifespan of 50 million years. Because of cultivation deviation, he became neither human nor ghost. Moreover, he had lost more than half of his lifespan, leaving him with only 20 million years of lifespan. Now, old ghost's lifespan was about 65 million years. However, in order to break Lin Feng's supreme aura, old ghost began to burn his lifespan to communicate with the Nether King, hoping to get the support of the Nether King's power. The Nether King was the legendary lord of the underworld. If not for the disappearance of the Nether King, the underworld would not have fallen apart. If old ghost could really summon the power of the Nether King, it would be extremely heaven-defying. Perhaps it could really break Lin Feng's supreme aura. Quickly kill him. We must not let him succeed. The demon lord shouted in a deep voice. He felt that there were some troublesome areas. Although the Nether King was now a legend, there were indeed some secret techniques that could summon the power of the Nether King. Once the secret technique was used, it would bring about disastrous consequences. When the time came, the result of this battle would be unknown. Boom, Lin Feng erupted, holding the stone dagger in his hand, and charged towards old ghost. It's useless. The power of the Nether King has already descended. Old ghost laughed sinisterly. Immediately after, a terrifying force poured down from the 9 heavens. Bang, that force swept onto Lin Feng's body and directly sent Lin Feng flying. A huge pillar of light appeared in Lin Feng's line of sight. Old ghost actually knelt on the ground and shouted piously, "The Nether King has appeared, the Nether King has appeared." In that pillar of light. Then, a figure appeared in the hazy mist. He couldn't see clearly whether he or she was a man or a woman. Was it old or young, him or her? It was full of mystery. His or her body exuded an unimaginably terrifying aura, as if it was the ruler of heaven and earth. Any living thing that saw him or her, they had to kneel on the ground and worship him or her. That mysterious existence. Lin Feng's face was filled with shock and horror as he looked at the figure. It was the Nether King's projection. The old ghost had actually summoned the Nether King's projection. The Nether King was the master of the Nether world. The Celestial world, the Nether world, and the Xianxia world. This was a world that surpassed the 3,000 great worlds. It was equivalent to a higher plane of existence. It was high and mighty, looking down on the common people. It was hard to imagine how powerful the master of a realm was, and no one knew either. Now that his or her projection had appeared in the world, it was enough to shock everyone. "O great Nether King, please destroy this lowly existence who dares to blaspheme the Nether King's dignity," the old ghost prayed devoutly. He looked at Lin Feng with a sinister expression. It was as though he wanted to eat Lin Feng's flesh and drink Lin Feng's blood. "Misunderstanding. I think there's a misunderstanding between us. Why don't we disperse the technique and sit down to have a peaceful talk?" Lin Feng smiled embarrassedly. The old ghost couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard Lin Feng's words. He looked at Lin Feng speechlessly. Why didn't he say it was a misunderstanding when the stone dagger left 2 bloody holes in his body? Now, he had summoned the Nether King's projection. Yet, he said it was all a misunderstanding. How could he be so shameless? "Brat, no one in this world can save you. After I destroy you, I'll extract your soul and torture it day and night. I'll let you taste the pain of having your soul devoured by thousands of ghosts. That feeling is worse than death." Old Ghost let out a burst of sinister laughter. He communicated with the Nether King's projection. Boom, the King of Hell raised his right hand and moved towards Lin Feng. "Autarka's aura, suppress." Lin Feng's expression was gloomy as he faced the Nether King's attack. He continued to increase the might of his Autarka's aura. Lin Feng's magic power surged endlessly. He was continuously increasing the might of his Autarka's aura. However, what shocked Lin Feng was that after the King of Hell's projection sensed the aura of the Supreme Being, the King of Hell's projection reacted. The body of the Nether King's phantom also emitted a terrifying power. And that power. It was actually a domineering power. How is this possible? Lin Feng looked as if he had seen a ghost. The phantom of the Nether King was just an illusory body. It wasn't even a real body, so how could it release such a domineering aura? What Lin Feng couldn't believe was that the domineering aura released by the Underworld King's projection was actually the domineering aura of a supreme being. This is the Nether King's domineering aura, a type of supreme domineering aura. The Demon Lord transmitted his voice extremely solemn. The same level of Haki was also divided into many types. For example, the 7th stage of Cyan Haki contained many different types of Haki. The White Tiger Haki was one type, and there was also the Azure Dragon Haki, Vermilion Bird Haki, Black Tortoise Haki, and so on. These domineering auras belonged to a type of green domineering aura. Lin Feng's supreme domineering aura was called Dominator Domineering Aura. This was the domineering aura of the bloodline of the sovereign race. The supreme domineering aura of the Nether King was called Nether King Domineering Aura. This was the domineering aura that the Nether King had cultivated himself. The 2 supreme domineering auras collided. Crack, crack, the 2 supreme domineering auras began to crack. In the end, the 2 supreme domineering auras were both annihilated. At this moment, the attack of the Nether King's phantom arrived. That punch was simply unparalleled, and no one could block it. Lin Feng hurriedly took out the purple gold heavenly ball, a supreme treasure. At the same time, he used the great defense technique to condense a defensive crystal wall. 2 layers of defense to protect himself. However, the attack of the Nether King's phantom was simply too powerful. Although Lin Feng's defense was astonishing, it couldn't block the attack of the Nether King's phantom. The attack of the Nether King's phantom directly destroyed the defense of the purple gold heavenly ball, and then destroyed Lin Feng's defensive crystal wall. After that, it continued to attack Lin Feng. Arm of the Dragon Elephant, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he punched at the Nether King's phantom. Martial Soul Fusion, 5 times the strength. At the same time, in his dantian, the 5 devouring martial souls directly merged. The 5 devouring martial souls turned into a huge black hole. Lin Feng's strength instantly increased by 5 times. Bang, he collided with the Nether King's phantom once again. Along with the destructive power spreading from the point of collision, a series of destructive power spread out. With Lin Feng and the Nether King's phantom as the center, the surrounding void began to crumble. The destructive power of the collision between the 2 sides was simply too terrifying. The Nether King's phantom raised its hand and displayed another supreme skill. Its right hand fell from the sky and directly slashed down. Numerous runes swirled around it. It attacked Lin Feng. This move was called the Nether King's Slash. Its power was abnormally terrifying. Seeing the Nether King's phantom display this Nether King's Slash, it attacked Lin Feng. Old Ghost's eyes flashed with a gloomy expression. He had summoned the Nether King's phantom before, so he knew how terrifying this attack was. In Old Ghost's opinion, receiving this attack from the Nether King's phantom, Lin Feng was likely to be split in half by the Nether King's phantom. Magical power immunity. When the Nether King's phantom's attack was about to land on Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng also displayed his trump card. Magical power immunity. This was the Great Immunity Technique, a supreme magical power recorded in the 3000 Great Ways. This magical power could be immune to magical power attacks. Of course, it was not to say that after learning this magical power, one could be immune to any magical power attack. This was not realistic. If it was an attack from a cultivator whose cultivation was similar to or higher than one's own, most of the attacks could be immune. But some magical powers were strange and special, and magical power immunity could not be immune to them. In addition, magical power immunity could not be immune to magic weapon and physical attacks. Among all the magical powers, magical power immunity was estimated to be immune to about 95% of the magical powers. The small number of magical powers that could not be immune to were very rare, and the people who cultivated those magical powers in this world were probably as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Of course, there was another situation where magical power immunity was difficult to be immune to the opponent's attack. That was, the opponent's cultivation was too heaven-defying. If the gap between the two was too big, magical power immunity would not be able to be immune to the opponent's magical power. The Nether King's attack was unusually terrifying. When it landed on Lin Feng's body, the magical power immunity rune started to break. However, magical power immunity was still very strong. It was able to negate about 50% of the Nether King's phantom's attack. The remaining 50% of the Nether King's phantom's attack almost sliced Lin Feng in half. Luckily, Lin Feng's physical body was strong enough, and he was able to withstand it. Netherworld Envoy Rune. Lin Feng then activated the Netherworld Envoy Rune. The Nether King belonged to the Netherworld. The Netherworld Envoy Rune could mobilize the power of the Netherworld. The Netherworld Envoy Rune shot out a thick pillar of light, and that pillar of light struck the Nether King's phantom. Bang! At such a close distance, the Netherworld Envoy Rune unleashed its full power, and it directly shattered the Nether King's phantom. Impossible! Old Ghost could not believe what he was seeing, and he could not help but roar in anger. Great Curse Art. Lin Feng took advantage of Old Ghost's distraction to conjure the Great Curse Art to attack Old Ghost. Pooh! The Great Curse Art activated, and a bloody hole silently appeared in between Old Ghost's eyebrows. Old Ghost touched the blood flowing out from the hole in between his eyebrows. He did not even know how he was hit. Huff, 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 Lin Feng lay on the ground, gasping for breath. He was tired. He felt a deep sense of exhaustion. It was as if all the strength in his body had been sucked out in an instant. He had been very lucky to be able to kill that old man. That old man had terrifying means, and he had only managed to kill him after using all his means. It had been too tiring. Lin Feng didn't want to do anything now. He just wanted to lie on the ground and have a good sleep. However, he knew that now wasn't the time to rest. Lin Feng was in a terrible state after fighting so many battles, and he had used up a lot of his strength and magic power. Lin Feng's magic power was currently very low. He was extremely short of it. He had almost been cut in half, and his body was still bleeding profusely. Lin Feng couldn't use his immortal divine body to heal his injuries because he didn't have enough magic power to support it. Some terrifying creatures from the land of death are quickly approaching this place. We can't stay here any longer. Leave quickly, the Demon Lord said in a serious tone. Lin Feng nodded. They really couldn't stay here any longer. They had to leave quickly, or they might suffer a calamity. Lin Feng got up and took Old Ghost's storage ring, then quickly flew into the distance. He found a secluded cave to rest. The night wasn't peaceful at all. Roars could be heard coming from the depths of the land of death. In the latter half of the night, the land of death fell into a strange silence. Even those terrifying creatures in the land of death were obediently staying in their lairs, not daring to come out. The sounds coming from the depths of the land of death. Did something happen that we don't know about? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. The land of death was very strange. Everything here was filled with evil, and they had to treat it with caution. The demon lord said, something shocking must have happened. Lin Feng's expression was very serious that night. He didn't want anything too terrifying to happen in the land of death. Lin Feng just wanted to leave the land of death smoothly. For hours later, his injuries were completely healed. However, in the depths of the death impasse, terrifying roars could still be heard from time to time. Those roars contained an extremely terrifying pressure. This was a pressure that came from the depths of his soul. It made Lin Feng's heart palpitate with fear. He walked out of the cave, wanting to see what kind of existence was roaring in the mountains. In the depths of the land of death, there was a hazy black fog rolling about. The voice came from the black fog. Demon Lord, I've heard that some ancient existences are slumbering in the depths of the land of death. Sometimes, they will awaken from their slumber. Is that true? Lin Feng asked. Yao Jun said, perhaps. I'm not too sure either. I only know that the depths of the death impasse are untouchable. In the primordial era, very few people dared to target the death impasse. Even when the celestial emperor mentioned the death impasse, he found it extremely troublesome and was unwilling to talk about it. The celestial emperor was the lord of the undying realm. He was extremely powerful and was very likely an immortal. If even he didn't want to talk about the depths of the land of death, Lin Feng really didn't know what kind of shocking secrets were hidden in the depths of the land of death. Even a powerhouse like the celestial emperor was so wary of it. The demon lord didn't continue to talk about the depths of the land of death with Lin Feng. According to the demon lord, it was taboo to talk about such things. There were some topics that couldn't be touched upon. Even if they were touched upon, they couldn't talk about it too much. It was too dangerous, and there was no telling what terrible things might happen. The demon lord was once an emperor-level powerhouse, so he had a better understanding of such things. Moreover, over the years, his memories were gradually recovering. He could remember many things, so the demon lord was even more reluctant to talk about certain taboo things. He was only a remnant soul now, so he was worried that he would suffer a calamity if he talked too much about such things. Roar! Suddenly, another earth-shaking roar was heard. Lin Feng looked into the depths of the land of death and was shocked. A huge creature had appeared in the area shrouded in black fog. Lin Feng had been looking into the depths of the land of death, but he hadn't seen that huge creature before. That huge creature seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Its body was so huge that when it stood up, it was even taller than a mountain peak. It was shrouded in black fog, and its roar shook heaven and earth. Lin Feng didn't know what kind of existence it was. Terrifying. As expected of a creature from the depths of the land of death, the demon lord said solemnly. Lin Feng was astonished as well. He had the impression that he was as weak as an ant in front of that mysterious creature. It was a terrible feeling, but it felt so real. That creature was so terrifying that Lin Feng felt his soul tremble. What kind of existence is that? If that creature walks out of the land of death, who can be its match? Lin Feng muttered to himself. The land of death is very special. Many creatures that enter it seem to be restricted, unable to leave the land of death, the demon lord said. He wasn't very sure. In the past, he had heard other great emperors from the undying realm talk about this matter. However, when he tried to find out more about it, the great emperor who had told him about it stopped talking. Because this matter involved too many things, that great emperor didn't dare to say too much. What kind of calamity could make a great emperor so afraid? It was obvious how shocking this secret was. I'd better hide. This place is too scary. I'll think of a way to leave tomorrow morning, Lin Feng said. He planned to hide in the cave for the night. However, Lin Feng suddenly realized that the mysterious creature was no longer roaring. Next, Lin Feng felt a terrifying coldness enveloping his body. That coldness made him feel like he had fallen into a bottomless abyss of ice. It's looking at me. Lin Feng looked into the distance. His face paled, and a horrified expression appeared on his face. In the depths of the land of death, within the rolling black fog, the terrifying creature was looking at him. Lin Feng's face turned pale. What a familiar aura. What a familiar bloodline. But I can't remember it. The creature let out a deep roar. At this moment, Lin Feng thought of many things. Could it be that this creature had lost a part of its memories? And it was very likely that it knew one of his ancestors. That was why he could sense that his bloodline was very familiar. However, because of his amnesia, his memories of the past were extremely blurry, making it difficult for him to remember. If that was the case, an ancestor that knew this creature. An ancestor of the Undying clan? Or an ancestor of the Sovereign clan? Cough, cough. I'm the descendant of an old friend of Senior's. Do you have any greeting gift? Lin Feng asked. The terrifying being looked at Lin Feng speechlessly. Who was this kid? How could he be so shameless? He actually dared to come here and claim to be related. Shameless people were truly invincible. Shameless was no longer enough to describe Lin Feng. Suddenly, boundless killing intent surged out of the terrifying being's eyes. Those cold eyes looked at Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng felt a dense killing intent. Senior, can you not look at me like that? I'm scared. I'm the descendant of your old friend. Lin Feng said. The terrifying being immediately let out an earth-shaking roar. He roared furiously, Kid, do you know what the relationship between your ancestor and me is? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat when he saw how furious the being was. Judging from the attitude of this terrifying creature, the relationship between his ancestor and this terrifying creature was definitely not that of a good friend. Moreover, it was very likely that they were enemies. Lin Feng felt bitter inside. What should he do now? He had tried to curry favor with the wrong person. Cough, cough. Aren't we good friends? Lin Feng said with a sheepish smile. The terrifying being looked at Lin Feng speechlessly. This kid had the nerve to say that? Was he blind? Couldn't he tell that he was angry? That terrifying creature didn't really think so. He felt that Lin Feng was simply too shameless. Then, the being thought of Lin Feng's ancestor. He felt a headache coming on, and then he clenched his teeth in anger. We're all from the same family. As expected of someone from the same lineage. Both of you are shameless. The terrifying being glared at Lin Feng fiercely. In his mind, all he could think of was that detestable smiling face. Being shameless has always been my strong point. It's fine if we know it in our hearts. There's no need to say it out loud. It's embarrassing, Lin Feng said shyly. You're embarrassed? Descendant of a scum, you are a little scum. That terrifying creature roared. He didn't know what Lin Feng's ancestor had done to make such a terrifying cultivator so angry. So many years had passed, and he was still so angry. This puzzled Lin Feng. How big of a grudge was this? He couldn't forget it even after so many years. At this moment, the terrifying being spoke coldly. It's good that you've met the descendant of that scum. Today, yours truly shall slap you to death and let that scum have no more descendants. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura spread out from the depths. After feeling that aura, Lin Feng felt that his body was unable to move. His heart was filled with deep shock. They were so far apart. He had actually been suppressed. Moreover, the other party did not deliberately target him. It was just a trace of pressure that leaked out when he was angry. That was how terrifying it was. He really didn't know what kind of cultivation that guy had. Just the thought of it made people shudder. Senior, is there a need for an expert like you to lower yourself to the level of a junior like me? That's ungentlemanly. Lin Feng shouted. Yours truly doesn't care about that. I just want to vent the anger in my heart, that terrifying being said coldly. He thought of some things that had happened in the past. Even though countless years had passed, he still could not forget them. To him, those things were unbearable. They were related to his dignity. And at his level, he valued his dignity very much. Therefore, this terrifying being had no intention of letting Lin Feng go. Moreover, he did not listen to Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. How could this be? Wasn't he too unlucky? Was he really going to die in the hands of this terrifying being? There was no way to fight against this terrifying being. Lin Feng did not even know which ancestor it was that made this terrifying being gnash his teeth in hatred. Stop. Let him leave. Suddenly, a voice came from the depths of the land of death. My lord, the terrifying being quickly bowed after hearing the voice. His voice was very respectful. He wanted to kill Lin Feng to vent his anger, but he did not dare to disobey the order of the owner of the voice. Lin Feng was shocked. Another terrifying being had appeared. This creature seemed to be even more powerful than the terrifying creature in the black fog. Even the terrifying being in the black fog addressed him as my lord. He really did not know what kind of being this being was. However, Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. This terrifying being did not want to make things difficult for him. My lord, this child is the descendant of that person. We can't let him go so easily, the being in the black fog said. He did not want to let Lin Feng go just like that. F*ck, this bastard. Your lord said to let me go, but you don't want to. I curse you to be struck to death by lightning. Lin Feng cursed inwardly. However, he did not dare to say those words out loud. That being was too terrifying. These words were spoken in a grandiose manner. Did he still want to live? Let him go. He's just a junior. If he doesn't even have this much magnanimity, how can he break through his shackles in the future and ascend to that mysterious existence, said aloud, but after saying this, it didn't continue. Lin Feng heard the key point and did not continue. This made him feel rather depressed. He was about to find out the cultivation level of that terrifying being in the black fog. Yes, my lord, the being in the black fog answered. Then, he looked at Lin Feng and said angrily, why aren't you scramming? Do you want to stay here? Scram your sister. Scram your entire family, Lin Feng cursed inwardly. However, he did not stop and quickly rushed out. His journey was smooth and unobstructed. Even the silver being that had sealed the land of death and wanted to search for Lin Feng did not appear. Lin Feng successfully left the land of death. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief. The land of death was too terrifying. It was great to be able to come out alive. Lin Feng flew into the distance and quickly left the area. After Lin Feng left, the being in the black fog also concealed his figure. Lin Feng planned to find a place to go into seclusion. He had obtained enough fortuitous encounters. Now that many factions in the 9 states immortal realm wanted him, going into seclusion was the best way to deal with them. It was enough to digest the various fortuitous encounters he had obtained during this period. The next step was to wait for the 9 states immortal realm to open again. Then, he would smoothly leave the 9 states immortal realm. However, Lin Feng did not realize that he was being watched when he left the land of death. Lin Feng, you really came out alive. Very good, very good. Lin Feng's closed-door cultivation this time mainly had 2 objectives. One was to properly comprehend the divine abilities that he obtained, such as the Great Fate Art. The second was to consolidate his realm. During this period of time, Lin Feng's breakthrough speed was seriously too fast. As a result, his realm was not stable. Therefore, he needed to properly consolidate it. If his cultivation was not consolidated, wanting to break through in the future would be very difficult. Therefore, immediately consolidating one's realm after breaking through was very necessary. Entering the 9 provinces immortal realm this time, Lin Feng's cultivation was greatly improved. Now, he already broke through to the 4th firmament celestial deity realm. To Lin Feng, it was simply a huge surprise. Moreover, Lin Feng even obtained a portion of the Great Fate Art's cultivation method. Lin Feng spent a month's time consolidating his realm. After consolidating his realm, Lin Feng started to comprehend the Great Fate Art, this divine ability. The Great Fate Art was ranked 2nd among the 3,000 Great Tao. It was naturally very troublesome to comprehend. However, Lin Feng's comprehension ability was very strong. In addition, he cultivated the Lin word mantra. Therefore, Lin Feng's cultivation of the Great Fate Art, this 3,000 Great Tao, was not as difficult as imagined. This divine ability, the Great Fate Art, was cultivated to the entry level by Lin Feng. If he cultivated it further in the future, the level might increase greatly. Because a heaven-defying divine ability like the great fate art would become more difficult the further one cultivated it. Moreover, the Tao that needed to be comprehended in the future would also become more profound. The entry level was the easiest level to cultivate. Of course, Lin Feng was very confident in himself. He believed that the great fate art, this divine ability, would be cultivated to the great perfection realm by him sooner or later. Moreover, Lin Feng still had to think of ways to obtain the other two portions in the future. The combination of the three portions was the true great fate art. Lin Feng started to circulate the great fate art, continuously circulating it for 36 cycles. Suddenly, a piece of information slowly unfolded in Lin Feng's mind like a picture scroll. Lin Feng sensed the information, and his face suddenly revealed a shocked expression. This ball of information told him that once the three parts of the Great Destiny technique were combined, as long as he could cultivate the Great Destiny technique to the Great Perfection stage, he would be able to do so. At that time, he would be able to sense the location of the door of everlasting life. Once he sensed the location of the door of everlasting life, he would be able to search for it. If he could find the door of everlasting life, that would be heaven-defying. In front of the door of eternal life, one could sense the great fate art, which was ranked first among the 3,000 great Daos. He might even enter the door of everlasting life. Every item inside the door of everlasting life was heaven-defying. If he could bring out something from the door of everlasting life, he would be able to walk on the path of dominating the universe. At that time, he would be invincible. Of course, these were all things that would happen in the future. It was just a kind of longing. What Lin Feng needed to do now was to cultivate this portion of the great destiny art he had obtained to the great perfection realm. Then, he would think of a way to obtain the other two parts of the great predestination technique. Only by obtaining all three parts of the great fate technique would he be able to obtain clues about the door of everlasting life. Otherwise, everything would be just wishful thinking. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was almost time for the training in the 9 continents immortal realm. Huge whirlpools started to appear one after another in various places. Those whirlpools were the whirlpools that led to the outside world. The cultivators who entered the 9 continents immortal realm to train could enter those whirlpools and leave the 9 continents immortal realm. However, the natives of the 9 continents immortal realm could not enter those whirlpools. Once they entered, they would be attacked by the laws of order. At that time, they would definitely die. The cultivators who were about to leave the 9 continents immortal realm could not bring any other cultivators with them. Even if they kept those cultivators in some spatial magic treasures, they could not do so. If anyone dared to do so, they would also be attacked by the laws of order. At that time, the cultivators who wanted to leave the 9 continents immortal realm would die tragically. The cultivators of the 9 continents world who helped the cultivators of the 9 continents immortal realm to leave would also die tragically. Therefore, although there were many huge whirlpools that led to the outside world in various places. However, the natives of the 9 continents immortal realm did not dare to enter those huge whirlpools casually. Because that was simply courting death. It's time to leave. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, he could not help but let out a long breath. He was finally going to leave the 9 continents immortal realm. He did not know why, but he kept feeling that something was staring at him. It was a very bad feeling. Therefore, Lin Feng wanted to leave the 9 continents immortal realm as soon as possible. Many great forces were still looking for Lin Feng. These great forces joined forces and then scattered at various exits, waiting for Lin Feng to appear. Lin Feng changed his appearance with the transformation technique and looked for the nearest exit. Along the way, he met many cultivators, and these cultivators were all talking about the cultivators of the 9 continents world who were about to leave. These natives of the 9 continents immortal realm all revealed envious expressions. They were destined to be trapped in the 9 continents immortal realm, unable to leave. Have you heard? The old antiques of the great forces have appeared one after another, and then scattered everywhere, waiting for Lin Feng to appear. Of course I've heard. It seems that the great forces will not rest until they kill Lin Feng. That kid obtained the 72 transformations, which is the inheritance of the great sage, heaven's equal. I also heard that the kid seems to have many terrifying divine abilities, which have attracted the attention of many great forces. I also heard that he has a few types of heavenly flames. No wonder those great forces want to capture him so badly. I didn't expect that Lin Feng would have so many shocking things on him at such a young age. Many cultivators were still talking about Lin Feng. 3 days later, Lin Feng saw a huge whirlpool. The whirlpool was violently twisting, and it emitted terrifying waves of energy. Around the whirlpool, there were thousands of cultivators gathered, and there were as many experts as there were clouds. These experts surrounded the whirlpool. Next to the whirlpool, there were 5 bronze mirrors floating. They were demon-revealing mirrors. However, they were different from ordinary demon-revealing mirrors. The 5 bronze mirrors emitted the power of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 elements circulated in an endless cycle. When the 5 demon-revealing mirrors shone together, no matter how astonishing one's methods were, they would not be able to escape the detection of the 5 mirrors. There are really many strange people. They even invented demon-revealing mirrors like this. If I show myself, I will definitely be discovered. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He left the place and looked for another exit. 2 days later, Lin Feng found another whirlpool. This one was also guarded by strong cultivators. There were about 1,000 of them. This whirlpool also had 5 demon-revealing mirrors. More and more cultivators arrived. After the demon-revealing mirrors shone on them, the great forces of the 9 continents' immortal realm did not discover anything wrong with them, and they let them pass. However, it was obviously impossible for Lin Feng to sneak his way out. This is troublesome. If I want to leave, it seems that I have to force my way out. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. A simple altar was placed next to Zhao Lin. There were many sacrificial offerings placed on the altar. In addition to the offerings, there was also an incense burner. Behind the incense burner was a humanoid puppet. The humanoid puppet had Lin Feng's name carved on it. Every place is heavily guarded. Do you plan to break out of here? Zhao Lin couldn't help but mutter to herself. Although she hadn't known Lin Feng for long, she knew Lin Feng very well. She had a premonition that Lin Feng would escape from here, so Zhao Lin came to the side of the simple altar. Among the offerings placed in front of the altar, the most eye-catching offerings were the 7 bowls of blood and the 7 bowls. There were 7 bowls of beast blood, and each of them had a great origin. The 7 bowls of beast blood emitted violent waves of energy, and the images of 7 beasts appeared in the 7 bowls. The 7 beasts were Tao Tai, by an evil ghost tiger, dragon hound, Xianxia, Qing Yuan, and glass dragon. The 7 bowls of beast blood contained the blood essence of 7 different beasts. There were various sacrificial techniques, and sacrificial techniques that used blood were often more evil. Zhao Lin's sacrificial technique used the blood of 7 different beasts. From this, one could see how evil this sacrificial technique was. Thinking of the humanoid puppet with Lin Feng's name carved on it, Zhao Lin's expression changed. Zhao Lin clearly used this evil sacrificial technique to deal with Lin Feng. However, he didn't know how to deal with Lin Feng. Zhao Lin began to pray. Mighty evil God, I use the 7 beasts as the source, Lin Feng's life as the sacrifice, in exchange for the chance to leave the paradise of the 9 states, Zhao Lin's low voice sounded. As her voice fell, a gloomy and cold aura filled the air. The 7 ferocious beasts let out low growls. The beast blood in the bowls began to burn. It didn't take long for the beast blood in the 7 porcelain bowls to burn up, turning into pure blood energy. A completely different blood-colored energy surged into the tiny puppet with Lin Feng's name engraved on it. The 7 balls of blood-colored energy also began to burn. The burning of the blood-colored energy did not destroy the puppet. Instead, it seemed to be communicating with an unknown existence. My disciple. This evil god has heard your call. This evil god will lend you a hand. I will help you escape from the paradise of the 9 provinces. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly resounded in the air. No one knew where that voice came from. After hearing the voice, Zhao Lin was extremely happy and quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Bang! At the same time, the miniature puppet engraved with Lin Feng's name directly shattered. Lin Feng, who was observing the situation, suddenly felt as if his heart was about to split open. This was a kind of heart-wrenching pain. It was a pain worse than death. Lin Feng clutched his chest and gasped for breath. Damn it, what's going on? Why do I feel like my heart is about to split open? Lin Feng's expression was extremely unsightly. He had never felt like this before. What's going on? Lin Feng frowned. He did not understand what had gone wrong. He felt that there was nothing wrong with his body. However, the feeling just now was so clear. Be careful. Someone might be using some kind of evil technique on you, the demon lord said. He was experienced and knowledgeable. He thought of some terrifying demonic arts that were extremely strange. Once someone was struck by them, they would often do some terrifying things. Evil techniques? Who is using evil techniques on me? Is it one of the factions in the Paradise of the 9 Provinces? Lin Feng could not help but frown. He felt that this was somewhat troublesome. Even evil techniques were being used. It seemed that these people really wanted to kill him. Lin Feng was naturally unwilling to die here. His expression was indifferent, and a cold expression appeared on his face. So what if it was an evil technique? With his means, would he not be able to resist this so-called evil technique? Lin Feng summoned Lil Tian. He planned to work with Lil Tian to break out of the encirclement. Lil Tian's cultivation was very strong. With Lil Tian's help, the chances of successfully breaking out of the encirclement would be greatly increased. Lil Tian's eyes were clearly hazy. While Lin Feng was in seclusion, Lil Tian, Bibi, and the dragon rabbit had been searching for precious natural treasures. The dragon rabbit was here. It was very easy for them to find many natural treasures. Then, the 3 of them ate those natural treasures one after another. During this time, Lil Tian had eaten too many natural treasures. Her body needed time to consume these natural treasures. The way Lil Tian absorbed these natural treasures was to enter a deep sleep. Little girl, are you awake? Break out of the encirclement with me later. Lin Feng said. Lil Tian heard that there was going to be a fight later. Lil Tian's sleepiness disappeared, and her big eyes lit up. The little girl's delicate appearance was incomparably adorable. But in reality, she was a battle-crazed person. If one didn't understand the little girl, they wouldn't be able to imagine that such a cute little girl could be so battle-crazed. Lin Feng grabbed Lil Tian's hand and used a void concealment technique. It would be best if he could silently sneak to the side of the vortex. That way, he would be able to leave directly. But things didn't go as planned. The 5 demon-revealing mirrors scanned every corner of the void. No one could avoid the detection of the mirrors. Lin Feng and Lil Tian were swept away. They were directly swept away by the demon-revealing mirrors. It's Lin Feng. When the experts of the various major factions saw Lin Feng, they couldn't help but be shocked. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, thousands of experts quickly flew over, surrounding Lin Feng and Lil Tian so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. These people were the top experts of the various major factions of the 9 states immortal realm. At the very least, they were at the peak of the giant god realm. Many of them were at the boundary emperor realm. Clearly, the major factions of the 9 states immortal realm were determined to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you little thief, you won't be able to escape today. A cultivator sneered. Lin Feng, you little thief, have you thought about how you're going to die? Another cultivator sneered. His eyes were cold. If you want to die quickly, then obediently hand over the 72 transformations, all the powerful divine abilities you have, and all the treasures in your storage ring. Then, another cultivator said coldly. Thousands of cultivators attacked together. Moreover, they weren't ordinary experts of the older generation. These people were naturally very confident. In their opinion, Lin Feng was already a fish on the chopping block. It's too early to celebrate. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He didn't wait and immediately attacked, condensing epic dominance to intimidate the cultivators. Lin Feng usually didn't use epic dominance directly because it consumed too much magic power. Lin Feng hadn't successfully cultivated epic dominance of the white tiger yet. Of course, his epic dominance had reached the 2nd stage, and its power was abnormally strong. As soon as epic dominance was unleashed, a powerful pressure filled the air. His epical dominance had enveloped all of his opponents. I'll send you bad guys flying. Little Tian flew out, waving her fists at the cultivators. Why is my body so sluggish? I can't circulate my magic power. Many people couldn't help but cry out in horror. They found that they couldn't move their bodies, and some found that they couldn't circulate their magic power. This was the power of epic dominance. This was one of the most powerful effects of epic dominance. This effect was called deterrence. Bam! 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 Little Tiantian's divine fist was invincible. She sent a cultivator flying with a punch. The cultivators who were sent flying by little Tian spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their bones were broken, and the weaker ones fell to the ground, dead. The stronger ones had their magic power dissipated, and they were no longer able to fight. Little Tiantian's strength had improved by leaps and bounds in the past year. Moreover, her improvement was different from Lin Feng's. Lin Feng had broken through. His cultivation had increased because he had broken through to the next cultivation level. Little Tian was different. Aside from the fact that little Tian's cultivation level had increased when she broke through, every time she broke through, the sealed power within her body would also be awakened. This sealed portion of the power was even more powerful and frightening. This power. This was what was called terrifying. This was the reason why little Tian was so strong. Therefore, Lin Feng was very curious about who little Tiantian's parents were. How could they seal such a powerful power in her young body? Little Tiantian's parents were probably existences that could intimidate the universe. Slanting across the myriad of worlds, who can contend against it? Lin Feng and little Tian worked together seamlessly, killing in all directions. There were also many cultivators who were watching from afar. When they saw this scene, they were all stunned. Isn't this too savage? Who was that little girl? She had sent a quasi-emperor flying with a single punch. Just how terrifying was her cultivation? Many people looked at little Tian in horror. They couldn't believe that a little girl like her could be so powerful. That Lin Feng is also very terrifying. I don't know what kind of powerful method he used to suppress so many people. Look, many people have difficulty moving. That's right. One of them can restrict the movements of others, while the other's attack power can be said to be at an abnormal level. When they work together, they are simply invincible. It seems that it will be a little difficult for these big forces to surround and kill them. That's not necessarily the case. These great forces definitely have other tricks up their sleeves. The surrounding cultivators discussed animatedly. At this moment, Lin Feng was multitasking. The first was to condense the epic hegemony to intimidate these cultivators. The second was to condense the great entanglement technique to entangle these cultivators with threads. The third was to condense the long river of death. Many grim reapers appeared in the river of death. These grim reapers brandished their scythes and began to besiege the experts of the 9 states paradise. Pft. 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 The experts were killed one after another. Lin Feng and little Tian were killing everyone. In a short while, almost half of the thousands of experts were killed by the two of them. The ground was dyed blood red. In this battle, Lin Feng and little Tian killed the surrounding cultivators until they were trembling in fear. This is too terrifying. This is too terrifying. Lin Feng actually knows how to multitask. What an abnormal ability. And that little girl's attack power is too strong. Did you guys notice that no matter who she is dealing with, that little girl can beat her opponent half to death with a simple punch? She can even beat them to death. The surrounding cultivators were amazed. Junior, you're courting death. At this moment, a cold voice was heard. An old man in an imperial robe stepped out. This old man exuded a terrifying aura that could shatter the 9 heavens. The retired emperor of the 9 states immortal kingdom, Zhao Yuan. After seeing the old man, many people cried out in alarm. This was an extremely terrifying existence. He was the retired emperor of the 9 states immortal kingdom. When he was young, he was already a top expert in the 9 states. Later on, he stepped down from the throne and focused on cultivation. No one knew how terrifying his cultivation had become. 2 ignorant juniors. Today, this place will be the place where you die. A second cold voice was heard. Another expert stepped out. His cold eyes swept over Lin Feng and little Tian, filled with endless killing intent. Du Junzi. Cries of shock rang out from the crowd again. This was an old antique of the Du family. Although he was old, this expert called Du Junzi had an extraordinary aura. He was like a graceful gentleman. The enmity between the Du family and Lin Feng was the deepest. This time, the Du family's old ancestor had personally come out to eliminate Lin Feng. Of course, everyone in the world was here for benefits. The Du family's old ancestor had personally come because Lin Feng had too many divine abilities, treasures, and wealth for him to covet. Back then, Lin Feng had been very rich at the auction house, spending money like it was water. Many people had their eyes on him. "You're using a domineering aura, aren't you? How could he condense a domineering aura at such a young age? No, it's impossible for someone of your age to condense a domineering aura. Could it be inherited? It seems that your family is not simple. You can actually inherit a domineering aura. But so what? This is the 9 states immortal realm. No matter how powerful your family is outside, they can't interfere with the matters here." The third expert stepped out. He was shrouded in a mass of black fog. This was an old devil expert. Many people were guessing the identity of this mysterious existence. No matter how talented you are, if you can't grow up, everything will be for naught. The fourth expert stepped out. Many people were shocked. This was an expert from the ancient insect sect called Xianxia. He was an old antique of the ancient insect sect. For experts who stood at the peak of the 9 states immortal realm came together and surrounded Lin Feng and little Xianxia. And the most important thing was, there were hundreds of top experts in the surroundings watching covetously. As long as these 4 old antiques make a move, Lin Feng and that little girl will die without a grave. Lin Feng's expression turned solemn when he saw the 4 experts coming at him together. These 4 great powerhouses were all existences not inferior to Old Ghost's level. Their methods were superb. Lin Feng had been extremely lucky to be able to kill Old Ghost back then. Therefore, Lin Feng knew how terrifying these 4 experts were. Of course, Lin Feng had been in seclusion for so long that he was no longer the same person as when he fought Old Ghost. During this period of time, Lin Feng had sorted out his various daos, and his strength had increased significantly. Most importantly, he had cultivated the great fate art. This was one of Lin Feng's trump cards, and it was also what Lin Feng relied on. "Only after you attack will we know if you really have the ability to kill us. You don't just rely on your glib tongue," Lin Feng sneered. This was Lin Feng's character. No matter what the cultivation level of both sides was, he would never admit defeat. In terms of talking, Lin Feng did not lose to anyone. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Since that's the case, let's make our move and capture this brat. When the time comes, we can torture him however we want. We can knead him however we want. Du Junzi could not help but sneer. "Alright, let's do it then." Zhao Yuan, the mysterious demonic expert, and Xianxia nodded. Boom, the 4 experts attacked at the same time. Du Junzi and Xianxia surrounded Lin Feng. As for Zhao Yuan and the mysterious demonic expert, they surrounded little Xianxia. They're fighting. I wonder how many moves Lin Feng and the little girl can take? Cries of surprise came from the surroundings. In many people's opinion, Lin Feng and little Xianxia were bound to lose. However, how many moves could they take, it was hard to say. Bang! 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 Waves of terrifying fluctuations that shook the heavens and the earth surged out, sweeping out in all directions and shattering the void. The 4 experts attacked coldly. Their methods were extremely powerful. "I'll send you flying." Little Xianxia waved her pink fists at Zhao Yuan and the mysterious devil expert. However, the 2 of them were so powerful that they sent little Xianxia flying. Little Xianxia's body somersaulted 5 or 6 times in the air and flew back dozens of meters before coming to a stop with great difficulty. Although that little girl is strong, in the face of the joint attack of Zhao Yuan and that devil Dao expert, there is still a big gap. Yeah, there's almost no suspense in this battle. Many people shook their heads when they saw little Xianxia being sent flying. Lin Feng also collided with the 2 experts. Du Junzi and Xianxia were so powerful that it was suffocating. They directly swept Lin Feng away. Lin Feng felt his blood and qi churn, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. If not for his powerful fleshly body, the joint attack of these two people just now might have taken Lin Feng's little life. Brat, the difference is too great. Du Junzi and Mo Xuanquan looked at Lin Feng with contempt. Their eyes were full of disdain. They did not take Lin Feng seriously at all. Perhaps in their opinion it was too easy to deal with Lin Feng. They could easily crush Lin Feng to death. It was as easy as crushing an ant. Old tortoises are so powerful, little Tian Tian wrinkled her nose and said. It was unknown where little Tian Tian had learned such words from. When Zhao Yuan and the Devil Dao expert heard little Tian Tian call them old tortoises, their faces turned extremely gloomy. Their eyes flashed with killing intent. Ha 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 ha, that's right, old tortoises. For old tortoises, Lin Feng also laughed. You ignorant fool, how dare you provoke the four of us? Later, we'll let you taste what it means to live a life worse than death. The four experts forced their way toward little Tian Tian. It was as if a god had descended to the world. The four experts' breaths were like thunder. Their joint attack was like the destruction of the world. The four experts' mystiques instantly tore the void apart. Powerful space-time energy surged out from the torn void. Many people were shocked. The four experts must have been enraged. Their attacks were much stronger than before. Supreme Aura! Lin Feng could not help but shout in his heart. He directly released his Supreme Aura. Bam, along with the earth-shattering collision. The mystiques of the four experts. They were actually blocked by Lin Feng's Supreme Aura. How is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded. They could not believe their eyes. The four experts were so powerful, and the attacks they unleashed were so terrifying. However, surprisingly, Lin Feng had managed to block the attacks of four strong cultivators. That was incredible. It was like a fantasy. Another type of aura. You have mastered two different types of aura, shouted the evil cultivator. He couldn't believe his eyes and looked at Lin Feng furiously. Everyone, attack with all your might. We must capture this kid. He must have mastered the method of condensing aura. Once we capture him, we can condense our own aura. The demonic expert roared excitedly. Zhao Yuan, Du Junzi, and Mo Xuanquan were also excited. They knew how terrifying aura was. Now, they only wanted to capture Lin Feng as soon as possible and obtain the cultivation method of aura. The four experts began to besiege Lin Feng and Lil Tian Tian. Although Lin Feng's supreme aura was strong enough, the four experts had each cultivated for more than 10 million years. Their strength was too strong. Lin Feng stacked his supreme aura and epic aura together. Then, he joined forces with Lil Tian Tian and resisted the attacks of the four experts with difficulty. However, there were hundreds of experts from various factions around. Those experts also attacked. Lin Feng and Lil Tian Tian were no match for them. Lin Feng's magic power was quickly depleted. His combat strength was getting weaker and weaker. His face was also turning pale. Ha ha ha, that kid won't be able to hold on for much longer, Zhao Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Lin Feng's face was very ugly. Just as Zhao Yuan said, he couldn't hold on for much longer. Lil Tiantian's situation was the same as Lin Feng's. Her face was also very ugly. Lin Feng sent Lil Tian Tian into the mountain river ring. He planned to burn his lifespan to make a final gamble. Lin Feng still had a heaven-defying technique. It was the 8-9 arcane art. Lin Feng's 8-9 arcane art had stopped at the 3rd level. He could unleash 8 times his combat strength. This was Lin Feng's last resort. Just as Lin Feng was about to activate the 8-9 arcane art, suddenly, the grayish-brown gas permeated the world. It was extremely terrifying and contained a monstrous amount of energy. As it surged through the void, one cultivator after another was enveloped by the grayish-brown gas and their bodies exploded. The grayish-brown gas was simply too tyrannical. Even Zhao Yuan, the devil cultivator, Du Junzi, and Mo Xuanquan were sent flying. The gas was the evil energy that Zhao Lin'er had summoned through a sacrificial ritual. Zhao Lin'er had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Let's go. Suddenly, Zhao Lin'er charged out of the gas and shouted at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was very surprised. Thank you. Lin Feng looked at Zhao Lin Er in a deep and meaningful way. Maybe they would never see each other again. Lin Feng thanked her and didn't hesitate to enter the gigantic whirlpool. Lin Er, you dared to trick us? Zhao Yuan almost died from anger when he saw Zhao Lin Er. The twisting vortex was connected to the space-time wormhole. Lin Feng quickly traveled through the space-time wormhole. The wormhole wasn't very long, so he would be able to leave very soon. When he reappeared, he was already in the 9 provinces Great World. Lin Feng was puzzled. He had always thought that Zhao Lin Er was scheming against him. But today, Zhao Lin Er had helped him. Lin Feng was puzzled. Lin Feng didn't know what was going on either. Had he misunderstood Zhao Lin Er before? At that moment, a series of fluctuations came from behind him. A figure quickly flew over. Lin Feng looked over and saw that it was Zhao Lin Er. This puzzled him. Why was Zhao Lin Er here? Lin Feng remembered that the natives of the 9 provinces Immortal Realm were not allowed to leave. If they tried to leave, they would be attacked by the laws of order of the 9 provinces Immortal Realm. If that happened, they would die. But now, Zhao Lin Er had entered this tunnel. Be careful of this woman, the demon lord warned. Lin Feng nodded. Although Zhao Lin Er had helped him before, she was acting strangely now. Lin Feng was alarmed. He didn't know what this woman was up to. Lin Feng also noticed that there was a layer of grayish-brown energy surrounding Zhao Lin Er's body. The grayish-brown energy was extraordinary. It emitted intense fluctuations that made Lin Feng's heart palpitate. What kind of energy is this? It seems to be this energy that killed so many cultivators. Even the 4 experts were forced to retreat. Lin Feng frowned. He felt that the grayish-brown energy was very strange. So, Lin Feng was even more careful. He didn't want to be tricked by Zhao Lin Er for no reason. Soon, Zhao Lin Er caught up. There is the power of the laws of order here. Why did the princess come in? Lin Feng asked tentatively. Zhao Lin Er smiled. I helped you just now. Shouldn't you give me something in return? Lin Feng said, what do you want? If you can give me something, I'll do my best to satisfy you. Zhao Lin Er smiled and said, I want you to help me die in the space-time wormhole, and I will leave the paradise of the 9 states for you. Hearing Zhao Lin Er's words, Lin Feng's face darkened. Zhao Lin Er was indeed scheming against him. Your cultivation level doesn't seem high enough to scheme against me. Lin Feng looked at Zhao Lin Er indifferently. I've already used the sacrificial technique to communicate with the Lord Evil God. The Lord Evil God has now linked our fates together. When we reach the exit, the powerful law of order will descend, and the terrifying power will kill me. At that time, you will bear the power of the law of order in my place, and I will go out in your place. Now, you should pray that you can withstand it for a while longer. That way, you might be able to get out alive. Zhao Lin Er smiled proudly. There's such a powerful demonic art? Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. This Zhao Lin Er was too good at scheming. Of course. The Lord Evil God is omnipotent. Zhao Lin Er smiled proudly. Actually, there was one thing that Zhao Lin Er didn't tell Lin Feng. If Lin Feng died too quickly, Zhao Lin Er would die before she could leave the space-time wormhole. At that time, the law of order in the space-time wormhole would attack Zhao Lin Er. At that time, she would also die in the wormhole. Therefore, Zhao Lin Er targeted Lin Feng. She was worried that the target she chose might not be strong enough. At that time, both of them would die. Lin Feng's cultivation level was high, and his luck was monstrous. He was the most suitable target. I'll kill you first. Then, I won't have to die in your place. Lin Feng's expression darkened, and he pounced on Zhao Lin Er. Huff. Huff. Huff, a fierce wind swept through the area, and the grayish-brown energy around Zhao Lin Er quickly flew toward Lin Feng. That was the evil god's power. It was abnormally terrifying. The evil god's power enveloped Lin Feng's body. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt that his body was bound by the evil god's power. He couldn't attack Zhao Lin Er. At this moment, light appeared in front of him. They had reached the exit. He, Lin Feng, good luck. I hope you can survive. Zhao Lin Er let out a bell-like laughter. She quickly rushed out. The evil god's power that enveloped Lin Feng quickly dissipated. At the same time, a terrifying law of order surged and attacked Lin Feng. When Lin Feng sensed the terrifying cosmic energies, he was astonished. His expression changed drastically. The law of order was too powerful. Supreme Aura, Epic Aura, Lin Feng released two types of qi at the same time. With the combination of the two types of aura, he blocked the law of order's attack. Zhao Lin was about to fly out. Great Curse Technique. Lin Feng focused on three things at the same time and used his Great Cursing Technique. Puff. As if struck by lightning, Zhao Lin couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and almost fell to the ground. The Great Curse Technique caused extremely serious damage to her body. This was the power of the Great Curse Technique. It was strange and unpredictable. But it was extremely terrifying. However, Zhao Lin still stabilized her body and rushed out. Kacha kacha kacha, Epic Aura and Supreme Aura began to crack. Lin Feng's two types of aura only resisted for a few breaths of time. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the law of order's power was. Perhaps only a great emperor-level existence could survive the law of order's attack by luck. Was he really going to die? Lin Feng wasn't willing to die here. He began to use the divine ability, the great predestination art. My destiny is to become an immortal emperor, not to die here. As Lin Feng's voice fell, the power of fate descended from the sky and enveloped Lin Feng's body. Crack crack. The defense formed by the Epic Aura and Supreme Aura collapsed. The law of order's power bombarded the power of fate, but the power of fate actually blocked it. Lin Feng increased his speed. Soon, he also rushed not far from the exit. But at this time, the law of order's power was even more violent and directly destroyed the power of fate on Lin Feng's body. The violent law of order's power was about to bombard Lin Feng. Swoosh. Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. The law of order's power bombarded the air. Lin Feng appeared at the exit. He used the heaven patching technique. At the critical moment, the heaven patching technique saved Lin Feng's life. The heaven patching technique could originally teleport about 100 meters away. Now that Lin Feng's cultivation had increased, he could teleport about 300 meters away at most. Lin Feng was still about 100 meters away from the exit. He increased his speed to the limit and rushed outside. Boom. The law of order's power quickly bombarded, trying to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng took out the purple gold heavenly ball. The law of order's power bombarded the purple gold heavenly ball, a defensive magic treasure, and the purple gold heavenly ball shattered. Then, the law of order's power bombarded Lin Feng's body, and half of Lin Feng's body exploded. If it was someone else, they would have died long ago. But Lin Feng had the immortal divine body, and his vitality was extremely strong. He survived. At this time, the law of order's power bombarded again. However, Lin Feng had already rushed to the space-time wormhole's exit. Swoosh. A bright light flashed and Lin Feng appeared outside. He was in a dense forest. Lin Feng's body was covered in blood. He had suffered heavy injuries, but he had managed to escape alive. It had not been easy for him to escape alive. He had almost died in there. You actually managed to escape. Zhao Lin was currently recuperating in the forest. When she saw Lin Feng, her expression changed. She had not expected Lin Feng to have escaped. She had thought that Lin Feng was dead for sure. However, things did not go as she wished. You're really scheming. If it were anyone else, they would have died in there. Thanks to you, I almost died in there as well. Fortunately, I managed to escape. Tell me, how should I deal with you? Lin Feng looked at Zhao Lin indifferently. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold arc. Zhao Lin said expressionlessly, Lin Feng, you can't do anything to me in your current state. How about we both take a step back? Take a step back? Lin Feng sneered, do you think that's possible? Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll capture you and make you my slave. What? You want me to be your slave? Lin Feng, I think you want to die. You're on the verge of death. Although I'm also injured, killing you shouldn't be a problem. Zhao Lin looked coldly at Lin Feng, her eyes filled with killing intent. Lin Feng's words had thoroughly infuriated Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin'er was extremely proud. How could she possibly become someone's slave? This was even worse than killing her. Lin Feng had actually dared to make her his slave. Zhao Lin'er wanted to kill Lin Feng. Foolish woman. Have you heard of the immortal divine body? Lin Feng looked at Zhao Lin'er mockingly. Zhao Lin'er's expression changed abruptly. There must be a reason why Lin Feng mentioned the immortal divine body. Whoosh. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, he activated his immortal body, and the injuries on his body quickly healed. It didn't take long for Lin Feng's injuries to be completely healed. Seeing this, Zhao Lin'er's face turned extremely ugly. She never thought that Lin Feng's physique would be so powerful and terrifying. Do you still think you can kill me now? Lin Feng stared coldly at Zhao Lin'er and then walked towards her. Run! Zhao Lin'er soared into the sky and quickly fled into the distance. She only had one thought now, and that was to escape as fast as possible. Zhao Lin'er knew how powerful Lin Feng's cultivation was. With her strength, it was impossible for her to be a match for Lin Feng. The best outcome would be to escape. If she couldn't escape, Zhao Lin'er didn't dare to imagine what would happen to her. It's too late for you to escape now, Lin Feng sneered. He quickly chased after Zhao Lin'er and sent a palm strike towards her. Facing Lin Feng's attack, Zhao Lin'er directly took out dozens of powerful talismans. She wanted to use these talismans to kill Lin Feng. Great defensive technique. Magic immunity. Lin Feng multitasked and used these two divine abilities at the same time. The great defensive technique created a powerful defensive crystal wall, while the magic immunity condensed numerous runes. The runes revolved around his body. They protected Lin Feng's body. If the purple gold heavenly ball hadn't been destroyed, Lin Feng could have created 3 layers of defense, which would have been safer. However, the purple gold heavenly ball had been destroyed by the law of order. Of course, the purple gold heavenly ball was destroyed to protect him, so it was more valuable. At that moment, Lin Feng was able to condense 2 layers of defense, which were extremely powerful. The destructive energy from the explosion of dozens of talismans bombarded Lin Feng's 2 layers of defense. Crack, crack, crack. First, the outermost layer of the defensive crystal wall was destroyed. Next, the magic immunity runes also cracked. However, Lin Feng wasn't injured. As his cultivation increased, his magic power also increased to an extremely powerful level. You can't escape. You're destined to become my slave. Lin Feng chased after Zhao Lin'er again. Lin Feng, are you really going to kill me? Zhao Lin'er looked at Lin Feng with a pale face. What did you say when you schemed against me? Lin Feng looked at Zhao Lin'er coldly. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Can you give me another chance? Zhao Lin'er looked at Lin Feng pitifully. Lin Feng remained unmoved. That woman was cruel and merciless. She was also good at scheming. How could Lin Feng be deceived by her gaze? He had no other thoughts now. He only wanted to capture Zhao Lin'er. He wanted her to become his slave. Stay here, Lin Feng opened his palm and slapped at Zhao Lin'er. Country of Profoundine. Suddenly, Zhao Lin'er shouted coldly and used a powerful ability. Zhao Lin'er's ability created a country of Profoundine. The country of Profoundine was ice cold and enveloped Lin Feng. In a flash, Lin Feng was frozen. Humph. Cold killing intent appeared in Zhao Lin'er's eyes. When she saw that Lin Feng was frozen, she turned around and attacked Lin Feng, wanting to kill Lin Feng. Her country of Profoundine was very special. It was an ability she had obtained when her bloodline awakened. Zhao Lin'er's bloodline was the body of Profoundine. It was one of the best physiques of the Yin attribute. Moreover, it was a very rare dual cultivation physique. It was second only to the water spirit physique, the Yin spirit physique, and the ice spirit physique. Not only was this physique a top-grade dual cultivation physique, its offensive power was also very strong. This Profoundine country could freeze any cultivator. Once frozen, the Profoundine force would enter the cultivator's body and even seal the cultivator's magic power. Therefore, when she saw that Lin Feng was frozen, Zhao Lin'er wanted to seize this rare opportunity to kill Lin Feng. However, when Zhao Lin'er came to Lin Feng's side, bang! The layer of ice on Lin Feng's body exploded. When Zhao Lin used her country of Profoundine to freeze him, Lin Feng used the Great Ice Art, one of the 3,000 Great Daos, to protect his body and block the Profoundine energy from invading his body. Then, he channeled his magic power and easily broke the ice on his body. How is this possible? Zhao Lin's face changed drastically. Lin Feng slapped at Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin quickly slapped back, wanting to block Lin Feng's attack. However, Zhao Lin was injured and couldn't block Lin Feng's attack. She was sent flying by Lin Feng. How could this be? How could this be? Zhao Lin's face was extremely pale as she kept muttering to herself. She couldn't believe that she was suppressed just like that. She couldn't accept being suppressed just like that. She didn't need to think to know what would happen if she fell into Lin Feng's hands. Zhao Lin's face was filled with fear. She hoped that Lin Feng would spare her, but she knew that it was absolutely impossible. Profounding body. I really didn't expect you to have such a top-grade dual cultivation physique. Lin Feng gently pinched Zhao Lin's chin. Even though she knew that begging for mercy was useless, Zhao Lin still wanted to try. She said, Lin Feng, we can negotiate. If you negotiate with me, I can give you all my treasures and wealth. I can even tell you all the powerful divine arts that I cultivate. I only beg you to spare me. Zhao Lin had schemed to leave the 9 continents paradise. If she became Lin Feng's slave, she would rather not come out. In the 9 continents paradise, she was the high and mighty princess of the 9 continents immortal kingdom. But in the 9 continents world, becoming Lin Feng's slave and being ordered around by Lin Feng was a fate worse than death. When Zhao Lin thought of such a life, she felt a chill run down her spine. Ha 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 ha, now you know fear? Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. It's too late. No matter what you say now, it's useless. Moreover, as long as you become my slave, everything you have will be mine. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng formed seals with both hands. All kinds of seals changed. He began to use the Great Enslavement Art, wanting to enslave Zhao Lin. The reason why he didn't use the Great Purification Art was because the 3,000 Great Dao of Flowers was too overbearing. Once the 3,000 Great Dao was used, Zhao Lin would lose herself and be at the mercy of Lin Feng. She would listen to everything Lin Feng said. She wouldn't go against Lin Feng's wishes. But the Great Enslavement Art was different. The Great Enslavement Art was to forcefully enslave the other party's body. However, those who were enslaved still had their own thoughts, could still feel all kinds of humiliation, and could still have all kinds of emotions. This was the difference between the Great Enslavement Art and the Great Purification Art. No, you can't do this to me. I don't want to be a slave. Zhao Lin cried out in horror. However, her pleas were of no use. Lin Feng ignored Zhao Lin's pleas and flicked his finger. The power of enslavement from the Great Enslavement Technique poured into Zhao Lin's body. Zhao Lin screamed and begged for mercy. Seeing that Lin Feng had no intention of changing his mind, Zhao Lin began to curse Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng didn't care about Zhao Lin's curse at all. Not long after, Zhao Lin was enslaved by Lin Feng. No matter how much she resisted Lin Feng mentally, she couldn't resist Lin Feng physically. And Lin Feng liked this feeling. Call me master. Lin Feng looked at Zhao Lin with a smile. Zhao Lin bit her lips and ignored Lin Feng. She has quite a personality. It's much more interesting than being purified directly. Lin Feng could not help but laugh. Soon after, Lin Feng and Zhao Lin completed their dual cultivation. Zhao Lin's mystical body was not comparable to the water spirit constitution, Yin spirit constitution, and frost spirit constitution. However, the effect of this body was extremely heaven-defying. After absorbing Zhao Lin's primordial yin energy, Lin Feng's cultivation base became much stronger. Lin Feng's cultivation base rose from the 4th heavenly god realm to the 5th heavenly god realm. Lin Feng was extremely excited. Following that, Lin Feng brought Zhao Lin back to the reincarnation celestial sect. Senior brother Lin is back. Congratulations on becoming the strongest person on the prodigy ranking. Upon seeing Lin Feng's return, countless disciples surrounded Lin Feng and congratulated him. When Lin Feng had just joined the sect, he had kidnapped Xia Shiyun, Nangong Qiming, and Bai Yusin. For that reason, he was called a scum in the sect. At that time, everyone wanted to beat him up. Many male disciples hated Lin Feng to the core. However, this time, Lin Feng had become the strongest person on the prodigy ranking. Experts were respected no matter where they were. It was the same in the reincarnation celestial sect. Everyone knew this. Lin Feng would definitely rise to power. In the future, he might even become a supreme expert. At this time, it was only natural for them to curry favor with Lin Feng. Haha, junior brothers, you're too kind. Lin Feng greeted everyone with a smile. Senior brother Lin is so handsome. I really want to become senior brother Lin's woman. TSK, senior brother Lin would fall for you? If senior apprentice brother Lin is interested in someone, it should be a tall and charming woman like me. Isn't it just because my legs are longer? I'm also very beautiful, okay? I'm petite and dainty. Senior brother Lin would definitely like me. Many female disciples screamed when they saw Lin Feng. Then, they began to argue. Now, Lin Feng only needed to wave his finger, and many female disciples would be willing to become Lin Feng's concubines. Lin Feng's return caused a huge uproar. Even Xia Shiyun and the other female disciples goddesses came out to greet him. Many deacons, elders, and even the Grand Elder came out to greet Lin Feng. So that's senior brother Lin. I didn't expect him to be so young. Many disciples who had just joined the sect had never seen Lin Feng before. They were astonished when they saw him. Of course, senior brother Lin is a genius. He has only cultivated for 30 years. A disciple said. The disciples, deacons, and elders of the reincarnation immortal sect were all talking about Lin Feng. Everyone came out to greet him. Little Lin Feng, you're finally back, Fatty couldn't help but shout as he flew over from afar. Brother Donkey was next to Fatty. After seeing Zhao Lin, Brother Donkey couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Isn't this girl Zhao Lin? The princess of the kingdom of the 9 continents? Why is she here? Fatso also looked at Zhao Lin. He was also shocked. He had seen Zhao Lin before in the paradise of the 9 continents. Like Brother Donkey, he did not expect Zhao Lin to come out of the paradise of the 9 continents. Humph. Zhao Lin snorted. Zhao Lin coldly snorted and didn't give Fatty and the donkey any face. It's a long story. Let's find time to talk about it. Lin Feng said. After exchanging some pleasantries with Fatso and Little Donkey, Lin Feng returned to the barren mountain. Big brother, you're back. Little Meng Meng missed you so much. Little Meng Meng ran over to Lin Feng when she saw Lin Feng. Lin Feng took Meng Meng in his arms and rubbed her head. He smiled and said, Little Meng Meng, you're taller and more beautiful. Little Meng Meng's eyes turned into crescents when she heard Lin Feng's praise. She could not stop giggling. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra is looking for you. Go and meet it later. Lord Tortoise said when he saw Lin Feng. Lin Feng was shocked. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra is looking for me? The Reincarnation Celestial Sutra was the celestial artifact of the Reincarnation Celestial sect. It was also the Reincarnation Celestial sect's greatest asset. Although the Reincarnation Celestial Sutra did not pay much attention to the Reincarnation Celestial sect's matters, whenever something big happened in the Reincarnation Celestial sect. In the end, the Reincarnation Celestial Sutra was the one who made the decisions. The Reincarnation Celestial Sutra was located in a small world within the Reincarnation Cliff. It was said to be a small world created by the Reincarnation Celestial Sutra. Many of the Reincarnation Celestial sect's ultimate legacies were controlled by the Reincarnation Celestial Sutra. This included the Great Reincarnation Art. Before visiting the Reincarnation Celestial sect, Lin Feng introduced Little Tian Tian to Little Meng Meng. The two little fellows were extremely excited when they saw each other. They finally had playmates. The two little fellows looked like they were carved from jade. They were simply too adorable. Lin Feng went to visit the Reincarnation Celestial Sutra. Senior, I'm here, Lin Feng bowed when he arrived at the Reincarnation Cliff. Swoosh, a beam of light shot out and enveloped Lin Feng. In the next instant, Lin Feng disappeared. When Lin Feng reappeared, he was already in a hall. The hall was empty. The Reincarnation Celestial Sutra was nowhere to be seen. However, Lin Feng knew that the Reincarnation Celestial Sutra was secretly watching him. I didn't misjudge you. It's rare to see someone as accomplished as you at such a young age. The Reincarnation Celestial Sutra said. Hee, thank you very much for teaching me, teacher, said Lin Feng smiling. Didn't Master Tortoise only teach you the 8-9 arcane art? You call that guidance? The Reincarnation Celestial Sutra said teasingly. Lin Feng said. Master taught me that no matter how difficult the future is, life should be filled with hope. I can't give up or be discouraged. Ha, don't you feel that you're lying? The Reincarnation Celestial Sutra laughed. Lin Feng nodded. Lying, you're honest. You didn't lie. The Reincarnation Celestial Sutra said. I've always been an honest person. May I know why you're looking for me this time? Lin Feng asked. Can't I look for you if there's nothing going on? Maybe I want to find someone to chat with, so I thought of you. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra said. Lin Feng naturally didn't believe the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra's nonsense. These powerful magic treasures, especially the immortal grade magic treasures, would consume a lot of energy to revive their magic treasures. This would shorten their lifespan. Therefore, under normal circumstances, these powerful magic treasures would choose to sleep. Therefore, the Immortal Reincarnation Sutra was in a state of deep sleep most of the time. He would only wake up when there was something that needed to be dealt with. Of course, Lin Feng didn't expose the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. He smiled and said, It's my honor to be the first person you thought of when you wanted to talk to someone. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra scolded jokingly, You're obviously lying. Lin Feng said, Look at what you're saying. This junior is sincere. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra curled its lips and said, That's enough. Do you think this seat can't see through your thoughts? Actually, this time I really do have some matters to discuss with you. Oh? What matters? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel slightly moved, and then he asked. Recently, this seat observed the stars and discovered immortal light in the southern region. This seat guesses that the southern immortal sea domain will have an unforeseen event. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra said. An unforeseen event in the southern immortal sea domain? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. 20 years ago, there was a rumor that the door of everlasting life had appeared in the southern immortal sea domain. His father's old friend, Duguya, had gone to look for it. Since then, there had been no news of him. Lin Feng hadn't been able to find any clues about Duguya, so he had always been paying attention to the southern immortal sea domain. Lin Feng didn't expect the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra to mention the southern immortal sea domain to him. He didn't know if the southern immortal sea domain's unforeseen event had anything to do with the door of everlasting life. If it did, then it would be great. At that time, Duguya might appear again. Now, Lin Feng couldn't wait to see Duguya. Then, he would ask Duguya where his mother was sealed. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra said, the southern immortal sea domain has always been filled with many mysteries. There are some places that even this seat doesn't dare to casually enter. Lin Feng was shocked. The southern immortal sea domain was actually this terrifying? One had to know that the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra was an immortal item. Moreover, it was an immortal item with a complete spirit. This kind of immortal item was completely different from immortal items that didn't have a spirit or were incomplete. From a certain point of view, the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra was more like a weapon cultivator. However, it was an immortal weapon cultivator. This level of weapon cultivator was too powerful. As for what level of cultivator it was, Lin Feng didn't dare to say. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra continued, This time, I made some calculations and sensed a familiar aura. What aura? Lin Feng asked. The aura of the heaven-shaking stone tablet. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra suddenly said. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't expect it to be the heaven-shaking stone tablet. The heaven-shaking stone tablet could be said to be one of the greatest secrets in the myriad of worlds. What exactly is the origin of the heaven-shaking stone tablet? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. There were too many rumors about the heaven-shaking stone tablet in the outside world. For example, the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra was branded with all kinds of 3,000 great daos. There were also methods to become an emperor and immortal. There were also all kinds of heaven-defying immortal techniques and so on. Lin Feng didn't know if these rumors were true or false. However, Lin Feng had a deep understanding of how powerful the heaven-shaking stone tablet was. Back in the starry sky world, he was so weak. However, he carried the heaven-shaking stone tablet and killed dozens of foreign gods. It wasn't because Lin Feng was strong, but because the heaven-shaking stone tablet was too powerful. If he could refine a piece of the heaven-shaking stone tablet, that would be heaven-defying. Lin Feng had a part of the heaven-shaking stone tablet, but he didn't know who had broken it. However, Lin Feng hadn't been able to find out the secret of this broken heaven-shaking stone tablet. There are 3 theories about the origin of the heaven-shaking stone tablet, the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra said. Lin Feng's mind trembled slightly. The 3 origins mentioned by the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra were naturally not the myths and legends of the outside world. Instead, there were 3 very likely origins. Lin Feng didn't interrupt the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. Instead, he listened quietly. The first theory is that the heaven-shaking stone tablet was formed when the epoch changed. At that time, the 5 decays of heaven and man occurred. The previous epoch was destroyed, and a new epoch was formed. New hope was born, and many shocking things were born. The heaven-shaking stone tablet was one of them. The second theory is that the heaven-shaking stone tablet isn't something from this epoch. It's something passed down from the previous epoch or an even older epoch. End of chapter 25:18. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.